in the northern domain Qingxue, at the Grand Hall of the Xintian sect. Qingxue, now that your cultivation has been abolished and your meridians severed, you can no longer cultivate. From this moment on, you are no longer the Holy Maiden. With a sigh, Sect Master Ling Tsong formally announced his decision. Yes, Sect Master, Qingxue replied, her face bitter. This was not the outcome she had wanted. The dignified Holy Maiden of the sect, unexpectedly ambushed by a trap in the secret realm, had barely survived, but lost all her cultivation, unable to practice ever again. A cripple who cannot cultivate naturally cannot remain the Holy Maiden of the sect. How pitiful. A prodigy has fallen just like that. This plot seems familiar. Could she be the protagonist? The trope of a fallen genius. Inside the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan sat in his chair looking at the stunning Qingxue, muttering to himself. Maybe she will encounter some heaven-defying opportunity later and rise again. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan had loved reading novels before, and he was extremely familiar with such tropes. He had been in this cultivation world for 18 years. Gifted enough to be accepted as a disciple by the sect's old ancestor, he had cultivated for 18 years and now reached the Golden Core realm. Thanks to his master being the sect's old ancestor, and his senior brother being the sect master, Lin Yuan, a Golden Core cultivator, had also obtained the position of a peak master within the sect. Although some members of the sect opposed it in their hearts, they did not dare to stop it. This was the benefit of having connections, the same in any world. Qingxue, do not worry. The sect will support you for the rest of your life. Of course, if there is a chance, we will also find a way to help you return to the path of cultivation. Sect Master Ling Tsong continued. Thank you, Sect Master, Qingxue said. She knew very well that in her current state, she was useless. Once she left the sect, she would face many dangers. For instance, she was extremely beautiful, and if she were target, she would have no power to resist. She feared falling into danger and disgrace. How about this, you go to Xiaoyao Peak? Junior brother Lin Yuan, what do you think? Ling Tsong looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Lin Yuan was stunned. What up? Your Xiaoyao Peak has only you. Qingxue is best placed there. Ling Tsong said directly, this matter is decided. Take her back with you now. He gave no chance to refuse. Oh well, he had no choice but to agree. Alright, senior brother, Lin Yuan nodded. Holy Maiden, come with me. Peak Master Lin, I am no longer a Holy Maiden. You may call me by my name. Qingxue quickly reminded him. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, we will head back now. After that, Lin Yuan took Qingxue and walked out of the sect master's grand hall. They walked towards Xiaoyao Peak. Look at Qingxue. She is no longer the Holy Maiden. A Holy Maiden reduced to a cripple. What a pity. Isn't this a good thing? Maybe later you and I will have a chance to become the new Holy Maiden. Qingxue is really lucky. Even though she's already useless, the sect didn't expel her. Looks like she's following Lin Yuan, the one with connections, to Xiaoyao Peak. Along the way, many disciples encountered them. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and Qingxue, they began to whisper among themselves. Although their voices were not very loud, both Lin Yuan and Qingxue could hear them clearly. Lin Yuan didn't mind it much. Qingxue, however, felt terrible. She remembered how when she was still the Holy Maiden, everyone had treated her with great respect. Now that she had become useless, they were like different people, not even looking her in the eye. How do you feel, eh? Lin Yuan looked at Qingxue and asked softly. The world is cold, that's all. Qingxue took a deep breath and spoke slowly. After going through this, she had come to understand many truths. Ding System 1 is loading. Ding System 2 is loading. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. At the same time, 2 system loading progress bars popped up before his eyes. What the heck, a system? And it looks like there are 2 systems. I thought as a transmigrator I wouldn't get a system, but it turns out it was just late. Lin Yuan instantly became excited. With a system, wouldn't his cultivation soar directly? No time to waste, let's return to Xiaoyao Peak first. Excuse me. Before Qingxue could react, Lin Yuan lifted her into his arms in a princess carry and quickly flew into the air. In the high sky, the flight was extremely fast. When Qingxue came to her senses, her face flushed slightly, and she tried to break free, but could not. This was the first time she had been directly held like this by a strange man. Too close. It was really too close. However, she inexplicably felt a little warm. From Lin Yuan's eyes, she could see that he had no trace of mockery or disdain towards her, who was now useless. After a while, Lin Yuan brought her back to Xiaoyao Peak smoothly. We're here. Lin Yuan gently put her down. Thank you, Qingxue said. She realized that Lin Yuan had flown back, carrying her directly, probably because he didn't want her to hear the other disciples' comments again. His thoughtfulness increased her favorability. Almost there. These 2 progress bars are about to reach 100%. Lin Yuan looked at the progress bars and his eyes extremely excited. After about a dozen more breaths, both progress bars had fully loaded to 100%. Daily check-in system activated successfully. System function. You can check in once a day, gaining rewards such as treasures, techniques, divine powers, miraculous weapons, cultivation, lifespan, etc. Great, this check-in system is amazing. Lin Yuan was delighted in his heart. Disciple recruiting 10,000-fold return system activated successfully. System function: any gift given to a disciple will be returned 10,000 times over. Note: from now on, items obtained through return cannot be gifted again. This second system is not bad either, and there's even a special reminder that directly blocks the idea of exploiting a bug. Lin Yuan remained very satisfied. As a transmigrator, who else could boast of having two systems? Probably only himself. Let me check in first. Lin Yuan immediately muttered. Checking in today. Check-in completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the cultivation of nascent soul perfection. Do you want to load it? Wait. Since I've obtained the cultivation base of nascent soul perfect at the start, can I gift this cultivation base to someone else? Use the 10,000-fold return system to get a higher cultivation realm in return. Lin Yuan felt he was too clever. With this, he was completely set for takeoff. Check-in system: yes, you can. Great. Ding. Disciple recruiting 10,000-fold return system has detected that Su Qingxue meets the conditions and can be accepted as a disciple. Whoa, my luck is exploding. This is even better. Lin Yuan revealed an extremely bright smile. It seemed that Su Qingxue was really his lucky star. Peak Master Lin, are you all right? Su Qingxue asked softly. Ever since they returned to Xiaoyao Peak, she had seen Lin Yuan grinning foolishly the whole time. Ahem, I'm fine. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality and quickly answered seriously. Whoosh. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Qingxue, and his expression turned solemn. Su Qingxue, are you willing to become my disciple? Huh. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned. She had never expected that the Lin Yuan in front of her would want to take her as a disciple. But she was already a useless cultivator. Was he really willing to? No. Su Qingxue thought seriously. Soon a very plausible idea came to her. I am no longer the holy maiden of the sect. For Peak Master Lin to accept me as his disciple is just to give me an identity as a disciple so I can live better on Xiaoyao Peak in the future. Peak Master Lin is truly a considerate person. With that thought, Su Qingxue clasped her hands and bowed. I, Su Qingxue, am willing to become your disciple. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan said excitedly. System: notice it has been detected that you have successfully accepted a disciple. The 10,000-fold return system has officially been activated. Since you are now my disciple, I naturally cannot watch you remain a cripple. Next, I will restore your cultivation and make you even stronger. Lin Yuan said with complete confidence. Master, are you joking? Su Qingxue was stunned again. Even the sect master and the others had no way at all. Could Lin Yuan, the mere golden core cultivator in front of her, really have a way? Restore her cultivation and make her even stronger? No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like a joke. Let me confess. I won't pretend anymore. Your master is actually a very powerful being. The reason I am here is merely to travel through the mortal world. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Those words were full of imposing style. He had completely pulled it off. System: grant my disciple Su Qingxue the reward of cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Then Lin Yuan issued an order in his mind. Acknowledged. In a moment. Su Qingxue clearly felt a vast, pure, and mighty power as profound as a galaxy of stars pouring endlessly into her body. Her meridians healed in an instant like dead trees reviving in spring. Her cultivation realm also broke through rapidly at that moment. Qi refining foundation establishment golden core nascent soul. It did not stop until she reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. The entire process took only a few breaths. Am I dreaming? Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. She had not expected that Lin Yuan in front of her would truly do what he said. Not only had her cultivation recovered, but she had also broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Previously, she had only been a foundation establishment cultivator. The increase was far too great. You have granted your disciple cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained early Mahayana stage cultivation. The system's voice rang out. Lin Yuan felt the same way at this moment. His power was surging crazily upward. He had originally been at the golden core stage. Almost in an instant, he rose from golden core to the early Mahayana stage. Amazing. This is too amazing. With my current cultivation, even my old master is probably no match for me. In this cultivation world, a Mahayana cultivator is already a supreme and peerless being. Lin Yuan was extremely excited. If he had relied on his own cultivation, how many years would it have taken to reach the Mahayana stage? Sure enough, having a cheat was just too satisfying. Really? It's real. Su Qingxue's pupils were filled with shock. She hurriedly looked at Lin Yuan, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Master, what kind of divine being are you exactly? Some things cannot be told to you yet. You will know in the future, Lin Yuan said calmly. He certainly couldn't tell her that he had a system. This secret absolutely could not be known by anyone. Understood. Su Qingxue nodded. She was a clever person and naturally understood that some things should not be asked to the very bottom. Anyway, judging by what had just happened, this was an enormous blessing for her. From now on you will cultivate, while here on Xiaoyao Peak. Lin Yuan reminded her, as for where to live, choose a room you like. Xiaoyao Peak had originally been personally established by his senior brother, the current sect master. The scenery of the entire Xiaoyao Peak was quite beautiful, but there were few buildings, just a few palaces and pavilions. However, since Lin Yuan lived alone, he did not have many requirements. Yes, Master, Su Qingxue replied. This Yintian art is the Xiantian sect's guardian technique. Take it and cultivate it. Lin Yuan then took out a Dao transmission jade slip. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue quickly expressed her thanks. She naturally knew this technique well. If none of those things had happened to her, and she were still the Holy Maiden, she would only have had the chance to cultivate the Yintian art after reaching the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Su Qingxue actually felt somewhat fortunate. It was lucky that she had become a waste, otherwise how could she have achieved what she had now? Ding dong. You have given your disciple Su Qingxue the heaven-grade low-tier technique, the Yintian art, triggering the 10,000-fold return Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Purple Qi enters the Dantian, spiritual essence, builds the Jade Palace. Within it hides an entire heaven, it borrows nothing from the external void. Steadily ascend to Golden Immortal, all calamities are warded off on their own. This is actually an immortal-grade technique, and it can be cultivated up to the Golden Immortal Realm. The so-called Golden Immortal Realm should be a realm of the immortal world. Looking at the technique that had been returned to him, Lin Yuan could not help swallowing. Immortal-grade techniques were legendary existences in this cultivation world. Even the most top-tier immortal cultivation sects seemed to have no immortal-grade technique inheritance. Qingxue, I also have an immortal-grade technique here, the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. It's yours. Lin Yuan quickly copied the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art and input the technique's incantation into that blank Dao transmission jade slip. Master, did I hear that wrong? An immortal-grade technique. Su Qingxue was shocked again and could hardly believe what she had heard. That's right, it's an immortal-grade technique. Whether you can successfully cultivate it depends on your own fortune. Lin Yuan answered softly. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue thanked him again and respectfully accepted it with both hands. All right, I need to go back to lying flat. You go do whatever you need to do. Lin Yuan waved his hand. From now on, he no longer needed to work hard at cultivation himself. Basically, he could just lie flat and coast. I hope I can get another cultivation reward tomorrow. If I give it to Su Qingxue, maybe I can become a true immortal, and then I'll be even more invincible in this cultivation world. Lin Yuan laughed inwardly. As for Su Qingxue, she quickly began examining the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. In just a short time, Su Qingxue was shocked. This really is the legendary immortal-grade technique. She quickly looked at Lin Yuan and thought to herself again, how lucky I am. It seems my master is most likely a true immortal who has come to the mortal world to travel. Yes, that must be it. It's exactly that. Everything makes sense now. I have to cultivate seriously too. I must not disappoint my master. Quickly adjusting her state of mind, Su Qingxue also began to try cultivating the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. After a night of cultivation, Su Qingxue had clearly grown much stronger. Morning arrived. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and could not help shaking her head. This immortal-grade art, the Zifu Golden Immortal Art, is truly profound and mysterious. Even with my talent, I cannot quickly make initial progress. However, I have successfully cultivated the Yintian art to the entry level. Now that I have plenty of time to cultivate properly, no matter how difficult this immortal-grade art is, I will definitely succeed in mastering it. Her beautiful eyes shone with boundless determination. Cultivation had never been an easy task. If one lacked a persevering heart, there would be little hope of achieving greater accomplishments in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was sleeping in the Great Hall, was awakened directly by a system voice. Ding dong. The daily check-in has refreshed. Host, do you wish to check in? He opened his bleary eyes and saw the system panel appear. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said lazily, check in. Ding dong. Today's check-in is successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the Azure Lotus Dao Body. Wow, it's actually the Azure Lotus Dao Body. Lin Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed, his face filled with shock. It was said that the innate Azure Lotus was born alongside the laws of the Great Tao, formed from the first wisp of the pure Great Tao Lotus after heaven and earth were separated. This was universally recognized as one of the supreme physiques. It appeared only once in 10,000 years. Once someone possessed the Azure Lotus Dao Body, they were destined to become one of the most supreme elites in the cultivation world. Ordinarily, such an unparalleled physique is innate. In the past, I could only envy those who had it. But with this check-in system, even the supreme Azure Lotus Dao Body can be obtained effortlessly. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh of amazement. This was only the second day of check-in, yet it had already brought him such an enormous surprise. It truly felt like a dream. Fortunately, everything was real. If I give this Azure Lotus Dao Body to Qingxue, then after the 10,000-fold return, won't I receive something even more extraordinary? With that thought, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curled into a sly smile. The good things obtained from the check-in system could be exchanged for even better things through the 10,000-fold return system. This is just too incredible. Lin Yuan quickly got up, dressed, looked at himself in the bronze mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. I'm simply too handsome. After stepping out of the Great Hall, he saw Su Qingxue still cultivating diligently not far away. Sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, Su Qingxue immediately stopped cultivating, quickly rose and bowed. Master, not bad. After cultivating for a night, you have indeed improved. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. How is your progress with the Zifu Golden Immortal Art? Reporting to Master, the Zifu Golden Immortal Art is too profound. This disciple has yet to reach the entry stage. Su Qingxue replied truthfully, without hiding anything. No need to rush. After all, it is an immortal great art. At your current cultivation level, it is indeed very difficult to cultivate. Take your time. That Yintian art is enough to let you cultivate all the way to the spirit transformation realm. Lin Yuan said with a soft laugh, offering a brief word of reassurance. That Su Qingxue could bring the Yintian art to the entry stage in a single night was enough to prove her talent was already quite remarkable. That was why she had been able to become the sect's holy maiden in the first place. I understand, Master. In any case, I will redouble my efforts. Su Qingxue quickly nodded in reply. At present, her cultivation base had reached the consummate nascent soul realm, making her a fairly formidable expert throughout the Shantian sect. Yet she was very well aware that across the entire cultivation world, nascent soul cultivation was still far too weak. Her goal was to cultivate and become an immortal. In the past, that goal had seemed extremely distant, but now things were different. Very good. Seeing how earnest you are puts my mind at ease. Today your master will bestow the Azure Lotus Tao body upon you, allowing you to undergo a complete transformation, Lin Yuan said with satisfaction. As soon as those words were spoken, Su Qingxue was completely stunned. She had once read about the Azure Lotus Tao body in an ancient tome of the sect. It was truly a supreme Tao body. Could this master of hers truly let her directly possess the Azure Lotus Tao body? It sounded utterly unbelievable. Was such a thing really possible? Logically speaking, the Azure Lotus Tao body was normally possessed only by those born with it. What? Don't you believe your master? Seeing Su Qingxue's expression, the master could clearly tell that she was rather doubtful. No, I believe you, master. Su Qingxue quickly came to understand that her master was an immortal, and an immortal's methods were omnipotent. Bestowing the Azure Lotus Tao body upon her was perhaps nothing more than a simple matter. With her current vision and experience, her imagination had indeed been limited. Enough. Let the facts prove everything. Lin Yuan stretched out his finger and tapped Su Qingxue's forehead. In his mind, he silently intoned, "System, I wish to bestow the Azure Lotus Tao body I obtained upon my disciple Su Qingxue." Bestowal successful. In an instant, a very gentle power surged into Su Qingxue's body, and her entire body clearly began to undergo transformation and elevation. This feeling was ineffably wonderful, difficult to describe in words. She could sense that in her sea of consciousness a seed began to sprout and grow continuously, eventually condensing into a supreme azure lotus. The entire world changed instantly. From the vault of the sky, countless beams of azure light cascaded down, and sweet rain fell from nowhere, landing on every mountain peak, hall, and spirit field within the sect. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to become even purer because of it. The sect's spirit beasts all lowered their heads in worship. What kind of heavenly phenomenon is this? It looks absolutely astonishing. Look, this phenomenon seems to have originated from Xiaoyao Peak. My heavens, what exactly is happening at Xiaoyao Peak? I remember that Xiaoyao Peak only has that core formation peak, Master Lin Yuan. It couldn't be that he caused this commotion, could it? Impossible. To put it bluntly, Su Qingxue has already become trash. This disturbance must definitely have been caused by that Lin Yuan. Look, many of the sect's elders have appeared. At once, all the disciples within Shantian's sect turned their eyes toward Xiaoyao Peak and began discussing fervently among themselves. Even those elders all rushed out at that moment. A tidal surge of spiritual energy pouring down from heaven and earth. This is clearly a sign that a supreme bloodline physique has been born. It looks somewhat like the legendary Azure Lotus Tao body. One of the elders recognized the phenomenon. Correct, it is the Azure Lotus Tao body. At this moment, the sect master Ling Song appeared and confirmed it directly. Gazing toward Xiaoyao Peak, he also believed that the commotion had been caused by his junior brother Lin Yuan. When I think about it now, I understand why the master insisted on accepting him as an apprentice back then. It seems the master had long seen that junior brother possesses the Azure Lotus sacred body. Ling Song felt deeply moved in his heart. Congratulations, sect master. Peak Master Lin has successfully awakened such a supreme Tao body. This is the Shantian sect's immense fortune. Indeed. In the past, we all looked down on Peak Master Lin Yuan. The elders all cupped their hands and exclaimed. Previously, they had basically despised Lin Yuan, a core formation cultivator, for serving as Peak Master. Yet now they had made a complete 180-degree turnaround. What a quick change of attitude. Let's go. We are heading to Xiaoyao Peak now. Whoosh. Ling Song and the others swiftly flew toward Xiaoyao Peak. Indeed. Congratulations. You now possess the Qinglian Dao body. In other words, you have become the most supreme monstrous prodigy in this cultivation world. Master, have I succeeded? Su Qingxue opened her eyes quickly, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, his tone carrying certainty. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Inwardly, she marveled that Lin Yuan's methods were utterly terrifying. He had truly bestowed the Qinglian Dao body upon her. Everything felt as if it were a dream. I hope you won't disappoint me, Lin Yuan said softly, offering a gentle reminder. Yes, Master, Su Qingxue vowed. Ding. Detected that you have bestowed the Qinglian Dao body upon your disciple Su Qingxue. The 10,000-fold return was triggered successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Hongming immortal body. The Hongming immortal body, the #1 innate Dao body of the universe's origin, is the most supreme and exalted physique across all the boundless worlds. Now commencing fusion with the host. During the fusion, heaven and earth anomalies will be triggered. Should they be concealed? A series of system notifications rang out. At this moment, Lin Yuan only felt a far more formidable force surging forth endlessly. This feeling was immensely satisfying. He guessed that Su Qingxue had experienced the same sensation earlier. Conceal it. Lin Yuan silently intoned in his mind. After all, it was wise to keep a low profile. In just a few breaths, the Hongming immortal body thoroughly merged with Lin Yuan. In that instant, Lin Yuan could clearly perceive that he had become vastly more powerful. My senior brothers are coming. Qingxue, remember, you must not let them know that I bestowed the Qinglian Dao body on you. Just say it awakened on its own. Sensing the arrival of the sect master and the others, Lin Yuan promptly instructed her. Yes, Master. Su Qingxue answered respectfully. Although she was somewhat confused, she faithfully obeyed and asked no further questions. Whoosh! Sure enough, Ling Song and his group arrived swiftly. When they sensed that the aura of the Qinglian Dao body was actually radiating from Su Qingxue, every one of them was stunned. This was utterly different from what they had imagined. Su Qingxue, did you awaken the Qinglian Dao body? The Grand Elder hastily asked. In response to the Grand Elder, it was all thanks to my master's help that I managed to awaken it, Su Qingxue answered. Wait. How has your cultivation already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm? Ling Song's expression changed instantly with shock. His words left everyone present utterly astounded. Hadn't Su Qingxue been a cripple? How could she have undergone such an earth-shattering change in only a day or two? Not only had she awakened the Qinglian Dao body, but her cultivation realm had directly reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Once she broke through to the spirit transformation realm, even those elders might no longer be her match. Also, how did you come to take a master? Ling Song was rather curious. Originally, he had only intended for Su Qingxue to come to Xiaoyao Peak and live out the rest of her life peacefully. He hadn't expected such a massive variable to arise. Moreover, he had clearly sensed before that Su Qingxue absolutely did not possess the bloodline of the Qinglian Dao body. Thus, Ling Song fixed his gaze on the seemingly languid Lin Yuan. Countless doubts and questions churned in his mind, and some of his conjectures were so shocking he scarcely dared to believe them. If those conjectures were true, the consequences would be extraordinary. Qingxue, would you be willing to become the Holy Maiden once more? Ling Song took a deep breath before asking. Sect Master, right now, I only want to be my master's disciple. As for the Holy Maiden and such, forget it. Su Qingxue shook her head. Though the Holy Maiden's identity could earn her the sect's full devotion to her cultivation, it was different now. She had no need for that title. Don't refuse. It would be wonderful to continue as the Holy Maiden. Listen to your master. Lin Yuan stated directly. In the future, when out in the world, how dashing would it be to proclaim that he had a Holy Maiden as his disciple? Then I'll listen to you, Master. Su Qingxue nodded, then turned to Ling Song. Sect Master, I am willing to return to the position of Holy Maiden. This sight made everyone inwardly marvel. They had not expected Su Qingxue to be so obedient to Lin Yuan. From what they knew in the past, Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan hardly had any interactions, at most a few brief meetings without any real conversation. In just 2 days, he had made someone so compliant. What tricks had Lin Yuan used? All right, elders, you should return for now. Ling Song said quickly. Since the sect master had spoken, the elders found it inappropriate to remain and rapidly took their leave. Then Ling Song looked at Lin Yuan and said, Junior brother, let's talk somewhere else. Sure, senior brother. Let's go to the main hall. Lin Yuan nodded directly. Qingxue, keep cultivating and familiarize yourself well with the Qinglian Dao body. Yes, master. Su Qingxue replied with a cupped fist salute. Soon Lin Yuan and Ling Song arrived at the main hall. Ling Song set up a sound isolation formation and then cut straight to the heart of the matter. Junior brother, to be honest, I examined Qingxue before. She absolutely did not have the Qinglian Dao body. The Dao body she now possesses must have been acquired through external means. Your Xiaoyao peak has no one else besides you. Su Qingxue has taken you as her master, and with such fortune it has to be your handiwork. And you even raised her cultivation directly to the nascent soul realm. Junior brother, you are increasingly unfathomable to me, senior brother. Exactly how did you do it? Ling Song said a great deal in one breath. What he could be certain of was that everything was connected to Lin Yuan. Senior brother, do you think I, a golden core cultivator, could have the ability to accomplish all this, say? Lin Yuan said with a laugh. Perhaps you've concealed your true realm. Ling Song retorted immediately. Fine, I'll confess. I'm done pretending. I am a supreme mighty being. Lin Yuan spread his hands. The Qinglian Dao body and Qingxue's breakthrough in cultivation are indeed my doing. However, there are some things I still cannot tell you, senior brother. So that's how it is. Junior brother, all this time you've been hiding your brilliance. Ling Song breathed deeply. Had I known you were so formidable, I should have let you be sect master. No. You are the most qualified and capable to be sect master, senior brother. Lin Yuan snickered. The title of sect master sounded impressive, he supposed. But there were far too many sect affairs to handle every single day. Lin Yuan liked tranquility. He had no intention whatsoever of becoming sect master. Enough. Tell me, what is your actual cultivation realm? Ling Song was intensely curious. To be able to grant the Qinglian Dao body and rapidly elevate a crippled person to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Such methods he felt could only be possible with at least the void refinement realm, or perhaps even the body integration realm. Besides, where exactly had Lin Yuan obtained a Qinglian Dao body? Early Mayana realm, Lin Yuan said softly. Ling Song caught his breath. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Do I even deserve to be your senior brother? Ling Song said with emotion. By rights, he ought to respectfully address Lin Yuan as a venerable senior. Of course, since I acknowledge you as my senior brother, you will always be my senior brother. Lin Yuan smiled softly. Those words are enough for me. Ling Song nodded. I won't ask about anything else. Whatever the case, this is a good thing for our Xiantian sect. With a mighty figure like you guarding us, who in the future would dare to lay a finger on Xiantian sect? Having you as my junior brother is also a matter of pride. At this, Ling Song was hugely delighted. Though many doubts lingered in his heart, he did not press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Some things were better left unasked. By the way, does Master know? Ling Song asked curiously. No, Lin Yuan shook his head. Then when Master emerges from seclusion, he will definitely be shocked. Ling Song laughed heartily, already imagining the venerable Master's astounded expression. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. Su Qingxue must be nurtured properly. She will definitely become the first cornerstone of Xiantian sect. Ling Song advised. Senior brother, now that you mention it, there is indeed something. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Oh, let's hear it. Ling Song said with curiosity. Senior brother, do you want to elevate the sect's foundation to a higher level? Of course I do. But junior brother, what should I do? Ling Song's eyes flickered as he answered hurriedly. What about this? Give me all the treasures in the sect's treasure vault. Lin Yuan said. In the past, Ling Song would never have agreed to such a thing. But circumstances were different now. Ling Song was briefly stunned, then immediately declared, Fine, I trust you, junior brother. Here is the sect master's token. It can open the vault door, and everything inside is yours. I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll raise the sect's foundation, junior brother. Ling Song was filled with eager anticipation. Don't worry. I guarantee I won't disappoint you. After receiving the sect master's token, Lin Yuan smiled with confidence. In that case, I'll be waiting. Ling Song nodded and continued. All right, that's settled. I'll return to the main peak and formally announce that Qingxue has resumed her role as the Holy Maiden. Ling Song vanished without a trace. Holding the sect master's token, Lin Yuan walked out of the main hall and softly called to the cultivating Su Qingxue. Qingxue, come with me. Very well, master. Hearing this, Su Qingxue rose swiftly. Lin Yuan brought her straight toward the sect's treasure vault. Within the vault lay numerous treasures of the sect, almost every one of which could be described as priceless. In the entire sect, only a few people were ever permitted to enter such a place. Passing through layer after layer of forbidden formations, an illusion arrays Lin Yuan with Su Qingxue in tow arrived outside the sect treasury in the blink of an eye. Looking up, the entire treasury stood grand, an imposing, towering, and breathtaking. A colossal gate of profound crystal 100 zhang tall loomed before them. Dozens of layered seals revolved, slowly condensing into concentric rings of light that tightly sealed and enveloped the hall's entrance. Azure, gold, crimson, and purple runes like nimble roaming dragons wove through the walls of light, interlocking and reinforcing one another, their defensive power beyond measure. This place was the sect's most vital stronghold. Ordinary disciples were forbidden from approaching even half a step. Master, this is the sect treasury. Why have we come here? A look of astonishment crossed Su Qingxue's face. Even when she had been the Holy Maiden, she had never been qualified to enter this treasury. The corners of Lin Yuan's lips curved up as he said with a faint smile, naturally, to take what's inside. With that he took out the sect master's token and infused it with spiritual light. Layer upon layer of seals on the great gate unlocked in response. As a thunderous rumble resounded and radiance surged, the massive, weighty, profound crystal gate slowly swung open to both sides. "Follow me in." As his words fell, Lin Yuan was the first to step inside. Once the two entered the hall, a wide vista unfolded before their eyes. The interior of the treasury was a self-contained small world with boundless space. All kinds of rare treasures were divided by category and arranged in perfect order with clear boundaries. The treasury of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the treasury of magic treasures and spiritual artifacts, and the treasury of cultivation techniques and pills were each arranged in their own sections. This truly opens one's eyes. Qingxue could not help exclaiming inwardly at everything before her. So many treasures filled the view, dazzling and bewildering the eyes. Only a great sect like the Xiantian sect could possess such extraordinary heritage. Any one of them was extraordinary in value. "Go." With a gentle flick of Lin Yuan's finger, a storage ring shot out. Wherever it passed, all the treasures in the treasury were gathered into it. In just over a dozen breaths, the treasury that had been brimming with treasures became empty in an instant. Everything had been taken by Lin Yuan. At that moment, Qingxue was even more shocked. "Master, you've cleaned out the entire sect treasury." "Qingxue, all of these are for you." Lin Yuan smiled softly. Whoosh! The storage ring flew directly over and hovered before Qingxue. "Master, this. Are they really all for me?" Qingxue was stunned. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have brought you here? Take them. With these treasures you can cultivate even better," Lin Yuan said with a soft chuckle. "Master, this is after all the sect's foundation. If you give it all to me, what will the sect use in the future?" Qingxue shook her head, too hesitant to accept. For her, obtaining a few treasures from the treasury would already be more than enough. Having everything given to her instead made her feel rather uneasy. "Enough. Your master has his reasons for doing all this. You can rest assured about that. After all, this is my senior brother's sect. I would never harm my own sect," Lin Yuan said seriously. "I told you to accept them, so accept them and cultivate well in the future. If you feel unworthy of the gift, then contribute more to the sect from now on." His earnest, heartfelt words caused Qingxue to take a deep breath and immediately turn serious. "Thank you, master. I understand. This disciple will accept them." With that, Lin Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. "Ding. You gifted a top-grade storage ring triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtained the heavenly spirit ring possessing extremely vast storage space and the ability to house living creatures. You gifted the treasured artifact glazed treasure armor triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtained the innate spirit treasure Xuanwu armor. You gifted the acquired spirit treasure heaven suppressing seal triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtained the innate supreme treasure Great Tao seal." A series of system notifications rang out. Many even more powerful return treasures had appeared in the system inventory. You gifted 500 heart-clarifying pills triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtained 500 foundation establishment pills. You gifted the calamity-breaking pill triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtained the Tao enlightenment pill. Soon, everything that had been given to Qingxue was returned one by one. All of it was sent into the system inventory. With a gentle wave of Lin Yuan's finger, these returned treasures turned into streaks of light and landed one by one in various places throughout the treasury. In an instant, the treasury had become dazzlingly full again. This scene left Qingxue dumbstruck once more. She could also clearly sense that the items now in the treasury were each one truly peerless treasures. In truth, these were not the truly fine things. The better treasures were still kept by Lin Yuan in his own hands. Still, with the treasures Lin Yuan had brought out, the Xiantian sect had more than enough to rise to another level. Master's methods are truly beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. Qingxue marveled inwardly. It turns out that Master had already made all the arrangements long ago. Immediately after, Lin Yuan used a refining technique to forge a token identical to the sect master's token. "This is the token I refined, and its power is the same as the sect master's token," Lin Yuan said softly. "From now on you can hold this token and enter the treasury at any time. The things inside will remain at your disposal." "Master, I have already received a great deal," Qingxue hurriedly responded. "Once your cultivation improves, some of the things I gave you earlier will probably no longer be of much use. The treasures I placed back in the treasury require a sufficient cultivation base to use, so you will definitely find them useful in the future." Lin Yuan smiled. "Besides, you have already become the holy maiden of the sect again, so you are fully qualified. All right, say no more. You are my disciple, and such treatment is something you are entitled to." In the end, Lin Yuan was quite firm. "All right, it's time for us to go back," Lin Yuan continued. After the two walked out of the treasury gate closed behind them. "Return to Xiaoyao Peak." Lin Yuan flew back, with Qingxue at once. At the same time, with a flick of his finger, the sect master's token that Ling Tsang had given to him transformed into a beam of light and shot swiftly toward the main peak. Shortly afterwards, Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan returned to Xiaoyao Peak. Cultivate well, Lin Yuan said quietly, then lay back in his chair. Yes, master. Su Qingxue answered respectfully and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a beam of light shot straight into the main hall of the main peak. Seeing it, sect master Ling Song gently waved his hand, and the sect master's token came to a steady halt in front of him. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yuan's voice transmission sounded. This time, by giving the treasures of the sect treasury to Su Qingxue, Lin Yuan had gained many good things for himself. Done with it this quickly. What exactly has my junior brother done? No matter. I must go to the treasury and see. With a puzzled expression, Ling Song transformed into a beam of light and shot outside. When Ling Song stepped into the treasury, everything before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Junior brother truly kept his word, elevating our sect's foundation to unprecedented heights. Ling Song was filled with profound shock. The countless supreme treasures before him made even this sect master feel like a complete country bumpkin. Top-grade magical artifacts, innate spirit treasures, Zao Hua pills, Hua Shen pills, and Zao pills of flawless quality. Any single item from this treasury, if placed in the outside world, would surely ignite a bloodbath of absolute proportions. Phew. Truly, my junior brother is no ordinary figure. Fortunately, judging from the results, everything has turned out wonderfully. Ling Song took another deep breath, his excitement growing even more intense. Now that the sect possessed such magnificent foundation, it would undoubtedly propel the entire sect toward greater strength. These pills for me, as well as the other elders and peak masters, can certainly elevate our cultivation realms in a short span of time. Ling Song began selecting swiftly. The pills originally stored in the treasury, though extraordinary, held no value for cultivators of their caliber. Those were meant as rewards for the sect's prodigious disciples. But now everything was different. These pills before him were sufficient to rapidly advance the cultivation realms of cultivators like themselves at the Hua Shun and Liansu stages. An hour later, the sect's peak masters and elders gathered at the sect master's grand hall, each filled with bewilderment and curiosity, wondering what could possibly have happened that Ling Song would summon them so urgently. Once everyone had arrived, Ling Song directly shut the palace gates and even activated the soundproofing formation. Witnessing this, everyone could clearly sense that something significant must have occurred. Sect master, what exactly has happened? The sect's grand elder inquired promptly. Everyone, please don't be anxious. I summoned you today because there is wonderful news. Ling Song smiled. The next moment, he brought out the pills one by one. When everyone glimpsed these pills, each and every one of them was left dumbfounded. Zao Hua pills. This is actually the Zao Hua pill recorded in the alchemical canon, and they appear to be of flawless quality. These pills can enable cultivators at the Hua Shen stage to rapidly break through their cultivation realm, possessing the extraordinary effect of granting enlightenment into the great Tao. And there are Qingxue pills. This can allow one at the peak of Hua Shun to directly break through to the Liansu stage. Taisu pills and Shuishan pills are also of flawless quality, suitable for cultivators at the Liansu stage. The peak master of alchemy peak at this moment widened his eyes in utter excitement. As the peak master of alchemy peak, it was sufficient proof that his alchemical Tao was the most profound within the entire sect. He possessed comprehensive knowledge of virtually every type of pill. The pills appearing before him could all be regarded as truly supreme elixirs. Even as the peak master, he himself could not successfully refine them. Among them, the Zao Hua pills, Shuishan pills. These had long been lost to antiquity, only recorded within the alchemical canon, with not even the alchemical formulas remaining. In this current era, perhaps no one could refine these high-tier pills. Upon hearing the words of the alchemy peak master, everyone present was deeply shaken. Sect master, how did you obtain these supreme pills? Everyone inquired with curiosity. In that case, I shall not hide it from you any longer. The Xiantian sect actually possesses a hidden expert of immense power. I pleaded for quite some time before obtaining these pills as a gift from this expert. Ling Song spoke with perfect composure. He truly did not wish to expose the truth just yet, that in fact all of these had come from Lin Yuan. There were even more supreme treasures within the treasury. Now was not the time. Therefore he could only tell a white lie. I never expected the sect to harbor such an eminent figure. Sect master, why didn't you tell us about this before? Everyone's curiosity grew even more intense. This expert of mine prefers tranquility, so initially I did not mention it to all of you. However, I believe the sect must reach greater heights, so I repeatedly entreated this expert. This time the expert not only bestowed these pills, but also placed many supreme treasures in the sect's treasury. These pills are for all of you, hoping you can become even stronger. When that time comes, the Xiantian sect will grow more powerful as well, and I as sect master will have fulfilled my duty. Ling Song continued speaking earnestly. With just these few statements, everyone felt deeply grateful. They had never imagined the sect master had done all this for their cultivation advancement. Having such a sect master was truly a blessing. Thank you, sect master. The various peak masters and elders all clasped their hands in gratitude. As the sect's top battle forces, their cultivation realms had become difficult to advance through personal cultivation alone. Now with these pills they would certainly grow much stronger. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. After you receive these pills, return to your respective abodes and cultivate. Ling Song nodded slowly. Yes, everyone replied. Everyone selected the pills most suited to themselves, 1 pill per person, a perfect distribution. By the way, sect master, with such extraordinary pills prepared, has everything been arranged for the saintess? The Grand Elder inquired. Rest assured, it was prepared long ago. Ling Song smiled. Of course. The pills had all come from Lin Yuan. Qingxue was now Lin Yuan's disciple. Pills of this caliber, she probably could obtain as many as she desired. That's wonderful. The saintess has awakened the Qingxue Dao body. In the future, even ascending to immortality holds tremendous possibility. At that time, our Xiantian sect becoming the foremost sect in the entire cultivation world would not be an issue. The Grand Elder smiled contentedly. Sect Master, perhaps we should invite the saintess back. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to continue staying at Xiaoyao Peak, one of the elders proposed. No need to worry. The saintess staying at Xiaoyao Peak is currently the best outcome. You need not concern yourselves with her cultivation henceforth. Ling Song instructed. With these words spoken, it caused everyone to inevitably speculate. For the saintess to continue remaining at Xiaoyao Peak, that hidden expert the sect master mentioned, perhaps resided right at Xiaoyao Peak. The saintess's awakening of the Qingxue Dao body and her return to the path of cultivation might also be this expert's doing. As for Lin Yuan of Xiaoyao Peak, they truly did not believe he could be the hidden expert. Alright, today's matter must be kept absolutely confidential. No one must ever know. Ling Song gave an especially earnest instruction. Understood. Everyone replied. Very well, this matter is concluded here. You've obtained your pills, so you may take your leave. With a gentle wave of Ling Song's hand, the main hall's doors thundered open once more. After everyone bowed and took their leave, they transformed into streaks of light and departed toward their respective destinations. From here on, they would likely all enter secluded cultivation, refining the pills to elevate their cultivation realms. I must grow stronger as well. As the senior brother, I absolutely cannot be weaker than my junior brother. Ling Song resolved firmly. Time elapsed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day since the system activated. As Lin Yuan woke up early in the morning, the voice of the sign-in system sounded in his mind. Simultaneously, a panel popped up in the system. Sign-in system host, today's sign-in has been refreshed. Would you like to sign in? Let's sign in. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a bag of enlightenment tea. It's actually enlightenment tea. Lin Yuan was extremely surprised. In the entire cultivation world, enlightenment tea was a very rare existence. A treasure among treasures. For cultivators, it was a supreme opportunity. After using enlightenment tea, it can assist cultivators in comprehending the great Tao, breaking through bottlenecks, stabilizing their Tao foundation, and even entering a state of sudden enlightenment that is rare to encounter. The sign-in system indeed did not disappoint me. This bag of enlightenment tea, if given to Qingxue through the 10,000-fold return system, will definitely return something even better. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan directly walked out of the main hall. Soon he arrived in front of Qingxue. Since Qingxue possessed the green lotus Dao body, Lin Yuan had a very obvious feeling that she seemed to become more beautiful day by day. However, this was also a good thing. Having increasingly beautiful disciples was also his prestige as a master. Master. Qingxue quickly stood up and bowed. Not bad. Now that your nascent soul realm cultivation has been thoroughly stabilized, it should not take long before you break through to the soul transformation realm, which is not a problem. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. This bag of enlightenment tea is for you. It will double your efforts with half the result. In the next moment, Lin Yuan directly took out the bag filled with enlightenment tea. For a moment, Qingxue was completely stunned. Enlightenment tea. She naturally understood what a profound existence this was. Even a single piece was enough to make those old monsters compete frantically. And now she actually got to receive a bagful of enlightenment tea. What an incredible opportunity and fate. On the first day of becoming his disciple, Master let her step onto the cultivation path again, even directly breaking through to the nascent soul realm. On the second day, Master bestowed upon her the green lotus Dao body, and even gave her all the treasures from the entire sect's treasury. Now it's the 3rd day, and he has given her another bag of enlightenment tea. The gains from these 3 days were even more than what a top-tier expert in the cultivation world could obtain in a lifetime. Thank you, Master. Qingxue hurriedly expressed her thanks, feeling even more moved in her heart. Her master was truly too good to her. She secretly vowed never to let Lin Yuan down in the future. She must cultivate hard and live up to his expectations. With this enlightenment tea, perhaps she could master that immortal technique, the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art, even faster. Ding Dong detected that you gifted a bag of enlightenment tea to your disciple, Su Qingxue, triggering the 10,000-fold return obtained enlightenment tree. Huff huff. Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never expected that a bag of enlightenment tea would return an enlightenment tree. You see, the enlightenment tree was in existence even better than enlightenment tea. Cultivating under this enlightenment tree, the effect was much stronger than enlightenment tea by far. The enlightenment tree connects with the laws of heaven and earth, allowing cultivators to better comprehend the Tao, elevate their Tao heart, and complete their foundation. Moreover, the enlightenment fruits condensed by this tree could even allow cultivators to directly reach the great Tao. This 10,000-fold return was indeed awesome. Now Lin Yuan's feeling was simply too refreshing. Qingxue, just treat this enlightenment tea as ordinary tea and drink it. Lin Yuan smiled. This master has long prepared something better for you. Treat enlightenment tea as ordinary tea to drink. For anyone else, this kind of thing was unimaginable. System, bring out the enlightenment tree for me and place it behind my main hall. Lin Yuan silently said in his heart. Instruction received. In a moment, behind the main hall, a 10,000-foot ray of light directly erupted. The light shimmered extremely brilliant and dazzling. When Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue opened their eyes again, they clearly saw an incomparable ancient tree towering into the sky, very massive. Even that magnificent main hall seemed very insignificant in front of this giant tree. Master, what exactly is this? Why do I feel the Tao rhyme constantly gathering? Su Qingxue hurriedly asked curiously. This is the enlightenment tree. Lin Yuan said softly with a smile. It was the first time seeing this enlightenment tree. Even Lin Yuan was deeply shocked. This enlightenment tree was truly extraordinary. Especially those leaves looking just like Bodhi leaves, presenting the outline of yin-yang fish, thin as glaze, as if reflecting the entire starry sky. The vast wood supports the dome. 10,000 paths wrap around the body. One leaf, one world, one branch, one universe. Enlightenment tree. This is actually the legendary supreme divine tree. Su Qingxue swallowed her saliva, her heart amazed to the extreme. At this moment, she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Her master's every display of power was incredibly shocking and unimaginable. It seemed there was nothing her master couldn't do. Qingxue, from now on you will cultivate under this enlightenment tree. Lin Yuan said softly with a smile. Delay is dangerous. Let's start now. Yes, master. Su Qingxue said excitedly. Being able to cultivate under the enlightenment tree, what an honor, what an opportunity. Soon, Su Qingxue came to the enlightenment tree and quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. Only in a few breaths of time, she quietly entered the state of sudden enlightenment. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy continuously poured into her body, her aura also rapidly rising. This directly achieved sudden enlightenment, truly easy. No wonder it's the enlightenment tree. This cultivation effect is just strong. Lin Yuan sighed emotionally. Sudden enlightenment for cultivators was rare and sought after. Some cultivators in their lifetime could not succeed in sudden enlightenment. Some cultivators only succeeding in sudden enlightenment once their cultivation advanced rapidly. Sudden enlightenment was very important for cultivators. From this point alone was enough to illustrate how precious the enlightenment tea and enlightenment tree were. Once anyone learned that the Xiantian sect possessed an enlightenment tree, probably all the old monsters in the cultivation world would immediately break in a Xiantian sect. For those old monsters whose cultivation had stagnated only through the enlightenment tree, could they perhaps ascend to a higher realm? Right now I'm only at the early stage of the Mahayana realm, still somewhat weak, unable to achieve invincibility. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, so this matter about the enlightenment tree absolutely could not be leaked. Now he hoped to continue signing in to obtain cultivation realms, and at that time, give the cultivation to Su Qingxue. Perhaps he could suddenly become a true immortal. By then, everything would be secure. However, this enlightenment tree is truly magical. Just by coming under this enlightenment tree, I feel my mind becoming clear and comfortable, as if the whole person has become smarter. Lin Yuan continued to feel. Subsequently, Lin Yuan also involuntarily actively cultivated the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. This immortal technique was Lin Yuan's currently most top-level cultivation method. Its feeling was somewhat indescribable in words. If forced to describe it, it would be just refreshing. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, the sun had already sunk below the horizon. Before long, the sky would be completely swallowed by darkness. Time truly flies, especially when one is devoted to cultivation. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and muttered to himself. Through the day's rigorous cultivation, he had elevated himself considerably. And yet, such progress in Lin Yuan's eyes remained far too sluggish. Actually, there is no need for me to drive myself so hard in cultivation. The stronger my disciple grows, the mightier I become. After all, I have the 10,000-fold return system on my side. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Qingxue beside him and could not help but break into a faint smile. With the aid of the enlightenment tree, Su Qingxue had attained a fresh level of comprehension for every single phrase of the immortal art, the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Before long a faint Tao hum resounded from deep within Su Qingxue's body. The spiritual energy around her abruptly condensed, transforming into layer upon layer of resplendent golden Daorim radiance. All around her, green lotuses condensed into existence once more. Witnessing the scene before him, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel. It seems she is on the verge of achieving initial mastery of the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Not bad, not bad. As formidable as the enlightenment tree is, it still relies upon the cultivator's own comprehension. To master an immortal art with such ease is after all a perfectly natural thing. Lin Yuan began to feel a stir of anticipation. He wondered what sort of return Su Qingxue would grant him once she successfully mastered the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. He waited with patience. Soon the sky fell completely dark. Night had arrived. Nearly 2 shurchen had passed. For Lin Yuan, it was hardly a long wait. For Su Qingxue, however, who remained immersed in a state of sudden enlightenment, those 2 shurchen felt like 200 years, or even longer. Finally, at a certain instant, the radiance around Su Qingxue erupted with abrupt intensity, and a colossal green lotus bloomed directly in the sky overhead. Immediately thereafter, streams of golden light began to coil around the lotus, lending it an even more extraordinary air. What the heck is going on? Xiaoyao Peak is raising a ruckus again. Look, it's a green lotus, no, a golden lotus. Such a terrifying aura. Su Qingxue's status as the Holy Maiden has been reinstated. I heard she awakened the green lotus Dao body. Could this commotion be the Holy Maiden's doing? It absolutely must be. The immense commotion once again captured the attention of the entire sect. All the disciples found themselves heaving sighs of wonder. Ding! Your disciple Su Qingxue has achieved enlightenment. Congratulations. Your disciple has perfectly comprehended the immortal art Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art, and her mastery has reached the beginner realm. 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host. You have attained peak perfection in the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through Mahayana stage, early phase Mahayana stage peak. A cascade of system notifications thundered through Lin Yuan's mind. An ineffably marvelous sensation surged within his heart. In an instant, he had flawlessly mastered a supreme immortal art. At this moment, his comprehension of the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art was profoundly complete. It was as if this immortal art had been personally forged by his own hand. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Lin Yuan's heart blazed with excitement. It felt as though he had already ascended to immortality at this very moment. Phew, this system is truly heaven-defying. The Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art had been returned to Lin Yuan after he bestowed the Yintian art upon Su Qingxue. Although passing the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art onto Su Qingxue could not trigger another return, any achievement she made through cultivating this immortal art would still be reciprocated to Lin Yuan. In other words, as long as his disciple grew stronger, he, her master, would likewise grow stronger. Nothing could be more satisfying. Why should he ever bother cultivating on his own again? He could simply coast along from now on. Just at that moment, Su Qingxue beneath the tree slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was limpid as the starry sky with faint traces of light and Dao rhymes swirling in its depths. Her entire temperament had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Now she exuded an ethereal, transcendent aura. This disciple has not let master down. I have successfully comprehended the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Su Qingxue quickly rose and thanked Lin Yuan. Such progress was something she had never imagined. Far too fast. She had originally assumed that mastering this immortal art would require an extremely long period of cultivation. Yet now, in less than a single full day, she had mastered it. The astonishment in her heart was beyond measure. It also made her realize that the enlightenment tree was every bit as extraordinary as the records described. Indeed, even calling it heaven-defying would hardly be an overstatement. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, his countenance calm and unruffled, exuding the detached poise of a master. Not bad. Achieving such progress beneath the enlightenment tree is well within my expectations. You have not disappointed me. He must not overpraise her lest Su Qingxue grow arrogant. Master, I feel as though I am about to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Su Qingxue continued. Take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan nodded. Perhaps once Su Qingxue's cultivation realm broke through, his own realm would likewise attain a breakthrough. Return system, I shall be counting on you from this point onward. Qingxue, remember this, strike a balance between work and rest, and do not fix your mind solely on cultivation. Lin Yuan reminded her. Your master is retiring for the night. I shall keep master's teachings close to heart. Su Qingxue nodded hastily. With a soft whoosh, Lin Yuan vanished from where he stood. After a brief rest lasting the span of a single incense stick, Su Qingxue once again immersed herself in cultivation. For her, at present, cultivation was an utterly delightful pursuit. Not the slightest bit tedious. In fact, it was deeply fascinating. She must break through to the spirit transformation realm as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, a new day had come. In the early morning, as Lin Yuan awoke, the voice of the check-in system rang out directly in his mind, while a panel of information materialized before him. Today's check-in has been refreshed. Would you like to check in now? Check-in. Lin Yuan responded with a decisive nod. Checking in. Check-in complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the low-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword. An immortal artifact, no less. Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. After all, in the entire cultivation world, those who possessed an immortal artifact were extremely rare. The next moment, Lin Yuan directly summoned the Qingxue sword. The instant the sword appeared, a keen and piercing sword aura emanated from it. As befits an immortal artifact, even the top-grade magic treasures and spirit artifacts of the Yuan sect paled utterly in comparison. Even if it is merely a low-grade immortal artifact, it is still the most supreme existence in this cultivation world. This check-in system of mine offers something remarkable every day. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Yuan was beside himself with joy. If I were to give this low-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword, to Qingxue, wouldn't I receive an even finer immortal artifact in return? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled upward ever so slightly. Before long, he walked straight out of the great hall with the Qingxue sword in hand and arrived beneath the enlightenment tree. Judging by Su Qingxue's present state, she was unmistakably on the verge of breaking through. Seeing this, Lin Yuan chose not to interrupt her cultivation, but instead waited patiently at the side. He was in no hurry whatsoever about presenting the immortal sword. Once Su Qingxue had succeeded in her breakthrough, it would be far from too late to take things at a leisurely pace. Until noon, Su Qingxue's aura suddenly surged, her physical body and soul completely merging into one. Moreover, a Tao rhythm light pillar spanning heaven and earth erupted forth, piercing through the azure sky. Crash! A deafening roar exploded from Xiaoyao Peak. A powerful force like waves continuously spread in all directions. Millennium-old pines were bent low under the pressure. Spiritual waterfalls in the mountains flowed upstream, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire Xiaoyao Peak went mad, transforming into a multicolored river of spiritual energy that surged endlessly toward the peak's summit. In the heavens above, clusters of 7-colored auspicious clouds coalesced. This force then swept across the entire Yuan sect. The numerous elders of the sect, sensing this, rushed out one after another, gazing toward Xiaoyao Peak, each deeply shocked once more. Transcending divinity. This is truly a transcending divinity phenomenon. There's the aura of the green lotus Tao body. Could it be that Su Qingxue has broken through to transcending divinity? Impossible. Didn't Su Qingxue just restore her cultivation? How could she have reached transcending divinity so quickly? Unbelievable. If it truly is Su Qingxue, she would undoubtedly become the youngest transcending divinity expert in the sect's entire history, perhaps even in the entire cultivation world. Perhaps that mysterious supreme expert on Xiaoyao Peak made a move. The elders discussed among themselves. In their view, Su Qingxue alone could never have achieved such a rapid breakthrough. That day, every movement from Xiaoyao Peak was utterly staggering. Had it not been for the sect master's orders, they would truly have wanted to rush to Xiaoyao Peak. After a short while, the phenomenon faded. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. 10,000-fold return system ding. Your disciple Su Qingxue has successfully broken through to the transcending divinity stage. 10,000-fold return activated. Congratulations. Your cultivation has broken through to the true immortal stage. In an instant, the spiritual energy within Lin Yuan's body transformed directly into immortal essence. His cultivation realm had broken through so effortlessly. Phew. I've just become an immortal like that. This system is too insane, but I love it. Hee. Lin Yuan's excitement had reached an indescribable level. In short, it felt simply amazing. Achieving immortality. In this cultivation world, no one had ever successfully traversed the heavenly tribulation and become a true immortal. Lin Yuan had now broken the record. Excellent. From this moment on, I am utterly invincible in this heaven and earth. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He had now essentially taken off directly. Who could possibly compare? Master, I've broken through. Su Qingxue quickly stood up and rushed to Lin Yuan, her voice trembling with excitement. She had never expected this breakthrough to come even faster than she had anticipated. In merely 2 or 3 days, she had gone from having no cultivation whatsoever to directly becoming a transcending divinity cultivator. Within the Yuan sect, with her current cultivation level, even some elders might not be her match. Excellent, excellent. As expected of Lin Yuan's disciple, Lin Yuan smiled. Your performance was outstanding, so this master shall bestow upon you a lower-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword, as your reward. Whoosh. The Qingxue sword flew out, directly hovering before Su Qingxue. Lower-grade immortal artifact. Master, this sword is an immortal artifact. What's there to be astonished about? It's merely a lower-grade immortal artifact. There will be far better ones in the future, Lin Yuan said with a light laugh. Merely. Qingxue swallowed hard. She felt increasingly like a country bumpkin. What kind of existence was an immortal artifact? Yet it seemed that in her master's eyes, even an immortal artifact was considered an ordinary thing. Thank you, master. Qingxue quickly expressed her gratitude. Regardless, with this lower-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword, she would be able to unleash even more powerful strength. Ding. Detection: you have gifted your disciple Qingxue a lower-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword. 10,000-fold return successfully triggered. Reward obtained: innate supreme treasure, immortal slaying sword. It's actually the immortal slaying sword. Lin Yuan was ecstatic. This was absolutely an existence above immortal artifacts. The 10,000-fold return system truly never disappointed. In merely a few breaths' time, Qingxue successfully refined the lower-grade immortal artifact, the Qingxue sword. Withdraw. With a gentle wave of her delicate fingers, the Qingxue sword instantly transformed into a streak of light pouring into her brow. Truly worthy of being an immortal artifact. Even with my current transcending divinity cultivation, I still cannot unleash its true might. Qingxue drew a deep breath. She felt that her transcending divinity cultivation was still too weak, far from sufficient. Her subsequent cultivation would need to be even more diligent. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The rewards from signing in over these 3 days were rather ordinary. However, after gifting these rewards to Qingxue and receiving the 10,000-fold return, even the most ordinary items transformed into extraordinary treasures. Daluo sect Wang Tung has come to issue a challenge. That day, a voice radiating absolute arrogance suddenly echoed forth. A massive flying vessel descended from above the clouds. Clearly visible were members of the Daluo sect. The Daluo sect and the Xiantian sect were evenly matched in strength. In the northern realm, both were top-tier sects. What's going on? The Daluo sect has come to issue a challenge. Who's Wang Tung? The numerous disciples of the Xiantian sect wore expressions of bewilderment. But soon someone remembered. I recall it now. The Daluo sect produced an incomparable genius named Wang Tung. I heard that Wang Tung awakened the Battle Saint physique. The Battle Saint physique indeed. According to the text, this is an extremely formidable supreme constitution. This Wang Tung has challenged geniuses from countless other sects and has never suffered a single defeat. So impressive. Then wouldn't that mean our Xiantian sect has no one who can match him? Don't joke around. Don't forget we still have the saint. The disciples instantly felt much more at ease. No matter how extraordinary the opponent might be before their own sects, saint it was nothing. Boom. This one has finally broken through. At the same moment within the main hall, a powerful aura erupted forth. This aura was terrifyingly formidable. Sect Master Ling Tsang rushed out in an instant, hovering in the high heavens above. Through refining the supreme pill obtained from the treasure vault, his cultivation realm had finally broken through, reaching the consummate void returning stage. This day he had waited for far too long. The Daluo sect people. Ling Tsang also spotted the Daluo sect's flying vessel at once. In an instant he appeared directly above the Daluo sect's flying vessel. Standing tall and looking down, he resembled a deity descended from the heavens. On the flying vessel, the members of the Daluo sect all wore grave expressions. Especially the leading elder of the Daluo sect, who was only at the early void returning stage. His complexion turned particularly unsightly. They had never expected that the sect master of the Xiantian sect would have broken through to such a realm. For their Daluo sect, this was by no means good news. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Sect Master Ling. The Daluo sect elder Wang Sheng hastily offered his congratulations with clasped hands. Quite interesting. He is indeed Wang Tung with the Battle Saint physique. Your Daluo sect has indeed been fortunate. After glancing at Wang Tung, Ling Tsang spoke calmly. In the past, he might have envied the Daluo sect. But now things were different. What Battle Saint physique? Compared to the Green Lotus Dao body, it was simply trash. Sect Master Ling, today we have come. Our sect's Saint Son wishes to have a sparring match with the geniuses of your esteemed sect. Wang Sheng's tone was very courteous. A sparring match. Ling Tsang laughed. From the moment he emerged from seclusion, he had already learned of many things. For instance, that in merely a short time Saint Qingxue had already reached transcending divinity cultivation. The Wang Tung before him was merely at the late golden core stage. The gap was simply too vast. This was not a sparring match at all. It would be absolute suppression. Since you wish to spar, our Xiantian sect naturally welcomes you. Please come in. Ling Tsang directly activated the entrance to the grand formation. Thank you, Sect Master Ling. Wang Sheng of the Daluo sect cupped his fists in gratitude. The flying boat passed through the entrance and quickly entered Xiantian sect's grounds, landing smoothly shortly after. Without delay, Sect Master Ling, let us begin directly. Wang Tung of the Daluo sect said with extreme arrogance at this moment. He wanted to see what kind of strength these geniuses of Xiantian sect truly possessed, and whether they deserved the title of genius. Since that is the case, very well. Ling Song smiled and said, Haoran, you go first. Yes, master. Lu Haoran quickly responded. As Ling Song's eldest disciple, his cultivation realm was also at the late stage of core formation, matching Wang Tung's cultivation level. Soon on the martial platform, Lu Haoran and Wang Tung faced each other from opposite sides. Ling Song briefly offered some reminders. After all, it was only a sparring match with restraint expected. More and more disciples from the sect came rushing over. A clash between geniuses was rarely seen. Senior brother Lu is the sect master's direct disciple, surely defeating Wang Tung should not be a problem, right? It's a bit uncertain. After all, Wang Tung possesses the battle saint physique. At the same cultivation level, he's nearly invincible. However, I still hope senior brother Lu will win. The disciples began discussing amongst themselves. On the martial platform, the formation was activated. This way both could fight without worry. Begin. Following Ling Song's order, Lu Haoran directly summoned his spiritual sword. Lu Haoran of Xiantian sect requests instruction. Very well, I want to see just how strong the disciple of Xiantian sect's sect master truly is. Wang Tung laughed. In an instant, golden radiance erupted around Wang Tung's body, unleashing an extremely domineering physical power. Boom. Wang Tung charged forward directly without using any magical treasures, relying only on his bare fists. It was simply too arrogant. At the same cultivation level, I, Wang Tung, am invincible. With only my physique, I can easily crush you. Boom. Lu Haoran's expression tightened, and he blocked with his long sword. He was knocked back 3 steps by a single punch. The sword in his hand nearly slipped from his grip. This is the battle saint physique. How powerful is this physical strength? I must end this quickly, otherwise the battle saint physique will grow stronger with each exchange. Lu Haoran thought to himself. In an instant, he directly activated his sword technique. Countless sword lights covered the sky and earth, layer upon layer, sealing off all Wang Tung's retreat paths. The sword energy was extremely sharp. Nice sword technique, quite magnificent. Wang Tung snorted coldly. His entire body was once again wrapped in golden light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword light attacks were easily blocked by Wang Tung, causing absolutely no harm to him. My battle saint physique is indestructible. If it were someone else, you would likely only be able to dodge this attack. Wang Tung smiled again. Whoosh. His speed suddenly surged. Punch after punch blasted out. The speed grew faster and faster, and the power erupted with each punch continued to rapidly increase. At this moment, Lu Haoran could only continuously dodge and block. He immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. The spiritual energy in his body was depleting rapidly, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Oh no, senior brother Lu is being suppressed. Is the battle saint physique really this terrifying? This is too outrageous. With just physical strength alone being so formidable, he truly is an existence that cannot be defeated at the same cultivation level. It's over. Senior brother Lu's sword techniques can't even break through the opponent's defense. The disciples' expressions all became grave. I can only unleash my most powerful sword strike now. Lu Haoran thought to himself, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge wildly. Spirit severing sword art final form. 1,000 mountains split. Excellent, it's the spirit severing sword art. I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have cultivated to such a realm. This spirit severing sword art can be said to be one of the most powerful sword arts in Xiantian sect. The numerous disciples exclaimed excitedly, especially those disciples who cultivated sword arts, who widened their eyes in anticipation, hoping to observe closely and perhaps comprehend something. The air was cut by sword energy with a sizzling sound striking straight down toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes burned with even greater battle intent, his entire body's golden holy physique aura swelling several times over. His skin radiated a thick glass-like luster. He neither dodged nor retreated, instead crossing his fists before his chest and fully activating the primal power of his battle saint physique. Very good. Only with this sword strike are you making me truly serious. When I say I'm invincible among my peers, I don't say it for nothing. Boom. The sword rainbow crashed heavily onto Wang Tung's crossed fists, producing an ear-splitting explosion. The protective array on the martial platform rippled outward in layers, and fragments of stone and dust flew in all directions. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the two figures on the platform, eagerly hoping Lu Haoran's killing strike could break through the opponent's defense. As the dust slowly cleared and everyone could see the scene within, silence fell instantly. Wang Tung's feet had only left 2 shallow marks on the platform surface, his golden radiance still steady. That peerlessly powerful sword rainbow had only left a few fleeting pale white marks on his body surface, failing to harm his flesh and blood at all. In contrast, Lu Haoran had expended most of his spiritual energy with his full power strike. His arm was numb from the impact, and the spiritual sword flew from his grip and landed on one side of the platform. With his qi and blood surging, he staggered backward several steps, his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee heavily, his chest heaving violently with no strength left to even stand. Spurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood directly. His complexion also became somewhat pale. The battle saint physique grew stronger as the battle progressed, and after having just endured the killing strike, Wang Teng's aura instead became even more profound and domineering. He walked forward slowly, looking down at Lu Haoran, who knelt on the ground, a proud smile curling his lips. You, the sect's senior brother, are merely this much. You've truly disappointed me, only making me serious for a tiny bit. Ling Song frowned slightly and raised his hand to call a halt. Enough, the sparring ends here. The protective array gradually faded its light, and the observing Xiantian sect disciples were all filled with disappointment, their low sighs rising all around. In the end, we still couldn't break through the battle saint physique. Even the strongest sword strike fueled by all spiritual energy was useless, and at the same cultivation level, it's completely countered. This battle saint physique is too terrifying. Senior brother Lu has already tried his utmost, but the opponent's physique is simply too heaven-defying. Lu Haoran struggled to rise, supporting himself on the ground, and could only lower his head and cup his fist, his voice tinged with exhaustion and bitterness. I have lost. He never expected that the gap between him and Wang Teng would be so enormous. But if the opponent didn't have the battle saint physique, perhaps he wouldn't be his match. Master, it was I who lost. I'm sorry for bringing shame upon you. Lu Haoran returned to Ling Song's side, his face filled with distress. Losing is not shameful. Your master also often lost in the past. Ling Song comforted him. The path of cultivation, bloodline, physique, techniques, divine soul. These are all parts of one's own strength. The battle saint physique is Wang Teng's innate talent, his God-given capital. After some guidance, Lu Haoran also clearly understood the problems he had. Thank you, master, for the guidance. I understand. I will definitely cultivate hard in the future to make up for my shortcomings. Lu Haoran promised earnestly. At this moment, on the martial platform, Wang Teng looked at the Xiantian sect disciples present and smiled slightly. Which of the many geniuses of Xiantian sect dares to fight me? For a moment, no one stepped forward. Even Lu Haoran had been defeated, and the others were even less of a match. Sigh, truly disappointing. It seems your Xiantian sect is nothing more than this. Wang Teng laughed loudly. This mockery was extremely uncomfortable, but the fact was indeed so. Lu Haoran was already considered a very formidable genius in Xiantian sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the sect master's disciple. I, Qingxue, come to test the battle saint physique. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Qingxue walked directly over. Wonderful. She's the holy maiden. That's right, our Xiantian sect has a holy maiden. Wang Teng is destined to lose today. With the holy maiden making a move, there's definitely no problem. At the sight of Qingxue's arrival, the disciples of the sect grew excited. When Wang Teng saw Qingxue step onto the martial stage, his eyes brightened involuntarily. It was his first time beholding such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Holy maiden, I've heard of you. You're Qingxue, aren't you? But I've also heard that your cultivation has long been crippled. Wang Teng remarked with a casual smile. The outside world says that your beauty is unrivaled throughout the entire northern domain. Now that I see you in person, you truly are stunning. So what do you say? Would you be willing to come with me? Qingxue's ethereal beauty stirred something even in Wang Teng. Such a peerless beauty he thought was worthy of him. She could serve as his maidservant. Even if she had no cultivation left, it mattered not. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My cultivation has been restored. Qingxue replied calmly. As for your wish to have me, you are not worthy of that privilege. Interesting. Most interesting. Wang Teng burst into laughter. Tell me, what cultivation realm have you recovered to? I can suppress my own cultivation to spar with you. After all, this is just a friendly spar. I wouldn't want to overwhelm you with a higher realm. That would be far too boring. Arrogant. This was sheer arrogance. Still, Wang Teng had every right to be arrogant. Any other person in his position would probably be even more arrogant. Sect Master Ling, I never imagined your sect's holy maiden would have her cultivation restored. It seems Xiantian sect paid a considerable price. Wang Sheng, standing beside Ling Song, asked in a soft voice. Not bad at all. It was all worth it. Ling Song replied indifferently. Sect Master Ling, may I propose that the holy maiden of Xiantian sect and Wang Teng of my Daoyuo sect become Dao companions. Wang Sheng made the proposal. In his eyes, with her cultivation restored, Qingxue was bound to achieve far greater heights in the future. She was after all worthy of Wang Teng. No need for that. This Wang Teng of your Daoyuo sect is indeed monstrously talented, but he is completely unworthy of our holy maiden. Ling Song gave a cold snort, releasing the full pressure of his consummate void refinement cultivation, instantly turning Wang Sheng's expression grim. Unworthy. Wang Sheng sneered inwardly. A warring sage body. What an extraordinary existence that was. And yet she was deemed unworthy. What other sects would beg for Xiantian's sect, spurned with disdain? They would surely regret this later. There is no need for you to suppress your cultivation. It is I who should suppress mine. Su Qingxue looked at Wang Teng and spoke softly. The moment those words were uttered, Wang Teng was taken aback. Clearly, he could not quite grasp her meaning. Then in the next instant, Su Qingxue's aura erupted, the full pressure of early-stage spirit transformation. Under that overwhelming pressure, Wang Teng, who was only at the Golden Core realm, even with his warring sage body, could barely withstand it. After all, the gap between their realms was far too vast. This is impossible. How could you be at the spirit transformation realm? Wang Teng's expression changed drastically. On the high platform, Wang Sheng, who had been seated, abruptly rose to his feet, his face a mask of utter disbelief. He could clearly sense it. This was indeed spirit transformation cultivation. Sect Master Ling, what method did Xiantian's sect use? Why has Su Qingxue's cultivation reached the spirit transformation realm? Wang Sheng snapped his gaze toward Ling Song, his mind completely baffled. According to the intelligence he had received, the holy maiden Su Qingxue had previously only been at the Golden Core realm in Xiantian's sect. Even if her cultivation had recovered, she should have only returned to the Golden Core stage. Yet now she had leapt past the nascent soul realm and become a spirit transformation cultivator. That is for me to know and for you to find out. Ling Song said coolly. I hear your Wang Teng has never lost a battle. Well, he is about to lose his first. On the martial stage, Su Qingxue rapidly suppressed her cultivation, bringing her realm down to the late Golden Core stage, matching Wang Teng's level exactly. All right, we may begin now. Su Qingxue spoke again. I don't know how you raised your cultivation to spirit transformation, but as I said before, at the same realm, I am invincible. Wang Teng's expression turned markedly more serious, with not the slightest hint of underestimating Su Qingxue. Wang Teng was arrogant, but he was no fool. The warring sage body is not the ultimate physique either. Su Qingxue remained perfectly calm. You may make the first move. Very well, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Wang Teng burst into motion in an instant. His speed was so extreme that others could only see afterimages left in his wake. Golden fist seals layered upon one another, radiating a terrifying pressure as if they could crush everything in their path. The sheer power erupting from that assault let everyone sense just how serious Wang Teng truly was. What's going on? Why isn't the holy maiden moving? Seeing Su Qingxue standing perfectly still on the spot, the disciples of Xiantian's sect could not help but grow anxious. However, in the very next instant, an enormous cyan lotus bloomed into existence around Su Qingxue. A profound wave of heavenly Tao principles radiated outward. Your warring sage body is indeed formidable, but it cannot compare to my azure lotus Tao body. As her soft words faded, Su Qingxue gently raised her jade-like hand, a single petal of the cyan lotus condensing at her fingertip before she lightly tapped it forward. It seemed like a weightless strike, yet it struck precisely against Wang Teng's overwhelming sacred fist. Boom! A muffled, thunderous impact exploded through the air. Wang Teng's entire arm went numb in an instant, while the surging battle aura of his warring sage body collapsed like a bursting dam. Wang Teng's body uncontrollably staggered several steps backward. In that moment, his expression changed drastically, and his pupils contracted sharply. He was utterly stunned. After all, the warring sage body had always been renowned for being invincible at the same cultivation realm. Yet with a single strike, she had effortlessly dismantled his offense. Could it be the legendary Azure Lotus Tao body? Wang Sheng of the Daluo sect was even more shaken. As a void refinement cultivator, he was naturally well informed. Indeed, the Azure Lotus Tao body surpassed the warring sage body. It seems your Wang Teng is about to taste defeat, Ling Song said with a smile. Xiantian's sect truly knows how to scheme. Earlier word spread that your holy maiden had lost all her cultivation. That rumor was deliberately released by you to mislead everyone, wasn't it? Wang Sheng had every reason to suspect that Su Qingxue had never been crippled at all. Can't say. Ling Song's smile grew even brighter, his heart brimming with immense satisfaction. On the martial stage, Wang Teng looked at Su Qingxue and asked, what kind of physique is this that you possess? The Azure Lotus Tao body. Su Qingxue made no attempt to hide it. The Azure Lotus Tao body is indeed formidable, but from this moment on, my warring sage body will be fully unleashed. The true battle is only just beginning. Wang Teng declared quickly. Defeat? No. He absolutely would not allow himself to be defeated. What's going on? You're the first person to have pushed me to this point. The power within Wang Teng's body surged wildly. His entire warring sage body was now being driven at full force. In that case, let us decide this with a single exchange. Su Qingxue responded. Let it all end here. Excellent. Wang Teng laughed heartily. Just what I wanted. Sacred body suppressing the world. Annihilation divine fist. Wang Teng condensed an ancient and obscure sacred seal as a boundless radiance of golden holy light converged upon his twin fists. A dazzling fist light that pierced through heaven and earth erupted forth. The released fist might suppressed all directions, carrying with it a terrifying power capable of annihilating all things. Sect Master Ling, you'd better have your holy maiden be careful. This is the most powerful divine ability Wang Teng has mastered so far, Wang Sheng remarked upon witnessing the scene. Combined with the battle saint's sacred body, this divine ability possessed absolutely terrifying might. For so long Wang Teng had challenged many prodigies from various other forces, and only now could Su Qingxue force him to unleash this very move. No need for your concern, Ling Song said indifferently. On the martial stage the fist light radiated 10,000 feet, and space itself began to distort as it came crashing down upon Su Qingxue. Even the extremely durable martial stage began to crumble and shatter, utterly unable to withstand the terrifying might unleashed by Wang Teng. What a terrifying punch. This is Wang Teng's true strength. Not to mention those at the same cultivation level. Even a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage would find it difficult to withstand. This is what a true, unparalleled prodigy looks like. We can't even compare to him. I truly envy him. At this scene nearly everyone widened their eyes, deeply shaken. Truly impressive, Su Qingxue murmured. Yet her posture remained upright and composed, not taking a single step back, with not a trace of ripple in her gaze. The next moment, a brilliant green light blazed from between her brows, as an ancient sacred green lotus Tao pattern slowly unfurled. Heaven-suppressing seal. Su Qingxue gently raised her jade hand and began forming hand seals. A supreme radiance burst forth instantly. A colossal heaven-suppressing seal materialized, releasing a terrifying suppressive force. Boom! An earth-shattering roar exploded across the arena. The golden annihilation divine fist collided with the heaven-suppressing seal, unleashing a violent surge of energy that swept in all directions, causing the protective formation lights around the arena to flicker wildly. Yet the anticipated explosive clash of equals never came. The domineering, unparalleled annihilation divine fist, the very instant it touched the heaven-suppressing seal, was like an egg striking a rock. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the golden fist light dimmed and disintegrated. How is this possible? How could my annihilation divine fist be neutralized so easily? Wang Teng's eyes bulged wide, his face full of disbelief. For a moment, he even felt that this was all an illusion. The heaven-suppressing seal descended directly and slammed into Wang Teng's body. Another thunderous boom echoed out. Wang Teng was ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. It was as if Wang Teng had been struck by an overwhelming strike of the great Tao. He also spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He was completely suppressed and pinned down. This sparring session had been an utter and undisputed crushing victory from start to finish. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. The Holy Maiden has achieved a complete victory. My God! With Wang Teng's full sacred body power plus his ultimate move, he couldn't even block a single strike from the Holy Maiden. The Green Lotus Tao body is too terrifying. It is the complete nemesis of the Battle Saint's sacred body. They aren't even on the same level of foundation. As expected of the Holy Maiden, even with her cultivation suppressed, she still crushes her opponent with ease. On the high platform, the envoy of the Daluo sect, Wang Sheng, wore an extremely grim expression, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with deep incredulity and a profound sense of powerlessness. He had witnessed with his own eyes Wang Teng pour out his strongest power, only to be utterly crushed by the other party with casual ease. This gap was truly disheartening. Ling Song sat upright in his seat, his expression calm and composed, a faint smile of ease curling at the corner of his lips. He turned to Wang Sheng once more and said in a flat tone, yet each word striking like a hammer, "Elder Wang, now do you still believe that your holy son is worthy of my Xiantian sect's holy maiden?" Wang Sheng was left utterly speechless, his dignity completely crushed, with none of his former arrogance remaining. Looking at it now, the holy son truly was unworthy. Originally, he had intended to use Wang Teng to make the Daluo sect's reputation resound throughout the world. At the same time, he had planned to let Wang Teng grow stronger through battle after battle. Unexpectedly, today ended in defeat. And such an utter defeat. Su Qingxue glanced at the somewhat disheveled Wang Teng and said in a clear, calm voice, "The Battle Saint's sacred body possesses heaven-defying talent. Your cultivation and techniques are among the top of your generation. Unfortunately, your mastery over your own divine abilities is far from perfect." Beneath the enlightenment tree, Su Qingxue had already cultivated all of her divine abilities and techniques to a state of perfection. The heaven-suppressing seal was already a formidable divine ability by nature. Now that Su Qingxue had perfectly cultivated and mastered it, the might it unleashed was naturally all the more terrifying. This was after all merely a friendly spar, and Su Qingxue hadn't even exerted her full strength. Otherwise, if that heaven-suppressing seal had landed with full force, even the battle saint's sacred body would have been reduced to a pulp. I lost. Wang Teng's expression was unbearably grim. He had never imagined that he would one day be defeated. And being defeated was one thing. To be defeated so thoroughly was another. Deep down, Wang Teng found this result hard to accept. But this was reality, and whether he accepted it or not, it could not be changed. The intelligence I received said your cultivation was only at the core formation stage before. How have you suddenly become a spirit transformation cultivator now? Wang Teng asked again. Even with the green lotus Dao body and heaven-defying cultivation speed, there was no way she could progress this quickly. Wang Teng was 18 this year, and he had always prided himself on reaching the late core formation stage at such a young age, already an incredibly fast pace. He had believed no one in the entire cultivation world could match him. Now he finally understood the true meaning of there is always a stronger person beyond and a higher sky above. I was just lucky, Su Qingxue replied calmly. After saying this, she turned and left. Wang Teng rose to his feet and called out directly, Su Qingxue, I lost this time, but next time I will win it back. I'll be here whenever you want, Su Qingxue replied softly. Sect Master, I'll be heading back now. Shortly after, Su Qingxue saluted Ling Tsong and said, Very well. Ling Tsong said cheerfully. Whoosh. Su Qingxue soared into the air and flew away. Ling Tsong looked at Wang Sheng, the elder of the Daluo sect, and chuckled. Elder Wang, how about staying for a meal? No need. Since the sparring is over, I shall take my leave. This time the Daluo sect has simply been outmatched. Wang Sheng cupped his fists and said. Thereupon Wang Sheng brought Wang Teng and the others aboard the flying boat, once more quickly departing from the Xiantian sect. They had arrived with such arrogance. And now they left with such humiliation. Master, I never expected the holy maiden to have become this powerful already. Lu Haoran sighed, a trace of envy still visible in his eyes. Ling Tsong understood that Su Qingxue's incredible growth was all the work of Lin Yuan. In just a few short days, my junior brother never fails to astonish people with every move he makes. Ling Tsong mused inwardly. Haoran, come, follow your master to Xiaoyao Peak. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ling Tsong whisked Lu Haoran away into the air. Master, I've returned. I didn't disappoint you. I directly defeated Wang Teng. Su Qingxue rushed to Lin Yuan's side the moment she returned to Xiaoyao Peak, her voice trembling with excitement. Before outsiders, she was an icy fairy of unparalleled beauty. But before Lin Yuan, she was an entirely different person, as if she had transformed into someone else entirely. Not bad. I witnessed your performance. Lin Yuan smiled and offered words of praise. In his eyes, Su Qingxue sparring with Wang Teng was merely a max-level expert toying with a novice player. This Wang Teng was too arrogant. That's never a good thing. I hope after this defeat, he can grow from the experience, Lin Yuan sighed. In her heart, Su Qingxue felt a surge of admiration. Truly worthy of being my master. I never anticipated such profound intentions behind this. I hope that fool Wang Teng won't squander my master's generous intentions. All right, Qingxue, go cultivate, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Yes, master. Su Qingxue nodded. She headed toward the enlightenment tree and quickly entered a meditative state. Junior brother, I've come to see you. Before long, Ling Tsong's voice rang out. Upon their arrival, both Ling Tsong and Lu Haoran were instantly stunned by the towering ancient tree behind the main hall. Junior brother, I sense the Tao's rhythm swirling around us. Lu Haoran exclaimed in disbelief. This? It seems to be the enlightenment tree. Ling Tsong froze. He never imagined his junior brother possessed the legendary enlightenment tree. Now he understood why Su Qingxue had improved so dramatically. He hastily entered the main hall and rushed to Lin Yuan's side. Junior brother, that is the enlightenment tree, isn't it? He couldn't help but seek confirmation once more. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied with a slight nod. There was no need for secrecy. Junior brother, you're truly incredible. Please, I beg you, let us cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree as well. Ling Tsong pleaded desperately. Where was there any dignity of a sect master left? He had originally brought Lu Haoran here, hoping Lin Yuan might offer some guidance. Perhaps Lu Haoran could achieve even greater breakthroughs. Never had he imagined such a treasure would exist. Cultivating beneath the enlightenment tree would be an extraordinary opportunity and fortune beyond measure. Of course, but don't let others know. I prefer tranquility, Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. After all, these were his own senior brothers. And Lu Haoran was his own grand disciple. Allowing them to cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree posed no issues whatsoever. You rascal, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank your junior uncle. Ling Tsong glared at Lu Haoran, who appeared dazed, still reeling from the shock of seeing the enlightenment tree. He snapped Lu Haoran back to his senses with a sharp rebuke. Only then did Lu Haoran snap back to reality. He hastily cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, junior uncle. Thank you, junior uncle. Go cultivate, Haoran, Lin Yuan said warmly. Yes, junior uncle. Lu Haoran quickly rushed outside. Behind the hall, upon seeing Su Qingxue already cultivating, he chose a spot quietly, without causing disturbance, and sat down to begin his own cultivation. In merely a few breaths' time, he immediately entered a profound and wondrous state of cultivation. Junior brother, the enlightenment tree is such an extraordinary existence. We absolutely cannot let outsiders discover it. Otherwise, every power in the cultivation world, even those ancient monsters, would come to seize it. Inside the hall, sect master Ling Song spoke with earnest sincerity. Rest assured, at present only we few know of it, Lin Yuan replied with a light laugh. But even if others were to learn of it, it would make no difference. For he himself was now a true immortal. Who would dare come and rob? Let them come, and they would never return alive. This Lin Yuan could say with absolute certainty. Junior brother, there is also this matter. Could the other elders and peak masters of the sect come cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree? They are all core members of the sect, and each is trustworthy. Ling Song pleaded once more. After all, he was the sect master, and had to consider the entire sect. If these fellows could grow stronger, Xiantian's sect would consequently become more powerful. Of course, junior brother, if you have concerns, I can have them swear by the heavenly Tao that they absolutely will not leak a single word, Ling Song pledged. No need, senior brother. You may let them come cultivate. But remember to be quiet. Don't disturb the tranquility of Xiao Peak. Lin Yuan waved his hand. After all, one more or fewer person hardly made any difference. That would be wonderful. I'll thank you on their behalf first, Ling Song exclaimed joyfully. He could already envision Xiantian's sect becoming the foremost cultivation sect under his leadership. By the way, junior brother, are you truly unwilling to become sect master? Under your leadership, the sect would certainly grow even stronger. I'm certain you do far better than me. Ling Song continued pressing. Senior brother, I just want to lie flat. I'm not interested in being sect master at all. Don't bring this up again in the future. Lin Yuan sprawled lazily in his chair, utterly indolent. Very well then, Ling Song nodded. Junior brother, I'm going to cultivate as well. Ling Song darted away swiftly. The enlightenment tree. Even he, the dignified sect master, had only read about it in ancient texts. Now that it truly existed before him, he was eager to experience what made the enlightenment tree such a legendary and extraordinary treasure. Time trickled past. In the blink of an eye, a new day had arrived. On this early morning beneath the enlightenment tree, Lu Haoran's cultivation realm successfully broke through, reaching the great circle of core formation. When he slowly opened his eyes, boundless excitement washed over his face. I broke through. This is the first time I've ever felt that cultivation could be so effortless. The enlightenment tree is truly formidable. It allows one to effortlessly enter a state of enlightenment. Whether techniques or divine arts, I've made remarkable progress in just this single night. What manner of being is my junior uncle truly? No, I shouldn't dwell on this. What matters is that I can cultivate beneath this enlightenment tree. This is a tremendous fortune. I must cherish this connection with my junior uncle in the future. After taking a deep breath, Lu Haoran once more entered a state of cultivation. Nearby, Ling Song also opened his eyes and rose, his heart filled with emotion. Cultivating beneath the enlightenment tree for one night rivals a century of arduous training, perhaps even more. Alas, I am the sect master, burdened with countless sect affairs. I cannot perpetually cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree. Gazing at Lu Haoran and sensing his breakthrough in cultivation realm, Ling Song felt deeply satisfied. Whoosh! In the next instant, Ling Song vanished on the spot. Within the main hall before the enlightenment tree, Lin Yuan slowly awoke from his slumber. Check-in system, your daily check-in has refreshed. Esteemed host, shall we proceed with today's check-in? The system's voice rang out instantly, rousing Lin Yuan to full alertness. Check-in. Check me in. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. I hope I can get something better today. System instruction received. Processing today's check-in. The wind howled. Another moment of tension and excitement arrived. Check-in complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a hatchling azure dragon. Cultivation realm, early nascent soul stage. The next second, a beam of azure light condensed into being. A miniature azure dragon appeared directly in front of Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the dragon became visibly extremely respectful. Greetings, master. The azure dragon spoke in the human tongue, its voice sounding like a child's, carrying a hint of cuteness. Not bad, not bad. It really is an azure dragon. Lin Yuan stroked the azure dragon, thoroughly satisfied. Among the countless races in the cultivation world, the dragon race was an extremely vast and powerful demon race. And within the entire dragon race, the azure dragon held a very distinguished status. If the azure dragon before him were nurtured properly, perhaps he could eventually take control of the entire dragon race with ease. Facing Lin Yuan's touch, the little azure dragon did not dare to resist in the slightest. If I give this azure dragon to Qingxue, won't I get something even better? Lin Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Little azure dragon, let's go. I'll take you to meet your new master. Saying this, Lin Yuan led the little azure dragon out of the great hall and arrived beneath the Tao enlightenment tree. Greetings, master. Greetings, martial uncle. Sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, Su Qingxue and Lu Haoran both rose and paid their respects. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Haoran, how do you feel? Reporting to Martial Uncle, it feels wonderful. This Tao Enlightenment tree truly lives up to what is written in the ancient texts. Lu Haoran nodded quickly and said excitedly, That's good. Cultivate diligently. Lin Yuan smiled. Yes, Martial Uncle. Lu Haoran replied respectfully. Qingxue, this little azure dragon is yours. From now on it will be your pet. Lin Yuan casually waved his hand, and the little azure dragon flew directly to Su Qingxue. For a moment both of them were dumbfounded. Martial Uncle actually gave the noble azure dragon of the dragon race to the saintess as a pet. Lu Haoran was stunned. Such methods were far too terrifying. If those dragon race fellows found out, they would definitely be furious. Master, is this really an azure dragon? Su Qingxue asked in astonishment. Indeed, a genuine azure dragon. But its cultivation is too weak right now. From now on it will remain by your side. At least it can be a helper for you. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue expressed her gratitude. All of a sudden she felt unworthy of such fortune. Every day her master gave her far too many precious treasures. 10,000-fold return system, ding dong. Detected that you gifted your disciple Su Qingxue an azure dragon, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained the ancestral dragon at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Do you wish to summon it? Amazing. Lin Yuan was beside himself with excitement. Ancestral dragon. That was the progenitor of the dragon race. It was an existence even more powerful than an azure dragon. Moreover, its cultivation was directly at the peak of the Mahayana stage, enough to make it one of the absolute top experts in the entire cultivation world. Having this ancestral dragon as my mount would be extremely impressive. Lin Yuan's lips curled upward. From now on, treading upon the ancestral dragon, wherever he went he would inevitably attract a great deal of attention. A total show-off. Master, I might not be able to raise this azure dragon well. Why don't I let it stay by your side? Su Qingxue was a little worried that she could not take good care of it. I believe you can do it. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Besides, your master already has something better. This azure dragon was prepared for you specially. Today I'll let the two of you see something even more remarkable. Come out, ancestral dragon. Summon successful. As his voice fell, the clear sky overhead suddenly darkened. Rumble. The clouds churned and converged wildly, thunder rumbling deep within their depths. A terrifying draconic might swept across heaven and earth. The azure dragon's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was absolute suppression by bloodline. Su Qingxue and Lu Haoran instinctively raised their heads, their pupils contracting sharply. They could clearly see that something enormous seemed to be emerging among the clouds. Disciples, elders, and stewards throughout the sect all sensed the world-destroying pressure. They stopped their cultivation and discussions one after another and stared frantically toward Xiaoyao Peak. Look, there is something in the clouds above Xiaoyao Peak. It looks enormous. This seems to be dragon might. Could it be that a powerful dragon from the dragon race has come to our Xiantian sect? Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly a terrifying dragon roar shook the world, ancient and deep, shattering the clouds themselves. Every bird and beast in the mountains fell prostrate on the ground. Then a colossal golden dragon shadow that blotted out the sun and sky slowly unfurled its body from within the clouds. The dragon's body stretched across tens of thousands of zhang. Every scale seemed to have been forged from primordial divine gold, radiating a dazzling golden light that suppressed the ages. Its whiskers hung down like silken ribbons from a starry river, its horns were mighty and jagged, entwined with innate Tao patterns, and its pair of vertical pupils looked down upon the world. Ancestral dragon. Ancient draconic runes continued to surface in the void. Strands of golden Tao resonance cascaded down, and the supreme might of the primordial dragon ancestor permeated the air. The ancestral dragon's enormous body slowly receded. The 10,000 zhang frame continuously condensed until it was about 100 zhang in length, coiling in midair beside Lin Yuan. Its huge head lowered slightly, its posture filled with the utmost humility. Master! That cry of master resounded. Martial Uncle is too powerful. Lu Haoran was dumbfounded once more. Not bad. It is even more majestic than I imagined. Lin Yuan was somewhat satisfied at the sight of the ancestral dragon. Su Qingxue's eyes were completely stunned. As expected of master, he really is an immortal. Such methods are truly formidable. Is that the ancestral dragon recorded in ancient texts? The progenitor of the dragon race. The aura it is releasing is too terrifying. The legendary ancestral dragon seems to have descended upon Xiaoyao Peak. Sect Master, should we go to Xiaoyao Peak? With a powerful dragon arriving suddenly, it is hard to tell whether this is a blessing or a curse. Outside the great hall of the main peak, the various elders and peak masters were a little tense. No need. Ling Tsong shook his head. He had a hunch that all of this was once again the doing of his junior martial brother. Sect Master, do you perhaps know what is going on? An elder asked out of curiosity. This is exactly what I am about to tell you all. Enter the hall. It is time to discuss serious matters, Ling Tsong continued. Yes, sect master. Everyone swiftly filed into the main hall. After everyone was inside, Ling Song activated the isolation array once more. The reclusive great expert at Xiaoyao Peak that I told you about before is actually my junior martial brother Lin Yuan. Ling Song took a deep breath and announced this very solemnly. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Lin Yuan. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was merely at the core formation realm. Sect master, that is impossible. The Grand Elder retorted. The supreme pills I gave you before were all produced by my junior martial brother. Not only that, but he has also placed countless supreme treasures into the sect treasury, directly raising the sect's foundation by several levels. As sect master, I have no reason to deceive all of you, Ling Song said calmly. Alright, what I am going to say next is extremely important. You all know of the Tao Enlightenment Tree, right? That legendary Tao Enlightenment Tree is right now on my junior martial brother's Xiaoyao Peak. I cultivated beneath it all night, and I reaped great benefits. My disciple Lu Haoran even broke through directly to the late core formation stage. Everyone was shocked to an even greater extreme. They had certainly heard of the Tao Enlightenment Tree. I never expected it to actually exist. After this, you may go and cultivate beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tree as well. But do not slacken in your sect duties, and you must keep quiet when you arrive at Xiaoyao Peak. That is my junior martial brother's requirement. Ling Song continued. Sect master, can we really go cultivate beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tree? The crowd still felt it was incredible, as if they were dreaming. If it truly was the Tao Enlightenment Tree, their cultivation would definitely reach a new level. Naturally, remember my requirements. Do not divulge the matter of the Tao Enlightenment Tree. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. Ling Song nodded and delivered a direct warning. Yes, we obey. Everyone replied respectfully. They were all intelligent people, so they naturally knew what to do. On Xiaoyao Peak, Qingxue looked at the imposing ancestral dragon before her and asked curiously, Master, what kind of existence is it exactly? It feels far more powerful than an azure dragon. This is the ancestral dragon, regarded as the ancestor of the dragon race, Lin Yuan said simply. Ancestral dragon. Just hearing the name makes it seem extraordinary. Qingxue drew in a sharp breath. As your master, having one ancestral dragon by my side is enough. I can safely entrust this azure dragon to you. Don't you think having a true dragon as a mount would be quite impressive? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. This? I've never thought about it. Qingxue nodded. After all, she would never have dared to imagine such a thing before. Martial uncle, that is absolutely awesome. Lu Haoran echoed. Haoran, there's only one azure dragon. When the opportunity arises later, martial uncle will find one for you. Lin Yuan kept smiling. Thank you, martial uncle. Lu Haoran said, his face full of excitement. Ancestral dragon, shrink your size a bit more. From now on, stay on Xiaoyao Peak and don't run off. Lin Yuan gave the command as he looked at his ancestral dragon. Yes, master. The ancestral dragon immediately nodded. Its body shrank once again. In the end, it settled on the trunk of the enlightenment tree and stayed there. To the demon race, this enlightenment tree was likewise a supreme treasure. Little azure dragon, from now on you'll stay by my side. I'll take good care of you, and in the future you can ask this ancestral dragon senior for guidance. Qingxue stroked the little azure dragon and said with a gentle smile. Okay, young mistress. The azure dragon looked exceptionally well behaved. Not much time passed after that. Ling Song and several other high-ranking members of the sect arrived at Xiaoyao Peak one after another. Peak Master Lin. Each of them greeted him with great reverence. In the past, they had all looked down on Lin Yuan, believing he had gotten in through connections. Yet now they were all disrespectful. The world truly was governed by reality. The weak are prey to the strong, and power is paramount. Junior brother, was that a Dragon Clan powerhouse offering rewards just now? Ling Song quickly asked out of curiosity. There won't be any trouble, right? Don't worry. It's the ancestral dragon, my mount. Lin Yuan said with a soft laugh. Ancestral dragon. A mount. The crowd was stirred up once more. What manner of existence was the ancestral dragon? The progenitor of the dragon race. And yet it was merely a mount. Who? The crowd took deep breaths. All of this was so unbelievable. Who would have dared to imagine an ancestral dragon as a mount? What? Junior brother, you're too incredible. You've even subdued the legendary ancestral dragon. Junior brother, are you really at the Mayana realm now? Ling Song took a deep breath, even more curious. Can't say. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Fine. If you won't say, I won't press further. In any case, this is good fortune for our sect. Ling Song laughed. Elders and peak masters, you may all come to Xiaoyao Peak to cultivate in the future. Remember to stay quiet. Do not disturb me. Lin Yuan went on. Thank you, Peak Master Lin. They all said in respectful thanks. Beneath the enlightenment tree, everyone became incomparably excited. Simply by coming beneath the enlightenment tree, they could clearly sense the supreme Tao resonance wrapping around them. Thousands of great Taos seemed to surge into their minds all at once. Everyone began to cultivate earnestly. Junior brother, I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that an azure dragon? Ling Song said in astonishment when he saw the azure dragon beside Qingxue. Indeed. I specially arranged an azure dragon mount for Qingxue. Lin Yuan nodded. Junior brother, you're ridiculously impressive. Ling Tsang was momentarily at a loss for words. He now felt somewhat envious of Su Qingxue. Who wouldn't want an azure dragon as a mount? Junior brother, do you have any more? Can you give me one? Ling Tsang pleaded. Senior brother, let's wait for another opportunity. Lin Yuan did not refuse. If the check-in system gave him some divine beast, or the like later, he could give Ling Tsang one. Of course. Given Lin Yuan's current cultivation and strength, he could simply go to the Dragon Clan and capture a few. But he was too lazy to move and had no desire to fetch them. Alright, just your assurance is enough. Ling Tsang said joyfully. I've already told everyone that the Enlightenment Tree will never be revealed to anyone. I guarantee they won't leak even a bit. Ling Tsang said seriously. Fine. Lin Yuan nodded. In truth, it would be fine even if the entire cultivation world learned about it now. However, Lin Yuan said nothing more. Senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'm going fishing. You all go about your own business. Lin Yuan continued. Now that he no longer needed to cultivate, lying around was boring. Fishing was a good pastime. Alright, Ling Tsang replied. Afterwards, Lin Yuan left Xiaoyao Peak, went to a stream in the back mountain, and started fishing. As for Ling Tsang, he continued cultivating beneath the Enlightenment Tree. In less than an hour, Ling Tsang's realm bottleneck began to loosen. Sure enough, cultivating beneath the Enlightenment Tree was an immense fortune. Days passed by one by one. Several peak masters and elders all succeeded in breaking through their realms, and the divine powers and techniques they mastered were cultivated to higher levels. Their breakthroughs meant an overall improvement in Xiantian's sect strength. Honestly, even now I feel like I'm dreaming. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Yes, cultivating beneath this Enlightenment Tree, even for a single hour, is more effective than 100 years of arduous cultivation. The second elder nodded quickly in agreement. Handle sect affairs during the day, cultivate beneath the Enlightenment Tree at night. Each day becomes more fulfilling. This feeling is incredible. The peak master of the artifact refinement peak chuckled. My refinement arts have improved greatly. At this rate, it won't be long before I can forge top-grade treasures. Yes, my path of alchemy has also improved a lot. It should be a short while before I become a 9th-rank alchemist. The master of the alchemy peak was overjoyed. Beneath the Enlightenment Tree, their comprehension had vastly improved. Within this enlightenment, even the things that had once been incomprehensible to them now became perfectly clear. All of this is thanks to Peak Master Lin. This debt of gratitude is too great for a mere thank you, the Grand Elder said promptly. Grand Elder, what should we do? Everyone looked toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder quickly said, I believe each of you has many fine treasures. Take them out and offer them to Peak Master Lin. Given Peak Master Lin's strength, he may not think highly of most of our things. But even so, we must present them. After all, it's a token of our respect. Hearing this, everyone nodded. A good idea. Then it's decided. I'll go back and prepare immediately. Within a short time, the high-ranking members of the sect came to Lin Yuan with a large array of treasures. Seeing so many fine gifts delivered before him, Lin Yuan accepted them all. It counted as collecting payment for their cultivation beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Qingxue, the elders and peak masters have sent many fine things. I'm giving them all to you. Lin Yuan handed them over to Su Qingxue. Master, this is too much. Truly too much, Su Qingxue said in astonishment. The treasures she possessed were growing ever more numerous. She even felt that in some ways they exceeded the entire reserves of the sect's treasury. Not too much, not too much, not too much at all. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. After Su Qingxue accepted the treasures, the voice of the 10,000-fold return system rang out one after another. On the system panel, Lin Yuan could clearly see that even more excellent items had been returned. Seeing this, his smile visibly became even more brilliant. The sign-in system's voice rang out directly. A new day had dawned, and the daily sign-in opportunity had refreshed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the supreme divine ability Wind and Thunder Annihilation Art. Excellent, excellent. Not only is it an area attack technique, but when cultivated to perfection, wind and thunder intertwine to sweep across 1,000 miles. This divine ability can even suppress the flesh of demon beasts and certain evil cultivation methods. This is undoubtedly a true supreme-level divine art. Lin Yuan waved his hand casually, and the Wind and Thunder Annihilation Art flew directly to Su Qingxue's side. Qingxue Master has found another divine ability suitable for you. Cultivate it well. His voice echoed in her ears. Yes, Master. Su Qingxue had long since grown accustomed to this, no longer as shocked as before. Gazing at this supreme-level divine ability, she began cultivating immediately. System has detected that you bestowed the Wind and Thunder Annihilation Art upon your disciple Su Qingxue. The 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme divine ability Chaos Divine Thunder Art. Before Lin Yuan could carefully examine the Chaos Divine Thunder Art, the system's voice sounded once more. System has detected that your disciple Su Qingxue has successfully comprehended the Wind and Thunder Annihilation Art. The 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations on mastering the Wind and Thunder Annihilation art to its utmost perfection. In an instant, the endless profound meanings of the Wind and Thunder Annihilation art surged madly into his mind. He mastered it effortlessly and perfectly. The sensation filled Lin Yuan with immense satisfaction. Outside the main hall, Qingxue channeled the Wind and Thunder Annihilation art, and an incredibly terrifying bolt of lightning descended immediately. The heavens were torn apart by the violent storm of wind and thunder. Beneath the Daoan lightning tree, the other elders witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. What an awe-inspiring lightning divine ability. Indeed, it's too powerful. Soon Lin Yuan appeared directly regarding Qingxue with satisfaction and nodding approvingly. He was equally surprised, not expecting Qingxue to comprehend such a supreme divine ability so swiftly. With her already formidable talents and the Daoan lightning tree at her disposal, this pace of progress was quite natural. Master, Qingxue quickly rose and offered her respects. With the Daoan lightning tree, she could now grasp any divine ability or technique swiftly and effortlessly. Excellent, you have not disappointed your master. Then this supreme divine ability, the Chaos Divine Thunder art, shall be yours. Lin Yuan once again produced a divine ability and handed it to Qingxue. More skills never weigh one down. Thank you, master. Qingxue expressed her gratitude once more. Lu Haoran, you shall also receive a portion of this Chaos Divine Thunder art. Lin Yuan copied the incantation of the Chaos Divine Thunder art into an inheritance jade slip. In the next instant, an inheritance jade slip materialized before Lu Haoran's eyes. This left Lu Haoran utterly stunned. He had never imagined such a reward from Lin Yuan would ever be his. Thank you, young master uncle, thank you. Having recovered from his astonishment, Lu Haoran's face was filled with overwhelming excitement. No need for such formality. Lin Yuan dismissed with a wave of his hand. Just remember to cultivate diligently. After all, Lu Haoran was his senior brother's disciple, his own junior relative. As an elder, he naturally owed him some consideration. The other elders watching nearby showed clear envy in their eyes. They wanted it too. Young master uncle need not worry, I will not disappoint you, or master. Lu Haoran declared with unwavering determination. Lu Haoran carefully secured the jade slip containing the Chaos Divine Thunder art. Such a supreme divine ability would undoubtedly become his greatest weapon in the future. Young master uncle, I harbor a question that has troubled me for long. I dare to seek your guidance. I have practiced the sword path for years, honing my strikes, thrusts, slashes, and sweeps day and night. My foundation is solid, yet I cannot seem to reach the true threshold of the sword path. I dare ask, what is the true essence of the sword path? Summoning his courage, Lu Haoran posed his question. The moment he spoke, Qingxue listened intently. Even the nearby elders were eager to hear how deeply Lin Yuan understood the sword path. Noticing Lu Haoran's sincere inquiry, Lin Yuan did not refuse. Instead, he pointed to a blade of grass in the distance and asked, which do you think is stronger, the grass over there or the sword in your hand? This caught Lu Haoran off guard. Uncle, surely my sword is far stronger, he replied earnestly. The spirit grass appeared delicate and frail, easily uprooted with little effort. Is that so? Lin Yuan waved casually, and a single blade of grass detached and floated into his palm. This grass leaf was slender and soft with no trace of sharpness whatsoever. Yet the moment Lin Yuan's fingertips grazed it, the grass leaf erupted with an endless aura of piercing sword intent, and the very void was sliced open by invisible edges forming fine cracks. To me, the true sword path means carrying the sword within your heart, where all things can become a blade. A wielder of a sharp sword can slay demons and monsters, yet even a single blade of grass or withered branch can shatter mountains and cleave the stars. The sword resides in the heart, not in external objects. When the heart holds sharpness, all things become weapons against your enemies. When the heart is unbound, a mere gesture can split clouds and rivers of stars. Guided by your true nature, you master the sword's intent, and with your divine soul forging its edge, a single thought can sever heaven and earth itself. That is the origin of the sword path. Even the most ordinary blade of grass can shatter the heaven's stars. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Each word fell like thunder into Lu Haoran's heart. His confusion vanished completely in that instant. In that moment, Lu Haoran's eyes turned clear and radiant, free of all distracting thoughts, as a brilliant sword intent began to surge forth. I have comprehended. Lu Haoran trembled throughout his body, an unprecedented light blazing in his eyes as he fell to his knees. Thank you, young master uncle, for your enlightenment. Only today have I come to understand the true meaning of the sword path. I have cultivated the sword heart to clarity. The elders nearby watched in awe, whispering in disbelief. With merely a few words of guidance, he has helped junior brother Lu achieve the clear sword heart. Master Lin's understanding of the sword path is truly boundless. A single blade of grass can sever the stars. In just those few words, the highest mystery of the sword path is fully revealed. We have trained bitterly for half our lives, yet still fall short of what these brief teachings convey. Truly extraordinary. But Lu Haoran himself is remarkably talented. His obvious aptitude for the sword path is evident, for without it, he could never have comprehended so swiftly and achieved the clear sword heart. Lin Yuan observed Lu Haoran, surprised that he had actually managed to grasp the teaching. After all, what he had said moments before was merely fabrication, borrowed from novels he'd read long ago. He had simply been showing off. As long as you've comprehended, that is good. Lin Yuan maintained a serious expression. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. Soon Ling Tsong came to Lin Yuan and expressed his gratitude. Just now he heard Lin Yuan's understanding of the sword Dao, and he was deeply shocked, taking a long time to recover his composure. These are all trivial matters, senior brother, need not be so polite. Lin Yuan waved his hand and smiled softly. A true junior brother indeed. He can even call these things trivial. Sword heart clarity. How many sword cultivators spend their entire lives unable to achieve it? It is easy to imagine how great the difficulty is. I must still thank you. Then he looked at Lu Haoran and directly took out a sect mission token, continuing, Haoran, I will assign you a sect mission. In recent days, evil cultivators have appeared in the Qingxue mountains, and several outer disciples of our sect have been brutally killed. Perfect, this time you can get proper cultivation experience. Cultivators cannot only focus on meditation. Experience is also an important part of becoming stronger. Senior brother, he has just achieved sword heart clarity, let him focus on cultivation. Lin Yuan smiled. Let me handle this mission. In an instant, Ling Tsong was stunned. It was just a minor sect mission. Was it worth the peak master personally getting involved? Moreover, Lin Yuan was an extremely top-tier expert going to deal with evil cultivators who only had foundation establishment cultivation. Isn't this using an ox blade to kill a chicken? Junior brother, isn't this inappropriate? It is fine, I happen to have nothing to do anyway, might as well go out and explore. Lin Yuan nodded seriously, and with a casual wave the sect mission token fell directly into his own hand. Since that is the case, let it be so. Ling Tsong agreed. He did not even need to give other instructions like being careful. That evil cultivator was in trouble. Qingxue, you also cultivate diligently. Lin Yuan looked at his disciple and instructed. Do not worry, master. Su Qingxue quickly promised. Ancestor dragon, let us go. Lin Yuan continued. The next moment the ancestor dragon directly restored its original size. Roar! The dragon chant suddenly erupted. The enormous dragon body seemed to block out the entire sky, and the mighty dragon aura swept across all directions like a landslide or tidal wave. This is a true ancestor dragon. Ling Tsong took a deep breath, his eyes wide open. Before this ancestor dragon, his mere foundation establishment cultivation was still like an ant. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying ancestor dragon would only serve as a mount for his junior brother. Let us depart. Lin Yuan gently leaped, directly standing on the ancestor dragon's head. With Lin Yuan's gentle shout, the ancestor dragon raised its head and let out another long roar. The dragon body, carrying a momentum reaching to the heavens, ascended swiftly, breaking through the low clouds in an instant and plunging into the thick cloud layer. The clouds churned and rolled, and the shining dragon scales penetrated through layers of white mist, faintly revealing a massive dragon shadow shuttling through the sea of clouds. These scenes left people stunned for a long time, with exclamations of wonder rising one after another. My goodness, today truly broadened my horizons. Sect Master Peak Master Lin, truly terrifying. Indeed, an ancestor dragon as terrifying as this one was almost too obedient before Peak Master Lin. So cool. Lu Haoran was even more filled with longing. Sword cultivators were already handsome. From now on he needed to get a divine beast as a mount too. It would definitely be even cooler. He secretly made a resolution in his heart. Master is so handsome. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled even more and her heartbeat could not help but quicken. She finally understood why her master had given her a green dragon. Little green dragon, we also need to cultivate hard. Su Qingxue looked at the little green dragon beside her and said earnestly, Yes, little master, I also want to become as powerful as the ancestor dragon. The little green dragon quickly nodded in agreement. Above the clouds the long wind brushed against their faces. Lin Yuan stood at the dragon's head, gazing into the distance, and spoke softly towards this direction. Yes. The ancestor dragon responded in a low voice. Its dragon tail swept lightly, cutting through the sea of clouds as it sped toward the Qingxue mountains. The flying speed was incredibly fast. The scenery along the way was even more wildly retreating. This is amazing. Lin Yuan was extremely happy at this moment. Stepping on the ancestor dragon and roaming in this high altitude, this experience was also Lin Yuan's first time. Now he could only describe it as amazing. No rush, fly slowly, Lin Yuan said. It had been so long since he had left the sect for the first time. Naturally, he needed to properly appreciate the scenery. The ancestor dragon slowed down. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, drinking spiritual wine, watching the scenery, extremely pleased. What he sought was freedom and ease. The current Lin Yuan could already easily achieve this. Before long, he also encountered many cultivators. Some were flying through the air, others riding flying boats. They all in an instant perceived a very terrifying dragon aura. It was originally a sunny day, but suddenly the sky darkened. When they looked up, they clearly saw an incredibly massive true dragon. Everyone was instantly shocked. A true dragon. This terrifying pressure is absolutely from a very powerful existence. Why would this dragon clan expert appear here? Too terrifying. Their voices were trembling. They did not know that this was an ancestor dragon. If they had known, they would have been even more shocked. Look, there seems to be someone sitting on top of this true dragon's head. It really is. Unbelievable. Am I having hallucinations? Such a terrifying true dragon actually has someone sitting on its head. Isn't the dragon clan usually extremely domineering? Normally no one would dare sit on a dragon clan member's head. This person must be an even more terrifying great figure. I can only subdue an ordinary demonic beast as a mount, which is already remarkable. I did not expect this peerless expert to directly take a true dragon. Keep it down. Do not speak. When encountering such a peerless expert, we must be respectful. The cultivators instantly became respectful, not daring to move at all. Lin Yuan naturally saw them too. Showing off in front of others felt really good. Using this ancestor dragon as a mount no matter where he went was indeed incredibly shocking. Whoosh. Soon the ancestor dragon's figure disappeared from their sight. Sensing that the terrifying dragon aura dissipated, these cultivators dared to slowly raise their heads again. The shock in their hearts still could not completely calm down. Who exactly is this expert? I have never heard of him before. If we could become disciples of such an expert, we could definitely reach the heavens in one step. They sighed deeply once again. Probably what they saw today they would remember for their entire lives. Ahead lies the Qingxue mountain range. Before long, Lin Yuan cast his gaze toward the endless mountain range in front of him and spoke slowly. As they drew closer, the immense Qingxue mountain range came into clearer view. The peaks rose majestic and steep. Ancient trees towered into the sky, their verdant foliage almost dripping with green. The spiritual energy here was by no means meager, and demonic beasts roamed everywhere. Most outer disciples of the Xintian sect often came here to hunt demonic beasts, gather spirit herbs, and so forth. I wonder what expression that evil cultivator will show when he sees me appear. It will definitely be quite a sight. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Although the Qingxue mountain range was extremely vast, finding the evil cultivator was not a difficult task for Lin Yuan. It was in fact effortless. The next instant, Lin Yuan directly sensed the evil cultivator's aura in a hidden valley. The valley lay nestled among encircling peaks wrapped on all sides by towering ancient trees and dense vines. What was more, the valley entrance had been arrayed with a high-grade, mind-confusing miasma formation. Thick, grayish-white poisonous mist churned and surged. It could even block divine sense detection. It was clear that this evil cultivator was also versed in formations. What a shame. In the face of absolute power, everything he had done was useless. He probably never imagined that he had already been discovered. Ancestral Dragon, you have sensed it too, haven't you? Lin Yuan said softly. Yes, master. Ancestral Dragon replied at once. A mere foundation establishment evil cultivator could hardly escape its perception. Let's go. Now it's our turn to make a grand entrance. Lin Yuan chuckled. Inside that valley were other cultivators captured by the evil cultivator. If he was going to show off, he had to have an audience. Such a fine opportunity could not be missed. He had to make a dominant entrance before they were killed. Inside that hidden valley, several young Qi refining cultivators were bound fast, completely unable to move. No technique of theirs could be used at all. Their faces were pale, full of despair, fear, terror. None of them wanted to die. At the very center of the valley, a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back, his face twisted and ferocious, his eyes bloodshot and crimson. At this moment, he looked frenzied and excited. His hands swiftly formed obscure, sinister hand seals, and an endless stream of black, evil Qi poured into the cauldron. The cauldron was filled with nothing but blood. Wretched evil cultivator, release me. If you dare to kill me, my Lu family will never let you go. I'm warning you. My Lu family has a core formation cultivator. One of the young men spoke quickly, threatening me. So what if there's a core formation cultivator? Once I refine you all, I will become a core formation cultivator myself. The evil cultivator chuckled. You are truly naive, kid. With the situation as it is, you still want me to let you go. For you to contribute to my core formation is your honor. The evil cultivator threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his voice hoarse and grating, full of greed and frenzy. For this day I have paid too great a price. Finally, I am about to become a core formation cultivator. After that, he took out some blood-red herbs and threw them into the cauldron. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood within the cauldron began to boil ferociously. Seeing this, one of the bound women pleaded weakly in a tearful voice. Senior, please spare me. I am willing to be your slave to serve you. I will do anything. Someone like you. You're not even worthy to be my vessel. The evil cultivator sneered. This woman was plain looking. Once he broke through to the core formation stage, obtaining women would be an easy matter. Alright, time is up. You should get on your way. Blood summoning. The Foundation establishment evil cultivator clapped his hands, and the cauldron immediately erupted with even more terrifying evil light. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The cauldron let out an extremely eerie sound. In that instant, the tightly bound cultivators felt as if the vital blood within their bodies was about to tear itself out. Boom. An immense, terrifying pressure swept down from all directions in an overwhelming torrent. The cauldron before the evil cultivator shuddered violently, then exploded the next instant, sending shards and boiling medicinal pulp flying in all directions. No. The Foundation establishment evil cultivator's pupils shrank, his face pale as paper, and he let out a despairing cry. The plan he had nurtured with countless painstaking efforts and endless trouble had reached the final step, only to be destroyed in an instant. His eyes nearly split apart from rage. He suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky, his murderous aura boiling. What rat dares to ruin my grand schemes? Today I will grind your bones to ashes and chop your body into 10,000 pieces. Before the words faded away, he slowly raised his eyes and instantly froze where he stood, the blood in his veins nearly solidifying. At some point, coiled high above the clouds of the 9 heavens, was a 10,000 zhang true dragon that blotted out the sky with unmatched majesty. The dragon's gaze lowered, its divine might vast like a crashing ocean. With one glance, the evil cultivator was scared out of his wits, rooted to the spot and unable to move. Boom. It was only a trace of dragon might. The Foundation establishment evil cultivator was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move in the slightest. A mere evil cultivator, yet you dare to act so brazenly here. Lin Yuan's voice resounded across heaven and earth. Within it was an ineffable supremacy. Only then did the Foundation establishment evil cultivator notice that atop the head of the true dragon, hovering in midair, stood a human figure. His pupils violently contracted, waves of shock crashing through his heart, utterly incredulous. Impossible. That was a true dragon. How could any human cultivator in this world have tamed a true dragon, and even made a supreme true dragon its mount? Towering despair flooded over the evil cultivator. You dared to harm the disciples of my Shantian sect. You truly don't know what it means to live or die. Lin Yuan went on, his tone turning icy. Shantian sect. The Foundation establishment evil cultivator's pupils shrank, and he was completely dumbfounded. The ones he had killed were merely a few chi refining outer disciples of the Shantian sect. All inconsequential juniors at the bottom of the sect. By all logic, they could not possibly raise any waves, and the Shantian sect would never make such a fuss over them. Yet who could have imagined that for the sake of a few chi refining cultivators' lives, such an unfathomably terrifying top-level expert would come personally to destroy him? Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. The Foundation establishment evil cultivator began begging for mercy. You may die now. Lin Yuan raised a fingertip lightly and snapped his fingers once. With a soft snap, that Foundation establishment cultivator's body turned into a burst of drifting ashes before he could even let out a single scream. In an instant, he vanished into nothing, body and Tao alike extinguished. He had killed him imperceptibly, as easily as raising a hand to drink water. The entire valley once again fell into utter silence. The cultivators, still tightly bound by fetters, stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them. Even their breathing unconsciously halted, an indescribably vast shock surged in their eyes. Amazing. What terrifying means are these? Boom. The fearsome ancestral dragon landed steadily on the ground. The immense pressure made these young cultivators tremble uncontrollably. This suffocating sensation was too painful to bear. The ancestral dragon slowly lowered its head. Lin Yuan nimbly stepped down from it. At the same time, the restraints on these cultivators vanished in an instant. Are you all right? Lin Yuan asked softly. Thud. The next moment, the cultivators all knelt down, to be rescued by such a mighty figure. What immense good fortune. They had to kneel and kowtow. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. One of them kowtowed harder than the last. Every impact left a pit in the ground. Enough. Get up. Lin Yuan said softly. Only after hearing this did the young cultivators dare to rise slowly. They still kept their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at Lin Yuan. You were quite fortunate. If I had come any later, you would probably have died. Lin Yuan said lightly. All right, you're safe now. Go home, all of you. When he finished speaking, Lin Yuan jumped lightly and landed back on the ancestral dragon's head. Whoosh. The ancestral dragon swiftly soared into the sky. Seeing this, these young cultivators were filled with admiration and yearning. So formidable. That big shot can actually tame a true dragon, and even use it as a mount. This doesn't seem like an ordinary true dragon. With a snap of his fingers, he annihilated the Foundation establishment evil cultivator. Astonishing. I never imagined we would live through this. Indeed. I wonder what that big shot's exalted name is. Just now, if one of us had managed to become his disciple and been accepted, wouldn't that have been an incredible stroke of fortune? Only after the ancestral dragon's silhouette had completely vanished did these cultivators dare to begin speaking. Today they had truly walked through the boundary of life and death. Everyone, we should leave this place first. I don't want to encounter any more evil cultivators. Let's go back first and talk later. It will be dark soon. There is a city up ahead. Oh, let's spend the night there. High in the sky, Lin Yuan sat atop the ancestral dragon's head and said as he watched the sun about to set. Yes, master, the ancestral dragon replied. And keep a low profile, Lin Yuan instructed. Riding the ancestral dragon and manifesting above the city would have been absolutely magnificent. Tempting as that was, Lin Yuan also wanted to properly explore a city of this cultivation world. If he made such an imposing entrance, he estimated everyone would fear him, and then truly enjoying a relaxed visit to the city would obviously be impossible. Whoosh. Soon, about a dozen kilometers from the city, the ancestral dragon's massive body transformed directly into an extremely miniature little snake. His entire aura was restrained so absolutely no one could see through him. Let's go. Lin Yuan stepped onto an ordinary flying sword and disguised himself as a Foundation establishment cultivator. Before long, he quickly arrived outside the city. It was already dusk. Many cultivators were entering the city one after another, and few people chose to leave at this hour. Lin Yuan passed through the city gate and officially entered the city known as Hongya City. The reason for its name was that not far away stood Hongya Mountain, covered all over with red leaves, an exceedingly beautiful sight. Thus the city was named after those red leaves. The streets were wide and smooth, crowded with people, and looking very prosperous. Numerous shops lined both sides. Following the main street farther in, he arrived at the cultivators district, where the shops sold things that immortal cultivators could use. The entire Hongya city was home not only to cultivators, but also to many mortals. For now, cultivators and mortals appeared to get along fairly harmoniously. None interfered with the other. Since transmigrating into the cultivation world, this is my first time truly touring a city for fun. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and couldn't help thinking to himself. Back then he had not dared to leave the sect because he feared his cultivation was too weak and the outside world was too dangerous. So he had to lie low. Now, however, he was absolutely invincible in this world. Lin Yuan was not worried now. He could even do as he pleased. Night had completely fallen and the streets were brilliantly lit. Unexpectedly, it was even livelier at night. This made Lin Yuan's eyes light up. He genuinely felt it was very interesting. Young master, come in and play. Young master, this girl has missed you. Lin Yuan soon saw a flower pavilion where many women dressed in seductive finery kept calling out from the entrance and even from the upstairs windows. Those voices were utterly coquettish and seductive. They drove quite a few men to rush inside impatiently. A pleasure house. So even the cultivation world has these. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. However, he could sense that many of the women in the pleasure house were cultivators, and what was more, they had cultivated some kind of dual cultivation technique. Probably those men would never realize that they were not only spending a fortune, but also helping the women cultivate while their own bodies were being drained and damaged. Lin Yuan did not linger. He continued strolling. The various goods on the roadside stalls were dazzling to the eye, but none were of much value. After all, Hongya City is only a small city. The chance of good things appearing is not high. So going by the usual trope, a stall like this should allow someone to pick up a bargain, maybe even some great treasure. But now it seems I'm not the protagonist and don't have that fortune. Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled lightly. He had still wanted to experience the feeling of finding a bargain, but it seemed there was no hope today. About an incense stick later, Lin Yuan arrived at a tavern. At night, the tavern was extremely lively. Almost all of them were cultivators drinking, and judging by their auras, they were only at the qi refinement stage. Each of them drank and chatted, making a very lively scene. Lin Yuan found a fine seat by the window, sat down alone, and ordered a pot of good wine. He drank slowly and watched the view. Have you heard? Yesterday, the city lord's mansion caught 3 more evil cultivators and executed them right on the spot. So what has been happening lately? Evil cultivators are simply too numerous. Exactly. Over these past few months, evil cultivators have become more and more numerous. I feel that Hongya City is getting a bit unsettled. Who says otherwise? Thank goodness for the city lord. The city lord is a true nascent soul cultivator. Those evil cultivators daring to show up in Hongya City are simply courting death. Lin Yuan heard the crowd's discussion perfectly clearly. The sudden increase in evil cultivators is obviously abnormal. Lin Yuan muttered inwardly. Moreover, since entering the city, he had also perceived many evil cultivators' auras in the shadows. Originally, he had thought that Hongya City simply had evil cultivators lurking in secret. Now hearing everyone's discussion, he truly understood that these evil cultivators had appeared in Hongye City recently. This time I came out to deal with evil cultivators. Now just taking a stroll through Hongye City, I run into them again. It seems I am quite fated to meet these evil cultivators. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Yuan smirked. In any case, the appearance of so many evil cultivators in Hongye City meant they were definitely up to no good. Perhaps some conspiracy lay behind it. Lin Yuan wanted to see just what their real purpose was. In any case, he certainly would not let them succeed. It looks like my turn to show off is coming soon, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. Now that he had toured the city, the next step was another perfect opportunity to display his might in public. The next moment, Lin Yuan's divine sense expanded outward. In an instant, it covered the entire Hongye City. In other words, Lin Yuan now had a god's eye view. Every bit of what was happening in every corner of Hongye City was revealed with utter clarity. Inside the city in the east, southwest, and north, there are many evil cultivators. The aura of a formation. It seems these evil cultivators appeared in Hongye City, clearly, in order to set up a great formation. Among those evil cultivators, there is actually one at the peak of the nascent soul realm. It seems he is the leader of these evil cultivators. Under Lin Yuan's probing, no one could hide it all. If I am not wrong, this peak nascent soul evil cultivator wants to use the great formation to refine the life force of the entire city and thereby break through to the spirit transformation realm. Lin Yuan thought briefly and immediately knew these evil cultivators' purpose. Evil cultivator methods truly stopped at nothing. Once the formation was successfully completed, probably no one could escape alive. It's their bad luck to run into me. This conspiracy will never be realized. Lin Yuan took another sip of wine and lightly flicked his finger. At the formation eyes around the city, those evil cultivators turned into ashes one after another, killing without a trace. Let me see whether you, that peak nascent soul evil cultivator, can still keep sitting still now. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Don't disappoint me. Within a secluded estate in Hongye City, a black-robed figure dashed to the door, his voice nearly cracking with panic. Third Elder, a terrible calamity has occurred. All the disciples guarding the four array eyes, their life plaques have all shattered into pieces. What did you say? A furious roar thundered out, and with a deafening crash the door burst into splinters. The white-haired elder strode out from within, his countenance veiled in biting frost, while the oppressive aura surging from his body cascaded outward with dreadful intensity. Third Elder, these are the life plaques of the disciples. The black-robed man swept his hand through the air, and piece after piece tumbled from his storage rings, scattering onto the ground. Third Elder, is it possible that our plan has been exposed? The black-robed man said with immense anxiety. Impossible. The white-haired elder affirmed the plan was deliberated with the utmost care. I even placed a forbidden curse upon all who knew the details. If they dared to utter even a single word, they would instantly transform into a pool of blood. Third Elder, then what should we do now? The black-robed man pressed. It seems the plan must be advanced. Activate the array now. The white-haired elder produced an array banner that exuded a sinister, evil aura. Seeing this, the black-robed man's face changed. Third Elder, the soul refining grand array has not yet been fully completed. Would there be a risk if we initiate it now? At a time like this, we cannot afford to care about that. The array eyes are still present. If they are destroyed, then everything we have done will have been wasted. The white-haired elder snorted coldly. There was no more room for hesitation. Besides, though the array had not been fully arranged, it was already more than sufficient. At worst, the efficiency might suffer slightly. But this chance to break through to the spirit transformation realm, he absolutely could not afford to miss it this time. Once the array was churning in full operation, even if they tried to destroy the array eyes, it would already be too late. The white-haired elder's withered hand clenched the array banner with deadly force, and the spiritual power within his body surged directly into it. Heaven and earth serve as the sacrifice, 10,000 souls serve as the kindling. Soul refining grand array activate. The array banner abruptly flew up into the air, spinning and dancing at frantic speed. One after another, bizarre blood-red runes burst forth from the banner's surface, racing along the veins of the earth as they shot toward the four array eyes buried deep beneath the east, west, south, and north of Hongye City. Rumble. In the next instant, the ground of Hongye City trembled violently, and an unbroken chain of muffled thunder rolled from beneath the earth. The four array eyes, each enthroned in its own direction, simultaneously erupted with blindingly brilliant pillars of blood-colored light. The crimson light tore through buildings, streets, and city walls. The four towering blood pillars twisted and coiled together in the heavens, and in a flash an immeasurable grand array glowing with a sinister dark red unfolded with a resounding boom. From above, it sealed the entirety of Hongye City within a flawless cage. What's going on? What is happening? No, this array is sinister. This is an evil formation. How can this be? The cultivators in the city lifted their heads, and in an instant their faces contorted in shock. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rapidly drained dry by the array. Inside the estate, the white-haired elder looked up at the blood-red light curtain that enveloped the whole city, a mad smile hooking at the corner of his mouth, while the oppressive aura around him grew increasingly violent. Everything is still under my control. Congratulations, third elder. You are about to break through to the spirit transformation realm and become the third spirit transformation powerhouse of the Qingxue sect. The black-robed man immediately knelt down with reverence. Excellent. When the time comes, this elder will certainly credit you for your service. The white-haired elder declared with a hearty laugh. Thank you, third elder. The black-robed man was beside himself with excitement. Whoosh. The white-haired elder vaulted straight into the air, soaring to mid-sky. At the same moment, a figure flew out from the city lord's mansion. Curse you, heretics. How dare you? The newcomer was precisely Lu Hongyi, the city lord of Hongya City. Her red-patterned battle dress was steeped in awe-inspiring killing intent, and her eyes were cold enough to pierce bone. Kakik. The white-haired elder sneered. A mere early nascent soul cultivator. Little girl, you are no match for this elder. Still, if you are willing to submit to me, there is a chance I might spare your life. Delusion. Lu Hongyi's voice was bitingly cold. The Qingxue sect, you heretics are truly vile. Do not bring calamity upon my Hongya city. Lu Hongyi formed hand seals and cast her most formidable technique, the Crimson Flame, incinerating heaven art. Myriad crimson waves of fire surged from her palms, coalescing into a sky-veiling vermilion bird of roaring flames that shrieked as it shot straight toward the white-haired elder in the air. The flames it unleashed were so terrifying that they seemed capable of incinerating everything in existence. Too weak. Today I shall make you understand the disparity between early nascent soul and nascent soul perfection. The white-haired elder urged the array banner, and an appalling devouring force erupted in an instant. The flaming vermilion bird was effortlessly devoured by the banner. This is a top-grade treasure of mine. Your methods are far too feeble. Blood soul palm. Contempt flooding his eyes, the white-haired elder casually pressed his withered palm forward. A colossal blood-red palm instantly condensed into being, carrying the force of crushing mountains and splitting the earth as it slammed toward Lu Hongyi. Her pupils contracted sharply as she desperately mobilized all the spiritual energy within her body, summoning layer upon layer of crimson defensive barriers before her. The tremendous impact smashed brutally into her chest. Lu Hongyi, like a kite with its strings severed, plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the bluestone plaza in front of the city lord's mansion. Her body carved a shallow hollow into the ground. She braced herself against the stone, struggling to rise, but a cloying sweetness surged up her throat, and great gushes of warm blood spewed from her lips, dyeing the blue stones before her a vivid crimson. Her red-patterned battle dress, now caked with dust and gore, was a miserable sight. Curse it! The gulf in cultivation is too immense, and the enemy also wields a top-grade treasure. Could it truly be that today Hongya City will be left to this heretic's slaughter? Lu Hongyi's face was pale. At this moment, she too felt despair. Meanwhile, at the tavern where Lin Yuan was staying, the cultivators there each wore an expression of utter hopelessness, slumping onto the ground. It's over. I never imagined that even the city lord would be defeated in a single move. These heretics appeared in Hongya City and laid such a terrifying array without making a sound. They intend to refine every last one of us. No, I still don't want to die. Who can come and save us? Everyone, is there any way out? The entirety of Hongya City seemed to be shrouded in despair. No one could escape. Even the strongest, the city lord, had fallen in defeat. How could the rest of them possibly be a match? Well, then I suppose it's my turn to act. Standing by the window, Lin Yuan watched the scene unfold and said with a calm smile, the moment to show off begins now. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished from where he stood. He disappeared in a flash. The surrounding cultivators were all struck dumb, staring blankly. Some even wondered whether they had merely seen an illusion. Huh. In this Hongya City, no one can stop me anymore. The white-haired old man laughed maniacally. He waved the formation flag, fully activating the refining formation. A wave of refining power burst out instantly. However, at that same moment, the entire formation stopped functioning altogether, completely beyond all control. What's going on? The white-haired old man's face tightened. He could no longer control the formation. It was completely unresponsive to his control. No, impossible. Although the formation was not fully set up, such a situation should absolutely not have occurred. The white-haired old man's spiritual energy surged wildly as he once again tried to activate the great formation through the formation flag. Yet no matter how he manipulated it, it was of no use at all. No, this is not the result I want. The white-haired old man became ever more frantic. He had been on the verge of success. The food had already been fed to his mouth, yet he simply could not open his mouth to eat it. Has the formation failed? On the ground, Lu Hongyi witnessed this, and a trace of hope appeared in her eyes. But it was just a trace of hope. This heretic cultivator was too powerful. If he went on a killing spree, nobody would be able to stop him. But without this formation, he probably would not be able to break through in his cultivation realm. Even if I were to use forbidden arts now, I could at most forcibly elevate my strength from the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage, and still I would not be his match. Lu Hongyi still could not think of a good solution. With the soul refining formation in place, she could not even use any means to call for help. Boom. Suddenly, an absolute power struck. The white-haired old man was smashed violently onto the ground, producing an earth-shaking roar. The entire ground shook several times. When the dust cleared, a huge pit appeared on the ground. The white-haired old man lay pathetically in the pit, all the bones in his body shattered, and all his meridians severed. The spiritual energy in his body frantically scattered. The old man's cultivation was directly crippled. What had just happened? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Lu Hongyi stood up with difficulty. Looking at the heretic cultivator's miserable state, she reacted swiftly. Wonderful. It seems that some senior has intervened. Heaven has not forsaken our Hongya city. Damned heretic cultivator, you never imagined you would end up like this, did you? It serves you right. Lu Hongyi burst into loud laughter. In the pit, the white-haired old man's face was full of despair and unwillingness. A moment ago, he had been exceptionally imposing, and now he was like an ant. How could this be? My plan had already been perfect. I should have broken through to the spirit transformation stage. What? The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack. At once he also clearly heard the sound of shattering. Opening his eyes, he saw the soul refining formation break apart. It was as fragile as tofu, and the entire formation was thus broken just like that. Roar, roar, roar. In the pitch-black sky, an endless rift suddenly split the space itself. The terrifying dragon might swept across all of Hongya City in an instant. For a time, everyone clearly felt an incomparable divine might. A dragon. It's a dragon. How terrifying. What's going on? Are the demon clans attacking us humans? No way. Hongya City is only a small city. How could it attract such a terrifying dragon clan powerhouse? Look, there's someone on the dragon's head. Indeed, heavens above, someone is actually stepping on the head of a true dragon. He's actually treating a dragon as his mount. How overbearing the dragon clan is. That person must be an extremely terrifying expert. With a thud, the powerful dragon might suppress every cultivator, forcing them all to kneel to the ground. Fortunately, they could sense that there was no threat to their lives. Lin Yuan stood atop the ancestral dragon's head, hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering in the air. To everyone's eyes, he seemed like an immortal descending into the mortal realm. This scene truly astonished the entire city. How can this be? No such a being cannot possibly exist in this world. It's all an illusion. Yes, it's all an illusion. Seeing this, the white-haired old man went completely mad. He continued to roar. How dare you, a mere heretic cultivator, act so insolently? Lin Yuan's voice was like a divine voice. I sentence you to death. Lin Yuan gently lowered his fingertip, and in the vast nine heavens, purple-gold, thunderous clouds suddenly surged. Layer upon layer of lightning rent the dark sky, converging into a divine thunder that linked heaven and earth, carrying the supreme might that annihilates all things as it slammed down. Boom! The thunderbolt smashed precisely into the deep pit, and the violent thunder force instantly consumed this heretic cultivator at the peak nascent soul stage. This heretic cultivator probably would never have thought that he would end up like this today. In an instant, the heretic cultivator turned to ashes and vanished, and even his nascent soul dissipated completely. It was as if he had been erased from this world forever. In the pit, smoke and dust billowed, leaving behind only a patch of scorched earth. At the same time, the remaining heretic cultivators in Hongya City also turned to ashes. There were no longer any heretic cultivators in the entire Hongya City. This scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. Such methods were unheard of. They were witnessing them for the first time, utterly beyond belief. This was a truly supreme powerhouse. With a snap of his fingers, even nascent soul cultivators were like ants, utterly incapable of resisting. They were annihilated in an instant. Lu Hongyi's eyes were slightly hot. She bent her knees and bowed deeply toward the sky, calling out, "Thank you, Senior, for lending a hand and protecting the tens of thousands of citizens of Hongya City. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten by the entire city." All the cultivators and citizens in the city joined the kneeling worship as waves of thanks echoed throughout Hongya City. This feeling is indeed not bad. Lin Yuan looked at everything in front of him and muttered to himself. The ancestral dragon's might quickly faded away instantly, making everyone feel extremely comfortable. This time, although the heretic cultivator had activated the soul refining formation, the formation was halted by Lin Yuan's interference. No one in the city had lost their life to the heretic's refinement. Everything was entirely within Lin Yuan's control. You've done well. As the lord of a city facing a heretic cultivator stronger than yourself, you did not back down. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Hongyi and spoke softly. This Lu Hongyi was very beautiful, with a valiant and spirited bearing which made Lin Yuan seem to see Hua Mulan. Thank you for your praise, senior. Lu Hongyi quickly said respectfully. She truly had not expected to receive praise from such a terrifyingly formidable senior. Moreover, when she clearly saw Lin Yuan's appearance, she was greatly amazed. She had not expected this senior to be so young, so handsome, and radiating supreme charm. Her heartbeat could not help but quicken. Having seen such a man in the future, if she were to seek a Tao companion, she probably could only look for someone like Lin Yuan. However, in this world, there was no one who could be like Lin Yuan. As a reward, take this marrow-cleansing pill. Lin Yuan gently flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Soon an emerald green pill floated in front of Lu Hongyi. The pill was enveloped by a halo of light, and its surface bore golden pill patterns. This is actually a perfect grade marrow-cleansing pill, truly a supreme elixir. Lu Hongyi took a deep breath, utterly shaken. She had actually come across such a stroke of fortune. Thank you for bestowing the pill, senior. Lu Hongyi thanked him again. Then she continued to ask respectfully, may I ask your honorable name, senior? Xiantian sect Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. Xiantian sect. Everyone was astonished once more. They naturally all knew of the Xiantian sect and understood that it was one of the top-tier sects in the northern domain. They simply had never expected the Xiantian sect to have produced such a formidable existence. It seemed that the Xiantian sect was likely to become the #1 sect of the northern domain. It even felt like the foremost immortal sect in the entire cultivation world. So you are a senior from the Xiantian sect. Lu Hongyi saluted respectfully once again. I ride the dragon and soar through the void. Nothing in this world can stand equal to me. Lin Yuan recited an especially ostentatious verse. His figure as straight and ethereal as an immortal's standing atop the dragon's head. In an instant he rose on the dragon and departed to the heavens. He had already displayed his divine power before the crowd and succeeded in his grand show, so naturally there was no need to stay any longer. What a pity! He had originally wanted to spend a few days in Hongya City to enjoy himself. But encountering a heretic cultivator, he could not stand by and do nothing. Now that he continued to stay in Hongya City, he was afraid he would not have any pleasant sightseeing experience. In just a few breaths, everything returned to normal. I ride the dragon and soar through the void. Nothing in this world can stand equal to me. 14 short characters that fully express peerless bearing. With such bold spirit, I fear no one in the entire cultivation world can compare to him. Lu Hongyi took a deep breath and thought to herself. In her eyes, this was clearly a true banished immortal. An old cultivator clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with boundless yearning, and let out a long sigh. What overbearing dominance, what lofty aloofness. Each word and each sentence exudes the divine might of looking down upon all living beings. This is a true supreme expert. The Xiantian sect. I will set out tomorrow. I must go to the Xiantian sect and join it. Joining the Xiantian sect will definitely lead to immediate success. Voices of discussion buzzed everywhere. Hongya City soon restored to its former bustle. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, Lu Hongyi did not linger either and directly returned to the city lord's mansion. She then entered her cultivation chamber and consumed the perfect grade marrow cleansing pill. With this pill, she would be able to undergo a complete transformation, and in the future, she would have the opportunity to cultivate to even higher realms. Within half a sun, Lin Yuan rode the ancestral dragon and swiftly returned to Xiantian sect, his own Xiaoyao peak. It was still deep night. Beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree, Su Qingxue, Lu Haoran, several elders, and the peak master were all cultivating diligently. Upon perceiving Lin Yuan's aura, sect master Ling Tsong immediately ceased his cultivation and quickly approached him. Why have you returned so late? Ling Tsong inquired. In his estimation, given Lin Yuan's cultivation strength and the Mahayana stage ancestral dragon, this should have been completed swiftly. There was no need to return only in the latter half of the night. The demonic cultivators in Lingyue Mountains have been dealt with. Afterwards, I wandered into nearby Hongya City only to discover more demonic cultivators there, so I eliminated them as well. For a brief moment afterward, Lin Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events in simple terms. Senior brother, send someone to investigate and uncover what manner of place this demonic sect truly is. When the time comes, I'll eliminate it along with everything else. Lin Yuan continued. Since he had nothing else to occupy his time now, he might as well do some good deeds. Each demonic cultivator he destroyed would save countless lives. The Qingxue sect. I recall it was already destroyed. I never expected it to rise again. Ling Tsong took a deep breath. Back then, that sect had produced a monstrous genius. Fortunately, several major sects had joined forces to exterminate them. They had assumed the destruction was complete, yet now they had resurfaced. What a troublesome matter. But reconsidering, with Lin Yuan now present, the Qingxue sect still faced only one path: annihilation. Rest assured, I'll dispatch someone to investigate tomorrow. Once there are developments, I'll inform you immediately. Ling Tsong readily agreed. Eradicating such demonic cults was precisely what righteous sects like theirs should do. Junior brother, your display of prowess in Hongya City was witnessed by all, and you defended your family. I doubt it will be long before word of this spreads. Ling Song continued. With this happening, all the forces across the northern domain will likely learn that Xiantian sect possesses such a powerful expert. Isn't that a good thing? It'll boost Xiantian sect's reputation. Before long, many will likely seek to join our sect. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed, it's a favorable situation. If the sect can attract more talented disciples, it would greatly benefit our development. Ling Song nodded. I'm merely concerned someone might employ treacherous tactics against Xiantian sect. Senior brother, you needn't worry. With me here, if anyone dares harm this sect, I'll ensure they face complete destruction. Lin Yuan replied with a confident smile. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Ling Song was thoroughly reassured. Very well, I'll continue my cultivation now. Ling Song returned to cultivate beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree. Through these days of practice, his cultivation foundation had stabilized, and his Tao base had become complete, even his mystical arts showing significant advancement. He could now see hope for future breakthrough to the integration stage. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned directly to his main hall, comfortably reclining on his grand bed to rest. There was no need to cultivate. Simply lying flat felt incredibly gratifying. As for the ancestral dragon, it shrank to miniature size and perched upon a branch of the Tao Enlightenment tree, quickly resuming its cultivation. After all, the ancestral dragon had only reached the Mahayana stage of cultivation and still needed to grow stronger. The night passed swiftly. Morning arrived. Sign-in system, today's sign-in has been refreshed. Would you like to proceed with today's sign-in? The system's voice echoed directly within his mind. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw the system interface materialize before him. Without hesitation, he gave a slight nod. Begin the sign-in. Ding dong, sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 100-year lifespan pill. Taking it will extend your lifespan by 100 years. A flash of light appeared. A longevity pill materialized before Lin Yuan, which pleasantly surprised him. He hadn't anticipated receiving a pill that extended lifespan. However, the pill served little purpose for him now that he had already achieved immortality. I'll give this pill to Qingxue instead. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and made his way to the Tao Enlightenment tree. Only Su Qingxue, Lu Haoran, and the little green dragon remained there. The other elders, peak masters, and sect master Ling Song, had already departed. They spent their days managing sect affairs and only cultivated at night. Qingxue, this longevity pill is for you. It extends your lifespan by 100 years. Take it. With a gentle flick of his finger, the pill floated towards Su Qingxue. Thank you, master. She eagerly expressed her gratitude. She had grown accustomed to receiving gifts from him and simply accepted them without hesitation. Ding dong. The system detects that you have gifted your disciple Su Qingxue a 100-year lifespan pill, triggering the 10,000-fold return. You have obtained one 10,000-year lifespan pill. Taking it extends your lifespan by 10,000 years. In the next instant, the 10,000-fold return system's voice sounded. This is incredible. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even a mortal who consumed it could live for 10,000 years. However, such a pill only extends lifespan. It doesn't grant true immortality. If killed, she naturally wouldn't survive that long. Given Qingxue's talent and my assistance, becoming an immortal in the future is certainly within her reach. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, deciding to keep the 10,000-year lifespan pill. Perhaps it could be used for someone else in the future or serve some other purpose. He didn't dwell on it further. Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxue and instructed, Very well, Qingxue, continue your cultivation. Yes, master. Su Qingxue responded affirmatively. Moving forward, she needed to accelerate her cultivation breakthrough. As her inner power grew stronger, Lin Yuan would become even more formidable. Perhaps when Su Qingxue ascended to immortality, Lin Yuan would become an invincible force in the celestial realm. Just contemplating this prospect thrilled him deeply. Meanwhile, within the main peak's Grand Hall, sect master Ling Song immediately dispatched envoys to investigate the Qingxue sect. He could not break his promise made to Lin Yuan the previous night. Days passed in a flash. What struck them most was the revelation that Lin Yuan had actually tamed a fearsome, true dragon as his mount. At first, they dismissed it as false information, but after thorough investigation, they discovered the truth. Everyone in Hongya City had witnessed it clearly. Shockwaves rippled across the northern domain, fundamentally shifting how the world perceived Xiantian sect. Dragons were creatures of such dominance and pride that no dragon would ever submit to serve as a mount for humans. The fact that Lin Yuan of Xiantian sect had managed to tame a true dragon was absolutely extraordinary and beyond comprehension. Before long, the Daluo sect, Piamiao sect, and Ling Yuan sect each dispatched their sect's powerhouses and made a special trip to the Xiantian sect bearing gifts. The purpose of the three sects' visit was plain to see. They had all come to probe Lin Yuan's background. The methods Lin Yuan had displayed earlier in Hongya City were far too astonishing, too world-shaking. In former days, the four great sects had maintained a stable balance of power. The sudden rise of a figure as dazzlingly brilliant as Lin Yuan in the Xiantian sect inevitably stirred an intense sense of crisis in the hearts of the other three sects. Lin Yuan, however, did not appear before them, leaving all matters to Ling Song. After several rounds of skillful maneuvering, the envoys from the three sects could not pry out even a shred of key information, and in the end they could only depart in dejection. After the matter was resolved, Ling Song came straight to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Everything is handled." They were rather generous and sent no small amount of fine treasures. Ling Song produced 3 storage rings. All of them had been sent by the three sects unquestionably as a gesture of goodwill toward the Xiantian sect. After all, the Xiantian sect now boasted a Lin Yuan. They were not fools. They understood that the wisest choice at present was not to become enemies with the Xiantian sect, but to establish friendly relations with it. "Then I'll take them," Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 storage rings and accepted them on the spot. When the time came for him to give them to Su Qingxue, he would once again receive something even better in return. By the way, the investigation into the Tianxia sect has already yielded some clues. We found a branch stronghold that is suspected to belong to the Tianxia sect, and I plan to send Lu Haoran there. It also happens to be time for him to gain some experience," Ling Song continued. "Your disciple is only at the peak of the core formation realm. Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous to send him?" Lin Yuan asked gently. "Don't worry. I will naturally arrange for a Dao protector to follow him in secret," Ling Song said with a smile. "That's good to hear. I hope he gains something this time." Only then did Lin Yuan feel somewhat reassured. "If the Tianxia sect's lair can be located, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity," Ling Song continued. "One more thing. This time the people from the Daoyuo sect proposed that Wang Teng and Su Qingxue become Dao companions." Ling Song then spoke up again. Hearing this, Lin Yuan gave a cold snort. "Wang Teng is not worthy. I refuse them directly," Ling Song said with a laugh. "There is nothing else. I'll have Haoran make his preparations and set out at once." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was not long before Lu Haoran formally set out. He was extremely excited and exhilarated about this training expedition. During these past days cultivating beneath the Dao comprehension tree, he had improved in every aspect. Real combat is one of the best ways to test one's strength. "Master, when can I also go out and gain some experience?" Su Qingxue found Lin Yuan and asked softly. "I have already thought this over. Once I find the exact whereabouts of the Tianxia sect, I will take you there," Lin Yuan said with a soft smile. By then the two of them would each stand atop a true dragon's head, a scene that would surely be utterly breathtaking. "Thank you, Master. In that case, I will need to cultivate even harder over the coming days," Su Qingxue said with an excited face before returning to the Dao comprehension tree to continue cultivating. Another day had passed. A new day arrived. As the system's voice echoed, a system panel materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. "Check-in system, do you wish to begin today's check-in?" "Check-in," Lin Yuan silently commanded in his mind. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the check-in reward, Pure Yang True Fire." "I never expected it to be Pure Yang True Fire. An extremely rare, wondrous fire of heaven and earth," Lin Yuan exclaimed. A wondrous fire of heaven and earth like this was truly a precious treasure. Whether used in battle, artifact forging, or alchemy, it possessed extraordinary utility. This Pure Yang True Fire must be given to Qingxue. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and swiftly appeared before Su Qingxue. "Master." Su Qingxue hurriedly rose and bowed. "This is the Pure Yang True Fire, Qingxue. Refine it now." Lin Yuan directly summoned the Pure Yang True Fire, a wondrous fire of heaven and earth. Su Qingxue's face was filled with shock. "Thank you, Master." Su Qingxue thanked him once more. The Pure Yang True Fire, interwoven with gold and crimson, let her keenly sense an incomparably domineering force that could burn the heavens. Even the surrounding air was scorched into distortion. It seemed capable of burning away everything. "Master, I will begin refining it right now." Su Qingxue immediately activated the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art and drew the Pure Yang True Fire into her body. The violent searing fire energy instantly surged through her limbs and bones, and her green lotus Dao body began to operate as well. The Pure Yang True Fire consequently became tame. Boom. Soon after, an invisible realm barrier shattered with a thunderous crack. Her cultivation, previously stable at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, used the inexhaustible Pure Yang origin of the Pure Yang True Fire to break through directly to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, Su Qingxue perfectly refined and controlled the Pure Yang True Fire. "Master, my cultivation has broken through." Su Qingxue opened her eyes and said excitedly. She had not expected the breakthrough to go so smoothly. She lightly raised her hand, and a wisp of soft, yet fiercely lethal Pure Yang flame drifted from her fingertip, expanding and retracting at her will, proof that she had fully mastered this wondrous fire of heaven and earth. Used in battle, this flame could undoubtedly unleash terrifying might. It could absolutely become her means of protecting her life. Ding! The system has detected that you have gifted your disciple Su Qingxue the pure yang true fire, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained the evil incinerating divine fire. Ding. The system has detected that your disciple Su Qingxue's cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Your cultivation has broken through to the peak of the true immortal realm. At the same time, the system's voice rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan had obtained an even more fearsome divine fire, and his cultivation realm also soared in that instant. Whoosh. Right at this moment, two silhouettes flew over at great speed. They were respectively the peak master of the alchemy peak and the peak master of the artifact refining peak. After seeing the pure yang true fire that Su Qingxue had condensed, both of them were extremely excited. It is actually the pure yang true fire among the wondrous fires of heaven and earth. Peak Master Lin, can you spare us a wisp of this pure yang true fire? If we have it, the elixirs we refine will definitely be far better. Yes. And using this pure yang true fire to refine artifacts, I will definitely be able to forge stronger magic treasures and spiritual artifacts. The two peak masters hastily clasped their fists and made their request. To alchemists and artifact refiners, this wondrous fire of heaven and earth was a truly unsurpassed supreme treasure. They had previously sent people to search for wondrous fires of heaven and earth, but had never found any clues. Qingxue, give each of the two peak masters a wisp of the pure yang true fire, Lin Yuan said directly upon seeing this. Thank you, Peak Master Lin. Thank you, saintess. Upon hearing this, the two peak masters were thrilled and thanked him repeatedly. Su Qingxue immediately split off 2 wisps of the pure yang true fire and offered them to the two peak masters. Having obtained the pure yang true fire, the two peak masters quickly took their leave. Presumably, they had returned to refine elixirs and artifacts. Master, as it appears now, this pure yang true fire does not have much use for me, and I do not know alchemy or artifact refining. Su Qingxue could not help but sigh. It may have no great use now, but that does not mean it will not in the future. With me as your master, I will help you develop in all directions. In the future, you will master artifact refining, alchemy, and even everything else. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. In his laughter was unshakable confidence and certainty. When Lin Yuan dared to say such a thing, he was absolutely able to accomplish it. Thank you, Master. Master has treated me far too well. Su Qingxue bowed, her voice filled with sincere gratitude. Such profound kindness churned in her heart, and she felt there was no way to repay it. Unbidden scenes from folk storybooks surfaced in her mind. Those episodes in which a woman unable to repay a great debt of kindness pledged herself to her benefactor. One after another they drifted through her thoughts. At this thought, her ear tips flushed with a faint red. She lowered her eyes, and a light wave of shyness rippled across her face. All right, Qingxue, continue your cultivation. I need to go fishing to pass the time. Lin Yuan did not notice much of the change in Su Qingxue's expression. After saying this, he vanished directly from the spot. After quite a while, Su Qingxue finally settled her mind, sat down cross-legged again, and began to consolidate the realm she had just broken through. In less than 2 seconds, the excited voice of the Alchemy Peak Master rang out from Alchemy Peak. I have finally succeeded in refining an 8th grade pill. With the aid of the pure yang true fire, his Tao of alchemy had clearly advanced by a great margin. In the past, every single attempt to refine an 8th grade pill had ended in failure. Although cultivating beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree had greatly enhanced his alchemy, it was still exceedingly difficult to produce an 8th grade pill. Yet this time, with a single wisp of pure yang true fire, he succeeded with ease. From this alone, one could see just how immense the power of the heaven-earth strange fire was. This was precisely why so many people dreamed of obtaining such a flame. It should not be long before he too succeeded. Simply obtaining 1 wisp of pure yang true fire had already produced such a remarkable effect. If the 2 peak masters could each obtain a complete heaven-earth strange fire in the future, they might well ascend to an even higher realm. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Lin Yuan, who was fishing, curled the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that if I ever get any extra heaven-earth strange fire in the future, I might just give it to those 2. If this could make the Xiantian sect even more powerful, allowing every sect disciple to take better pills and use better magic treasures, then it would naturally be a heaven-sent blessing. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. As time trickled by, Lin Yuan's catch grew larger and larger. Every single fish was exceptionally plump. Gradually the day came to an end. Nightfall arrived, and Lin Yuan quickly returned to Xiaoyao Peak with his catch. He lit a fire and began roasting the fish right away. The aroma instantly seemed to sweep across the entire Xiaoyao Peak. Everyone cultivating beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree could smell it distinctly. Even though they had long since been able to forego food, their appetites were immediately enticed by the fragrance. Junior brother, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Ling Song appeared swiftly, and gazing at the roasted fish in Lin Yuan's hand, he could not help but swallow. Roasted fish. Lin Yuan smiled softly. Qingxue, stop cultivating for now. Come and taste your master's cooking. He called out. Coming. Qingxue promptly got up and hastened to Lin Yuan's side. Here, have a taste. Lin Yuan handed her the roasted fish directly. Thank you, master. Qingxue accepted the roasted fish. The aroma was so tempting that she could not resist opening her mouth to take a small bite. Just one bite instantly made a glimmer of golden light flash through her eyes. So delicious. This was simply a delicacy of the mortal world. At that thought, Qingxue could not help but eat even faster. Watching Qingxue devour the fish with such relish, Lin Song could not help swallowing as well. Junior brother, give me one too. Do not worry. I caught quite a lot of fish today, so there is enough for everyone. If the elders do not mind, please come and have a taste. Lin Yuan said with a gentle chuckle. At his words, the elders beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree rose one after another and made their way over. With such an aroma in the air, it would be a shame not to try it. For a moment, everyone sat together feasting on roasted fish and savoring spirit wine. The atmosphere was truly pleasant and lively. Lin Yuan was experiencing this feeling for the first time. Overall, it was rather wonderful. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone felt even more spirited. They felt they could now cultivate with even greater seriousness. Junior brother, thank you for the hospitality. Ling Song expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master Lin. The elders also cupped their fists and thanked him one after another. No need for such formalities. We are all family. Lin Yuan waved his hand and smiled faintly. Next, everyone went back to their own cultivation, while Lin Yuan simply lay down to rest. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a foundation establishment pill. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a blood chi fruit. A month passed by quickly. The daily check-ins had brought Lin Yuan many precious treasures. Lin Yuan planned to keep the treasures he received from check-ins for the time being, then gift them all to Qingxue at once. Presenting them to her one by one after each daily check-in was simply too troublesome. A new day dawned once more. Before the system notification had even sounded, Lin Yuan spoke up directly. System, check me in. Daily check-in in progress. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an opportunity talisman. After use, it can locate a place of opportunity for you. An item type reward. Lin Yuan was rather astonished. Throughout all this time, it was the first time he had encountered such a reward. It has been almost a month, and there is still no news from Lu Haoran. I wonder if everything is going smoothly. Lin Yuan muttered. Oh well, I will give this opportunity talisman to Qingxue first, and have her use it so she can temper herself a little. Lin Yuan soon had an idea. With a single call, Qingxue heard him and immediately came before him. Master, did you call me because there is some matter? Qingxue hurriedly asked. Indeed. Haven't you been wanting to gain experience? I have an opportunity talisman here that can guide you to a place of fortune. Take it and treat it as a training journey. With that, Lin Yuan took the talisman directly out of his system inventory. Ding. Detected that you have gifted your disciple Qingxue an opportunity talisman. 10,000-fold return triggered. Obtained heaven-defying opportunity talisman. After use, a heaven-defying opportunity will appear on its own. The system's voice sounded. At once, Lin Yuan became even more astonished. He had not expected that even after the 10,000-fold return he would receive such an extraordinary reward. It was utterly beyond his imagination. Not bad, not bad. Having a system was simply exhilarating. The moment Qingxue saw this talisman, she keenly sensed that it was by no means ordinary. At the same time, she was astonished that something so miraculous existed in this world. Master, I will not let you down. Qingxue nodded quickly in assurance. In recent days, she had indeed been cultivating with great diligence. She was certain she could bring this opportunity back. Go then and take little azure dragon with you. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Qingxue acknowledged. Xiaoqing, let us set off. Soon after, Qingxue mounted the azure dragon and soared into the sky. Xiaoqing was the name she had given the azure dragon. Simple and pleasant to the ear. Quick look, it's the azure dragon. It's the holy maiden. How amazing. The holy maiden standing atop the azure dragon. This scene is absolutely breathtaking. Many disciples of the Xiantian sect raised their heads and gazed at the sight, each one astounded by the spectacular view. Naturally, their eyes held boundless reverence and envy. After all, who would not want to become like Qingxue? If only they could also have such a divine beast. We must cultivate diligently so that we can become like the holy maiden in the future. Exactly. As long as our cultivation realms are elevated and we grow formidable enough, we can also use divine beasts as mounts. Forget it. Starting right now, I'm going to cultivate twice as hard. For a time, many disciples, as if injected with adrenaline, vied to cultivate with even greater fervor. If they could keep this up, their future achievements would certainly be far from ordinary. Under the fortune talisman's guidance, Su Qingxue rode the azure dragon racing through the high heavens. In all this time, it was her first genuine journey upon the azure dragon's back. The scenery streamed past in dizzying retreat, filling Su Qingxue with a marvel beyond words. So this is the very feeling Master must have known when he rode the ancestral dragon. Su Qingxue murmured these words to herself. Gazing at the fortune talisman before her, she felt a stirring of curiosity and anticipation. What manner of fortune, she wondered, would this so-called fortune talisman ultimately lead her to? In less than 5 shurchen, Su Qingxue and the azure dragon arrived above a towering mountain. At this moment, the fortune talisman erupted in dazzling brilliance, streaking straight into the depths of the mountain. Xiao Qing, keep up! Su Qingxue called out at once. Whoosh! The azure dragon accelerated, and soon enough they reached the deep interior of the mountain. The surroundings were extraordinarily secluded. The fortune talisman suddenly burst forth with immense power, and with a violent wrench a spatial rift was torn open before them. Seeing this, Su Qingxue was startled. I never imagined there would be a secret realm hidden here. This place is far too well hidden, and it looks so ordinary. Were it not for the fortune talisman given to me by Master, I fear we would never have found it. The entrance has already opened. There is no time to linger. Whereupon Su Qingxue and the azure dragon charged straight in. A flash of light. When she opened her eyes once more, the scene before her had changed beyond recognition. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scant, and the very air of the secret realm seemed to be devoured by the fog. This secret realm would be nigh impossible to withstand, even for a core formation cultivator. Indeed, fortune and opportunity are not so easily obtained. Su Qingxue shook her head. Though the miasmic poison was dangerous, it posed no threat whatsoever to her, for she stood already at the spirit transformation realm. What was more, the azure lotus Tao body kept her safeguarded. Xiao Qing, from this point onward we shall explore every corner of this secret realm. Su Qingxue said in a gentle voice. Yes, mistress. The azure dragon had already shrunk its form. And so one woman and one dragon commenced their true exploration. They had advanced no more than a few steps. Rumble. A tremendous commotion came rolling forth. The white mist abruptly churned in violent turmoil, and in the next beat dozens of swift black silhouettes burst out of the dense fog. Poison mist jackals. Su Qingxue recognized them at a single glance. Demon beasts that could thrive within such venomous mist were far more formidable than ordinary demon beasts. Every poison mist jackal's eyes gleamed with an eerie, sinister green light, brimming with bloodthirsty brutality. Long fangs protruded from the corners of their jaws, and glistening sticky black venom dripped unceasingly from those fangs. Where it landed upon the green stones below, it instantly corroded fine pits into the rock, releasing faint sizzling sounds. A pungent foul poison gas swiftly permeated the air. And all of them are demon beasts at the foundation establishment stage. Truly no modest feat. Su Qingxue remained utterly serene. Still, judging by their manner, these poison mist jackals are eager to devour us. Xiao Qing, I leave them to you. Yes, mistress. The azure dragon acknowledged. In an instant the azure dragon released its mighty draconic majesty. Every poison mist jackal before them was instantly frozen motionless as statues. Their taut backs suddenly sagged, their razor-sharp claws and fangs trembled uncontrollably, and their ghastly green eyes were instantly drowned in the deepest terror. The overwhelming ferocity that had filled the air vanished without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. Before the azure dragon's pure and noble divine beast bloodline, these poison mist jackals could know only the deepest reverence and fear. Thump! Their limbs went limp, and every strand of fur along their bodies trembled. Their thick legs could no longer support the weight of their own bodies, and one after another they collapsed in crumpled, quivering heaps upon the ground, rigid and trembling, lacking even the courage to lift their heads, let alone hurl themselves forward to fight back. Every shred of battle capability was utterly lost. As expected of the azure dragon, mere bloodline suppression alone is more than these poison mist jackals can withstand. Su Qingxue's gaze softened, and she smiled gently. She now understood with ever greater clarity why her master had chosen to gift her the azure dragon. With the azure dragon by her side, she could indeed dispense with a great many troubles. Stop dawdling. Do away with them all. Su Qingxue ordered, once more, her voice icy. Rumble, bang, bang, bang. The instant her words faded, thunderous detonations exploded in rapid succession. Every last poison mist jackal filling the sky was seized and crushed by an overwhelming, matchless force, their bodies shattering inch by inch and blasting apart in an instant. In but the span of a few heartbeats, all the poison mist jackals in the entire region lay dead, having offered no resistance throughout, utterly crushed in a perfect one-sided slaughter. Well done. Su Qingxue stroked the azure dragon and gave it a word of praise. Let us press on. And so Su Qingxue and the Azure Dragon continued their exploration deeper into the secret realm. She proceeded with the utmost vigilance, never relaxing her guard because of her formidable cultivation. Her divine sense, like a fine, intangible spiderweb, swept cautiously over every inch of her surroundings. It seemed no time at all had passed before they successfully crossed the poison mist. When she looked once more, an immense valley, so vast that its end could not be seen, suddenly burst into view. The valley was totally enclosed by towering cliffs with no other passage in any direction. Only this single narrow defile before them served as the way in and out. The valley mouth was densely overrun with countless gnarled, coiling exotic vines, their branches and tendrils intertwined into an impenetrable natural barrier. The vines were covered in inch-long black thorns glinting with cold, sinister light, every point fully exposed. Even from afar they exuded a chilling aura of fierce menace. Blood-sucking vines. A note of astonishment flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes. This eerie and perilous exotic spirit plant she had previously encountered only in a few sparse lines of ancient texts. To see such a display with her own eyes today was truly eye-opening. True to its name, the blood-sucking vine feeds upon the fresh blood of living beings, by nature venomous, malignant, and bloodthirsty. Should any living body be ensnared and locked fast by its supple yet tough tendrils, the thorns along the vines would pierce into the skin in an instant, continuously draining every last drop of warm blood from the flesh. In moments a living creature would be reduced to a withered, hollow corpse. These blood-sucking vines are perilous beyond measure. Even a nascent soul cultivator once caught by them would be hard-pressed to survive. Su Qingxue drew a deep breath, a wave of lingering dread washing over her heart. Fortunately, her cultivation was now far from shallow, so there was truly nothing to fear. It was only that she suddenly recalled. These creatures were born with an innate dread of raging fire. In the flash of an instant, every clue converged in her mind, and realization dawned. So Master had already foreseen every hazard along the path. When he bestowed the pure yang true fire upon me, he had already determined that I would come across blood-sucking vines on this journey. With the pure yang true fire in her grasp, the fierce vines before her could no longer give her the slightest pause. She had merely to drive the true fire forth, and they would be easily incinerated into nothingness. At this realization, Lin Yuan's image in her heart climbed once more to a height it had never before attained. As expected of Master, everything lies within Master's control. The moment the pure yang true flame appeared, all the blood-drinking vines sensed their natural enemy and began to writhe restlessly. Their root systems frantically burrowed deep into the soil, desperate to flee underground for safety. They're actually afraid, Su Qingxue said with a smirk, raising her jade-like hand without hesitation. In merely a few breaths, the blood-drinking vines that had entwined the ground everywhere turned to ash in the blazing fire, leaving not a single fragment behind. The blood-drinking vines were utterly annihilated. With that, there was finally no obstruction at the entrance. "Shaoqing, let us enter," Su Qingxue whispered softly. Master and disciple swiftly stepped inside together. Through this entrance, they easily made their way into the valley. Upon entering, the scenery before them underwent a dramatic transformation. It felt as though they had entered a paradise untouched by the mortal world. Su Qingxue couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking view. Even the spiritual energy here was remarkably dense and mellow. She took a deep breath and could clearly smell the fresh, sweet aroma of herbs and foliage carried on the air. The fragrance was rich and lingering. As it filled her lungs, a tingling warmth spread through every meridian and bone, leaving her in a state of pure comfort. Her internal spiritual power seemed to grow more vibrant as well. When Su Qingxue cast her gaze forward, she spotted an enormous ancient tree reaching toward the heavens. Master, this should be a 10,000 spirits fruit tree. It appears to have grown for over 1,000 years, Qing stated directly upon seeing it. This is indeed an extraordinary spiritual tree. Su Qingxue nodded slowly. 10,000 spirits fruits hung from its branches. Each fruit was lustrous and translucent, about the size of a fist. Their skin radiated a delicate jade-like sheen. The peculiar fragrance Su Qingxue had smelled earlier was clearly emanating from these fruits. I've heard that the 10,000 spirits fruit absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Even a single pill consumed by a cultivator can wash away the marrow and purify the meridians, flushing out impurities accumulated over years within the meridians and bones, achieving a complete physical transformation. Master, if all 10,000 spirits fruits here are refined, they will surely help you strengthen your foundation, consolidate your cultivation base, and steadily elevate your realm. Qing continued. In the entire cultivation world, even a single 10,000 spirits fruit is enough to drive powerful experts into frenzied conflict. Once the struggle begins, rivers of blood will undoubtedly flow. To see 30 such fruits now hanging from the branches was truly a supreme opportunity. In that case, this is indeed a tremendous fortune. She stepped forward slowly and reached out to touch the fruit tree. Suddenly, a pale cyan invisible barrier materialized gently, pushing her palm away. A warm yet firm resistance pressed against her, and intricate golden wood grain patterns swirled across the barrier, weaving together into an impenetrable mesh. Someone had personally laid down an array. There's actually an array, but it seems designed solely to protect the 10,000 spirits fruit tree without any lethal intent. Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, obtaining the fruits would not be an easy task. She would need to dismantle this formation first. Master, this formation is rather remarkable. It uses the vitality of the 1,000-year-old 10,000 spirits fruit tree as its core. It only blocks outsiders from picking the spirit fruits and carries no killing techniques. It can be dismantled, but not forcibly destroyed. If one attempts brute force, it would damage the original source of the tree, causing the fruits to instantly wither and lose their medicinal potency. Qinglang examined it carefully and quickly reached a definitive conclusion. You are quite right. This formation cannot be forcefully broken, otherwise this opportunity would be wasted entirely. Qingxue nodded in agreement. At that moment, she finally understood why her master had entrusted Qinglang to her. Not only was it to serve as her mount, but also to assist her in various situations. When facing different circumstances, Qinglang could always offer valuable suggestions and insights. During the exploration of this dangerous secret realm, she would no longer feel alone. With that in mind, she sat cross-legged upon the soft spiritual grass covering the ground, closed her eyes, and extended her divine sense outward like fine silk threads, gently wrapping around the entire barrier to carefully decipher the array patterns. I happen to know a method for dismantling formations from before. Let me try it. Qingxue sat down cross-legged immediately. Xiaoqing, guard me. Yes, master. Qinglang responded swiftly. Under Qingxue's divine sense perception, the entire array protecting the spirit tree gradually came into sharp focus. She couldn't help but admire the person who had arranged this formation. They must undoubtedly be a grandmaster of formations. I have a solution. To break the formation, there's no need to destroy the foundation. Instead, we only need to merge our own spiritual power with the tree's vitality, follow the flow of the wood grain patterns, and open a passage through the array, thereby controlling it and creating an entrance. After a short while, Qingxue's eyes snapped open, her face filled with excitement. She quickly stood up, extended a finger, and activated the wood attribute technique, the Azure Emperor's longevity art. Previously, she had thought mastering a single immortal technique was enough. But her master had still provided her with many other cultivation methods. Reflecting on it now, she realized that the more techniques one mastered, the easier it would be to handle various situations that arose. Everything my master did was for a reason. Qingxue murmured silently in her heart. As the Azure Emperor's longevity art circulated, her internal spiritual power clearly transformed. At the same time, the entire formation seemed to sense something. A series of soft, delicate humming sounds echoed through the air. The formation opened an entrance. It worked. Qingxue smiled gently. Congratulations, master. You now possess all 10,000 spirits fruits. Qinglang congratulated. We should not delay. Let us harvest these fruits as soon as possible. Qingxue approached the 10,000 spirits fruit tree. Gazing upward at the fruits hanging one by one, she gently waved her fingers. Gentle spiritual power enveloped each fruit, carefully plucking them without causing any damage. She swiftly stored them in her storage ring for safekeeping. Once all the spirit fruits were collected, the peculiar fragrance that had filled the air quickly dissipated. The massive 10,000 spirits fruit tree also visibly lost some of its vitality. The 10,000 spirits fruit tree bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. The next opportunity to obtain such fruits will require waiting another millennium. Qinglang continued, meaning their luck had been exceptional. They had just happened to encounter the fruit-bearing stage of this spirit tree. Yes, thanks to my master's fortune token. Otherwise, we would never have discovered these fruits. Qingxue nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Master, I sense there may be other opportunities hidden within this valley. Qinglang reminded her. Then let's continue exploring, Qingxue replied decisively. Since they had come this far, it would be a regret if they left anything undiscovered. Ding dong. Your disciple Qingxue has obtained 33 myriad spirit fruits, triggering a 10,000-fold return. At the same moment, on carefree peak of the profound heaven sect, Lin Yuan, who was lying down to rest, suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Opening his eyes, he looked at the information on the system panel. Lin Yuan was instantly stunned. No way, this can trigger a return as well. I gave Qingxue a destiny opportunity talisman. In other words, the opportunities she finds can also be considered as given by me, thus meeting the conditions for a return. Whoosh. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath. This truly was something he hadn't anticipated. Nevertheless, no matter what, this was an immensely fortunate occurrence. Excellent, excellent. Lin Yuan said with satisfaction. Congratulations. You have received a 10,000-fold return 33 infant transformation fruits. A cultivator at the peak of core formation can consume this fruit to directly and perfectly break through to the nascent soul stage with no side effects whatsoever. The system's voice echoed once more. Gazing at the returned reward, Lin Yuan nodded again. Excellent, excellent. With these infant transformation fruits, at the very least, our sect can gain 33 nascent soul cultivators. These infant transformation fruits would likely never be used by his own hands. It would be far better to bestow them upon loyal disciples of the sect. It seems Qingxue is faring well after all. Indeed, there was no need for excessive worry. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. I still have a heaven-defying opportunity manifestation talisman. Let me use that one too. Lin Yuan immediately made his decision. System, activate the heaven-defying opportunity manifestation talisman. He wondered what sort of extraordinary fortune would manifest. Command received. The heaven-defying opportunity manifestation talisman has been activated successfully. Rumble. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. Instantly, the skies above the profound heaven sect underwent a dramatic transformation. A terrifying aura of slaughter descended directly upon the land. At this moment, every member of the profound heaven sect felt an overwhelming, dreadful power. Such terrifying power. Even I feel as insignificant as an ant before it. Sect Master Ling Song couldn't help but swallow nervously, his expression grave. The other elders also wore expressions of extreme solemnity. Their hearts were filled with immense worry, uncertain whether this portended fortune or disaster. However, this time the celestial anomaly was far more terrifying than before. That killing aura seemed capable of erasing the very heavens and earth themselves. Perhaps, let us go see for ourselves. Ling Song slowly nodded. Suddenly in the sky 10,000 rays of golden light burst forth. Within that golden radiance an ancient gray silk scroll emerged. It was 9 zhang and 9 shi long, 3 zhang and 3 qi wide, its edges entwined with dark golden Dao patterns. With a whoosh it descended directly upon Carefree Peak, landing in Lin Yuan's hands. Immortal Slaying Diagram sealed state. So this is the legendary Immortal Slaying Diagram. Lin Yuan was deeply shaken. He never expected such an extraordinary fortune. How can the seal be removed? He asked. Collect the 4 Immortal Slaying Swords to undo the seal. As for the 4 Immortal Slaying Swords, I already possess the Immortal Slaying Sword. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. When the time comes, I will be able to successfully set up the Immortal Slaying Formation. Once this formation is deployed, even gods and demons shall be annihilated. It is the #1 killing formation in all the heavens. Lin Yuan grew excited. This heaven-defying opportunity blessing talisman had indeed brought him tremendous joy. Withdraw. Lin Yuan waved his hand, casually storing the Immortal Slaying Diagram away. For now he was still unable to use it. He would have to take things slowly in the future. One day he would surely gather all 4 Immortal Slaying Swords. After all, with his 10,000-fold return system, if luck was on his side, it shouldn't take long to collect them all with ease. Fortunately, Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush over any of this. The sky quickly returned to normal. Shortly after, Ling Song swiftly flew over from the main peak. Junior brother, that tremendous commotion just now. Was it your doing again? Ling Song immediately asked with great curiosity. The disturbance was even more extraordinary than before. This time it seemed especially significant. I suppose you could say so. Lin Yuan nodded slowly. I did acquire a rather fine treasure. Hearing this, Ling Song was certain that the fine treasure Lin Yuan spoke of was absolutely a supreme divine artifact of unmatched value. By the way, senior brother, go find 33 disciples who have reached the peak of core formation and are absolutely loyal to the sect. I want them to break through directly to the nascent soul stage. Then Lin Yuan continued speaking. Upon hearing these words, Ling Song was utterly stunned. He even wondered if he was hearing things. Junior brother, are you serious? Ling Song couldn't help but ask. Directly breaking through to the nascent soul stage. What kind of miraculous means was this? And why exactly 33 disciples? Of course I'm serious. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Very well, I'll make the arrangements right away. Ling Song vanished from the spot in an instant. He soon returned to the Great Hall and relayed Lin Yuan's words to the sect's high-ranking members. Everyone was utterly astounded. Sect Master, I have 2 disciples who have both reached the peak of core formation. I can guarantee their loyalty to the sect. One elder quickly spoke up. I have 1. I have 3 here, and I can guarantee they are absolutely loyal. In an instant, the entire hall buzzed with excitement. Each of these elders had their own disciples. Soon the 33 candidates were selected. After waiting a little longer, the 33 disciples gathered outside the hall. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, what is happening? Why have we been summoned so suddenly? I also only received an order from my master. I have no idea what it's about. Perhaps we'll find out soon. It seems something major is going on. Have you all noticed that every single one of us has reached the peak of core formation? Now that you mention it, that's true. The disciples began discussing among themselves. Among them, some were quite sharp-minded and quickly realized the common thread. They all shared the same cultivation level. This only deepened everyone's curiosity. Yet there was also a sense of apprehension. Their hearts were filled with unease. When Ling Song and the others walked out, the disciples immediately fell silent and respectfully saluted. Greetings, sect master. Gazing at the 33 disciples before him, Ling Song nodded slightly and said with a satisfied smile, very good. Today this sect master will lead you to receive a great fortune, allowing each of you to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage. As Ling Song's words fell, all 33 disciples were taken aback, their faces showing utter shock, even disbelief. The surprise had come too suddenly. He was going to let them all break through to the nascent soul stage. No wonder. All 33 of them were at the peak of core formation. Among them, most of the disciples had cultivated painstakingly for decades, honing their foundations day and night while searching for an opportunity, yet they had always remained at the pinnacle of core formation, never even touching a sliver of the nascent soul threshold. Some even felt that they might never have the chance to reach the nascent soul stage in their entire lives. Little did they expect that today's summons was not meant for admonishment or examination, but to bestow upon them a fortune they had yearned for, but never dared to ask for. Surprise crashed unexpectedly into their hearts. After a brief moment of daze, the disciples quickly collected themselves. Bowing with clasped hands in unison, they spoke in a neat, deep chorus. We disciples thank the sect master for his bountiful gift. Ling Song's lips curved into a faint smile. He lightly waved his hand, and his voice, gentle yet clear, resounded across the field. There's no need to thank me. The true benefactor behind this opportunity is my junior brother, the master of Xiaoyao Peak. After saying this, he raised his eyes to the distant mist-shrouded mountains and said in a crisp tone, no time to lose. Follow me to Xiaoyao Peak immediately. Before his words faded, Ling Song was the first to soar into the air, with the 33 disciples closely behind. Streaks of light split the clear sky as they raced forward on the wind. The drifting clouds in the vast sky rapidly receded. Within less than half a stick of incense's time, the group landed steadily atop the misty summit of Xiaoyao Peak. Junior brother, I've brought them all for you. These are disciples completely loyal to the sect. Ling Song strode quickly to Lin Yuan's side and said with a quiet laugh. Seeing this, the disciples bowed in unison and chorused, greetings, Peak Master Lin. Lin Yuan's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. After a careful look, he nodded slightly. Not bad. Ling Song could no longer contain his curiosity. He stepped forward and asked junior brother, what should we do next? His heart was full of doubt, completely unable to guess what methods Lin Yuan had that could help these disciples break through their shackles and enter the nascent soul realm. Senior brother, don't be anxious, Lin Yuan said calmly. How can I not be anxious? With a single move, you've made all 33 of them break through at once. That's a monumental matter. Ling Song looked serious. Even the disciples were exceedingly nervous and tense. Seeing this, Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm. He raised his hand lightly and swept it through the air. In an instant, 33 glistening translucent fruits materialized and hung quietly in midair. The nascent soul fruits appeared before everyone's eyes. Each nascent soul fruit was only the size of a fist, its whole body suffused with a warm jade-like golden glow. On the skin, coiled wisps of delicate infant white spiritual patterns, and a pure, mellow, lingering fragrance emanated from the fruit. Threads of refined fragrance wafted through the air. Just a single sniff made the 33 disciples feel as if the bottleneck of their realms had loosened a little. It's the nascent soul fruit. It's actually the nascent soul fruit. Ling Song's eyes narrowed. The moment he recognized the fruit, he was as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his eyes filled with unbelievable shock. He knew full well how precious the nascent soul fruit was. It was a heavenly treasure that aided cultivators in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. It was extraordinarily rare. An ordinary cultivator would be blessed by heaven to find a single one in a lifetime. Yet his own junior brother had casually taken out a full 33 of them right before his eyes. Such a bold move was staggering, leaving him utterly awestruck. Take one nascent soul fruit each and swallow it on the spot to refine it. It will allow you to break through to the nascent soul stage effortlessly with no side effects whatsoever. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Whoosh. One by one, the nascent soul fruits floated in front of each disciple. Gulp. The disciples couldn't help swallowing, excitement shining on their faces. Who could have imagined such an unrivaled blessing? They were directly given the nascent soul fruits to use with no side effects at all. Thank you, Peak Master Lin. Everyone was full of gratitude. Such rare and precious nascent soul fruits were simply given to them like this. It was almost too much to believe. My request is not high. Today the sect has helped you break through. I hope that in the future you will contribute to the sect and remain loyal to it always. Lin Yuan said a simple sentence. We understand. Everyone replied earnestly. That would be a joke. If the sect treated them so well, and they still betrayed it, wouldn't that be the act of a fool? Now that they could obtain nascent soul fruits and break directly into the nascent soul stage, they would only become more loyal to the sect. They would certainly contribute to the sect as their own duty. Perhaps with outstanding performance they would receive such blessings and fortunes again in the future. Alright, each of you start refining now. At Lin Yuan's command, the disciples dared not delay. They stepped forward one after another to take the nascent soul fruits hanging before them. Without any hesitation they opened their mouths and swallowed the glossy fruits. The nascent soul fruit dissolved the moment it entered the throat. In an instant it transformed into a vast, gentle, yet unaggressive surge of pure medicinal energy that swept through the internal organs and rushed along the meridians toward the dantian. All the disciples who had taken the fruit immediately sat cross-legged, concentrated their minds, circulated their techniques, and devoted themselves to refining the medicinal power of the nascent soul fruits. In just a dozen breaths, many disciples clearly sensed that the unshakable barriers of their realms were as fragile as thin paper before the power of the nascent soul fruit being washed away and dissolved layer by layer in the blink of an eye. Normally, breaking through to the nascent soul stage required enduring the agonizing pain of the golden core shattering to birth the nascent soul. If one was the slightest bit careless, the foundation would be damaged and hidden dangers would remain. But thanks to the gentle medicinal power of the nascent soul fruit, these disciples felt only a pleasant warmth throughout their bodies and a soothing stretch in their meridians. There was no pain at all, only a constant flow of comfortable spiritual energy nourishing their flesh and Tao foundation. It really is a supreme spiritual fruit. The effect is truly tremendous. Ling Song observed all of this closely and sighed. When he himself had broken through to the nascent soul stage, he had endured no small amount of hardship. If he had possessed a nascent soul fruit back, then he would certainly be far stronger now. These little ones are truly fortunate. Ling Song sighed once more inwardly. Time continued to pass drop by drop. After almost the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the first disciple opened his eyes. Within his dantian, the solidified golden core burst apart with a loud bang, and a wisp of pure nascent light coalesced into form. A tiny, exquisite nascent soul sat within the dantian, surrounded by thick, nascent soul spiritual energy. An immense aura, far surpassing core formation, shot up into the sky, roiling the clouds and mist around. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth spontaneously converged toward him. I've broken through to the nascent soul stage. The disciple's voice trembled with uncontrollable emotion. Raising his hand to feel the new power within his body, his eyes blazed with wild joy. This feeling is incredible. The whole process was so easy, completely without any obstruction. This is the first time I've ever felt that breaking through was such an effortless thing. Soon the remaining disciples also broke through in quick succession, each one beside himself with excitement. Moreover, they could clearly perceive that after refining the nascent soul fruit, they had not only succeeded in breaking through their cultivation realms, but could also attain even greater heights in the future. Ling Tsong stood at one side witnessing it all. Gazing at the 33 newly advanced nascent soul cultivators before him, he still could not calm the surging waves in his heart. The sect had gained 33 nascent soul cultivators in an instant. For the entire sect, this was absolutely a blessing. After everyone had settled their emotions, the 33 lined up neatly facing Lin Yuan and Ling Tsong. They bowed in unison, their voices shaking the mountain clouds. Thank you, Peak Master Lin, for bestowing the supreme nascent soul fruits and helping us break free from our shackles to enter the nascent soul stage. We will forever be loyal to the sect in this life, ready to go through fire and water, and would never flinch even from death. Rise. Today you have obtained this fortune. From now on, cultivate with concentrated minds. Lin Yuan looked up faintly. His gaze swept across the new nascent soul cultivators whose auras were steady and foundations solid. He nodded gently, a faint smile flashing at the corners of his mouth. Ling Song stepped forward, looking at the disciples under his command who had suddenly gained nascent soul cultivation. His face was full of excitement, and he announced with a hearty laugh, from this moment on you are all immediately promoted. You will no longer be sect disciples. You will directly become elders of my Xintian sect. Yes, sect master. Everyone replied respectfully. Being an elder was good, the treatment would certainly be better than that of a disciple. All right, go now. Someone will make the arrangements for you. Ling Song nodded. The next moment the crowd obeyed and quickly left Xiaoyao Peak. Junior brother, this time you have truly opened my eyes. Again. Ling Song turned toward Lin Yuan, somewhat excited and emotional. As your senior brother, I still have to thank you. You're too kind, senior brother. Lin Yuan waved his hand. I'm a member of the sect after all. Doing something for the sect is my duty. Then I won't say anything more. Junior brother, if you have any needs in the future, just tell me. Ling Song gave a serious instruction. All right. Lin Yuan nodded again. Afterwards, Ling Song quickly returned to the sect master's main hall and continued handling sect affairs. Lin Yuan, for his part, continued to take it easy, amusing himself with trivial pastimes. Elsewhere, in the depths of the valley within the secret realm, Su Qingxue and the Azure Dragon ventured forth in search. Before long, they discovered a cave concealed among the vegetation. The two concentrated their senses to investigate, and after confirming there was no danger within the cave, they slowly walked inside. Arriving at the deepest part of the cave, a pristine spirit pool suddenly came into view. As the pool water churned, the abundant primordial essence of heaven and earth diffused in dense waves, pure and profound. In terms of value, the primordial essence contained within the pool far surpassed the Yuan fruits they had previously obtained. It could truly be called a supreme treasure. Unable to conceal his excitement, the Azure Dragon hastened to speak. Master, if you refine this entire pool of primordial essence, breaking through to the next realm will come most naturally, requiring no effort at all. Can this primordial essence be collected? Su Qingxue asked calmly. Master, there is no way to collect it. It can only be refined, the Azure Dragon replied. Since that's the case, little Qing, let's refine this primordial essence together. Su Qingxue nodded. Master, there isn't much primordial essence here. It can only be refined by one person. You should do it yourself. I don't need it. The Azure Dragon hastened to shake his head. Since that's the case, so be it. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. With no time to waste, she swiftly seated herself cross-legged and activated the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal technique. The primordial essence within the spirit pool began flowing endlessly into her body. She refined it rapidly. Her aura grew stronger little by little. She wanted to finish as soon as possible. Only then could she return to the sect quickly. To return sooner to her master's side. Su Qingxue devoted herself to refinement, while the Azure Dragon stood guard attentively nearby. This allowed Su Qingxue to feel completely at ease. Presumably this was one of the reasons why her master had arranged for the Azure Dragon to accompany her. Take now, for instance. With the Azure Dragon guarding her, had she been alone, she could not have felt so utterly reassured. As she continued refining the primordial essence, Su Qingxue sensed that even her celestial Lotus Dao body seemed to grow stronger. Such a sensation was profoundly pleasant. Boom. In no time at all, a resonant sound echoed. Her cultivation realm rose swiftly. She had successfully reached the late transformation god stage. The Azure Dragon abruptly soared into the air, his dragon tail sweeping gently across the ground as unbridled joy surged within. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he cried out, "Through this refinement of primordial essence, Master's Dao foundation shall be polished to ever greater perfection." As the final wisp of primordial essence was fully absorbed into Su Qingxue's body, the once chi-laden spirit pool instantly dried up, leaving only a barren pit, utterly devoid of its former mystical splendor. Should any cultivator stumble upon this place in the future, none could possibly imagine that this mere dirt hollow once served as an exceedingly rare supreme spirit pool. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Qingxue's eyes glistened with emotion as she remarked, "The fortune-bringing talisman that Master gifted me truly possesses extraordinary marvel. Initially, I believed that obtaining 33 Yuan fruits constituted an immense blessing. Little did I expect that the primordial essence hidden within the depths of this spirit pool represents the true supreme fortune of this secret realm journey. This harvest has been abundant. I trust it will not disappoint Master's earnest expectations." Turning to the Azure Dragon beside her, she briskly commanded, "Little Qing, we have fully explored the secret realm. There is no need to linger here any longer. Let us depart immediately." "As you command, Master." The Azure Dragon immediately bowed in compliance. "Ding dong, your disciple Su Qingxue has acquired primordial essence of heaven and earth, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained heavenly Dao Qi. Ding dong, your disciple Su Qingxue has refined the primordial essence and successfully broken through to the late transformation god stage, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Your cultivation realm has advanced to the late celestial immortal stage." Upon Xiaoya Pika system notification resounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Simultaneously, his cultivation realm advancing rapidly made him acutely aware of becoming incomparably stronger. Gazing at the system interface that had materialized before him, Lin Yuan found himself utterly astounded. It appears the fortune-bringing talisman truly works. Lin Yuan mused within his heart. To enable Su Qingxue to break through so swiftly, the primordial essence of heaven and earth is indeed extraordinary. System, what are the properties of this heavenly Dao Qi? Heavenly Dao Qi enables affinity with the heavenly Dao comprehension of the great Dao derivation of laws and enhancement of one's limits. It seems this heavenly Dao Qi is indeed remarkable. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Thereafter, Lin Yuan proceeded to directly utilize the heavenly Dao Qi. The moment it merged into his form, Lin Yuan distinctly sensed an extraordinary sublimation pervading his entire being. This sensation was rather indescribably wondrous. It shouldn't be long now before Qingxue returns, right? Lin Yuan murmured softly. Moving on. Continue to lie flat. Meanwhile, within the sect, those 33 disciples who had successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm were swiftly appointed as sect elders, each assigned their respective responsibilities. Upon becoming elders, their benefits rose sharply. The news spread rapidly. Unbelievable. 33 inner disciples all broke through their cultivation so easily and ascended to elder status. Is this even real, eh? Absolutely true. I just saw those few directly change into elder robes. I heard they went to Xiaoyao Peak, and then they all broke through their cultivation together. What manner of ability is this? Throughout the sect, intense discussions erupted among the disciples. Naturally, each and every one was utterly astounded. All of you be silent. There is no need for this idle congregation. Return now and devote yourselves to cultivation. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance in the future shall receive the sect's fullest cultivation resources. A group of elders swiftly appeared, sternly halting the disciples' chatter and delivering a weighty admonition. The sect's approach to recruiting and nurturing disciples has always valued those with potential and worth. Should one possess no remarkable qualities or offer any value, how could the sect ever perceive their existence, let alone invest in their cultivation? With the elders' presence, the disciples ceased their discussions. Silently within their hearts, they vowed to cultivate with utmost dedication. Perhaps the next time it would be their turn to visit Xiaoyao Peak and obtain some fortune, thereby breaking through to a higher realm. Today's check-in has refreshed. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving Peerless Strike below the Immortal. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. Gazing upon today's check-in reward, Lin Yuan was startled once more. He had never anticipated such a talisman. With this talisman, even the most supreme tribulation transcendence cultivator would be utterly annihilated in an instant. Excellent, excellent. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. This Peerless Strike below the Immortal truly possesses remarkable power. If given to Qingxue, she would possess an even better means of self-preservation. Through the 10,000-fold return, I shall undoubtedly obtain something far more extraordinary. This prospect filled Lin Yuan with ever greater excitement and anticipation. Dusk gradually descended. Qingxue rode upon a green dragon gliding on the wind, and soon returned to the sect, landing gracefully on Xiaoyao Peak. The moment her feet touched the ground, she hurried to Lin Yuan's side, her eyes and brows brimming with barely contained delight. She bent forward respectfully and reported, "Master, thanks to the opportunity talisman you granted me, this journey has led me to discover two extraordinary blessings." Once she had finished her account, Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, a hint of approval flashing across his eyes, and praised gently, "Well done." In truth, he had long been aware of the opportunities Qingxue had gained. "Qingxue, since your performance has been quite commendable, take this instant kill talisman." Lin Yuan casually swept his hand, and the Immortal Below instant kill talisman obtained through sign-in rapidly condensed and materialized before him. Upon seeing this extraordinary talisman, Qingxue was instantly stunned. She could clearly perceive that it harbored a terrifying power capable of destroying all things. It seemed that once activated, none could withstand its might. Qingxue's eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "Master, what incredible abilities does this talisman possess?" Lin Yuan explained calmly, "This is the instant kill talisman. As its name suggests, any cultivator below the immortal realm can be annihilated at a single activation, though it may only be used once." Pausing briefly, his tone softened as he added, "This is the life-preserving trump card I have left for you." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qingxue suddenly drew in a sharp breath, her heart churning with waves of astonishment that refused to settle for a long while. A mere talisman harbored such earth-shattering, terrifying power. Below immortals, none could resist. With a single activation, enemies could be slain instantly. Such an incomparably miraculous treasure. Through all her years of cultivation, she had never seen its like, nor had she ever encountered any record of it in folk antiquarian texts or sect archives. She marveled inwardly, "The depths of my master's possessions are truly unfathomable. Every treasure he produces surpasses anything the world can imagine." Soon Qingxue eagerly received the talisman, with both hands bowing deeply. "Thank you, master." With the Immortal Below instant kill talisman, she now had another life-preserving means in this cultivation world. In the future, if she ever found herself facing mortal danger alone, this talisman would prove absolutely invaluable. Of course, she sincerely hoped she would never need to use it. Ding dong. You gifted disciple Qingxue an Immortal Below instant kill talisman, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and obtained an Immortal King Below instant kill talisman. The system's voice echoed directly within Lin Yuan's mind. A system panel materialized before him. Staring at the brilliantly luminous talisman displayed upon it, Lin Yuan drew in a sharp breath. The 10,000-fold return had indeed yielded a far superior treasure. Very well, Qingxue, go cultivate, Lin Yuan said. Yes, master. Qingxue promptly acknowledged. Next she made her way to the Tao comprehension tree, consumed a myriad spirit fruit, and quickly entered a state of deep cultivation. Night fell swiftly. As Ling Tsong and his companions approached the Tao comprehension tree, they caught sight of Qingxue in meditation, leaving them all momentarily stunned. Scanning her with their divine sense, they clearly perceived that her cultivation base had broken through, firmly establishing her in the late stage of the transformation god realm. Ling Tsong drew in a sharp breath, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he murmured, "This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. In merely a few days she has already reached the late stage of transformation god." The elders beside him nodded vigorously, their voices thick with emotion. "Primacy, at this pace, it won't take long before her cultivation surpasses our own." "Enough," Ling Tsong interrupted. His words settled the discussion, and the assembled elders immediately stilled their minds, returning to their own meditation and cultivation. Sign-in successful today. Congratulations on receiving Millennium Spirit Root. Sign-in successful today. Congratulations on receiving Dragon Blood Fruit. Sign-in successful today. Congratulations on receiving Soul Calming Jade. Before long, nearly half a month had passed. Through day after day of sign-ins, Lin Yuan had acquired more valuable treasures. He kept them all to himself for now, to present to Qingxue all at once later. Whoosh! That day a figure plummeted from the heavens and landed upon Xiaoyao Peak. Lu Haoran had returned, hurrying to bow respectfully before Lin Yuan. "Uncle Lin, I'm back." "Uncle Lin, all the demonic cultivators at that branch of the heavenly demonic sect have been exterminated by me. Furthermore, after using the soul-searching technique on them, I discovered the exact location of the heavenly demonic sect. It is at Gui Ming Mountain," he reported swiftly. "Well done. Now that I know the true location of the heavenly demonic sect, it is time to launch an assault and eliminate them." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "Haoran, these treasures are your reward. Cultivate diligently." Lu Haoran stared at the items, each and every one a peerless treasure, completely stunned. Was this merely a reward? It was far too generous. Any single item alone would suffice. To receive such an abundance at once made him feel almost overwhelmed. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Lu Haoran expressed his gratitude repeatedly. With these peerless treasures, his strength would surely advance to a higher realm. "Perform well, and there will be greater rewards awaiting you in the future," Lin Yuan said with a slight nod. "Yes, Uncle Lin. If there are no further matters, I shall return to cultivation." Lu Haoran responded respectfully. This expedition had left him with profound realizations. He deeply understood that his cultivation realm remained far too low. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he would have single-handedly annihilated the heavenly demonic sect. What a pity! Without adequate cultivation, a reckless assault would mean certain death. The choice was clear to him. "Go ahead," Lin Yuan gestured. Lu Haoran hastened to the Tao comprehension tree. Glancing at Qingxue, he could plainly perceive that her cultivation base had grown even more formidable. He sighed inwardly. Only a few days have passed, yet the holy maiden has already advanced so much further. I fear I shall never surpass her. The best I can do is strive to keep pace. Taking a deep breath, Lu Haoran steadied his emotions and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began surging rapidly into his body. Almost immediately, he entered a state of profound enlightenment. "Qingxue, let us go. A new trial begins. We shall eradicate the heavenly demonic sect," Lin Yuan called softly. "Yes, master." Qingxue's eyes snapped open at the Tao comprehension tree as she responded. "Roar, roar." Two dragon roars thundered through the clouds. With spiritual energy surging around them, the ancestor dragon and the azure dragon shed their previously condensed miniature forms, layer after layer dissolving away. Their magnificent true dragon bodies were fully revealed, their scales gilded with gold and jade, their dragon whiskers dancing wildly in the wind. They lay still in place, awaiting a single command from Lin Yuan. "Master, this disciple is fully prepared." Qingxue stood tall, her voice clear and resolute without the slightest hesitation. A gentle smile graced Lin Yuan's lips as he gave a soft nod. "Good. Let us depart at once." The moment his words fell, two torrents of dragon energy surged toward the heavens. Lin Yuan leaped onto the broad head of the ancestor dragon, and Qingxue similarly took her position atop the azure dragon's crown. The master and disciple rode the two true dragons, tearing through the sky and soaring into the clouds in an instant. Countless disciples of Xiantian's sect looked up, witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle. "This is too breathtaking. Yes, it is truly unbelievable. Truly enviable. When I become powerful enough, I too will ride dragons like that." Agreed. "I also want a divine beast as a mount." "Stop daydreaming and focus on your cultivation instead." Everyone stood frozen in place, gazing at the magnificent sight of twin dragons carrying their riders into the distance. Exclamations of astonishment and envy rose one after another. High in the sky, the two dragons flew rapidly. Standing atop the azure dragon, Qingxue soon spoke up. Master, precisely where is the heaven's evil sect located? Guaming Mountain, Lin Yuan said softly. With a casual wave of his hand, a map rapidly materialized before Qingxue. Through it she could clearly see the precise location of Guaming Mountain. I have heard of Guaming Mountain before. It is said to be a bizarre mountain suffused with Yin energy. Once a cultivator ventures inside, even a single careless moment of Yin energy entering their body could prove fatal. It is known as a place of extreme peril. The Heaven's Evil Sect actually established their sect upon Guaming Mountain. No wonder no one has ever discovered them. Qingxue murmured silently to herself. But then again, the Heaven's Evil Sect was about to face their doom. With her master personally intervening, the sect's only fate was annihilation. Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards Qingxue, once more his voice steady. Qingxue, the task of destroying the Heaven's Evil Sect shall be entrusted entirely to you. With Qingxue's profound cultivation foundation, eliminating the entire Heaven's Evil Sect was not difficult for her. This time bringing her along was specifically arranged as a trial of her abilities. Until now she had never truly engaged in direct combat against a soul transformation realm cultivator, and this battle would serve to temper her practical combat skills. This disciple obeys your orders, master. Qingxue immediately responded. There was not a trace of anxiety or tension in her expression. Instead, she exuded composure and calm. Her clear eyes sparkled with luminous certainty, radiating boundless confidence. In her eyes, this matter was hardly challenging for her. Soon enough, Qingxue perceived the chilling, sinister aura ahead. She pierced through layer after layer of clouds. A Guaming mountain stretching tens of thousands of miles came into view. Her vision was exceptionally clear. She could distinctly see dead bones and corpses scattered among the rocks, the entire scene radiating an eerie and soul-crushing danger. Master, I did not expect the Heaven's Evil Sect to have actually deployed an evil array. These evil cultivators are using it to continuously refine the Yin energy of Guaming Mountain. Qingxue stated calmly. Nothing could escape her perceptive eyes. Upon Guaming Mountain, countless Heaven's Evil Sect disciples were circulating evil techniques, absorbing the mountain's Yin energy. Within the sect, evil cultivators had captured many mortals, and even some weaker cultivators, draining them completely dry of their blood, devouring human flesh alive. The scene was utterly cruel. Who dares trespass upon my Heaven's Evil Sect? Inside the evil hall atop the mountain, two soul transformation realm cultivators with sinister auras rose abruptly, shouting in wrath. Immediately, countless evil cultivators ceased their cultivation and summoned their evil artifacts. All were soul transformation realm cultivators, and naturally, they could sense Qingxue's aura. Qingxue, the rest is in your hands. Lin Yuan stood atop the ancestor dragon, looking down upon them with a faint glance, and pressed his palm gently toward the void. Boom! Boundless golden Tao patterns cascaded from his palm, like a waterfall of galaxies intertwining layer upon layer, into an immeasurable spatial cage that instantly encased the entirety of Guaming Mountain. A piercing sound of spatial imprisonment rang across heaven and earth. Every spatial passage leading outward, from the mountain peak to the valleys and underground secret passages, was sealed shut. The spatial barriers were as hard as ancient divine iron. No matter how fiercely the evil cultivators below activated their evil arts to assault, only sporadic ripples formed, unable to cause the slightest tremor. Spatial seal. The patriarch of the Heaven's Evil Sect bore a grave expression. He has sealed the entire Guaming Mountain, preventing any of us from leaving. Such a means was beyond the capability of ordinary experts. Even he, a soul transformation late-stage cultivator, could not accomplish it. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon's cry echoed across heaven and earth. Soon Lin Yuan and Qingxue came into the view of the evil cultivators. Dragons. Two true dragon mounts. How is this possible? The dragon race is so domineering. How could they willingly become mounts? That woman's aura is unfathomable, and the pressure from the man beside her cannot even bear to look directly at him. What great power is this? Why have they come to our Heaven's Evil Sect seeking vengeance? Every evil cultivator on the mountain stood rigid, their weapon-wielding hands trembling uncontrollably. Fear spread through every limb and organ, leaving only sheer terror in their hearts. They began to dread immensely. Facing death, these evil cultivators were naturally terrified. The patriarch of the Heaven's Evil Sect, clad in black robes, swiftly flew to the highest point of the mountain peak. His soul transformation late-stage cultivation erupted with full force, surging evil energy wrapping around his body. Even with all his power fully mobilized, he could barely withstand the pressure. Soon the patriarch of the heavens' evil sect cupped his hands in greeting. His voice trembled. I pay my respects to both of you esteemed seniors. Our heaven's evil sect should have no grievance with you. May I ask what brings your honored presence here? Does our sect need to do something? Our heaven's evil sect is willing to obey. Su Qingxue's clear eyes swept over the mountain of evil cultivators, finally settling upon the patriarch of the heaven's evil sect. Her tone was cold, devoid of any warmth. You evil cultivators have slain countless innocent lives and plundered the primal essence of cultivators. Your crimes are manifold. Today marks your annihilation. In the next instant, Su Qingxue summoned her low-grade immortal artifact, the Dusk Sky Sword, and unleashed a heaven-shaking sword intent. Before this sword intent, everything seemed dreadfully fragile. Damn it turns out to be a soul transformation realm sword cultivator. The patriarch of the heavens' evil sect and the elder beside him both darkened in expression, their hearts weighed down by extreme seriousness, their eyes churning with barely concealable despair. They both understood that the Su Qingxue before them was already incredibly difficult to handle. Even if they pooled all their strength and barely managed to suppress her, high above lurked the unfathomable Lin Yuan. Moreover, the towering dragon of the ancestors beneath Lin Yuan's feet exuded immense dragon pressure, tightly locking their spiritual essence. That innate suppression of the ancient true dragon alone left them no hope of victory. It was sheer despair. Su Qingxue gazed at the sovereign of the heaven evil sect and a crimson-haired elder, her tone calm, as she said, "You two may attack together." Both of them were cultivators at the nascent soul stage, the very strongest of the heaven evil sect. Even when facing two opponents alone, Su Qingxue harbored absolute confidence. Yet this left the two nascent soul cultivators of the heaven evil sect feeling extremely uneasy, even despair. They knew full well that even if they joined forces to defeat Su Qingxue, there would be no chance of survival. Sovereign, we can only gamble everything on one desperate strike. Perhaps there will be a sliver of hope. The crimson-haired elder gnashed his teeth in desperation as an immense surge of sinister chi erupted from his body. We have no choice but to do so. The sovereign of the heaven evil sect waved his hand, and an exceedingly sinister great blade condensed into existence. One could tell at a glance that this blade had refined countless living beings. The heaven evil sect sovereign and the crimson-haired elder split apart, one to the left and one to the right, forming a pincer attack. The crimson-haired elder summoned his natal treasure, the soul-devouring bone staff, and swung it continuously as a barrage of soul-devouring curses flew through the air. These soul-devouring curse seals specifically targeted a cultivator's divine soul. This technique was extraordinarily sinister. With two nascent soul cultivators unleashing their full power, anyone else would likely have turned tail and fled by now. Su Qingxue turned her wrist, slightly tracing a flawless circular sword blossom. With the Qingxue sword and the supreme sword intent she wielded erupted once more with overwhelming force. Countless beams of sword light converged abruptly into an immense crystal-clear sword rainbow, 10,000 zhang long. That single sword strike seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth in two. Before such a sword, the techniques of these two evil nascent soul cultivators seemed utterly insignificant. Rumble. The sword rainbow slashed across the sky, its fierce supreme sword intent directly shredding the soul-devouring curse seals that came head-on. With a crisp crack, the soul-devouring bone staff in the crimson-robed elder's hand shattered. Facing that sword strike, the heaven evil sect sovereign summoned virtually every defensive treasure he possessed, channeling them at full power. But it was all for naught. Each resounding crack signaled the shattering of another treasure. Bang! Bang! Uffy! In the end, both nascent soul cultivators were blasted directly into the ground, violently spitting out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, both of them were in an extremely sorry state. They had exhausted every means at their disposal merely to barely withstand the attack. Sovereign, the sword in her hand, is by no means an ordinary treasure. The crimson-haired old man, his face deathly pale, hurriedly swallowed several blood-red pills. The sinister chi within his body surged violently once again. Sovereign, let the two of us directly activate the evil bone heaven-sealing formation. The crimson-haired old man swiftly continued. Very well. The heaven evil sect sovereign nodded in agreement. As their hands came together in a clap, an extremely sinister great formation promptly manifested over the entire Yiming mountain. Sizzle! An eerie sound arose. The surrounding space instantly turned blood-red, as if this place was about to become hell itself. Countless withered bones burst forth from the ground, winding and intertwining to form an airtight bone prison that enveloped the entire Yiming mountain. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterward, countless razor-sharp, white bones carrying immense penetrating force madly hurtled towards Su Qingxue. A formation. Useless. Su Qingxue shook her head. The Qingxue sword in her hand slashed down once more. It appeared to be a mere simple downward slash with no intricate techniques. Yet this simple strike contained the purest essence of the sword Dao. The sharp sword light pierced through layer after layer of interlaced bones as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, instantly shattering the entire bone prison, while broken bone shards scattered through the air. The crimson-haired elder barely had time to dodge before one of his arms was severed clean off. Damn it, even the evil bone heaven-sealing formation is useless. The heaven-evil sect sovereign was overtaken by utter despair. Logically speaking, they were both at the nascent soul realm. With the two of them joining forces, they still should not have been completely crushed before Su Qingxue. This ends now. Chaotic Divine Thunder Art. Su Qingxue swung the Qingxue sword once more. Boom. The originally dark and blood-red sky abruptly underwent a violent transformation. Rolling thunder clouds instantly swept across the heavens and earth with terrifying lightning ceaselessly churning. The radiance that erupted was unlike any other. It was a chaotic thunderlight woven from black and white. No, what kind of terrifying technique is this? The crimson-haired elder shrieked in loss as the searing pain of his severed arm, the trembling of his soul, and the fear of death devoured him all at once. Despair. Utter despair. Before such power, he was like an ant trying to shake the heavens, utterly powerless. There's no other choice. This is the final gambit. Evil Heaven Art. In desperation, the Heaven-Evil sect sovereign's eyes nearly split apart. This was his last resort. His hands flew through the air in a blur, forming intricate, sinister, blood-colored hand seals. The entire Heaven-Evil sect instantly blazed with blood-red light, and an overwhelming, domineering, devouring force erupted in all directions. All the remaining evil cultivators within the sect stiffened simultaneously, utterly unable to resist, as the blood essence, cultivation, and vital essence within their bodies were forcibly drained away, transforming into streaks of scarlet glaring light that surged into the Heaven-Evil sect sovereign like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. No, I don't want to die yet. Screams rose one after another, then swiftly fell into dead silence. In merely a few breaths, all the disciples, stewards, and guardians under the Heaven-Evil sect were devoured by him in a single gulp, leaving not even half a shred of flesh or bone behind. Meanwhile, the Heaven-Evil sect sovereign's aura skyrocketed at a visible pace. His depleted spiritual power instantly surged back, his full-body wounds healed at lightning speed, and the realm barrier that had shackled him for years shattered with an explosive bang. His cultivation soared unceasingly, rising tier after tier until it finally broke through the limits, stepping into the peak of the nascent soul stage. Damn it, if only I had a little more time, I would surely have broken through to the void refinement realm. Alas, it could only be used once. Torrential, blood-colored evil chi wrapped in boundless fiendish aura surged into the heavens, shrouding the entire mountain. The Heaven-Evil sect sovereign's hair whipped wildly, his eyes scarlet and ferocious, his entire being radiating violent madness. High in the sky, Lin Yuan took in this bizarre evil art with a faint casual smile and remarked lightly, "The evil heaven art. This art has two paths, a main and a subsidiary. All the disciples cultivate the subsidiary art, their lifelong bitter cultivation, merely sewing clothes for another. In the end, they all become nourishment for the practitioner who cultivates the true main art. Quite ruthless indeed. This method is rather intriguing. Moreover, this saves us trouble. We only need to eliminate the two of them now." Unfortunately, it was all futile in the end. Before the chaotic divine thunder art commanded by Su Qingxue, even forcibly breaking through his cultivation realm was useless. Facing the opponent's forcibly elevated cultivation, Su Qingxue's expression remained utterly unchanged. The sword descended. Boom. Crack. An earth-shaking thunderclap exploded. The boundless chaotic thunderclouds toppled down, and a thick black and white divine thunder thousands of zhang wide descended from the nine heavens, tearing through the blood-red sky, and carrying terrifying supreme divine might, blasting straight toward the two evil nascent soul cultivators below. Where the thunder passed, all lingering evil aura instantly dissolved away, and the very void trembled under the shock. Boom. The chaotic divine thunder slammed down. "Block it for me." The Heaven-Evil sect sovereign channeled every ounce of his power, condensing evil protective chi to shield himself. The thick evil chi shield, the moment it touched the chaotic divine thunder, was like an egg striking a rock. It shattered inch by inch and dissipated without a trace. Even the miserable, agonized screams had only time to ring out for half a breath before being utterly engulfed by the chaotic divine thunder. Thus, all the evil cultivators of the Heaven-Evil sect were completely annihilated. "Master, every evil cultivator has been slain." Su Qingxue sheathed her Qingxue sword and hurried forward, a hint of excitement hidden in her eyes as she eagerly awaited a word of praise from Lin Yuan. "Very well done." Lin Yuan nodded, slightly satisfaction rising in his eyes. Having received the praise she had hoped for, Su Qingxue brightened considerably, her brows and eyes lighting up in an instant. Lin Yuan stood atop the ancestral dragon's head and slowly continued beneath the Qingxue sect, lies an underground palace where many mortals and cultivators are imprisoned. First rescue all of them, then wipe out the entire Yinming mountain, so that the Qingxue sect will never again leave any trace in this world. Yes, master. Qingxue hurriedly nodded in agreement. Whoosh. She flew straight out. Within the span of a few breaths, she arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. She pointed out with one finger. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the sealed stone door of the underground palace was effortlessly broken open. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and other nauseating odors. This place was simply unfit for human beings. Countless mortals and cultivators were pinned to the stone walls by cold iron chains, every face pale, every breath as faint as a thread of silk, without the slightest trace of healthy color. To think there were even children of 3 or 4 years old. These evil cultivators were truly cruel. They did not spare even such young children. Sensing someone enter, everyone trembled, and extreme terror surged in their eyes. They only assumed that an evil cultivator had come to torment them again. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Pleas for mercy rose one after another in the sealed cavern filled with despair. Don't be afraid, everyone. I've come to get you out. Qingxue's clear voice cut through the panicked cries. Hearing the unfamiliar female voice, everyone was taken aback. They hesitantly raised their heads and finally saw Qingxue's figure in the robes of the righteous path. Go. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, Qingxue flicked her slender fingers, and the cold iron chains binding everyone shattered inch by inch, scattering to the ground. With the shackles removed, the trapped cultivators felt their meridians unobstructed, and the spiritual energy that had been dormant for a long time slowly flowed and revived within their bodies. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your life-saving grace. The rescued cultivators stepped forward one after another, bowing deeply with hands clasped, their voices filled with reverence and gratitude. The surviving mortals, meanwhile, all knelt down and kowtowed without stopping. Qingxue raised her hand faintly and said in a soft voice, "Rise, everyone. This is no place to linger. Leave at once." They all had to leave before the entire Yinming mountain could be completely razed, leaving no root of disaster behind. The crowd rose as instructed and followed Qingxue's guidance, hurrying out of the underground palace. Once they stepped out from beneath the earth, they instinctively looked up at the sky and instantly froze in place, stunned, speechless. Above the sea of clouds, 2 mighty true dragons circled and hovered, their scales gleaming brilliantly in the light of the sky. What shook everyone's hearts even more was that upon one of the dragon heads stood another white-robed cultivator, perfectly at ease. The cultivators stared at that sight, their minds trembling, and murmured in awe without end. There is actually such an unfathomably mighty supreme expert in this world. True dragons willingly serve as his mount. What a stroke of luck to have met these 2 seniors today, or we would have lost our lives. Exactly. If not for these 2 great masters intervening, we would have died right here. Waves of emotional sighs and sighs of relief rose all around. Soon many cultivators bowed to Lin Yuan once more. Fellow Taoists, leave quickly on your own. The mortal commoners will ride my azure dragon and depart from Yinming Mountain. Qingxue's voice was light and gentle as she gave the order. A dragon roar that shook the mountains and forests suddenly resounded through the clouds. In the next moment, the azure dragon swooped down, its colossal body landing firmly on the ground. The dragon's body was as imposing as a mountain. Standing beside its claws, the mortals seemed as tiny as ants, and the vast, overwhelming dragon might press down from the sky, inspiring reverence in all who beheld it. The cultivators looked at the azure dragon, crouching with its head raised high, envy filling their eyes. To ride a true dragon into the sky was a supreme opportunity, found once in 1,000 years. Unfortunately, they had no such fortune. Nor did they dare to hope for it. After all, merely surviving was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Thank you, seniors. We will be going now. Not daring to tarry, the cultivators each clasped their hands in salute, activated their spiritual energy, and hurried away. What a pity. After these cultivators had been captured, their storage pouches and storage rings had all been taken. Still, they did not dare to remain in this place any longer. There was certainly no hope of finding their storage rings either. Immortal. Immortal, can we truly ride a true dragon with you? The mortals trembled, staring at the enormous azure dragon, their hearts full of fear and disbelief. To mortals, cultivators already counted as immortal-level existences. Qingxue chuckled softly and said, "Naturally, it is no trouble." As her words fell, she lightly waved her finger, and the spiritual energy within her flowed out, gently wrapping everyone in a warm and tender embrace. The mortals rose one after another and landed lightly on the broad, flat back of the azure dragon. When everyone was securely seated, the azure dragon soared into the air and flew off swiftly. The dragon's flight was extremely stable. There was not the slightest bump, and even the wind was kept outside. We're flying. Leaning down to watch the mountains and forests racing backward beneath them, the mortals could hardly contain their excitement, and exclamations of wonder rose one after another among the clouds. It did not take long. The azure dragon quickly returned. Those mortals had been taken to a safe place. As for what would happen to them in the future, it would be up to their own efforts. At this point, there was only so much Su Qingxue and the others could do. Master, they have all left safely. Now we can make our move and erase this Yiming mountain completely. After extending her senses once more and confirming that no other auras remained, Su Qingxue quickly spoke up. Then Lin Yuan said, "Very well, Qingxue. Come to my side first." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Su Qingxue gave a gentle leap and landed on the Azure Dragon's head. Then the Azure Dragon carried Su Qingxue to Lin Yuan's side. "Qingxue, today your master will demonstrate another great divine art for you. The great desolate heaven imprisoning finger." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. He pointed straight out with one finger. Boom. High above the 9 heavens, a brilliant golden finger beam spanning 1,000 zhang tore through 10,000 zhang of space and plummeted down with a shattering noise. That single finger carried incomparably mighty power from a myriad ages. Its divine light dazzled, and the pressure at its fingertip crushed wind and clouds. It split the entire void apart. This is the real great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. As expected, the most terrifying version is the one Master unleashes. Su Qingxue was deeply shaken by what she saw. With just one finger, the might released was enough to overturn mountains and rivers and annihilate a whole world. Before the finger beam had even landed, the terrifying force was already crushing down upon the mountain. Rumble. The entire Yiming mountain shook violently, and from deep within its foundation came a dense burst of cracking sounds. Countless rock faces split open in an instant, and a 10,000 zhang cliff collapsed with a tremendous roar. All the buildings of the Qingxue sect were reduced to powder in an instant. Boom. Another thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. A dazzling golden finger beam tore through the sky and slammed heavily into Yiming Mountain. In an instant, the earth churned violently, the mountain peaks shook wildly, and mountains and rivers within 100 li trembled without cease. The entire heaven and earth seemed about to overturn. Blindingly intense golden light burst forth in surging waves, and in a flash it swallowed the entire Yiming Mountain. Everywhere was a blank expanse of white, and not the slightest outline of the mountain could be seen. When the rumbling faded and the dust slowly settled, the towering Yiming Mountain that had stood there was completely gone, leaving behind only a bottomless giant pit. A shocking sight. Su Qingxue slowly drew a long breath, excitement plain on her face. "Thank you, Master, for granting me this insight. When I return and devote myself to contemplation, I will surely bring this great divine art to a new level." She had watched the entire process of Lin Yuan's technique with focused attention from beginning to end. Fortunately, she had observed carefully. Fortunately, her comprehension was also quite good. "It is enough that you gain some insight. At least it was not in vain for me to demonstrate it personally." Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking for all the world like someone showing off. "This matter is settled. We should return now." Before his voice faded, he casually tore the void, and a long, deep spatial rift split open above, with flowing light surging and sinking within it. The two each rode a true dragon and charged into the spatial rift together, beginning their journey back to the sect. So terrifying, absolutely terrifying. An entire Yiming mountain has just been erased like that. What realm of cultivation must those two seniors have reached? Perhaps even stronger than we imagined. The cultivators, who had not yet strayed far away, watched the scene and wore expressions of utter shock. In their eyes, this might have been the most formidable presence they would ever witness in their entire lives. The surviving cultivators did not linger in their awe and scattered away in a hurry once more. They had lost their storage bags and could not produce even a single spirit stone. If they were to encounter demon beasts now, they would hardly be able to handle them. They had to return to a safe place at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue soon made it back to Xiaoyao Peak. Only after the two of them landed steadily did Zhu Long and Qing Long revert to their miniature forms. "Master, since there is nothing else, I shall go continue my cultivation," Su Qingxue said softly. The spirit transformation realm was undeniably too low. She wanted to become even stronger. "Go ahead." Lin Yuan nodded slowly. Doing good deeds had put him in an exceptionally exhilarated mood. Su Qingxue soon returned to the Tao Enlightenment Tree to cultivate. Lin Yuan nodded with a faint smile. Hearing these words, Ling Tsong sucked in a sharp breath. He never expected that the entire Yiming mountain had been thoroughly dealt with. Of course, the Qingxue sect has been completely annihilated, and I even erased the entire Yiming mountain. From now on, there will be no Yiming mountain in this world. This was all the better. With one dangerous place removed from this world, it was undoubtedly a good thing. "This is excellent," Ling Tsong said with a soft laugh. "By the way, the sect has admitted a few disciples of decent talent. Are you still planning to take on more students? I can bring them over for you to assess. Any disciple worthy of being called talented by him would surely be no ordinary person. No need. Having Qingxue as my only student is more than enough." Lin Yuan waved his hand and declined directly. Accepting a student required the system's approval after all. Otherwise, how could he expect any return? As for continuing to take on disciples, Lin Yuan thought he would simply leave it to fate. Besides, having Su Qingxue was already more than enough for now. Then very well. Ling Song nodded. Such matters could not be forced. Then if there is nothing else, I shall go attend to my affairs. Ling Song continued. Very good. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. After Ling Song departed, Lin Yuan simply reclined on his chair to rest, sipping tea, feeling the gentle breeze. This feeling was still so comfortable. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted. The sound of clashing weapons exploded. Within moments, fierce battle noises echoed from behind the main hall. Lin Yuan swept his divine sense lightly and immediately recognized that Lu Haoran and Su Qingxue were sparring. After roughly the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, the exchange came to an end and Lu Haoran was ultimately defeated. However, Su Qingxue had deliberately restrained the greater portion of her cultivation power throughout, holding back at every turn. Had she struck with full force, Lu Haoran would scarcely have survived a few moves before being utterly crushed. This intense sparring match instead stirred many fresh realizations within Lu Haoran, and numerous bottlenecks in his cultivation began to loosen. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Thank you, holy maiden, for your guidance. Only by personally engaging in combat can one clearly perceive the flaws in one's own cultivation and then address shortcomings to strengthen one's foundation. Hearing this, Su Qingxue gave a slight nod, her voice gentle. No need for such formalities. We come from the same sect and fellow disciples ought to support and guide each other. With the sparring concluded, Lu Haoran did not linger. He found a quiet place to settle into deep cultivation, using the insights from their exchange to address his weaknesses one by one. Lin Yuan observed the entire scene, his heart filled with satisfaction. Fellow disciples sharpening and encouraging each other, advancing together in harmony. Such a virtuous atmosphere was truly heartwarming. Time drifted on bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. At dawn, the system's voice resonated directly within Lin Yuan's mind. Sign-in system, a friendly reminder. Today's sign-in has refreshed successfully. Would you like to begin today's sign-in? Let's begin the sign-in. Lin Yuan looked at the sign-in system before him and nodded directly. Instruction received. Processing today's sign-in. Sign-in complete. Congratulations. You have received a portable spirit gathering artifact, supreme grade. Can be used anytime, anywhere. After activation, the spiritual energy within hundreds of miles will converge, making the ambient qi far more refined. A new panel appeared. Lin Yuan saw the reward information on it and nodded with overwhelming satisfaction. Excellent, truly excellent. This is a wonderful item. This suits Qingxue even better, Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. Go. As his words fell, Lin Yuan drew out the spirit gathering artifact and flicked his fingertips. A dark spatial rift instantly tore open before him, and he casually tossed the artifact into it. In an instant, a rift similarly opened in the void before Su Qingxue. The spirit gathering artifact burst forth from the rift and hovered steadily before her, spiritual light flowing around it. Looking at the unfamiliar artifact, Su Qingxue had not yet recovered her composure when Lin Yuan's voice quickly sounded. Qingxue, this is a spirit gathering artifact. It can be carried on your person, and once activated, it will gather spiritual energy to help you cultivate more effectively. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue hurriedly offered her gratitude. In the next moment, she immediately activated the spirit-gathering artifact in her hand. In an instant, the artifact surged upward and hovered high in the sky. At its center, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles converged like rivers flowing to the sea, the speed of absorption astonishing. Within moments, the spiritual energy concentration across the entire Xiaoyao peak multiplied several times over. Su Qingxue gazed at the scene before her, spiritual energy surging ceaselessly, her heart filled with astonishment. She marveled inwardly. How can such an artifact be so miraculous? Its spirit-gathering effect far surpasses the sect's own grand array. As expected of something master bestowed, it is truly extraordinary. Almost simultaneously, the cultivators on the surrounding peaks of Xiaoyao Peak all sensed the anomaly. The spiritual energy circulating within their own mountains was surging uncontrollably toward Xiaoyao Peak. Disciples on each peak erupted in alarm and confusion, their faces etched with urgency. What is happening? What catastrophe has struck that all our spiritual energy is streaming towards Xiaoyao Peak? The spiritual energy is growing ever thinner. If this continues, we simply cannot cultivate in peace. Exactly. If this goes on, our cultivation will come to a halt. Their expressions grew grave with deep anxiety. Cultivation inherently depended on ample spiritual energy, and such depletion was truly severing the very foundation of their practice. Yet despite their profound reluctance gazing toward the spiritually surging Xiaoyao Peak, not a single soul dared utter a word of protest. Beneath the Tao Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Haoran slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the extraordinary sight before him, his gaze churned with profound shock as he asked, "Holy Maiden, what is this? Why is all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering here in such abundance?" Qingxue made no attempt to hide it, and answered frankly, "This is a spirit-gathering artifact bestowed upon me by my master. So it was granted by Peak Master Lin. This treasure is indeed divine and extraordinary." Lu Haoran exclaimed with heartfelt awe. In his mind, only Peak Master Lin Yuan had the ability to produce such a peerless marvel. He raised his eyes toward the distant sect peaks, his tone turning heavier. "But Holy Maiden, if this object keeps absorbing spiritual energy like this, disciples on the other peaks will probably find it very hard to continue cultivating." Qingxue was taken aback, only then realizing what it meant. A flicker of hesitation crossed her brows. I truly did not think it through. If the spirit-gathering artifact were kept drawing spiritual energy from all directions for long, the disciples of the other peaks would be deprived of the spiritual energy they needed for cultivation and would inevitably be greatly affected. As soon as she said this, Qingxue's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had instantly seen the key to the problem. Her features relaxed and her tone was full of certainty and trust. "There is no need to worry. Since my master gave me this spirit-gathering artifact, he must have already thought through every aspect and made proper arrangements." Hearing her words, Lu Haoran nodded vigorously. "Yes, I was somewhat like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Martial Uncle must have thought of everything." Then ding dong. "It has been detected that you bestowed a top-grade portable spirit-gathering artifact upon your disciple Qingxue. The 10,000-fold return has been successfully triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained the Myriad Spirits Return to Source Tower." Myriad Spirits Return to Source Tower appearance: a 9-tiered ancient tower of green jade, its body covered with divine spirit-gathering runes spanning the heavens, and a 9-star spirit lamp hanging from its summit. Effects: 1. With the sect at its center, it can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from 500 li and bring it all under the sect's ownership. 2. It can elevate the sect's spirit veins and cause them to complete a transformation. 3. It can increase the cultivation speed of all disciples in the sect, for it has the power to anchor the sect's fortune. At the same time, before Lin Yuan's eyes, a new system interface materialized, and the system's voice rang out directly in his mind. Carefully reading the content above, Lin Yuan could not help but nod slightly once again. This 10,000-fold return system truly never fails to astonish. What it returns after a 10,000-fold multiplication is nothing short of heaven-defying. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Then he mentally spoke again. "System, use the Myriad Spirits Return to Source Tower right away." Order received. Successfully used. Rumble. Suddenly the wind and clouds above the entire Xiantian sect underwent a violent upheaval. The sky darkened in an instant as if the end of the world had arrived. Yet after only a breath or two, a golden light burst out from the darkness. A Myriad Spirits Return to Source Tower condensed into existence from that golden light. Quick look. It seems a treasure has descended from the heavens. It's actually a tower. This tower looks like an unrivaled supreme treasure. Rumble. A booming roar resounded across heaven and earth. The Myriad Spirits Return to Source Tower landed directly upon the main peak at the heart of the Xiantian sect. The tremendous commotion sent Sect Master Ling Song and the others rushing out of the main hall. The sky returned to normal, yet on the main peak there was now an additional mysterious tower. Sect Master, this tower is absolutely not simple. Yes, it seems it can be used to anchor the sect's fortune. But why did this tower suddenly appear? Everyone wore expressions of shock. No need to think. This is surely the handiwork of my junior martial brother. Ling Song was the first to react and burst into loud laughter. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, such extraordinary means could only be accomplished by Lin Yuan alone in the entire Xiantian sect. Sect Master looked quickly. A mountain guarding elder cried out in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed to the sky. "With our Xiantian sect as the center, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around us, like birds returning to their nests, is churning and rolling white waves and madly surging toward the sect." Another peak master breathed rapidly, sweeping his gaze along the direction of the spirit veins underground, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. "It does not stop here. Everyone look. All the main and branch spirit veins under the sect are suffused with a glossy 7-colored glow. The essence of the spirit veins is being reborn and furiously transformed. The concentration of spiritual energy in the sect is soaring without pause, doubling and redoubling. Such a scene has never been seen or heard. It is utterly inconceivable." An elder stared fixedly at the mysterious ancient tower that had fallen from the sky in the center of the sect, shock surging in his eyes. Could the root of all this heaven and earth upheaval lie in this ancient tower? All the elders and peak masters were wide-eyed, their gazes full of shock and wild joy, bodies trembling slightly, chests surging with irrepressible excitement as they stared fixedly at the sight that overturned their understanding of everything. Spiritual energy filled the sky like surging rivers, white mist churning and coiling so thickly it almost condensed into substance. Visible to the naked eye, it piled up in layers and kept rising. With every circulation, the purity of the surrounding air increased another notch. In this way, the Xiantian sect would absolutely advance by several whole tiers at once. Not long after, cheers rose and fell from every peak. I've broken through. The bottleneck that had trapped me for 3 years has been smashed just like that. An outer disciple laughed up at the sky, finally breaking through from the 8th level of Qi, refining to the 9th. Ha ha, I've broken through as well. My cultivation has advanced by a huge margin. Another disciple's ecstatic voice followed immediately. Countless disciples wore intoxicated expressions. After closing their eyes and regulating their breathing for a moment, they exclaimed in wonder, "This sensation is too profound. The spiritual energy around me actively pours into my meridians, and my cultivation speed has at least multiplied several times. It is the same for me. My technique circulates without the slightest obstruction, and absorbing spiritual energy yields twice the result with half the effort." Someone looked around in shock, unable to hide his astonishment. Could it be that everyone has undergone such a change? Absolutely true. The disciples around him responded in unison, joy and surprise written on every face. Compared with the past, cultivation efficiency has improved with such remarkable clarity. In just a short space of time, countless disciples throughout the sect broke through the shackles of cultivation, one after another, their strength rising like the tide. As they exchanged words in small groups, they realized that inner or outer disciple alike, everyone's cultivation speed had received a tremendous boost. Even the servant disciples, ordinarily dull in talent and able to cultivate only in spare moments, now wore radiant complexions. The obstructions that had accumulated in their bodies for years melted away, and their cultivation visibly advanced by steady strides. In the past, months of bitter cultivation could hardly produce even an inch of progress. Now, in only a few moments, they had gained bountiful rewards. Ling Song and the others watched as everyone in the sect improved in cultivation. They were astounded once again, one after another. Sect Master Peak Master Lin has truly made a grand move. Not only has he made the sect's spiritual energy denser, he has even boosted everyone's cultivation speed. Indeed, such methods are truly fearsome and unheard of. Even Ling Song let out a deep sigh. Looking at the ancient tower before him, he immediately flew out at high speed. Naturally, he wanted to find Lin Yuan and ask him to explain clearly. Clouds churned across Xiaoyao Peak as Ling Song swept through the air and arrived in haste. The moment he landed before Lin Yuan, he could no longer contain his urgency and demanded, "Junior brother, that mysterious ancient tower appearing in the mortal realm, did it come from your hands?" Lin Yuan merely nodded slightly and replied softly, "Indeed it did." Ling Song's eyes filled with curiosity as he pressed further, "What manner of supreme treasure is this tower?" Its might is so staggering that for our Xiantian sect it represents an absolute supreme opportunity beyond our wildest dreams. This artifact is called the Myriad Spirits Source Tower, and it truly stands as a top-tier supreme treasure. It can gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth, nourishing and transforming the sect's spiritual veins. Furthermore, disciples dwelling within will see their cultivation speed increase dramatically. Lin Yuan explained the tower's wondrous functions with composure and brevity. Upon hearing this, Ling Song stood frozen in shock, taking a long moment to recover his composure before he exclaimed with eyes full of awe, "The world is vast indeed, yet such miraculous wonders truly exist." He stepped forward, his tone sincere and filled with gratitude. "Junior brother, we are deeply indebted to you this time. With the Myriad Spirits Source Tower, our Xiantian sect shall surely flourish and ascend to unprecedented heights." Lin Yuan waved his hand, smiling gently. "Senior brother need not be so formal. Helping the sect improve is also part of my responsibility. After all, as one of the peak lords of Xiantian sect, in Lin Yuan's view, the better the entire sect becomes, the better it is. Junior brother, I shall return to the main hall immediately to inform everyone about this tower," Ling Song said excitedly. With a whoosh, he swiftly departed and vanished from the spot. Shortly after, Ling Song arrived outside the main hall. Seeing that the sect master had returned, the various elders hastily began asking questions. "Sect master, how did it go? What manner of existence is this tower?" Thereafter, Ling Song did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. An instant deathly silence fell, followed by an earth-shaking uproar of astonishment and wild joy. Gathering spiritual energy, transforming spiritual veins, accelerating cultivation. This is truly a heaven-defying supreme treasure. Spiritual vein transformation means our Xiantian sect's foundations will surge dramatically, greatly increasing the probability of future prodigies and powerhouses emerging. All disciples across the sect can benefit. Our Xiantian sect achieving the position of the greatest immortal sect throughout eternity is within reach. The gathered elders trembled with excitement, their gazes toward Xiaoyao Peak filled with reverence and gratitude. First, the heaven-defying Tao Comprehension Tree, and now another heaven-defying treasure, the Myriad Spirits Source Tower. This peak, Lord Lin Yuan. How much more do they not know about him? How much is there that Lin Yuan cannot accomplish? In their view, Lin Yuan is truly omnipotent. One of the elders quickly spoke up, his voice tense. Sect Master, the Myriad Spirits Source Tower is extraordinarily heaven-defying. This matter must not leak out at all costs. If it reaches outsiders' ears, the consequences will be boundless. Another elder immediately echoed, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Well spoken. The various major powers are inherently greedy. Once they learn of the tower's location, they will surely dispatch their supreme experts to forcibly seize it. Our sect will be in grave danger. All the hall's members nodded in agreement, each revealing worried expressions. Upon seeing this, Ling Song suddenly lifted his head and let out a long, hearty laugh, waving his sleeves gracefully, showing not a trace of anxiety. Everyone need not be so concerned. Ordering our disciples to guard their tongues is only proper and natural, but even if news were to somehow spread to the various powers, what is there to fear? He stood with hands clasped behind his back before the Myriad Spirits Source Tower, before him, his gaze sharp, and his tone carrying absolute confidence. With my junior brother stationed here, no matter which power dares to harbor malicious intentions and come to seize the treasure, we shall make certain they never return. Hearing these words, everyone nodded slightly. Thinking it through carefully, it truly was so. As long as Lin Yuan was present, whoever dared to come would only meet one fate, death. However, the entire sect cannot rely solely on my junior brother. Therefore, we must grow stronger. Then even without my junior brother present, we ourselves will be able to guard everything. Thereafter, Ling Song spoke with earnest sincerity, delivering one final admonition. In any case, only by becoming strong oneself can one truly be strong. If none of them strove for self-improvement, there would inevitably come a day when they could no longer safeguard this supreme treasure, the Myriad Spirits Source Tower. Sect Master, rest assured, we shall cultivate diligently. The various elders all cupped their fists and replied with solemn determination. The reasoning behind this they all understood perfectly. Ling Song nodded once more, and then systematically issued the sect's new regulations, effective immediately. 3 sect rules are hereby promulgated throughout the entire sect, applicable to all without exception. First, all information regarding the Myriad Spirit Source Tower must be completely sealed. Regardless of whether they are sect disciples, servants, or outer sect stewards, any discussion of the tower, internal or external, is strictly forbidden. Violators shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Those who collude with external sects shall be executed on the spot. Second, rearrange the sect's watch rotations. Since spiritual energy is now sufficient, the sect protecting formation shall operate around the clock. All peak lords shall take turns guarding the mountain gate, thoroughly investigating all visiting guests and rooting out any spies or infiltrators attempting to enter the sect. Third, adjust the allocation of cultivation resources across the entire sect. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples shall all undergo gradient cultivation, striving with full force to break through their realms. In that case, proceed to implement these measures. Ling Song said seriously. Lin Yuan on Xiaoyao Peak heard every word of everything that transpired here. My senior brother's methods are truly exceptional. When it comes to leading the sect and governing a domain, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for sect master. Lin Yuan smiled as he remarked. However, in Lin Yuan's view, such earth-shaking changes within Xintian's sect would inevitably escape the notice of the various major powers. Particularly the fact that spiritual energy for hundreds of li around was entirely converging and surging toward Xintian's sect. This was absolutely not something ordinary methods could achieve. It would certainly arouse suspicion from other powers. Combined with the sect protecting formation operating at full capacity, outsiders could not enter. Likely those powers would eventually send people to infiltrate Xintian's sect through various means to gather intelligence. It's probable that within the sect some disciples are spies sent by other powers. Such matters are entirely normal. Other sects and powers actually have our Xintian sect's people too, Lin Yuan said with a slow smile. Fortunately, with the activation of the sect protecting formation, disciples cannot freely come and go either. This actually prevents the spies from transmitting information about this place to the outside world at the first opportunity. Lin Yuan contemplated once more. However, everything I've done is to help our own people improve. If these disloyal individuals to the sect can also enjoy these benefits, wouldn't that be giving them an unfair advantage? Such matters must be thoroughly considered and prevented. System, open my inventory. Previously, by gifting Su Qingxue treasures, and through the 10,000-fold return system, various treasures had been returned to him. Surely one of them might come in handy. The loyalty soul jade. If one who touches it harbors thoughts of betraying the sect or concealing crimes against it, black threads will appear on its surface. But for those loyal to the sect, the jade will glow with a gentle radiance. This item has too many limitations. It can only detect momentary thoughts. With just a little disguise, it might not detect anything. Looking at the backpack system interface, Lin Yuan examined the detailed description of the Loyalty Soul Jade and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In general, the Loyalty Soul Jade was typically used by smaller sects and families. For a major sect like Xintian sect, its effectiveness would naturally be limited. Let me continue looking. There must be something suitable. Lin Yuan continued browsing. After a while, he actually found something. Ancient Vow Glazed Glass. Appearance: a transparent 7-colored glazed block that can imprint soul oaths upon touch. Effect: when a cultivator makes a soul oath of loyalty to the sect with this glazed artifact, the heavenly Tao's mark is sealed within. Once the oath is violated, the heavenly Tao will directly descend with thunder tribulation, causing severe damage and permanent cultivation regression, unresolvable by anyone. Even through reincarnation, the glazed artifact can still lock onto its soul, ensuring the oath's consequences follow the cultivator across lifetimes. The Ancient Vow Glazed Glass. I always thought this thing was too overpowered. I never expected I'd actually need to use it today. Previously, Lin Yuan thought such an item would be unnecessary. But now he realized that nothing in this world is truly useless. It's just waiting for the right moment to be of service. Go. Lin Yuan directly took out the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass from his system backpack. With a gentle flick of his fingers, this mysterious and extraordinary Ancient Vow Glazed Glass transformed into a streak of 7-colored light, flying outward and ultimately suspended high above Xintian sect. For a moment, dazzling 7-colored light spread across Xintian sect sky. This strange phenomenon naturally immediately attracted everyone's attention within the sect. Even Ling Tsong and others on the main peak were deeply amazed by this scene. Such a method, such an extraordinary item. This must definitely be my junior brother's doing. Ling Tsong quickly came to his senses, saying happily, "This looks like glazed glass. What kind of effect does this item have?" Everyone was curious, but in their hearts they were certain this was something of great importance. The next moment, Lin Yuan's transmission quietly reached Ling Tsong's ear. "Senior brother, this item is called the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass." In a very short time, Ling Tsong gained sufficient understanding and knowledge about the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass. Phew! This caused Ling Tsong to involuntarily take a sharp breath. He never imagined such an incredibly powerful item existed. Indeed worthy of being his junior brother. Whatever he brought out was extraordinary. Esteemed elders, weren't you just worried that disciples might leak the sect's secrets? My junior brother has already thought of a solution. This item is called the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass. The high-ranking members of Xintian sect also took a collective deep breath. They had never imagined that in this world there existed such an extraordinary item. Not just the sect disciples, but even the elders and executive members must make soul oaths. The Grand Elder immediately proposed. The Grand Elder speaks truly. Not just the disciples, we elders must also comply. Other elders echoed in agreement. Excellent, so it shall be. Ling Tsong nodded. With a gentle wave of his fingers, the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass suspended in the sky descended steadily. It directly landed on the main peak. Then the various elders and peak lords took the lead, stepping forward to sign the soul oath. After completing this, dong dong dong, a series of resonant bells rang out across the entire Xintian sect. All disciples from every peak listened to the order. Everyone must come to the main peak and sign the soul contract. If there are any who refuse, their memories will be erased, and they will be expelled from the sect. Ling Tsong's imposing voice echoed in every disciple's ears. The entire sect was shocked. My heavens, there actually exists such a divine artifact as the Ancient Vow Glazed Glass. If one breaks the vow, even future reincarnations will still face punishment. Too terrifying. This item is truly overpowered. So do we outer sect disciples really have to sign this soul contract? Are you an idiot? Currently, Xintian sect is clearly becoming more extraordinary. Staying in Xintian sect is definitely a tremendous opportunity and blessing. Exactly. As long as you don't violate the sect, as long as you're loyal to the sect, then what's the issue with this soul contract? It's just like a formality. The disciples were excitedly discussing. For 99% of the disciples, they were all very willing. As for some undercover agents within the sect, their expressions were complex at this moment. If they disagreed, their memories would be forcibly erased, and they would be expelled from the sect. Erasing memories could cause significant harm to oneself. Once memories of Xintian sect were erased, even if an undercover agent returned, they probably couldn't report any useful intelligence. That would definitely lead to no good outcome. Damn it, from now on I'm a real Xintian sect disciple. This Xintian sect is so extraordinary, everyone's cultivation speed has increased, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become so rich and pure. Staying in Xintian sect is definitely more promising. A young outer sect man's eyes suddenly brightened. In the past he had no choice, but now it's different. Sign the soul contract and become a real Yuan sect disciple from now on. Not just him, other undercover agents also made the same decision. Profit is paramount. Naturally, Yuan sect could bring them greater achievements. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 full days passed in the blink of an eye. All disciples and elders throughout Yuan sect completed the soul contract binding with the ancient vow glazed glass. In the sect master's grand hall, the grand elder approached with a joyful expression, bowing as he reported, "Sect master, not a single person throughout the entire sect has shown any inclination to leave." Ling Song laughed heartily, a sense of pride evident between his brows. "They are all people of insight. Now that my Yuan sect enjoys flourishing fortune and extraordinary depth of heritage, anyone with even a modicum of vision would never lightly speak of departure. Those who insist on leaving are truly fools. From now on we need never worry about sect secrets being leaked." At this moment, an elder stepped forward, reporting in a grave voice, "Sect master, recently, there have been cultivators from various factions secretly watching outside our mountain gate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 li has entirely converged toward my Yuan sect. This is truly too conspicuous and has long drawn others' attention." Ling Song waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. "This matter cannot be concealed anyway. No need to worry. Only from today onward must all disciples present, and everyone here redouble their efforts in diligent cultivation without the slightest slack." Everyone in the hall cupped their fists together, responding in unison, "We shall heed the sect master's instructions." Inside the grand hall of the sect master, Ling Song sat at the seat of honor, continuing to methodically review and handle the sect's other affairs. Suddenly he sensed an extremely familiar aura. Ling Song's movements suddenly halted. The instant he raised his eyes, uncontrollable wild joy surged in his gaze, and his voice trembled slightly. "It's Master's aura. The old ancestor has come out of seclusion." At these words, everyone in the hall showed delight, and excited discussions broke out. The Supreme Ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation for years. Now that he has emerged, his cultivation must surely have advanced greatly. Could the Supreme Elder have already broken through to the body integration stage? A cultivator at the body integration stage is considered extremely formidable throughout the entire cultivation world. Heaven is aiding our Yuan sect. Lately, joyous events have come one after another. Our fortune is truly flourishing. Ling Song suppressed his anxiousness, turned to the grand elder beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Leave the rest of the sect's affairs to your management for now. This sovereign will immediately go to pay respects to Master. Rest assured, Sect Master. I will handle everything properly." The grand elder bowed with clasped hands in acknowledgement. Before his voice faded, spiritual light flared fiercely around Ling Song. His figure turned into a dazzling azure rainbow, shot through the air and vanished beyond the hall into the heavens in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao Peak. Beneath the ancient Tao Enlightenment tree, Lin Yuan lay on a bamboo chair resting, while beside him Qingxue and Lu Haoran sat, in concentrated meditation, diligently cultivating. Suddenly a soft sound of breaking air rang out. A beam of clear radiance flashed across the sky, and in the blink of an eye an old man with snow-white hair and an immortal immaculate bearing appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a flicker of surprise passing through them. He rose quickly and clasped his hands. "Master, you have finally come out of seclusion." Although Lin Yuan was already incredibly strong, even surpassing his master, he still held him in the deepest reverence. With that, he stepped aside and raised his hand, saying respectfully, "Master, please have a seat." The newcomer was none other than Gong Xian, the supreme ancestor of the Yuan sect, and the master of both Ling Song and Lin Yuan. Within the Yuan sect, aside from Lin Yuan, this supreme ancestor's cultivation stood above the rest, making him undoubtedly the sect's top powerhouse. Yuan could this be the legendary Tao Enlightenment tree? Gong Xian was utterly astonished. He had only wanted to come and see how Lin Yuan was doing. He never expected that upon arriving at Xiaoyao Peak he would be so deeply captivated by this Tao Enlightenment tree. The feeling of being wrapped in the great Tao was simply indescribably wonderful. "Yes, Master," Lin Yuan said softly. "I never expected you to possess such an extraordinary fortune. Rare, truly rare. What a pity. If only I could have arrived a step earlier, how wonderful that would have been." Gong Xian looked at Lin Yuan and let out a heavy sigh, his brows thick with melancholy. Lin Yuan's gaze rested on him. After sensing the chaotic and declining aura in his body, he asked softly, "Master, I remember that when you entered seclusion, everything was well prepared. Why did the breakthrough fail?" Gong Xian clenched his fist, his voice tinged with unresolved unwillingness. "Exactly. The breakthrough fell short at the last step, and I still couldn't escape the influence of that inner demon. My foundation has already been damaged. It seems that in this lifetime I can only be trapped at the peak of void refinement, never to step into body integration. He secretly lamented that this seclusion had long fixed his path. He could not interrupt it midway, not even half a step. If he had been able to withdraw at that time and use this extraordinary Tao enlightenment tree, he might have had an 80% chance to break through his shackles in one fell swoop and step into the great path of body integration. Master, I guessed immediately that you would come to see junior brother first. Ling Song hurried over with light steps, his face brimming with excitement and joy. But the moment he landed steadily and truly sensed the aura of his master, his joy abruptly froze on his face and his heart sank. Master, your aura. Why has it weakened a bit compared to just now? Ling Song rushed forward, his voice filled with undisguisable panic. Gong Xian slowly lowered his eyes and let out a sigh full of exhaustion. Your master failed the breakthrough. How can this be? Ling Song's voice went hoarse and all his joy turned to icy coldness. All the heavenly treasures, protective arrays, and opportunities had been prepared, everything was ready, but who could have expected such a last-minute failure? A moment ago he had already imagined 1,000 things. Once his master successfully entered body integration, he would spread the news across the entire northern domain, letting all cultivators know that their Xiantian sect now boasted a body integration great power. Perhaps this is fate. I hope the two of you will cultivate well and surpass me. Gong Xian took another deep breath. It was already decided and could not be changed. All he could do now was accept reality. I never expected Su Qingxue to awaken the green lotus Tao body. Ling Song, this disciple of yours has a remarkable foundation, and she has already attained the clarity of the sword Tao. Excellent, excellent. Standing under the Tao enlightenment tree, Gong Xian looked at a man and a woman beneath the tree, slowly nodding with a trace of approval in his eyes. In his view, Su Qingxue and Ling Song were exceptionally gifted. Given time, they would surely be able to uphold the Xiantian sect and become its true pillars of strength. Seeing this, Ling Song quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, Master, during your years in seclusion, many changes have occurred in the sect. Now the holy maiden Su Qingxue is already junior brother Lin Yuan's disciple. As for how his attainments today are all thanks to junior brother's wholehearted help. After a pause, he continued to report. Master must have noticed that all the spirit veins in the sect have undergone a complete transformation, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become several times denser than before. All these great changes were brought about by junior brother alone. These few words left Gong Xian deeply shaken. His eyes shifted to Lin Yuan and rested solemnly on him. As he scrutinized him closely, his heart suddenly trembled. At this moment, he could not see through Lin Yuan's real cultivation at all. Gong Xian raised an eyebrow and asked softly with utter disbelief, Yuaner, were all these tremendous changes in the sect truly brought about by you alone? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. There was indeed no need to hide it now. How did you do it? Gong Xian asked. To be honest, Master, I am the reincarnation of a great immortal from the celestial realm. A few days ago, I awakened the memories of my previous life, Lin Yuan said calmly. As for the system, he could not let anyone know about it, so for now Lin Yuan could only use this lie as an excuse. The moment those words were uttered, both Gong Xian and Ling Song were incomparably shocked. Wonderful. I never expected to have taken in a reincarnated immortal as my disciple. Gong Xian said excitedly, feeling even more thrilled than when he had broken through a realm himself. Ling Song was the same. In this way, all the astonishing methods Lin Yuan had displayed could now be explained. The reincarnation of a celestial immortal. Such methods were naturally beyond anything they could imagine. Master, since your breakthrough failed, I have a way for you to break through again. Lin Yuan quickly continued. He had wanted to help his master before, but his master had been in closed-door cultivation. It would not have been appropriate to disturb him. Moreover, if his master could succeed in breaking through on his own, that would naturally be even better. Now that the breakthrough had failed, it was time for Lin Yuan to offer his help. Junior brother, is it really possible? Ling Song asked excitedly. If it were possible, that would definitely be an enormously good thing. Of course, Lin Yuan affirmed. Yuaner, is this method truly feasible? Your master's Tao foundation has crumbled, and inner demons devour the spirit. Without some heaven-defying fortune, my cultivation will likely never advance another step. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian's body trembled violently, and his withered hands covered in wrinkles could not stop their trembling. He was well aware that after this failed breakthrough, his Tao foundation was riddled with hidden wounds, and inner demons had deeply rooted themselves in his divine soul. There was absolutely no hope of further advancement. Has Master ever heard of the Tao unification Tai Su pill? Lin Yuan asked with a slight curve at the corner of his lips. This pill had been reserved for Su Qingxue, intended to help her break through to the soul fusion stage. Yet today, he unexpectedly had to bring it out early. Upon hearing this, Ling Song beside them widened his eyes in utter disbelief. The Tao unification Tai Su pill. That is a supreme holy pill existing only in legendary texts. It has been extinct from this world for 10,000 years. Junior brother, could you possibly possess this pill? Indeed, Lin Yuan confirmed with a smile. He slowly unfolded his palm, and a Tao Unification Tai Su pill materialized from thin air, radiating brilliant misty pill light. The medicinal essence was vast and majestic, with wisps of Tao patterns swirling around his fingertips. The moment this pill appeared, both Gong Xian and Ling Cong widened their eyes in disbelief. Master, we shouldn't delay. Take this pill now, Lin Yuan continued. Very well, very well, very well. Gong Xian exclaimed with immense excitement. Master, simply refine this pill. Let its medicinal power fully unfold to suppress the inner demons and rebuild the Tao foundation. Do not hold back in the slightest, Lin Yuan specially instructed. Then I'll begin. Gong Xian took a deep breath, clearing all distracting thoughts from his mind, and tilted his head back to swallow the Tao Unification Tai Su pill. The pill dissolved the instant it entered his mouth, and an extremely pure, vast, and warm medicinal power instantly swept through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, rushing along the meridians directly toward his damaged Tao foundation. In that very instant, Gong Xian felt an utterly profound and mysterious sensation. His body also felt much more comfortable, especially his cultivation realm, which was rapidly recovering. His originally cracked and nearly dissolving Tao foundation slowly began to emit a faint white glow under the medicinal powers flushing. Countless minute cracks visibly healed at an observable rate. Master's aura is rising. Good heavens, his white hair is turning black. Master is actually becoming younger. In just a few breaths' time, in Ling Cong's eyes, Master Gong Xian was visibly becoming younger. Unexpectedly, this Tao Unification Tai Su pill had such a miraculous effect. What a wonderful thing! Ling Cong exclaimed in his heart. No, no, I am you. You cannot eliminate me. The voice of the inner demons ceaselessly roared within Gong Xian's consciousness. That black fog of inner demons suddenly surged violently, and continuous screams echoed through Gong Xian's sea of consciousness, attempting to break through the medicinal powers binding and once again corrode his divine soul. However, no matter how this inner demon resisted, it was instantly devoured by the medicinal power. The inner demon swiftly vanished. Without the inner demon, Gong Xian felt an unprecedented sensation. Boom! A dull, heavy sound exploded with a thunderous roar. The cultivation bottleneck that had bound him for years shattered completely. A mighty and robust cultivation aura suddenly skyrocketed, rising tier by tier. A terrifying and vast spiritual pressure scattered and swept outward, instantly enveloping the entire Xiantian sect. All disciples and elders throughout the sect were deeply shaken, genuinely sensing that profound and terrifying force. Breakthrough achieved. Gong Xian suddenly opened his eyes with uncontrollable excitement, churning in his gaze, his voice trembling slightly. He had never experienced such a smooth breakthrough. This breakthrough was as natural as water flowing and had no obstacles whatsoever. Now he was a genuine soul fusion stage cultivator. The withered and depleted qi and blood throughout his body were completely revitalized. His aged appearance visibly shed away, and his entire being glowed with radiance, appearing decades younger. Master, congratulations on your great breakthrough. Ling Cong beside him could hardly contain his elation, bowing with excitement to offer his congratulations. Gong Xian turned upon hearing this, his gaze falling upon Lin Yuan, filled with earnest gratitude. He quickly stepped forward to thank him. Yuan, this opportunity one have gained is entirely thanks to your assistance. Without Lin Yuan's gift of the pill, I would never have been able to break through so easily and ascend to the soul fusion stage. Master, you're too kind. This is simply what a disciple should do, Lin Yuan said with a light laugh. How fortunate I, Gong Xian, am to have taken in such a disciple. A blessing from 3 lifetimes. Gong Xian exclaimed once more. Master, now that your cultivation has just broken through, please stay at Xiaoyao Peak. Here beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tree, you can also cultivate and improve, Lin Yuan continued. The soul fusion stage is not the strongest in the cultivation world. After all, above soul fusion, there are still the Mahayana and tribulation transcendent stages. If possible, Lin Yuan also wished to help his master reach the tribulation transcendent stage, or even ascend to the immortal realm. In any case, Lin Yuan would never be half-hearted about anything within his power to accomplish. After all, when Lin Yuan first transmigrated here, he was taken in by Gong Xian as a personal disciple and received excellent care at that time, making him feel as though he had returned home. Such kindness must be repaid. Very well, I shall listen to you, Yuan. Gong Xian nodded and readily agreed. Cultivating beneath the Tao Enlightenment Tree, what a magnificent fortune. He naturally agreed. Master, your disciple will immediately announce throughout the entire northern domain, letting the world know that our Xiantian sect has produced a soul fusion stage powerhouse. Ling Cong could barely contain his excitement, his tone brimming with joy. With this, the Xiantian sect's reputation as the northern domain's foremost sect would be absolutely secured. No need. Gong Xian immediately interjected, his expression calm. Let's keep this matter under wraps for now. Do not spread the word. Let's act discreetly. Your disciple will heed Master's teaching. Ling Cong heard this, and though he felt a slight tinge of regret, he could only respectfully comply. Su Qingxue pays respects to ancestor. Disciple Lu Haoran pays respects to ancestor. Soon both Su Qingxue and Lu Haoran rose and respectfully bowed to Gong Xian. The great commotion just now had caused both of them to immediately cease their cultivation. You two are excellent. Cultivate diligently. The future Xiantian sect must be placed in your hands. Gong Xian looked at the two with a slight nod, smiling with satisfaction. Qingxue, go brew some tea, Lin Yuan gently reminded her. Yes, master. Su Qingxue replied. Su Qingxue quickly prepared the tea herself. Moreover, she used Tao Enlightenment tea. In no time the fragrance of the Tao Enlightenment tea wafted over. Simply smelling the aroma made them feel their cultivation had slightly advanced. Ancestor, please have tea. Su Qingxue was the first to offer a cup of tea to Gong Xian. Never imagined that I, Gong Xian, would one day get to drink the legendary Tao Enlightenment tea, Gong Xian exclaimed with emotion. With one sip his entire being seemed immersed in the Tao's resonance. His understanding of his own techniques, divine abilities, and magical arts seemed to have suddenly advanced greatly. What incredible fortune today! Ling Song sighed in his heart. He got to enjoy another cup of Tao Enlightenment tea. After drinking it last time, he had improved considerably. Watching everyone drink the Tao Enlightenment tea, each person had experienced some improvement. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. To him, now the Tao Enlightenment tea was simply fine tea like any other. After drinking the Tao Enlightenment tea, Gong Xian and Ling Song also swiftly sat cross-legged in meditation, entering a state of cultivation. They absolutely could not afford to waste the benefits bestowed by the Tao Enlightenment tea. Master, I shall also begin cultivating. Su Qingxue, upon witnessing this scene, understood that there was nothing else requiring her attention. Lin Yuan nodded gently at her. As for Lin Yuan himself, he simply continued to rest. Watching them cultivate so earnestly while he had nothing to do, merely lying back in comfort. This feeling was rather delightful. Night descended swiftly. The sect elders and peak masters, having concluded their respective duties, all made their way to Xiaya Peak. Beneath the Wisdom Enlightenment tree, they respectfully bowed upon seeing Gong Xian. Learning that the ancestral patriarch had broken through to the fusion realm, everyone was overjoyed and filled with excitement. Fortunately, they soon quieted down and devoted themselves to earnest cultivation. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it was already dawn of a new day. Gong Xian slowly opened his eyes, sighing in his heart, a night of cultivation has not only brought my realm to the most perfect stability, but even my techniques and divine arts have made tremendous progress. A single night of cultivation feels equivalent to 100 years of arduous training from before. The Wisdom Enlightenment tree truly lives up to the records in those ancient texts. It is indeed that extraordinary. Gazing upon the cultivators gathered beneath the Wisdom Enlightenment tree, Gong Xian felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction and joy. With the Wisdom Enlightenment tree, the Xiantian sect will certainly produce many more powerhouses. All of this is thanks to Lin Yuan. Ling Song also swiftly ceased his cultivation and stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he asked. Gong Xian gave a slight nod, his lips curving upward into a faint smile. The Wisdom Enlightenment tree is truly extraordinary. Perhaps with its help we may break through to even higher realms. That would be wonderful. Ling Song's heart filled with joy, his brows relaxing in delight. With those words, the assembled elders rose in unison, bowed reverently to Gong Xian, and then followed behind Ling Song, departing together toward the main peak. The peak masters each returned to their own territories. Some refined pills, others forged weapons, and yet others laid formations. Everyone attended to their own duties in an orderly, methodical manner. The entire sect's development was steadily growing stronger with each passing day. Sign-in system. Today's sign-in has refreshed successfully. Would the host like to begin today's sign-in? At this moment, the sign-in system's voice rang out within Lin Yuan's mind. Begin the sign-in. Then Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Command received. Signing in. Sign-in complete. Congratulations. You have received Primordial Sword Heart Lotus. A new interface panel materialized, and Lin Yuan gazed upon the appearance of the Primordial Sword Heart Lotus, feeling somewhat astonished. The Primordial Sword Heart Lotus had a lotus seed with no fewer than 9 petals. Each petal's base was translucent like colored glass, sword-patterned veins. The pistil consisted of fragmented starlight sword intents, while the petal edges were wreathed in wisps of gentle sword winds. At a glance, it gave one the feeling of being most extraordinary and profound. After refinement, it can transform the physical form and condense an innate sword foundation. Upon seeing this item's detailed effects, Lin Yuan once again gave a slight nod. As I expected, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. Should I give it to Qingxue? However, she already possesses the green lotus Tao body and has no need for this. But if I don't give it to Qingxue, there's no way to return it. I have an idea. I can give the primordial sword Heart Lotus to Qingxue, and then have Qingxue pass this item to Lu Haoran. If he possesses the primordial sword Heart Lotus, he will certainly ascend to greater heights. Consider it this uncle's way of looking after him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's lips as he thought of this rather good method. Through this approach, he could also trigger a 10,000-fold return. Truly one good thing leading to another. Qingxue, come to my grand hall. Shortly after, Qingxue swiftly entered the hall. Master, this primordial sword Heart Lotus is yours, Lin Yuan said, casually flicking his finger lightly. The primordial sword Heart Lotus materialized directly before Qingxue. Gazing upon this object's appearance, Qingxue could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Thank you, Master. Qingxue hastily expressed her gratitude. Ding-dong detection, you have gifted your disciple Qingxue with the primordial sword Heart Lotus. Successfully triggered 10,000-fold return. You have received myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit. After consumption, instantly master any sword technique, sword move, or sword Dao divine art reaching great perfection. The return system's voice swiftly rang out. Gazing upon the newly appeared panel information, once more Lin Yuan could not help but take a deep breath. This myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit was too extraordinary. It was practically like using cheats. Qingxue is also a sword cultivator, and she long ago comprehended sword Dao. Furthermore, she possesses the green lotus Dao body, so this primordial sword Heart Lotus does not hold much significance for her. Would you be willing to pass this item to Lu Haoran? Lin Yuan's voice was gentle as he inquired. I shall do as Master wishes. I have no objections whatsoever, Qingxue immediately and decisively replied. That is excellent. However, this master cannot wrong you either. Take this myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit and consume it. It will allow you to instantly master any form of sword Dao. Lin Yuan flicked his finger once more. The myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit materialized once again, appearing before Qingxue. Upon hearing of this extraordinary fruit's abilities, Qingxue was once again deeply shocked. She knew very well that throughout the entire cultivation world, everyone understood that sword Dao was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate. Becoming a true sword cultivator was even more challenging. With this fruit, the powerful sword divine arts I cultivate will surely all be mastered effortlessly and instantly. Qingxue's heart grew even more excited. She was practically longing to consume the myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit right now. Very well, go now. Lin Yuan slowly nodded. Yes, Master. Qingxue held the primordial sword Heart Lotus and myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit, then swiftly departed the hall. Qingxue returned to beneath the wisdom enlightenment tree. Gong Xian, upon seeing the two items in Qingxue's hands, instantly widened his eyes in shock. He could clearly discern that these two items were absolutely genuine supreme treasures. Qingxue, what are those items in your hands? Gong Xian hastily inquired. Reply, Ancestral Patriarch, these are the primordial sword Heart Lotus and myriad sword Dao Heart Fruit that Master gave to me and Lu Haoran. Qingxue answered truthfully. Upon hearing the effects of these two items, Gong Xian drew a sharp breath. I never expected such extraordinary items to exist. Holy Maiden, can Uncle really give me this innate sword Heart Lotus? Lu Haoran was somewhat stunned. He never expected to still receive a reward from Lin Yuan. Correct, Master asked me to hand you this innate sword Heart Lotus. You may refine it with peace of mind now. Qingxue gently nodded. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Haoran quickly called out. His voice reached Lin Yuan's ears clearly. Upon receiving the innate sword Heart Lotus, Lu Haoran immediately consumed it and began refining it at once. A wave of sword intent immediately erupted. This sword intent was extraordinarily potent. Innate sword intent truly miraculous. This level of sword intent makes him invincible among his peers. Gong Xian gazed at the scene before him and exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, he marveled even more at the immense power and extraordinary nature of the innate sword Heart Lotus. Lu Haoran's sword intent had transformed into innate sword intent, and his flesh body had condensed into an innate sword foundation. With this achievement, even across the entire cultivation world, Lu Haoran could truly be regarded as one of the foremost sword Dao prodigies. It's my turn now. Qingxue also swiftly refined the 10,000 swords Dao Heart Fruit. The entire process was equally effortless and smooth. As she completed the refinement, Qingxue entered an even more profound state. Her originally practiced sword Dao divine abilities were almost instantaneously comprehended and merged, reaching the maximum level directly. Even the immortal grade sword techniques that Master Lin Yuan had given her were effortlessly brought to perfect completion. Defying heaven, this truly defies the heavens. As long as it relates to the sword Dao, I can now instantaneously master it completely. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, overwhelmingly excited. From now on she would no longer need to struggle in sword Dao cultivation. She only needed to properly cultivate the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art and elevate her cultivation realm. As the cultivation technique circulated, pure spiritual energy surged wildly into her body. The cultivation method she practices is certainly extraordinary. It doesn't seem to belong to the Xiantian sect. It appears Lin Yuan obtained this for her again, and it should be even more powerful than the most formidable techniques of the Xiantian sect. Gong Xian observed once more, a firm conviction forming in his heart. Regardless, this was an immensely auspicious event for the sect. Given her current cultivation state, she may break through to the void refining realm soon, Gong Xian exclaimed again. Above spirit transformation lies the void refining realm. Currently, Su Qingxue had already reached the late stage of spirit transformation. With immortal techniques, the Tao understanding tree, such pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, and the numerous supreme treasures gifted by Lin Yuan, it would be difficult for Su Qingxue not to advance her realm, unless she deliberately slackened off. After sensing the states of both Su Qingxue and Lu Haoran, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This result pleases me greatly. System, open the backpack interface. Upon his command, the system backpack panel appeared directly. Next, I need to prepare some items suitable for my master. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He carefully selected each item one by one. The backpack was entirely filled with treasures obtained through the 10,000-fold return, all of peerless supreme treasure grade. However, no matter how excellent a treasure might be, it must suit the user to function effectively. If it does not align with one's nature, forcing its use yields negligible results and may even produce adverse consequences. It took a full hour for Lin Yuan to finally make his selections, mainly because there were simply too many treasures. Carefully examining each one consumed considerable time. Now everything is ready. Whether cultivation techniques, divine abilities, pills, all are prepared. This is sufficient to help master reach a higher realm. Lin Yuan placed them all into a new storage ring. Having completed this, Lin Yuan quickly arrived beneath the Tao understanding tree. Master, Lin Yuan called softly. Gong Xian, who was in cultivation, opened his eyes and asked, Yuan, is there something on your mind? Master, this disciple has prepared some cultivation resources and techniques for you. Lin Yuan said with a smile, handing over the storage ring. This caught Gong Xian somewhat off guard. The one who had always been the master now one day being gifted cultivation resources by his own disciple. He had truly never imagined such a thing before. Since it is Yuan's kind intention, this master shall accept it. Gong Xian smiled. After taking the storage ring, he briefly examined its contents. His entire being was instantly shocked. Immortal techniques, top tier, great divine abilities, supreme arts and methods, and vast quantities of peerless pills. These were far more than mere cultivation resources. It was simply a treasury of cultivation treasures. It felt even more profound than the accumulations of some sects. Yuan, are the cultivation resources you have given me perhaps too excessive? Gong Xian's voice trembled slightly, yet he was after all a core formation realm cultivator. Not excessive at all, not excessive in the slightest. Master, please accept them with grace. In the past, Master did so much for me. Now that your disciple has succeeded, it is only fitting that I show my filial piety to you. Lin Yuan smiled gently. For Lin Yuan, it truly was not excessive at all. Even if he gave everything away, it would not matter. As long as Su Qingxue remained, he could continuously trigger the 10,000-fold return. Master, do not overthink it. Cultivate well. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. There is nothing else. I shall go fishing in the back mountain. With that, Lin Yuan directly vanished from the spot. At this moment, Gong Xian let out a deep sigh. I never expected that one day I would be reminded by my disciple to cultivate well. I suddenly have the feeling that I am still the disciple, and this boy Yuan is actually the master. Gong Xian shook his head and smiled. Oh well, with a disciple whose background is so extraordinary, this old master of mine has surely basked in reflected glory. I should cultivate that immortal technique first. Gong Xian did not dwell further. An immortal technique was directly retrieved from the storage ring. Whoosh! In the next instant, the vast and profound complete immortal technique suddenly transformed into a brilliant white radiance carrying wisps of heavenly Tao resonance and crashed into the depths of Gong Xian's consciousness. With the assistance of the Tao understanding tree, Gong Xian began to comprehend this immortal technique. In a state of sudden enlightenment, Gong Xian could not help but feel this immortal technique was too simple. 2 hours later, he successfully cultivated it. So this is a true immortal technique. Indeed formidable. If not for the Tao understanding trees aid such a profound immortal technique, I absolutely could not have mastered it within 2 hours. Gong Xian took a deep breath and looked at the Tao understanding tree before him once more. He grew increasingly amazed. This Tao understanding tree was extraordinarily defying of the heavens. Achieve immortality. Light gleamed in Gong Xian's eyes. In the past, he could not see any possibility of becoming an immortal, but from this moment onward there was hope. And this hope was quite substantial. Enough, I must not overthink. It is time to cultivate. Gong Xian calmed his excited heart and continued his cultivation. As the days passed one after another, Grand Supreme Elder Gong Xian cultivated beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree practically every day. The immortal arts and cultivation resources Lin Yuan had given him instilled in him a clearly new transformation and elevation. Gong Xian even had a strong feeling that perhaps before long he would be able to break through his shackles in one go and step into the mid-stage of the body integration realm. Boom. At high noon, beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree, a vast and overwhelming aura suddenly exploded outward. Gong Xian's mind jolted. He immediately opened his eyes, which had remained shut for a long time, and fixed his gaze on Qingxue beside him. Astonishment filled his eyes. As expected of the supreme azure lotus Tao body, with such unparalleled talent, you've actually broken through again so soon. In just a short span of time, Qingxue had once again shattered the barrier between realms and firmly arrived at the perfection stage of the spirit transformation realm. Several azure lotuses slowly rose from around her, swirling and circling in a graceful flow. The soft lotus light was warm and holy, and her aura was transcendent and extraordinary, fully manifesting the innate marvel of her Tao body. Ding dong. Detected that your disciple Qingxue has successfully broken through and reached the perfection stage of the spirit transformation realm, successfully triggering a 10,000-fold return. Your cultivation base has broken through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. At the same time, the voice of the 10,000-fold return system resounded within Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan could also sense his power multiplying again. His cultivation base had been elevated directly from the late stage of the heavenly immortal realm to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Such a feeling of breakthrough was absolutely exhilarating. As expected of my disciple, Lin Yuan praised with admiration. When it came to cultivation, she had never caused anyone any disappointment. Suddenly Ling Tsang tore through the void and appeared directly beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree. Seeing that Qingxue had broken through, he was quite astonished. Good heavens, her cultivation speed is just too fast. Young as she is, she's already a peak spirit transformation cultivator. Across the entire cultivation world, I'm afraid you'd hardly find more than a few who could match her. Ling Tsang took a deep breath and could not help exclaiming in his heart. Ling Tsang, judging by your expression, what is making you so anxious? Gong Xian asked softly upon seeing this. Master, good news, the greatest of news. The legendary Qingxue secret realm has appeared. Ling Tsang suddenly remembered that there was something important to report and hastily spoke. The Qingxue secret realm. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian was likewise astonished. It has been several thousand years. I never imagined that this secret realm would appear in this era. Clearly Gong Xian had a considerable understanding of the Qingxue secret realm. Exactly. This is absolutely a tremendous opportunity and blessing. I estimate that every force in the northern domain is dispatching people there. Ling Tsang nodded quickly and asked, Master, this time should our Shantian sect send people there? An opportunity like this cannot be missed. We must send people. Gong Xian answered without hesitation. At that very moment Lin Yuan appeared. Having heard their conversation, he asked with some curiosity, Master, senior brother, what exactly is the Qingxue secret realm? The Qingxue secret realm is the inheritance secret realm of the legendary Qingxue sect from 10,000 years ago. Seeing that Lin Yuan was unaware, Ling Tsang explained with great patience. At its peak, the Qingxue sect was truly the #1 sect of the northern domain. Even in the entire cultivation world, it was the most supreme existence. It is said that the founding sect master of the Qingxue sect was the reincarnation of an immortal. Therefore, it has also been passed down that within the Qingxue secret realm, the inheritance of an immortal exists. Over the past 10,000 years, the Qingxue secret realm has only appeared twice. This is the third time. In the first two appearances, many cultivators obtained great fortune inside, and later all of them became powerful beings who could rule over an entire region. After listening carefully to the end, Lin Yuan could not help nodding. He had not expected such a thing to exist. The reincarnation of an immortal. That was indeed possible. However, so much time had already passed that there was no way to confirm it. So has anyone truly obtained the immortal's inheritance within the Qingxue secret realm? Lu Haoran, who had been listening from the side, could not resist asking curiously. I'm not sure. Ling Tsang shook his head. If it had been in the past, as soon as he learned of the Qingxue secret realm's appearance, he would immediately have ordered people to make preparations and select disciples to go. But things were different now. Within the sect, Lin Yuan had already obtained an immortal art, so there was no need to seek out another immortal's inheritance. Yet on further reflection, the opening of the Qingxue secret realm might be a fine opportunity for tempering. Moreover, he wanted Lin Yuan to lead the expedition. With Lin Yuan's methods, would it not be easy to handle? If there really was an immortal's inheritance inside the Qingxue secret realm, it could certainly be obtained without much difficulty. Junior brother, what do you think? Are you interested? Anyway, you seem bored every day. Why not go out and have some fun? Ling Song looked at Lin Yuan and smiled slightly. Lin Yuan naturally understood his intention. He simply wanted Lin Yuan to lead the team. Does the Qingxue secret realm have any entry requirements? Lin Yuan asked curiously. Generally speaking, some secret realms had fixed requirements, such as having to reach a certain cultivation realm before one could enter. The Qingxue secret realm, however, has no entry or exit requirements. Even mortals can go in. Ling Song nodded slowly and quickly replied, but it is still extremely dangerous inside, and only a minority managed to come out alive. So how did such a formidable sect as the Qingxue sect decline? Lin Yuan continued to ask. I don't know that. I only know that the Qingxue sect disappeared overnight as if it had been forcibly erased. Ling Song shook his head. There were too many things they did not know. In short, all they understood was that the Qingxue secret realm still remained. The inheritance of the Qingxue sect is also all inside. Junior brother, what do you think? Do you have any interest? This Qingxue secret realm is rather intriguing, so we could go see it. Qingxue, what do you think? Lin Yuan nodded slightly and looked towards Su Qingxue beside him. Master, this disciple will follow your decision. Su Qingxue immediately nodded and replied. Besides, she had just broken through in cultivation. If they were truly going, this would be an exceptionally rare opportunity for training. One could not simply train in seclusion all the time. Only by going out and undergoing trials again and again could one improve oneself better. In that case, let us make a trip there. Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. He also wanted to see just what sort of existence the Qingxue secret realm was. Junior brother has agreed. Should we bring a few more disciples along for training? Ling Song said with some excitement. Howren, are you willing to go? He turned to look at Lu Howren and asked. I am willing. Lu Howren was now a nascent soul cultivator. Since he had the opportunity to enter the Qingxue secret realm, he naturally did not want to miss it. Moreover, if he followed senior uncle Lin Yuan, his life would likely be easily guaranteed once they entered. All right, you will come along too. Lin Yuan did not refuse. He gave one instruction. Senior brother, I can lead the team, but the numbers cannot be too many. In addition to Qingxue and Lu Howren, at most 8 more people can come. Rest assured, after all, this is the Qingxue secret realm. Sending just anyone in would be asking for death. Ling Song nodded and replied, in that case I will go and select the candidates right now. With that, he tore straight through the void and vanished from the spot in an instant. Ling Song returned to his sect master's great hall and immediately summoned all the elders and peak masters to gather. Once everyone had assembled, Ling Song's expression turned solemn as he went straight to the point. Elders and peak masters, my junior brother Lin Yuan has agreed to lead the expedition to the Sacred Ruins secret realm. This journey will select a total of 10 sect disciples to accompany us. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. Then Ling Song paused, raising his hand to signal for silence before continuing. The Saint Maiden and Lu Howren have already secured their spots. The remaining 8 positions will be decided through your collective discussion. Sect Master, my disciples are more than capable of this task. I recommend my personal disciple for this expedition. The elders and peak masters vied with one another, competing to nominate their own disciples, creating quite a commotion in the Great Hall. Everyone understood clearly that Lin Yuan would be leading this expedition. His cultivation runs deep and unfathomable, and with his protection on this journey, the venture into the Sacred Ruins secret realm would be largely safe, at the very least ensuring they could retreat unscathed. Such a rare opportunity for growth comes but once in 1,000 years. None wish to miss it. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the remaining 8 candidates were finalized. Soon Ling Song brought the 8 disciples to Xiaoyao Peak. Junior brother, these are the 8, Ling Song said promptly. This is Su Jingxing, the Grand Elder's grandson. This is Xiao Yin, the sole personal disciple of the Alchemy Peak Master. Tang Jusi, the most talented personal disciple of the Artifact Refining Peak. Xiao Wani, the most monstrous formation prodigy in the entire history of the Xiantian sect. The 8 disciples were all introduced in detail by Ling Song. The 8 disciples respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying a delightful floral fragrance that made everyone feel exceptionally comfortable. Lin Yuan gazed upon the 8 talented disciples before him, his eyes lightly lowered as his cold, indifferent gaze swept over each of the 8 disciples standing reverently below. His brow remained unruffled, his entire being devoid of any trace of warmth. He appeared almost like a cold divine being. Are you all prepared to face death? His lips did not curve into a smile. Instead, his tone carried bone-piercing clarity as each word rang clearly in their ears. Do not harbor illusions that my leadership will guarantee you a smooth, safe journey. The Sacred Ruins' secret realm is filled with opportunities, yet it also conceals boundless killing intent. Whether you can seize that fortune depends entirely on yourselves. I will not intervene to help you obtain any fortuitous encounters. If you die inside, that has nothing to do with me. Ling Song, observing Lin Yuan's demeanor, did not say much in response. He understood naturally why Lin Yuan would speak in such a cold and harsh manner. It was clearly intentional, a test to probe and gauge the 8 disciples' resolve and courage. In truth, Lin Yuan had his own calculations. This was merely meant to shatter their reliance on him beforehand. If they truly entered the Sacred Ruins' secret realm and faced life-threatening crises, he would naturally not stand by indifferently, but would surely come to their aid. However, if merely a single-pointed question caused someone to show fear or develop second thoughts revealing a spirit too fragile to be tempered, then there was no need for them to accompany the journey to the secret realm at all. As the Grand Elder's grandson, Su Jingxing was the first to step forward promptly. Bowing respectfully, his voice steady and composed, he declared, "Disciple, Su Jingxing understands that the Sacred Ruins' secret realm is fraught with dangers. Though I feel some apprehension, I harbor no fear. I am willing to risk it all for fortune and opportunity." Immediately after Xiao Yin, Tang Jusi, and the others spoke out in succession, their words resolute, not a single one displaying any inclination to retreat. Xia Wani lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yuan's cold eyes, her voice soft. "Fortune has always been accompanied by peril. If I were to rely on Peak Master Lin's protection for everything, then this journey would hold no meaning for me. We have long made our choices." The 8 disciples expressed their positions one after another, their tones firm, showing not a hint of hesitation or cowardice. They were truly worthy of being called prodigious disciples of the sect. Only by preparing themselves for certain death can they have a better chance of survival and hope when they truly enter the Sacred Ruins' secret realm. The coldness in Lin Yuan's eyes receded somewhat as he slowly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. His hands clasped behind his back relaxed slightly as he spoke calmly. "Excellent. These are indeed disciples worthy of my Xiantian sect. Since you all possess such resolve, I will not repeat what I have already said. Within the secret realm, I will not always be at your side. All dangers and hazards, you must face them yourselves. But if you truly encounter a hopeless situation beyond redemption, I will intervene." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's final words, the disciples all felt a sense of relief. As expected, Peak Master Lin would never abandon someone in need. Of course, they hoped they would never have to reach that point. But having Lin Yuan's safety net was certainly a good thing for them. "Junior brother, may I say something?" Ling Song asked softly. "Go ahead," Lin Yuan nodded. Then Ling Song turned to face the disciples once more, speaking with earnest sincerity. "All right, the journey ahead is perilous. Let me add one more piece of advice. After entering the secret realm, you must follow all arrangements without exception and absolutely must not act rashly or go off alone." His gaze swept across each disciple, his eyes revealing a hint of fondness for talented individuals. They were all promising young prodigies that the sect had carefully nurtured with countless resources. The loss of any one of them would be an immeasurable blow to the sect. To be honest, had Lin Yuan not been willing to lead, the elders and peak masters would never have allowed their personal disciples to easily enter the Sacred Ruins' secret realm. Within the Sacred Ruins' secret realm, dangers lurked in the shadows and variables abounded. It was by no means an ordinary perilous place. Even great ones who had already reached the realms of transformation, God, and void refinement would face the risk of death and the destruction of their Tao if they were even slightly careless when venturing within. One could not afford the slightest negligence. "Yes, Sectmaster. We shall obey." The personal disciples all cupped their fists and responded respectfully. They were no fools and naturally knew what should be done and what should not. No one was willing to treat their own life as a joke. "Very well. That is all I have to say." Ling Song nodded, somewhat satisfied. "Junior brother, they are entrusted to you." Ling Song continued. "Rest assured, senior brother," Lin Yuan replied calmly. "Junior brother, although the Sacred Ruins' secret realm has manifested, we do not know when the entrance will open. Therefore, if time is of the essence, we should depart as soon as possible." Ling Song reminded once more. "Senior brother, I had the same thought. I intend to set out immediately," Lin Yuan said with a composed smile. The next moment, Lin Yuan simply snapped his fingers. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire sect, as the quintessential ancestral dragon's bellow echoed through the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the ancestral dragon's body abruptly swelled, returning to its primordial, unmatched colossal form. The entire sky was instantly cast into deep shadow and daylight dimmed. The ancestral dragon's body stretched across heaven and earth, truly worthy of being called sky-shrouding and sun-covering. Its scales and claws flowed with ancient golden light, and every inch of its draconic bones exuded the supreme majesty of a timeless sovereign. Seeing the ancestral dragon up close for the first time, the personal disciples before it could not help but draw in a deep breath. Standing face to face with the ancestral dragon's true form at such close range, they felt the surging, overwhelming dragon might crashing toward them, making them deeply realize just how insignificant they truly were. They were too weak. Before them, this ancestral dragon could annihilate them in an instant. In the past, they had only seen from afar once the figure of Lin Yuan riding this ancestral dragon as it tore through the sky and left the sect. No one had ever expected that today they would be able to stand so close before the ancestral dragon and behold the complete visage of the progenitor of all dragons. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-thousand-years fortune. Everyone get on board, Lin Yuan said softly. Yes, Peak Master Lin. The personal disciples were incredibly excited. What great honor it was to ride upon a true dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Haoran and the others leaped up one after another, landing directly on the ancestral dragon's back. At this moment, the sensation they felt was entirely different. In their hearts, they couldn't help but make a resolution: when they became powerful enough in the future, they would also subdue a divine beast as their mount, just like Peak Master Lin Yuan. Qingxue, let the Azure Dragon stay by your side. You will ride the ancestral dragon with us. Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxue and said hastily. Since everyone was riding the ancestral dragon together, letting Su Qingxue ride the Azure Dragon alone would make her seem lonely. Yes, Su Qingxue responded. The Azure Dragon continued to shrink into an even tinier form, lying on Su Qingxue's shoulder like a piece of clothing accessory. With a whoosh, Su Qingxue directly appeared beside the ancestral dragon and stood there. Senior brother, we are setting off now, Lin Yuan said calmly. Ling Song hastily replied, all right, be careful on the journey. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure flickered. Instantly, he teleported to the top of the ancestral dragon's head. Roar. After Lin Yuan stood steadily, the ancestral dragon immediately let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens, its colossal body soaring straight into the clouds. In just a few breaths, it had completely vanished at the edge of Ling Song's vision. Amid the surging sea of clouds high above, the ancestral dragon tore through the sky at tremendous speed. The accompanying personal disciples all wore astonished expressions, silently marveling. Traveling on a dragon like this is 100 times more exhilarating than flying through the air alone. That thought made their conviction even firmer. In the future, they absolutely had to obtain a divine beast as their mount. It will take some time to reach the Holy Ruin's secret realm. Take this opportunity to sit down and rest well. Once we enter the secret realm, I'm afraid there will be no time for you to rest. Lin Yuan simply sat down cross-legged and reminded them softly. Yes. Only then did everyone sit down cross-legged one after another. Despite the ancestral dragon's tremendous speed, those seated on its back felt extremely steady without the slightest bump. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, a day had gone by. As a new day arrived, dawn broke, and the morning came as expected. Gazing into the distance from the towering heights, the magnificent spectacle of the rising sun was far more grand and dazzling than what one could see from the ground. The personal disciples were once again astonished. In the past, everyone had devoted themselves entirely to bitter cultivation and deep contemplation of the Tao. When had they ever had leisure to admire such breathtaking scenery of heaven and earth? Check-in system. Today's check-in has refreshed. Host, would you like to proceed with today's check-in? At this moment, the voice of the check-in system rang directly in Lin Yuan's mind. Looking at the system panel that popped up, Lin Yuan silently recited in his heart, begin the check-in. Command received. Check-in is in progress. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the check-in reward 9 Revolutions Revival Pill. 9 Revolutions Revival Pill. If death has not exceeded 2 hours, consuming it will allow immediate resurrection. Today's check-in reward immediately appeared in Lin Yuan's sight. Seeing such a check-in reward, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly again. The 9 Revolutions Revival Pill is truly a treasure. It's equivalent to having an extra life. Lin Yuan thought delightedly. Of course, he still had no use for it himself. But for Su Qingxue, it was definitely a new means of preserving her life. Qingxue, this 9 Revolutions Revival Pill is for you. Lin Yuan waved his hand casually and directly handed the pill to Su Qingxue, who was sitting cross-legged beside him. After he briefly explained the pill's effects, Su Qingxue was stunned once again. She had heard that there were supreme elixirs in the world capable of reviving the dead. Unexpectedly today, she had seen one with her own eyes, and could even obtain it for herself. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue expressed her gratitude, and in her heart, she couldn't help but ponder. Why would Master give me such a revival pill now? Could it be that he is worried I might die in the Holy Ruin's secret realm? Although Su Qingxue understood that she was not very powerful, she thought that if she was cautious, preserving her life should not be too difficult. It shouldn't come to losing her life, right? Or had Master already foreseen that I would face a fatal calamity? One thought after another surfaced in her mind, making her feel rather distressed. Don't overthink it. Giving you this pill is to provide you with an extra safeguard. Perhaps in the future you can also use it to save someone. Lin Yuan naturally noticed that Su Qingxue seemed to be letting her imagination run wild, so he directly reminded her. After these words, Su Qingxue instantly felt relieved. Yes, master. Su Qingxue replied repeatedly. She quickly stored the 9 Revolutions Revival Pill securely into her storage ring. Detected, you have gifted a 9 Revolutions Revival Pill to your disciple, Su Qingxue, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations. You have received the Return 9 Revolutions Tai Returning Elixir. Resurrection limit immortals at or below the golden immortal level death, time not exceeding 7 days. The voice of the return system rang out one after another. A new panel popped up. Looking at the reward returned to him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath again. Not bad, not bad. The 9 Revolutions Revival Pill, given to Su Qingxue, could only revive cultivators or mortals. But this 9 Revolutions Tai Returning Elixir. This is a true immortal pill capable of reviving immortals. Indeed, the 10,000-fold return system had never disappointed anyone. Ancestral Dragon, don't fly above the clouds. Go down lower. I want to see the scenery. Lin Yuan's mood was now incomparably elated. With a whoosh, the Ancestral Dragon flew directly downward through the clouds. After passing through the clouds, the scenery below unfolded in full view before them. Gazing into the distance, one couldn't help but feel an even greater sense of openness and brightness. Time trickled by. Along the way, they beheld many strange and wondrous sights. Had it been possible, Lin Yuan would have genuinely wished to linger a little longer amidst those breathtakingly beautiful landscapes. But pressing matters came first. There would be ample time for leisurely enjoyment once they were free. How beautiful. Indeed, I had never felt before that the world beyond could hold such magnificent scenery. Truly today we have had an eye-opening experience. The assembly of direct disciples seated on the Ancestral Dragon's back swept their eyes across the passing scenery, unable to conceal the amazement and admiration in their hearts. Along the way they encountered many cultivators, all rushing toward the Qingxue secret realm. Yet as soon as those cultivators caught sight of the Ancestral Dragon, whose majesty overwhelmed the world, their hearts trembled violently, and their expressions turned to sheer terror. Upon realizing that the dragon's spine even bore a group of cultivators traveling alongside, they were filled with utter disbelief. All the world knew that the Dragon Clan was a supreme race in the world of cultivation. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of anyone taming a true dragon as a mount. Yet today they had witnessed such an unfathomable scene with their own eyes. Many cultivators initially suspected their eyes were playing tricks on them. Only after repeatedly steadying their minds and looking again did they confirm that the sight was no illusion. Wherever Lin Yuan's party passed, cultivators along the way halted, lowered their heads, and bowed with the utmost deference. The world of cultivation had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak and power held supreme sway. Faced with such supreme experts standing at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, those of humble cultivation dared not show the slightest negligence. Even the smallest sign of disrespect could invite lethal disaster. Such was the cold, cruel law of the cultivation world. The Ancestral Dragon flew with tremendous speed. At dusk that day they arrived at their destination. Looking once more, there loomed before them a colossal city, magnificent beyond words. This was Qingxue City, weathered by endless ages. The entire city was majestic and awe-inspiring, its sheer scale enough to evoke thunderous amazement from anyone who beheld it for the first time. A 1,000-zhang wall rose straight up from the ground, forged entirely from solid stone. Closer inspection revealed that the entire lofty wall was covered with marks of wind and rain etchings carved by countless years. Obscure ancient star runes coiled along the wall like swirling rivers of stars, their faint glow never extinguished, radiating a profound, primordial, and extraordinary aura. Along the city wall, sentry arrow towers stood in layered rows. The ancient star-suppressing tower seemed to pierce the twilight clouds, its soaring eaves sweeping upward with a sharp, graceful curve. Star bronze bells hung from its summit, trembling with the wind, their clear chimes wafting for miles and stirring faint ripples of spiritual energy. The city gates on all 4 sides were vast and grand, exuding an imposing bearing. Lin Yuan unfolded the map. He carried, glanced at it, then nodded. Qingxue City is up ahead. 100 li east of Qingxue City lies Qingxue Mountain, our destination. Hearing this, the disciples all rose and gazed eastward in unison. From afar they could see a radiant, heaven-shaking, auspicious glow suspended above the summit of Qingxue Mountain. Within the glow loomed the silhouette of an extraordinary sect, its mountain gate tightly shut, solemn and majestic. That was the entrance to the Qingxue secret realm. Although the secret realm had already manifested, its entrance had not yet opened. They would need to wait a while longer. For this very reason, cultivators from all directions who had heard the tidings converged on Qingxue City to rest, making the already thriving ancient city even more bustling and lively. Lin Yuan turned to the crowd behind him and said slowly, "We shall settle here in Qingxue City and quietly await the opening of the secret realm." Their destination had been reached, all that remained was to wait with a tranquil mind. Yes, the disciples replied in unison, cupping their fists, unable to suppress the surging excitement within them. The Qingxue secret realm was right before their eyes, and the strokes of fortune and wonders hidden within stirred boundless anticipation in every heart. Ancestral dragon, fly over. Lin Yuan issued the order. Roar. The ancestral dragon dropped from the 9 heavens, its colossal body wrapped in rolling wind and clouds, charging straight toward Tianqing City. Within but a few breaths, the towering ancestral dragon was already poised above Tianqing City. Overwhelming draconic might swept across the entire city like a tsunami, weighing down on every heart with a suffocating pressure. Many even sensed the breath of death. One after another they looked up at the sky obscuring ancestral dragon and froze on the spot, their bodies seized, as if completely paralyzed. Numerous cultivators of low cultivation had their legs go weak, collapsing to the ground with ashen faces, the deepest terror surging in their eyes. This pressure is far too terrifying. Now that the Qingxue secret realm has appeared in the world, even the supreme existences of an apex clan like the Dragon Clan have come in person. That Dragon Clan expert's cultivation is unfathomable. If we encounter him inside the secret realm, I fear we won't have even the slightest strength to fight back. Amid the rising clamor of the crowd, a sudden cry sliced through the noise. Quick look. There are people on the true dragon's head. Everyone stared hard, and instantly an uproar erupted. Heavens! There really are 11 people standing atop the dragon's head. What extraordinary figures could possibly use such a terrifying Dragon Clan powerhouse as a mount? This has never been heard of since ancient times. The mere appearance of the ancestral dragon alone had left all the cultivators in the city shaken to the core, their terror refusing to subside. When they finally discerned Lin Yuan's party standing above the dragon's spine, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place. In their hearts, they had already concluded that the status and strength of these 11 individuals were far more unfathomable than the ancestral dragon beneath them. Whoosh. A moment after the words faded, a figure broke through the air. It was Rongcheng, the city lord of Tianqing City. This city lord's cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He did not dare to match the ancestral dragon's altitude, instead hovering at a height slightly lower, bowing toward Lin Yuan above with the most deferential posture. I am Rongcheng, city lord of Tianqing City, paying respects to senior. In recent days, figures from all the major powers of the northern domain had been hastening to Tianqing City, yet never once had anyone caused such an earth-shattering commotion. To employ a Dragon Clan expert as a mount, such a grand gesture left absolutely everyone stunned. It was truly an unprecedented sight. Lin Yuan flicked his wrist, sending a storage pouch flying through the air to Rongcheng, and said calmly, "Here are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Finding a place for us to stay should not be difficult, should it?" In recent days, countless cultivators had flooded into Tianqing City, and all the inns and courtyards, large or small, were already overflowing with people. As the lord of the city, Rongcheng surely had connections to settle them properly. What was more, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were hardly a small sum, enough to secure a fairly fine residence. Rongcheng repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, his expression increasingly reverent and humble. "Senior, you overwhelm me. There happens to be a quiet, secluded, vacant courtyard in my residence. Senior and the rest of your party may stay with ease, and these spirit stones I truly dare not accept." To him, the opportunity to host such supreme experts in his own courtyard was already a heavenly fortune and honor. How could he still dare to accept even a single spirit stone from the senior? "I never owe anyone favors. Take these spirit stones," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Then I thank the senior." Rongcheng hastened to say his thanks. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones was also a considerable amount, even for a nascent soul cultivator like him. "Senior, please follow me," Rongcheng said respectfully as he accepted the storage pouch. The ancestral dragon beneath Lin Yuan quickly shrank down to a miniature form. Then the group followed Rongcheng, flying directly toward the inner city of Tianqing City. The scenery within the city unfolded in distinct layers, and from the outer edge to the core, every step revealed ever more splendid views. Along the streets, shops and markets stood in close array, while flat, broad bluestone avenues crisscrossed in every direction. Viewed from above, the entire city spread out like a chessboard. On both sides, pill shops, artifact pavilions, spirit beast trading houses, and taverns stood shoulder to shoulder, their colorful banners fluttering and snapping in the wind. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream. The whole city had been bustling with excitement. However, after Lin Yuan and the others appeared atop the ancestral dragon, the entire city suddenly fell much quieter. No one dared to speak loudly at that moment. Even conversations could only be carried out in hushed whispers. Farther into the city's heart lay the residences of noble families and refined cultivator courts with pavilions and towers that radiated opulence. Before long, led by Rongcheng, Lin Yuan and his party arrived at a courtyard. In the yard, a spring gurgled. In a pond, many beautiful flowers were planted, and an ancient tree stood at the center. The entire atmosphere was quiet, elegant, and peaceful. It was certainly a fine place to stay. Senior, is this courtyard to your liking? Rongcheng asked with utmost respect. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. We'll stay here. Senior, if you need anything else, please instruct me at once, and I will personally handle it. Rongcheng continued to ask. Naturally, he wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Yuan. If he could befriend a true supreme powerhouse, that would be an enormous stroke of fortune, no matter how one looked at it. No need. This is good enough. I am already quite satisfied. Lin Yuan waved a hand, and said gently, go attend to your own affairs. Yes. Rongcheng did not dare say anything more. He hastily bowed, and took his leave with great reverence. After he left, Lin Yuan looked at the sect disciples, and continued, there should still be some time before the Qingxue secret realm opens. You may arrange the remaining time as you see fit. If any of you wish to go out for a stroll, that is also fine. We shall obey Peak Master Lin's orders. The disciples answered in unison. Several disciples immediately took interest in leaving the city to explore. It was their first time setting foot in Tianqing City. Oh, such a magnificent and grand metropolis was a once-in-a-thousand-years sight. If they missed this day, they might never have another chance to come. Another group of disciples sat down where they were and sank directly into cultivation, seizing every minute and second to regulate their breathing and nourish their qi, adjusting their condition to its peak. Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxue beside him and asked in a gentle voice, Qingxue, aren't you going out for a look? Su Qingxue immediately raised her eyes and replied, if Master goes, this disciple will accompany you. Deep down, she was also curious about the vast city. She had never set foot in such a flourishing metropolis before, and a longing had already arisen in her heart. But wandering on her own lacked a bit of charm. Compared with strolling about aimlessly, staying by her master's side suited her better. I do have some thought of going out, but in my current situation, if I truly went with you, it would only spoil the pleasure of the outing. Lin Yuan smiled and gently shook his head. When they had appeared earlier, the spectacle was earth-shattering, and Lin Yuan, standing atop the ancestral dragon's head, had been clearly seen by everyone. By now, the cultivators in Tianqing City had all come to know that he was a supreme, unmatched powerhouse. If he were to stroll through the streets now, wherever he went, everyone around would bow and salute, and every place would be full of stiff formality and deference, leaving not the slightest ease. Under such restraint, where was the pleasure of viewing scenery or enjoying the city? It would instead become dull and flavorless. No matter what, I will still stay with you, Master. Su Qingxue said seriously. Very well then, as master and disciple, let's play a game of chess. Lin Yuan said with a smile. There was nothing else to do anyway. They played chess to pass the time. Night soon fell. Tianqing City's night scenery was even more spectacular. The bustling streets were brightly lit and lively. Especially in the taverns, cultivators were heatedly discussing the events of the day, wondering just what kind of extraordinary beings Lin Yuan and the others were. At the same time, in Tianqing City, the powerhouses of all the various forces were also deeply shaken. I never expected the Xiantian sect to be even more formidable than the rumors claim. The one standing atop the dragon's head just now was probably that peak master Lin Yuan of the Xiantian sect. Inside an elegant pavilion chamber, the grand elder of the Daluo sect slowly sighed. His aura is terrifying beyond measure. Even I am probably no match for him. Moreover, the true dragon beneath his feet is probably an ancestral dragon, the ancestor of the dragon race, with an extremely high level of cultivation. That Xiantian sect saintess actually already has the aura of a peak spirit transformation cultivator. He couldn't help turning to look at Wang Teng beside him. This time the Daluo sect had specially sent him to personally lead Wang Teng, who possessed the battle saint physique, into the Qingxue secret realm for training. Grand Elder, when did the Xiantian sect produce such a terrifying figure? I have never heard of him before. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. An ordinary true dragon of the dragon clan serving as a mount was already extraordinary. Who could have imagined it was actually an ancestral dragon? If he could also become a disciple under this Lin Yuan, would he now also have become like Su Qingxue? For a moment, a thought arose in Wang Teng's heart. Unfortunately, it was unrealistic, and he did not have such a fated connection. At first, I had only heard that Lin Yuan was the personal disciple of the Xiantian sect's supreme ancestor and the junior brother of the current sect master. Rumors said he was once merely at the core formation cultivation level. Now, after such a display, it is obvious that he was deliberately concealing his abilities all along. The Grand Elder of the Daluo sect looked grave and spoke with a solemn tone, warning, in the future, when you encounter Lin Yuan, or even people of the Xiantian sect, you must strictly observe decorum and treat them with respect. Do not provoke them under any circumstances. We must only build good relations with them, never become mortal enemies. This disciple will bear the Grand Elder's teachings in mind. Wang Teng bowed respectfully. This Grand Elder was the Daluo sect's top combat strength. His cultivation had long since entered the void refinement realm. The sect had gone out of its way to arrange for him to bring Wang Teng to the Qingxue secret realm, showing just how much the Daluo sect valued Wang Teng. Though Wang Tang's temperament was flamboyant and arrogant, he was by no means a fool who did not know the gravity of matters. He was perfectly clear about the advantages and disadvantages, so he naturally knew how to conduct himself. At this moment, the other major sect forces in the city, including the two other great sects of the northern domain, Piaomiao sect and Lin Yuan sect, all sternly ordered their disciples not to provoke the Xintian sect party in the slightest. In the eyes of all the various powers, Lin Yuan's appearance with his companions atop an ancestral dragon, whose might overwhelmed the heavens, was a clear way of proclaiming to everyone that the Xintian sect's foundations were unfathomably deep and could not be provoked lightly. The city of Tianqing is truly prosperous and flourishing, and its night view is even more magnificent and breathtaking. Xia Wani and her companions strolled leisurely along the river that cut through the city, their eyes filled with the enchanting night scenery. Above the river, ornate pleasure boats and large vessels were arranged in orderly rows, their brilliant lights reflecting on the flowing water, creating a particularly unique scene. Many cultivators sat facing each other on the boats, raising their cups in joyful drink, while graceful dance girls stood at the prow dancing elegantly to the sound of music. Along both banks of the river, shops, taverns, and restaurants lined up in dense rows, with the air bubbling with lively chatter and the warm, vibrant atmosphere of mortal life. Deng Ningxiang nodded gently, her eyes and brows adorned with a faint smile. Indeed, she had been dedicating herself to cultivation within the sect for so long that this marked her first time leaving it. Her first journey outside the sect as part of her training had led to the Sacred Ruins secret realm, an exceptionally perilous place. Luo Qiming gazed toward the bustling crowd ahead, her eyes bright with anticipation as she eagerly proposed, "Senior sisters, shall we explore further ahead?" The group moved forward, and shortly after they saw a large circle of people gathered together with various acrobatic performances and magic tricks unfolding one after another, each display increasingly spectacular and endlessly fascinating. As disciples of a grand sect, they spent their days and nights immersed in cultivation, devoted to advancing their techniques. When had they ever enjoyed such leisurely strolls through the marketplace or appreciated the vibrant worldly charm around them? This nighttime excursion into the city was an entirely new experience for the three of them, filling them with delight at every unfamiliar sight and sensation. Nowadays, the number of beautiful female cultivators in Tianqing City kept growing, and especially those three young women. They were so exquisitely beautiful that it hardly seemed an exaggeration to call them peerlessly stunning. The other female cultivators around them instantly seemed to lose their luster in comparison. Indeed, they are incredibly beautiful. However, looking at their demeanor, they are clearly not ordinary people. They must definitely come from some major faction. That is something you can tell just by looking at them. Those privileged disciples who usually cause trouble simply do not dare to come out anymore. Don't joke around. The current Tianqing city is full of important figures. Anyone among them could be someone you cannot afford to offend. Many people, upon seeing Xia Wani and the other two, were completely astounded by their beauty. Such peerlessly beautiful women are simply rare in this world. Fortunately, there was no incident of privileged youths forcibly taking commoner women. Xia Wani and the other two did not linger long in their stroll, and soon made their way back to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they stepped through the courtyard gate, they saw Lin Yuan sitting quietly on a chair in the yard, and the three of them hurried forward to bow respectfully and greet him. "Peak Master Lin." Lin Yuan gave a slight nod, a faint smile on his face as he asked, "How was your tour?" Xia Wani responded, first her brows and eyes still carrying the fresh excitement of their outing. Reporting to Peak Master Lin, Tianqing City is full of unique and novel sights everywhere, all of which we have never seen before, and the experience has been wonderful. Deng Ningxiang echoed beside her. Although the city is currently mixed with all sorts of people, the overall scenery and atmosphere can already be considered excellent. Seeing the three girls full of enthusiasm, Lin Yuan nodded gently again and chuckled softly, "As long as you have enjoyed yourselves." At this moment, Luo Qiming stepped forward and added, "By the way, Peak Master Lin, we just heard that there will be a grand auction held in the city tomorrow, and everyone is talking about how this auction will feature many rare and precious treasures." "An auction? That does sound somewhat interesting." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then decisively decided, "We will go take a look tomorrow." At the moment, Lin Yuan had nothing else to do, so he could perfectly kill some time at the auction. Of course, he also wanted to personally witness the grand spectacle of an auction in the cultivation world. He reckoned that by then all sorts of major and minor factions would gather together, and the scene of bidding wars for treasures would surely be incredibly lively. Such a magnificent spectacle naturally should not be missed. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Luo Qiming's eyes as she cautiously asked, "Peak Master Lin, may the three of us accompany you?" They had never set foot in an auction before, and all of them hoped to broaden their horizons. "Since you all wish to go, then you shall accompany me." Lin Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, the three girls nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with even brighter smiles. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently waved, instructing, "It is getting late. You should all return to your rooms to rest." "Yes." The three bowed again, and each returned to their own rooms. After entering their rooms, they immediately sat cross-legged, taking out spirit stones to grip in their palms, concentrating their minds, and calming their chi, quickly sinking into cultivation. Within the courtyard, the 10 disciples led by Lin Yuan were all currently working hard at their cultivation. With Lin Yuan guarding them, they did not need to worry about anything. Ding dong, today's check-in has been successfully refreshed. Would you like to proceed with today's check-in? Another new day had begun. The voice of the check-in system rang directly in Lin Yuan's mind. Looking at the pop-up check-in system panel, Lin Yuan silently nodded and muttered to himself, "Let's begin the check-in." Received instructions, beginning check-in process. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the reward, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. My doesn't know I am going to the auction today, so it is giving me spirit stones as a reward. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, somewhat amazed. Top-grade spirit stones. These are the finest among all spirit stones. Spirit stones are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade varieties. The exchange rate is as follows: 1 mid-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone equals 100 mid-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 100 high-grade spirit stones, or 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This clearly demonstrates how immense the value of top-grade spirit stones truly is. These top-grade spirit stones are like ice crystal glass throughout, containing spiritual energy that is extremely rich and pure, far beyond what ordinary spirit stones can match. With these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, if I wish to purchase those items at the auction, it would certainly be an easy matter, would it not? If I were to gift these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to Qingxue, wouldn't I receive even more spirit stones in return? Soon after, the direct disciples of the sect also gradually emerged from their respective rooms. Approaching Lin Yuan, they each respectfully bowed in greeting. "Qingxue, I am giving you these 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. When traveling, one absolutely cannot go without spirit stones." Lin Yuan directly handed over the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones he had just obtained from his check-in to Qingxue. Top-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 of them. This left everyone utterly astonished. Even the entire Xiantian sect probably could not produce such a vast quantity of top-grade spirit stones. Peak Master Lin truly is extremely generous, and he treats the Holy Maiden so well too. However, this is only natural. After all, the Holy Maiden is Peak Master Lin's direct disciple. It is only natural that our master would treat us well. Each one could not help but feel a touch of envy. "Thank you, master." Qingxue expressed her gratitude. "Ding dong, we have detected that you gifted 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to disciple Qingxue, triggering a 10,000-fold return bonus. You have received 1 million top-grade spirit stones, which have been deposited into your system backpack." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with delight. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. No one in the entire northern region could claim to be wealthier than himself. The auction should take place in the evening. For the remaining time, please arrange your own plans, Lin Yuan said to his disciples in a soft voice. Yes. Everyone respectfully bowed once more and replied in unison. "Master, may I share some of these top-grade spirit stones with my fellow disciples?" Qingxue raised her eyes to Lin Yuan, her voice gentle and carrying a note of cautious inquiry. A faint smile pulled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He answered softly, "Since I gave these to you, they are entirely yours to decide. You naturally know how to handle them." Qingxue, "Thanks, master, for your generosity." Qingxue's heart flooded with warmth and heartfelt gratitude. As her words fell, she immediately produced the spirit stones and distributed 500 top-grade spirit stones to each of the 9 direct disciples present, giving away fully 4,500 in all. "Many thanks for the Holy Maiden's generous gift." Lu Haoran and the other 8 bowed in unison, their voices unable to conceal their ecstatic excitement. 500 top-grade spirit stones might sound like a modest number, but this was truly an immense fortune. Lin Yuan took in the entire scene and nodded slightly once more. Such a gesture was indeed an excellent way to win people's hearts. From now on, these 9 junior fellow disciples would surely hold Qingxue in sincere respect, obey her arrangements in all matters, and give her due honor. Next, Lin Yuan sat at ease, one hand gently holding a teacup as he took a light sip, the other placing stones with unhurried composure. Delicate snacks lay at his side as he continued his game of Go with Qingxue. The other disciples sat quietly on one side, their eyes fixed on the board as they focused intently on studying the pattern of Lin Yuan's moves. When one game concluded, the crowd stepped forward one by one, eagerly requesting to play against Lin Yuan. Though they took turns contending with him, not one could gain the slightest victory. Yet with every stone placed, and every exchange of attack and defense, the Tao resonance hidden within the board was fully revealed, giving rise to countless new insights in the disciples' minds, and suddenly broadening their understanding. Irrepressible excitement surged through their hearts as they suddenly realized that every exchange on the board during a single game with Peak Master Lin Yuan was a rare opportunity for Dao instruction. After one game, they all sat cross-legged and swiftly entered cultivation. Their auras had also clearly improved. In this cultivation world, one must not underestimate Go. Playing Go is best for tempering the mind and stabilizing the Dao heart. After all, Go demands a calm mind and restrained breath. Every move requires setting aside distracting thoughts and abandoning greed, anger, and rash impatience. Cultivators must do the same during their cultivation. Only then can they avoid inner demons and a wavering Dao heart. Those of exceptional talent can even comprehend the laws of the great Dao through Go, attaining enlightenment by way of the board. The Go board holds vertical and horizontal lines, the interplay of black and white, and the principles of gain, loss, choice, and sacrifice, all subtly embodying the great Dao of heaven and earth. For example, the Dao of Yin and Yang, the Dao of choice and sacrifice, and the Dao of the grand patterns of heaven and earth. Regardless of which great Dao one comprehends, it will be an extraordinary fortune for a cultivator. In short, playing Go brings tremendous benefits to cultivators. Of course, this is not something just anyone can achieve. Cultivation is by no means easy. To comprehend these truths through Go, one must be a true prodigy. Thus, these disciples before him, after only a single match, had each gained their own insights, enough to prove that their natural talent was truly remarkable. After only a short period of 1 or 2 hours, these disciples gradually ceased their cultivation. When they opened their eyes, they were all filled with profound astonishment. Although they had not broken through to a higher realm, they could all clearly sense that their strength had increased significantly. If we could play against Peak Master Lin every day, wouldn't we be able to touch the great Dao even more easily? This thought could not help but arise in their minds. However, they only dared to entertain the idea. Perhaps if they performed well in the future, they might be granted such an opportunity. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was already afternoon. Seeing that the time was nearly right, Lin Yuan looked at the group and asked directly, "Who wants to attend this Qingxue city auction?" "I do. I want to go too." "Same. We all want to go." They all replied in unison. None of them had ever attended an auction before. They also wanted to see what it was like. Most importantly, they still wanted to stay close to Lin Yuan. "Since you all wish to go, we shall go together." Seeing this, Lin Yuan had no objections and directly nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Peak Master Lin." The group clasped their hands in salute. "It's nothing." Lin Yuan smiled and lightly waved a finger at the ancestral dragon, which stood beside him in its miniature form. Roar! The next moment, the ancestral dragon soared into the air, shooting straight toward the clouds, and instantly revealed its complete true body. The immense ancient dragon body stretched across the sky, obscuring the clouds, and the sun, and the entire world seemed enveloped by its overwhelming dragon might. "Set out." Lin Yuan lightly tapped his foot, drifted upward in a graceful leap, and landed steadily on the ancestral dragon's massive head. The other sect disciples, seeing this, followed closely and leapt onto the dragon's back, one after another, standing neatly behind Lin Yuan. Everyone was shaken with astonishment. After all, they were not far from the auction venue. They had not expected that Peak Master Lin Yuan would summon the ancestral dragon as a mount, such an unprecedented display of pomp. Yet the feeling of riding the wind and standing upon the dragon, overlooking rivers and mountains stretching for thousands of miles, was truly exhilarating. The boundless dragon aura swept in all directions, and every cultivator in the city felt their hearts sink as they sensed the terrifying pressure that struck fear into their souls. The crowd subconsciously raised their heads, and the primordial ancestral dragon spanning the sky came clearly into view. In their eyes surged unconcealable shock and deep-seated dread. The previously bustling Qingxue city suddenly became far quieter. Moments later, the ancestral dragon carried Lin Yuan and his party straight to the airspace above the auction. Below them, a resplendent tower rose abruptly from the ground. This was the Qingxue Pavilion, one of the very tallest buildings in all of Qingxue city. With carved beams and painted rafters spiraling immortal aura and an aura of immense majesty, the pavilion was magnificent to the extreme. At this moment, the cultivators gathered inside the pavilion, and below it all had pale faces and taut nerves, clearly sensing a terrifying dragon might. The pressure weighed on them so heavily that they could hardly breathe. How horrifying! Before this overwhelming dragon might, I am insignificant as a speck of dust or an ant. I cannot even muster the courage to look up. Terrifying is hardly the word. This true dragon is too powerful. I feel that even a single breath from its nostrils could crush all of us cultivators into ashes. What do you think? Could these great powers also be here for the auction? If so, once this towering figure starts bidding, who under heaven would dare to compete with him? You could not be more right. Anyone who dares to step forward and contend is simply courting death. Without supreme strength to stand as his equal, recklessly competing with him for auction items is no different from digging one's own grave. As the dragon's shadow covered the sky and its might swept through the surroundings, Lin Yuan and his party descended imposingly with the ancestral dragon. All the cultivators below bowed their heads and bent their bodies in unison, their hands clasped respectfully before their chests. Not one of them dared to raise their eyes and look up. They could only lower their voices and whisper furtively. Daluo Sect Su Chongqing paying respects to Peak Master Lin. As the voice fell, Su Chongqing, leading Wang Tong, stepped forth from the crowd and stood below, bowing respectfully toward Lin Yuan with hands clasped. Wang Tong, the peerless genius blessed with the battle saint physique and known for his unyielding pride, now concealed all his arrogance, lowering his head in a profound bow with utmost reverence. Not merely these two, but the cultivators from the other two great sects also stepped forward in succession, offering their respects with joined hands. Witnessing this scene, all observers understood. Currently, in the Northern Territory, Xiantian sect firmly held the unmatched position of the Northern Territory's #1 sect. Upon the ancestral dragon, the inner disciples of Xiantian sect beheld this spectacle, their chests swelling with surging pride, a sense of supreme glory unique to the sect's top disciples blossoming within. Especially a feeling of exhilaration rushed straight to their hearts. The prestige had instantly reached its peak. So satisfying. Fellow cultivators, please spare yourselves the formalities. We are merely here to attend this auction. Gazing upon the cultivators from the other three supreme sects, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Regardless, since they had shown such respectful bows, it was only polite to respond. Whoosh. The next instant, the ancestral dragon shrank back to its miniature form. Lin Yuan and his party landed safely. They had arrived before the Qingxue pavilion. The cultivators present immediately stepped aside to make way. Now none dared even breathe too loudly. Greetings, senior. I am the pavilion master of Qingxue Pavilion. Your presence today is like the sun and moon shedding their light, bringing radiance to my humble dwelling. For Qingxue Pavilion to receive such an eminent figure is truly our blessed fortune across 3 lifetimes. Seeing that Lin Yuan's party had come to attend the auction, a middle-aged man swiftly approached Lin Yuan, bowing deeply and formally. His entire demeanor was incomparably reverent, his voice even trembling involuntarily. It was as if he were facing the most supreme and divine being in all existence. This scene, witnessed by many local cultivators of Qingxue City, shocked their hearts. After all, this pavilion master of Qingxue Pavilion was ordinarily incomparably arrogant. Always it was only others who showed him respect. Yet now this pavilion master too had to be as humble and reverent as an ant. Could you arrange a private room for us? Lin Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm and unhurried. Yet it carried an overwhelming pressure like mountains and seas, every word landing distinctly in the pavilion master's ears. At this moment, Lin Yuan's aura had reached its absolute peak. Yes, yes. The middle-aged pavilion master nodded frantically, his spine perpetually bent, not daring to straighten even slightly. At this moment, where was there any of the bearing a pavilion master should possess? He resembled a servant, even more, bowing and standing aside to guide the way throughout, serving with meticulous care, not daring to harbor even a hint of negligence. As for arranging the room, it certainly had to be the finest available. Shortly after, Lin Yuan's party stepped into a VIP lounge of the most luxurious decor. Within ornate beams and embroidered pillars, jade tiles paving the floor, along with numerous rare curiosities. Opulent. At first glance, it simply radiated extravagance. In the center of the room stood an ancient water-patterned bronze mirror about a zhang in width, its surface clear as autumn water. Once the auction officially commenced, it could simultaneously reflect everything happening on the auction stage, capturing scenes from 1,000 li away within its mirror. Maidens entered as well, carrying the finest tea and spiritual fruits from Qingxue Pavilion. The pavilion master of Qingxue Pavilion stood reverently to the side, barely daring to breathe, inquiring cautiously in a low voice, "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" His heart was tossed about like a boat on waves, fearing that any slight oversight in hospitality might provoke the displeasure of this unfathomably powerful supreme expert, bringing down catastrophic disaster. Currently, this was already the highest level of reception Qingxue Pavilion could provide. Yet he remained somewhat worried. After all, in the eyes of the world, the more terrifying and formidable experts often had the most peculiar temperaments. That will be all. Just go about your own business for now. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze serene and unruffled. Yes. The pavilion master responded respectfully, lifting his hand to point at a golden bronze bell on the table. Should you have any needs, senior, simply gently ring this bell, and I shall arrive in an instant. Having said this, he dared not linger any longer, tiptoeing out with a bow, gently closing the door behind him. Even the serving maidens swiftly departed along with him. With the room now quiet, Lin Yuan turned to look at the disciples beside him. The previously aloof and distant aura instantly dissipated, his voice softening considerably. All right, everyone, please take a seat as you wish. Yes. The disciples responded in unison. However, everyone still sat down properly, in an orderly manner, one after another. sitting perfectly upright. All of this that had transpired, every disciple had witnessed it with their own eyes. The reverent bows and terrified expressions of those cultivators were branded like a searing mark into each person's heart. All of this that had occurred genuinely and vividly illustrated the unchanging iron law of the cultivation world for them. Namely, in all the myriad paths of the great Tao, strength is supreme. So long as one's own cultivation reaches the pinnacle possessing power that crushes all beneath heaven, then, wherever one treads across the ends of the earth, all shall bow in submission, enjoying the supreme reverence that others could only dream of. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Their resolve to grow stronger became even more firmly cemented in their hearts. All of you relax a little. There's no need to be so restrained around me. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across everyone, his voice gentle as he slowly continued. Once the auction begins later, if there are any items you take a fancy to, feel free to bid without hesitation. If your spirit stones are insufficient, simply tell me. I can lend them to you first. Thank you, Qingxue. Actually, with the supreme grade spirit stones the Saint Maiden gave us, it should be more than enough. Yes, 500 supreme grade spirit stones. Letting each of us bid on one auction item would be absolutely ample. The other disciples also chimed in one after another. Everyone gradually relaxed. I wonder what kind of treasures this auction will feature. One of the inner disciples, Yin, spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. We'll know soon enough. It's just that I'm not sure if they'll have what we need. Yes, if they don't have what we need, then there's no point wasting money. Everyone struck up a conversation. The atmosphere instantly became quite pleasant. The room became lively as well. Seeing them like this, Lin Yuan nodded with evident satisfaction. Qingxue, this auction has drawn people from Daluo sect, Piaomiao sect, and Ling Yuan sect as well. It seems there should be some excellent treasures at this auction. Qingxue sat beside Lin Yuan, analyzing with a serious expression. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, speaking softly, perhaps. We'll know very soon. This auction is even more grand and bustling than I anticipated. In the auction hall, cultivators kept coming and going in an endless stream, various cultivators walking in briskly, one after another, taking their seats in order. The voices grew increasingly clamorous, and the entire auction venue's atmosphere became ever more heated to the extreme. Meanwhile, the cultivation experts from all the supreme forces of the Northern Territory entered their respective VIP lounges. In Tianqing City, this auction was about to commence. After approximately 2 incense sticks of time, a series of deep, prolonged bell tolls suddenly echoed through the Tianqing Pavilion. The bell sound was extraordinarily resonant, as if each strike reverberated between the beams and pillars of the hall. Originally, cultivators within the Tianqing Pavilion had been engaged in animated discussion, with noise rising and falling in waves. But the moment the bell sound reached their ears, everyone involuntarily fell silent. Excitement was evident on their faces. Finally, the auction had begun. In the VIP room, the mirror before Lin Yuan and the others began to shimmer with a soft, lustrous white light. Soon an image appeared within the mirror. The auction platform was reflected with meticulous clarity. Immediately after, a graceful figure emerged slowly from behind the gauze curtain at the side of the stage, taking step by step onto the auction platform. This woman wore a dark patterned silk qipao, embroidered with intricate designs, her raven hair loosely gathered in a cloud-like bun, an absolute beauty of the highest caliber. Particularly stunning was her exquisitely graceful figure. She instantly captivated the attention of all male cultivators in the audience. What a beautiful woman. Indeed, I have never seen such a breathtaking beauty before. If only she were my cultivation partner. How can there be such a stunningly beautiful woman? I know her. Her name is Lin Yuan, formerly known as the #1 beauty of Tianqing City. The perfectly tailored qipao clung to her skin, accentuating her captivating curves and voluptuous figure in all their glory. This woman possessed an extraordinary aura, dignified and composed with a natural elegance that spoke of noble birth. Her features carried an inherent grace and poise entirely free of any vulgarity or affectation. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her cultivation was equally impressive. Her spiritual energy was solid and profound, having already reached the peak of the core formation realm, with her Dantian spiritual energy overflowing to its absolute limit. Now she was merely one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Yuan stepped gracefully to the center of the stage, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her crimson mouth opened slightly, and a clear jade-like voice imbued with faint spiritual energy resonated. Respected elders and fellow cultivators, welcome to the Tianqing Pavilion auction. I, Lin Yuan, shall preside over today's auction. Her voice flowed like water, clear and melodious, ensuring every person present could hear her distinctly. How enchanting! It seems we have made the right choice coming here today. To witness such beauty is well worth it. The male cultivators in the audience were filled with immense excitement. Even more so, countless absurd delusions and desires began to surge through their minds. They thought that if they could share a wonderful night with a breathtakingly beautiful woman like Lin Yuan, they would be willing to pay any price. This woman actually possesses a water spiritual body. Lin Yuan remarked, somewhat taken aback by her appearance. A water spiritual body? Does that not make her a natural cauldron as recorded in the texts? Lu Haoran expressed extreme shock upon hearing this. If word spread that Lin Yin possessed a water spiritual body, it would likely attract countless powerful experts eager to capture her and use her as a cultivation vessel. Master, why can I barely perceive it? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Despite having reached the peak of soul transformation as a cultivator, she could not detect that Lin Yin possessed a water spiritual body. She wears a treasure that conceals the aura of her water spiritual body, which is why you cannot detect it, Lin Yuan replied softly. I see. Su Qingxue nodded understandingly. No wonder someone with a water spiritual body dares to appear so openly before the masses and even preside over this auction herself. A water spiritual body, a natural cauldron. If without means to conceal her aura, she would likely never dare to appear before others. Otherwise, once targeted, her fate would be dire. This rare water spiritual body could certainly be taken in as a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Such promising talent, if truly recruited into the Xintian sect, would undoubtedly be a tremendous benefit for the entire sect. Master, shall we go ask after the auction concludes? Su Qingxue hastily suggested, convinced the other party would agree. Very well, Lin Yuan nodded in approval. Meanwhile, on the auction platform, Lin Yin began explaining the auction rules, completing the explanation in a short time. The auction officially begins. With a gentle wave of Lin Yan's finger, a small jade-green, medicinal bottle materialized before her. She retrieved a round, plump pill from within, radiating a faint cyan spiritual glow. The medicinal fragrance emanating from it alone was enough to make the closest cultivators feel their meridians relax and flow smoothly upon catching a whiff. The first auction item, 10 pills of azure essence spirit gathering, Lin Yin announced in her gentle voice, slowly describing the pill remarkable properties. This pill is hand-refined by a high-tier alchemist. Its medicinal nature is mild without harsh after-effects. When cultivators consume one during intense battles after depleting their spiritual energy, it rapidly restores their exhausted dantian. Both core formation and nascent soul realm cultivators can safely consume it. With the Sacred Ruins secret realm about to open, should any of you obtain these azure essence pills, you will certainly achieve twice the result with half the effort within the realm. Barely had she finished speaking when a murmur of discussion rippled through the audience below. Azure essence spirit gathering pills. Even a single one is hard to come by on the open market, yet 10 are being offered here. Judging by the quality, these are top-grade pills. Indeed, during trials and combat within the secret realm, what is most lacking is precisely this kind of pill that instantaneously replenishes spiritual energy. Having these 10 pills is like having an extra lifeline. We must secure these. With such pills, we will definitely stand a better chance of surviving in the Sacred Ruins secret realm. Absolutely true. It is said that certain areas within the Sacred Ruins secret realm have absolutely no spiritual energy, making such pills utterly critical. Once spiritual energy is depleted, and there is no means to restore it, death is inevitable. The cultivators grew increasingly excited. Throughout Qingxue City, nearly all medicinal pills had already been snapped up from every pharmacy. The Azure Essence Spirit Gathering pills are decent enough, Xiao Yin observed from the VIP room, giving a slight nod. As a direct disciple of the Xintian sect alchemy peak master, his own alchemical aptitude was exceptionally high. For him, these pills were merely adequate. Before their departure, his master, the alchemy peak master, had already prepared numerous superior pills more than sufficient for the entire group to use within the Sacred Ruins secret realm. Moreover, with adequate medicinal materials, he could personally refine pills himself. On the auction platform, Lin Yin offered a faint smile and announced the opening bid: 10 Azure Essence Spirit Gathering pills starting at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with minimum increments of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per bid. Fellow cultivators may now begin placing their offers. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment the starting price was called, someone from the general seating on the first floor immediately spoke up, their voice carrying a sense of urgency. I offer 32,000 low-grade spirit stones. Another voice immediately followed from the opposite side, unwilling to fall behind. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. A deep male voice resonated from an ordinary private chamber, raising the price directly to 50,000. Bidding rose and fell across the audience, with the price steadily climbing. Within moments, it had already surpassed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Under normal circumstances, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones could purchase an abundance of medicinal pills. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. 70,000. The price continued to climb higher and higher. Not long after, another voice from a private chamber suddenly rang out, directly driving the price up: 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This bid instantly silenced many cultivators in the venue. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones represented the upper limit of what most could afford. Pushing beyond this threshold would be entirely unwise. Lin Yuan spoke in her gentle voice, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there any fellow cultivator willing to raise the price? If no one bids, these 10 azure essence pills will belong to this esteemed bidder. She surveyed the assembled crowd within the hall, her gaze calmly sweeping across the private chambers on both the first and second floors. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones going once. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones going twice. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest from private room No. 3 for successfully securing 10 azure essence spirit gathering pills. Someone will deliver them to you shortly. Lin Yuan casually gestured, handing the medicinal bottle containing the 10 pills to a waiting maid nearby. Next, let us proceed to the second auction item. This second auction item is the Black Iron Shield. Forged by a master craftsman, its defensive capabilities are formidable. When activated, it can even withstand the full force strike of a nascent soul cultivator. The Black Iron Shield floated suspended above the auction platform, visible to all cultivators present. Fellow Taoists, this shield is truly a treasure for personal protection. Lin Yuan smiled gently. Most cultivators attending this auction would subsequently enter the sacred ruins secret realm. Given the myriad dangers within, possessing an additional protective treasure was certainly advantageous. As expected, when Lin Yuan announced the starting price, numerous cultivators began bidding furiously. The Jindan cultivators were particularly zealous in their competition. After all, this item could withstand a full power strike from a nascent soul cultivator. For them, it was absolutely something that could save their lives. In no time at all, the Black Iron Shield was sold for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following immediately the third auction item, the century-old spirit heart grass. The fourth auction item, the flowing cloud shuttle, a flying magical artifact. The fifth auction item, high-grade demon beast essence blood. As time gradually elapsed, the subsequent auction items grew increasingly valuable. Each one essentially sold for an astronomical price. However, members of the 4 great sects from the Northern Territory had not made a single bid. Simply because while these auction items were respectable, they were merely commonplace objects to the 4 great sects. To Lin Yuan specifically, these items were far beneath notice. For instance, magical treasures like these could be effortlessly forged by Xiantian sect's artifact refining peak. Within the alchemy peak's herb garden grew far rarer spiritual medicines. What a pity! I originally thought this auction would have some worthy treasures, yet there is not a single one. Lu Haoran shook his head, sighing with disappointment. He was feeling somewhat let down. But you are a disciple of Xiantian sect's sect master. Any treasure the sect master gave you would surpass these by far. Qingxue stated calmly. For them, attending this auction was merely to observe the spectacle. They harbored no expectations of encountering any genuine priceless treasures. Indeed, Lu Haoran smiled faintly. For this journey into the sacred ruins secret realm, his master had already prepared everything in advance. Naturally, there was no need for Lu Haoran to prepare anything himself. This was the advantage of belonging to a top-tier sect. All resources would be arranged beforehand. More than an hour later, the final grand finale item was sold for 10 million low-grade spirit stones. With that, the entire auction concluded. For Lin Yuan's group, it had been quite an entertaining spectacle. As the auction concluded, the attending cultivators departed from Qingxue Pavilion in succession. It's time. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. A crisp snap echoed. In the next instant, Lin Yuan simply snapped his fingers. Just as Lin Yuan was cradling her teacup and tending to rest momentarily, a terrifying and overwhelming force suddenly engulfed her entire body, startling her so that she nearly spilled the tea from her hands. A blinding white light erupted suddenly, instantly swallowing her whole. When the radiance faded, and she opened her eyes again, gazing upon Lin Yuan's group standing before her, she froze in place, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Yet her composure held firm. After a momentary struggle to suppress the turbulent waves within her heart, she swiftly bowed her head in profound reverence. Lin Yuan pays respects to the senior. She had previously witnessed Lin Yuan standing upon the true dragon's head, surveying all living beings with supreme divine might. That memory had already filled her with boundless reverence, and now, having personally experienced his unfathomable techniques, she dared not show the slightest disrespect. Yet seeing this mysterious senior up close, he truly was remarkably handsome. He matched exactly the image she had of a destined companion in her heart. Lin Yuan, I am Lin Yuan of Xiantian sect. Are you willing to join my Xiantian sect? Upon seeing her, Lin Yuan directly inquired. Hearing this, Lin Yuan froze in astonishment. She had never expected that this supreme expert had brought her here to join Xiantian sect. Could it be that her water spirit physique had been discovered? Did such a supreme being require her water spirit physique as a cultivation furnace? This thought made Lin Yuan's expression shift instantly, her body trembling with fear. Do not be afraid. My master saw through your water spirit physique long ago. If he truly wanted to use you as a furnace, there would be no need to ask for your opinion here. Qingxue quickly interjected. I am willing. After these words, it suddenly became clear to Lin Yuan. Indeed, Before this supreme being, she had no power to resist. If she were truly being used as a furnace, she could not alter the outcome anyway. With a thud, she knelt before him. May this disciple become your disciple. Lin Yuan directly kowtowed to Lin Yuan. Detected that Lin Yuan meets the requirements for taking disciples. 10,000 times return can be triggered. The system notification chimed. This came as an unexpected surprise for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan actually qualified. If he truly accepted her as a disciple, whether he gave Su Qingxue or Lin Yuan something, the 10,000 times return would activate. Rise. Since we have encountered each other here, it must be fate. From this day forward, I shall take you as my personal disciple. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his voice calm and gentle. Overjoyed, Lin Yuan's entire body trembled with excitement as she immediately kowtowed. This disciple thanks the master. She had mentally prepared herself for rejection moments ago, never imagining she would truly fulfill her wish to enter the sect. Su Qingxue stepped forward, promptly helping Lin Yuan to her feet with a smile in her eyes. I never expected to gain a junior sister so quickly. I am Su Qingxue, and from now on I shall be your senior sister. Lin Yuan immediately straightened her posture and bowed respectfully. Yenner greets senior sister. Congratulations, Peak Master Lin, on acquiring a new disciple. Several other sect disciples in the room hastily offered their congratulations with clasped fists. In their view, Lin Yuan's entry into Lin Yuan's sect marked her true ascension to great heights. No one would dare provoke Lin Yuan anymore. Provoke her, and there would be dire consequences. Let's head back for now, Lin Yuan said softly. After departing from Qingxue Pavilion, the ancestral dragon instantly reverted to its original form. Its enormous body seemed to envelop the entire city once more. The cultivators outside immediately began trembling with fear. Junior sister, let's ascend. Su Qingxue smiled at Lin Yuan. Now that she had become the senior sister, naturally, she would take good care of Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yuan led the group to the top of the ancestral dragon's head. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt utterly astounded. Never had she imagined standing atop an ancestral dragon's head. So this was what it felt like to reach the pinnacle. Whoosh. Before the eyes of the numerous cultivators, the ancestral dragon carrying Lin Yuan and the others swiftly flew above a courtyard, then quickly vanished from their sight. Lin Yuan and the others landed smoothly within the residential courtyard. The ancestral dragon also reverted to its miniature form and lay resting beside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had not yet fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Senior sister, regardless, we must still offer the apprenticeship tea to master. Su Qingxue quickly brought a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally snapped back to reality and quickly nodded, thank you, senior sister. The next moment, Lin Yuan took the teacup, approached Lin Yuan, and knelt down once more. Please accept the tea, master. Lin Yuan acknowledged and took the tea, drinking a sip directly. Very well, rise now. Yes, master. Only then did Lin Yuan stand up. This master will gift you some apprenticeship presents today. Lin Yuan waved his finger gently, and a storage ring materialized directly. At the same time, streams of radiance flowed into Lin Yuan's mind. Soon Lin Yuan was utterly stunned. Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. This is actually the legendary immortal technique. Google, my master is truly extraordinary. With just a casual bestowal, and I've only just become his disciple, he's already given me an immortal technique. And these spell techniques and great divine abilities are all top tier. The current result was something she had never imagined. Truly unbelievable. Then she continued to sense the storage ring, and what was inside shocked them once again to the utmost limit. Spirit stones. All were top-grade spirit stones. Treasures of all kinds, any single one of which could be considered a supreme, priceless treasure. The depth of Qingxue Pavilion in comparison was simply trash among trash. Now did they still need to go to the Sacred Ruins secret realm? It seemed unnecessary. With so much inheritance and treasures gained, it was already more than enough. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Lin Yuan quickly bowed in gratitude, still overflowing with incomparable excitement. For a moment, she wondered what merit she had to deserve all this. Enough, no need for this. From now on, this master will give you the best. Lin Yuan said with a gentle smile. These items given to her had all been obtained through the 10,000-fold return. As expected, the returned items, even if given to others, could no longer trigger the return. Now let's talk. Do you have any other relatives in this world? Lin Yuan continued to ask. Naturally, he needed to know more about his disciple's situation. If she had no relatives, he would treat her even better in the future. Replying to master, my parents passed away long ago, Lin Yuan answered. Junior sister, from now on we are family, Su Qingxue said comfortingly upon seeing this. Yes, all disciples of our Xiantian sect are family. Lu Haoran and the others also chimed in. At this moment, Lin Yuan truly felt the warmth of having a family. Thank you all, senior sisters and senior brothers. Lin Yuan thanked them again. Suddenly, she thought of something. Hurriedly, she respectfully said to Lin Yuan, Master, I have a priceless treasure I wish to present to you. As she spoke, her slender jade fingers waved gently, and a ray of radiance burst forth from her acupoint. The radiance hovered in midair, and when it dissipated, a special extraordinary bead appeared before everyone's eyes. With just one glance, everyone could clearly tell that this mysterious bead was definitely not ordinary. Master, this time bead was acquired through a fortunate encounter. It can conceal the water's spiritual body aura on my body, and there is a spatial realm inside where cultivating for 1 day is equivalent to 3 days outside. Lin Yuan answered truthfully. This was her greatest secret. She was very clear that in front of Lin Yuan her greatest secret had probably long been seen through. Such a miraculous, priceless treasure. Indeed, if one cultivates for 10 years, it would be equivalent to 30 years outside. With this time bead, wouldn't cultivators become even more powerful? This kind of treasure, I estimate, even the old monsters of the cultivation world would act directly to snatch it, since it allows cultivators more time to practice. In the courtyard, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Such a supreme, priceless treasure was something they had never seen with their own eyes. This priceless treasure of yours is quite good. Keep it for yourself. Even if this master accepts it, it would only serve as a decoration. Lin Yuan glanced at it and smiled slightly. With a light flick of his finger, the time bead once again transformed into a ray of radiance and returned to Lin Yuan's acupoint. However, after the journey to the sacred ruins secret realm and returning to the sect, you could use this time bead to help others, allowing them to enter and cultivate within. Lin Yuan continued. They were all from the same sect, and mutual assistance was only natural. I understand. Lin Yuan answered seriously. Then, looking at the senior brothers and sisters before her, she smiled and said, Senior brothers and senior sisters, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. In that case, thank you, junior sister Lin. Everyone bowed their fists in thanks. They were naturally willing. Having more cultivation time meant they could become stronger. Very well, cultivate separately. From now on, we can only wait for the sacred ruins secret realm to open. Lin Yuan said briefly, then directly returned to his room to rest with the miniature ancestral dragon following closely behind. Junior sister, come with me back to my room to talk. Master has likely already imparted the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art to you. Let us begin cultivating directly at this moment. If you encounter any obstacles during your cultivation, feel free to come ask me. Qingxue led Lin Yuan into her residence. Cultivators did not need sleep. They could meditate and cultivate all day long. The room was furnished with only a jade bed, which was sufficient for the two of them to sit together. Thank you for your trouble, senior sister. Lin Yuan expressed her gratitude once more. Not long after, the two women sat cross-legged on the jade bed. Qingxue took out several lustrous, dazzling top-grade spirit stones and placed them beside her, then slowly began to carefully explain the essential principles of the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art. Lin Yuan listened attentively, committing every word to heart. By the time Qingxue finished explaining, her understanding of this supreme immortal technique had deepened considerably. Those who planted the trees provide shade for later generations. Only now did Lin Yuan truly comprehend the profound meaning of this saying. All the bottlenecks and detours Qingxue had encountered while cultivating the Purple Mansion Golden Immortal Art, along with the complete set of solutions she had painstakingly figured out, were all imparted without reservation. With the elder senior sister's generous guidance, Lin Yuan would be able to avoid most detours in her future cultivation. Even when facing difficult hurdles, she would already have countermeasures ready. Naturally, her progress in practicing this supreme immortal technique would be twice the result, with half the effort advancing smoothly. After a night of devoted cultivation, Lin Yuan progressed with remarkable ease, successfully mastering the Zifu Golden Immortal Art. She even sensed her cultivation bottleneck loosening ever so slightly. She felt it wouldn't be long before she could break through to the nascent soul realm. This immortal technique is truly supreme. Lin Yuan marveled in her heart. As the sun rose and light shone upon the earth once more, a new day began. Within the room, the system's voice rang directly in Lin Yuan's mind. Check-in system. Today's check-in has refreshed successfully. Would you like to check in? Begin check-in. Lin Yuan nodded silently. Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Secret Realm Fortune Guidance Talisman. When used within a secret realm, it can guide you to one of its hidden fortunes. The next moment, the system interface appeared. This check-in reward left Lin Yuan somewhat astonished. Previously, he had also obtained a Fortune Guidance Talisman. However, that one had no usage restrictions. He had let Qingxue use it, and they found excellent fortune as a result. Today's talisman, however, bore a very distinct limitation. It could only be used within secret realms. Fortune had arrived at precisely the right moment. Once they entered the Holy Ruin secret realm, he could use it immediately. If I gift this talisman to Qingxue or Lin Yuan and trigger the 10,000-fold return, it will certainly yield something far superior. Lin Yuan mused to himself. Stepping out of his room, he made his way to the courtyard. All the disciples had risen early as well. Greetings, Master. Qingxue and Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. The other 9 disciples also cupped their fists toward Lin Yuan, calling out, Peak Master Lin. Their spirits were exceptionally high. This pleased Lin Yuan greatly. He gave a slight nod. With a casual wave of his hand, the secret realm fortune guidance talisman floated directly before Su Qingxue. This talisman will help you locate one of the hidden fortunes within the Holy Ruins secret realm. It belongs to you now, Qingxue. Simply use it directly when you enter the secret realm. Yes, master. Su Qingxue accepted with trembling excitement. She knew better than anyone the talisman's true power. Once they entered the Holy Ruins secret realm later, they would be the first to discover its hidden fortunes. Others would have to rely purely on luck to seek fortune and destiny. The system has detected your gift of the secret realm fortune guidance talisman to disciple Su Qingxue, triggering the 10,000-fold return. You have obtained the secret realm's ultimate fortune descension talisman. After use, the greatest fortune and destiny of the secret realm will descend directly before you. A new system interface appeared. After reading the information, Lin Yuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Indeed, when the 10,000-fold return was triggered, the rewards would never disappoint. Master, if there's nothing else, I shall continue guiding my junior sister in cultivation. Su Qingxue carefully stored the secret realm fortune guidance talisman and inquired. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Subsequently, Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan began their cultivation right there in the courtyard. The other sect disciples also devoted themselves to their respective cultivations. They were even more exhilarated. After all, when they entered the Holy Ruins secret realm later, they would be able to locate a fortune and destiny through that guidance talisman. They genuinely hoped the entrance to the Holy Ruins secret realm would open right now. Ding dong, today's check-in successful. You received Azure Waters Jade Marrow. Ding dong, today's check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the divine technique domain of the boundless sea. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days had passed. During these days, Lin Yuan cultivated assiduously and successfully broke through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Among the check-in rewards obtained were items like the Azure Waters Jade Marrow and the divine technique domain of the boundless sea, all of which were exceptionally suited for Lin Yuan's cultivation. Lin Yuan, of course, gifted them all to her. This left Lin Yuan feeling utterly overwhelmed and deeply honored. She felt her master bestowed upon her countless supreme treasures each day, far too many to count. After witnessing this, Su Qingxue had long grown accustomed to it. She even advised Lin Yuan to accustom herself to it quickly. By refining the Azure Waters Jade Marrow, Lin Yuan's water spirit physique instantly elevated significantly. In the future, this might allow her spiritual physique to evolve and upgrade into an even more formidable constitution. There was indeed a very high likelihood of this occurring. After all, with Lin Yuan present, all things were possible. The divine technique, domain of the boundless sea, seemed as if it was tailor-made for Lin Yuan, enabling her to master it effortlessly in less than an hour. Moreover, this divine technique was extraordinarily exceptional. Once deployed, it could amplify her own power tenfold, essentially allowing her to be invincible among those of the same realm. Rumble. At noon, a deafening roar tore through the heavens and earth. At the peak of Holy Ruins Mountain, 10,000 rays of rosy clouds burst forth in a spectacular, celestial phenomenon that filled the sky. At the center of the phenomenon, a majestic and ancient massive gate slowly trembled. The heavy doors parted from both sides, releasing a flood of ethereal spiritual radiance. Look, wonderful. The Holy Ruins secret realm has opened. Hurry, we must not miss this opportunity. We've waited in this starry sky city for over a month, and finally this day has come. Let's go. This secret realm's fortune shall be our chance to overturn our fate. We absolutely cannot return empty-handed. We must hurry. Arriving late means we might miss the fortune. Exclamations rose and fell across the entire starry sky city as cultivators across the realm burst into fevered excitement. Countless streams of light shot up from the city, all rushing toward Holy Ruins Mountain. Above the firmament, cultivators dotted the sky, densely spreading out like countless stars scattered across the heavens. Ethereal chi shrieked through the air ceaselessly. Voices, spiritual power clashes, and clamors intertwined, soaring straight to the ninth heaven. Such a grand spectacle, when witnessed, left one's heart trembling and utterly amazed. Master, the Holy Ruins secret realm has finally opened. Su Qingxue exclaimed excitedly. The others wore expressions of eager anticipation. Each of them was thoroughly prepared. Then let us depart. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. Roar! The ancestral dragon swiftly manifested its original colossal form. Everyone climbed onto the dragon. Once all were firmly balanced, the ancestral dragon flew forth with tremendous speed. In merely a dozen breaths, they had already outpaced all the cultivators rushing below. They rapidly left even greater distances behind. To Su Qingxue and the others, it seemed like no more than a dozen breaths had passed before they arrived above the Holy Ruins Mountain. The ancestral dragon carried them directly into the entrance of the Holy Ruins secret realm. Their group was absolutely the very first to enter. Witnessing this, the other cultivators couldn't help but gulp, visibly stunned. The speed was simply too overwhelming. Immediately after, the masters of the three major sects, Daoyuo sect, Lin Yuan sect, and Miao Miao sect, led their disciples into the Holy Ruins secret realm one after another. Subsequently, other factions and rogue cultivators flooded into the Holy Ruins secret realm in an endless frenzied stream. This is sheer madness. There must be tens of thousands of cultivators entering. Indeed, such a spectacle is rare even once in 1,000 years. I wonder how many will actually survive exiting the Holy Ruins secret realm. The cultivators who had chosen not to enter the Holy Ruins secret realm upon witnessing this spectacle all couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The moment they entered the Holy Ruins secret realm, everyone clearly sensed an ancient primordial aura mingling with a stench of blood, an utterly nauseating experience. Within the entire secret realm, savage winds continued to rage unceasingly. These gusts swept across abruptly, as if capable of devouring everything. Is this really the Holy Ruins secret realm? It looks completely different from what I imagined. The moment we entered, I felt an intense sense of danger. It was Lu Haoran's first time entering the Holy Ruins secret realm, and gazing upon everything before him, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The secret realm stretched boundless across the land. Ancient trees towered toward the heavens, aged vines sprawled across the sky, and the ground lay carpeted with thick layers of millennium-old decaying leaves. Yet the spiritual energy here was remarkably abundant, nearly liquefied. Cultivating within the Holy Ruins secret realm would undoubtedly be faster than outside. Even without finding treasures, merely cultivating here constituted considerable fortuitous opportunity. Yet this secret realm appeared devoid of obvious dangers. Everywhere lurked lethal traps. One could not afford the slightest carelessness. Otherwise the price would be enormous, even one's own life. The cultivators who entered rushed to explore quickly. All scrambled to find fortune and treasures as quickly as possible. Yet Lin Yuan's group showed no haste, walking steadily forward. In the outer perimeter of the Holy Ruins secret realm lay the domain of countless low-level fierce beasts. Their roars and howls rose and fell continuously. In merely a dozen breaths' time, fierce battle rumbles echoed from every direction. The ground began to tremble slightly. Within the shadowy black forest, massive silhouettes darted about repeatedly, each revealing beast pupils glowing with a chilling crimson light. Numerous cultivators, whether from carelessness or insufficient cultivation, were pounced upon and killed by these fierce beasts, becoming their prey. No, I don't want to die. Damn it, this is merely the secret realm's outskirts. Why are there such terrifying fierce beasts? Countless sect disciples and wandering cultivators who had just entered the secret realm had no time to adapt before facing the beast's frenzied attacks. Screams, spiritual energy explosions, and fierce beast roars intertwined, reverberating throughout the secret realm's outer region. Before entering, everyone had been filled with excitement and enthusiasm. When they truly entered and witnessed the horrors within, regret and despair overwhelmed them all. Unfortunately, there is never any regret medicine in this world to take. Soon a thick scent of blood permeated the air. Qingxue gazed intently, saying, "Master, it seems the Holy Ruins secret realm is indeed extremely dangerous. Even just the fierce beasts at the outskirts appear exceptionally ferocious and terrifying." Around Lin Yuan, the other disciples of the Xiantian sect all became extremely serious and solemn. No one dared relax their vigilance for even a moment. They all knew precisely what they must do. "Master, may I now use the secret realm fortune-guiding talisman?" Qingxue continued to inquire. The secret realm was far too vast. If they wandered about like headless flies, they would only waste precious time. "You may." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. "Thank you, Master." Qingxue expressed her gratitude. She took out the secret realm fortune-guiding talisman and swiftly activated it. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a golden light and darted swiftly away. With this, they should be able to locate fortune quickly. "Follow," Lin Yuan said softly. The group continued, following that golden light, rushing forward rapidly. Soon over 100 terrifying fierce beasts appeared before Lin Yuan's group. Each beast possessed a cultivation base of late core formation stage. Their numbers were so great that even an expert at early nascent soul stage would find it difficult to handle them all effortlessly. "Master, allow me to deal with these fierce beasts." Lin Yuan spoke quickly. After these days of cultivation, she wanted to test her current strength. "Very well, but finish it quickly." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and agreed softly. "Yes, Master." Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then those fierce beasts launched their attack. They opened their gaping maws and pounced forth with a stench-filled gust of wind, carrying a murderous intent. Their razor-sharp fangs gleamed with cold light, and their tail-borne poison hooks carried terrifying venom. Each one was like a starving ghost, viewing Lin Yuan's group as food. Songhai domain activate. This was Lin Yuan's first time facing so many fierce beasts. In the past, she might have felt some fear. But now she felt not the slightest fear, exuding absolute confidence. A thunderous rumble echoed as her divine ability operated. Vast and powerful water attribute spiritual energy erupted from within her, and boundless blue watery radiance instantly swept across in all directions, enveloping an area of 100 zhang. A realm of vast boundless horizons materialized out of nothing. A powerful aura churned and surged within the domain, transforming into layer upon layer of water pressure might. This is absolutely a genuine top-tier, great divine ability. My heavens! How long has junior sister Lin Yuan been cultivating, yet she has mastered this divine ability so perfectly. Indeed, she is a disciple personally favored by Peak Master Lin. Yes. Upon sensing the terror of this divine ability, the others couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This divine ability seemed tailor-made for her. Everyone could clearly sense that Lin Yuan's overall strength seemed to have instantly increased more than tenfold. Within the domain, Lin Yuan was like an invincible existence. Those fierce beasts trapped within this domain suddenly froze mid-air, their savage pouncing momentum instantly shattered. Crack! A powerful force directly washed over their bodies. Their hard scales cracked and shattered, and foul blood continuously gushed forth from the gaps between scales. Shatter for me. Lin Yuan clapped her hand greatly. Spiritual energy within her body surged forth wildly once more. Boom! Each fierce beast's body shattered inch by inch and crashed to the ground, utterly losing all vitality. In merely a few breaths' time, under this supreme divine ability, over 100 core formation realm fierce beasts were all completely annihilated. The entire process was extremely effortless. Lin Yuan's heart surged with excitement. She never imagined that this divine ability's might would truly be so terrifying. Combined with her water spirit physique, the divine ability's power was multiplied even further. Indeed, only divine abilities suited to oneself can unleash even more powerful might. Dispelling her divine ability, Lin Yuan swiftly returned to Lin Yuan's side. Master, how was my performance? Not bad, but you still haven't fully mastered this technique. You must continue to work hard from here on. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing out her shortcomings. After all, those fierce beasts just now were only at the core formation stage. It was only natural that she could annihilate them with ease. If she couldn't even accomplish that, then Lin Yuan would have truly misjudged her. Yes, master, I understand. Lin Yuan immediately responded with earnestness. All right, continue following the guidance talisman. Lin Yuan added. Everyone swiftly moved forward once more. The fortune guidance talisman darted rapidly through the black forest. Along the way, they encountered many other fierce beasts, all swiftly and effortlessly dispatched by the disciples. Not a single moment was wasted. Since they were already at the forefront, they encountered no other cultivators at all. After roughly half an hour, the fortune guidance talisman soon came to a halt in a secluded spot. Have we arrived? Lu Haoran quickly began to inspect the area carefully. That's strange. This place looks utterly ordinary, as if there's no fortune here at all. Su Jingxing remarked with a grave expression. Could it be that this so-called fortune-seeking talisman had failed? The thought surfaced, but was quickly dismissed by Su Jingxing. After all, this talisman had been personally brought out by Lin Yuan. It absolutely could not fail. It seems we are still too weak to truly perceive everything here. Su Jingxing spoke up again shortly after. In his view, the talisman had not failed. Rather, their own cultivation was insufficient to uncover the fortune or destiny hidden within this place. It's the aura of a formation. Xia Wani's eyes glimmered. She was the most gifted formation prodigy in the history of the Xiantian sect's formation peak. She possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to formations. Senior sister Xia, do you have a way to break it? Everyone turned their gazes towards Xia Wani at once. Within this Qingxue secret realm, they could only rely on themselves. There was no way Lin Yuan would intervene on their behalf. Besides, Lin Yuan had already given them the greatest help possible by providing the fortune-seeking talisman, allowing them to locate the opportunity in such a short time. Xia Wani slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright with understanding. If my perception is correct, what lies before us is the spirit hiding gathering spirit formation. This is an ancient maze formation. The one who set it up was undoubtedly a grand formation master. It has been arranged with such natural perfection that ordinary cultivators would likely see no flaw at all, let alone see through it. Her tone remained calm and composed without the slightest trace of tension. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily drew a sharp breath. They had never expected it to be an ancient maze formation. No wonder they had been unable to sense it. The way of formations was truly profound and mysterious. It seemed they would need to study it more in the future. After all, who knew when they might encounter a similar situation alone and have to resolve it by themselves? Upon hearing this, Lu Haoran breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly asked, Junior Sister Xia, can you break the spirit hiding gathering spirit formation? That is no problem at all. It won't stump me. Xia Wani smiled faintly, her expression composed and confident. As her words fell, she raised her jade-like hand, and a wisp of pure azure spiritual light coiled around her fingertips, shimmering with a soft glow. The inheritance of the Xiantian sect's formation peak was vast and profound, containing countless ancient and mysterious formations. As the sect's foremost formation prodigy, Yuan Ying possessed extraordinary talent and an acute perception of formation patterns and fluctuations of qi. Under the meticulous guidance and dedicated nurturing of the formation peak master, she had honed her formation mastery to perfection. It was precisely for this reason that she had the full confidence to face such an ancient formation head-on. Bang! She did not unleash any powerful techniques, nor did she painstakingly search for the formation's eye. Relying solely on her supreme comprehension of the formation Tao, she curled her jade-like fingers and flicked them lightly in succession. Swish! 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 Several slivers of spiritual light shot through the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy on 3 extremely concealed positions within the forest. These 3 seemingly ordinary spots were precisely the chi hubs of the entire spirit-hiding gathering spirit formation, and also its most crucial flaws. In such a short span of time, she had seen through them all, proving that Yuan Ying's mastery of formations had reached an extraordinarily profound level. The moment the spiritual light landed, the stagnant, deathly still air within the forest began to tremble faintly. The next instant, barely visible ripples spread outward from the 3 hubs. The invisible formation veil encompassing the woodland was like a gently torn gossamer veil, slowly unfolding, receding, and dissolving into nothingness. Rumble! A low, subtle tremor echoed through the forest. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, yet the surrounding spiritual energy instantly shifted from stagnant to surging and crystal clear. The murky mist that had shrouded the forest was completely swept away, and heaven and earth suddenly became bright and clear. In merely 3 breaths, the ancient spirit-hiding gathering spirit formation that had troubled everyone was effortlessly and lightly dismantled by Yuan Ying. As the formation dissipated, the scene before them changed dramatically. A spirit pool brimming with abundant spiritual energy suddenly revealed itself. Within the pool swirled dense, pure, heavenly spiritual qi, ethereal, immortal, and extraordinary in aura. So this is the fortune. My heavens, this formation was too profound. If not for Senior Sister Xia, we could have stood right before the fortune and still missed it. The disciples were both astonished and overjoyed, showering her with praise while gazing at her with admiration. Indeed, this time we have Senior Sister Xia to thank. Lu Haoran could not help but nod in admiration. The other disciples inwardly marveled as well. No wonder she was the peerless formation prodigy of the Xiantian sect's formation peak, breaking formations as easily as eating and drinking. In the Tao of formations, they were far from her match. Truly impressive. Lin Yuan looked at Yuan Ying, secretly admiring her as well. It was merely a trivial matter. Yuan Ying turned to face the others, her expression calm as still water. She showed not a trace of pride from having broken the formation so easily, as if she had simply done something incredibly minor. After all, it was only what she ought to do. Lin Yuan, who had been observing the entire time, let a faint gleam of approval pass through his eyes and gave a slight nod. Not bad. You truly live up to being the most monstrous formation prodigy of our Xiantian sect. The title is well deserved. Thank you for the praise, Peak Master Lin. I still have much to learn. Yuan Ying promptly expressed her gratitude. Her formation talent was indeed exceptional, and her temperament was steady, composed, free of arrogance or impatience. As she continued to grow, she was certain to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. This is the Spirit Spring Marrow Washing Pool. You lot are quite fortunate. This pool can temper your physical bodies and cleanse your meridians and spiritual power. It is a truly rebirthing level fortune. Do not delay. Get in and cultivate now. It will be enough to grant each of you an advancement. Lin Yuan looked at the spirit pool before him and quickly reminded them. Yes. Everyone acknowledged in unison. One by one, they leapt into the Spirit Spring Marrow Washing Pool and entered a state of cultivation. Lin Yuan simply took out a chair, lay down on it, and stood guard over them from there. The energy within the entire spirit pool was rapidly absorbed and refined by them. In less than an hour, all the energy of the Spirit Spring Marrow Washing Pool had been drained completely. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes once more and felt the changes within themselves. They could clearly sense that their physical bodies had been tempered and their spiritual power had become vastly stronger. Their divine sense had been elevated as well, and their cultivation base even more so. How exhilarating. This Spirit Spring Marrow Washing Pool is truly miraculous. In such a short span of time, it has granted us such tremendous gains. It truly lives up to the Sacred Ruins' secret realm. Lu Haoran declared with excitement, feeling that if he continued cultivating diligently for a while longer, breaking through to the next cultivation realm would absolutely be a breeze. Master, we can set off again. Qingxue leaped to her feet, quickly arrived before Lin Yuan, and said with a smile. The secret realm fortune-guiding talisman had completely dissipated the moment it located the Spirit Spring Marrow Washing Pool. From then on, if they wanted to continue finding new fortunes and opportunities within the Sacred Ruins' secret realm, they would have to rely on themselves. All right, now you may discuss it among yourselves. Seeing this, Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and spoke softly. At once the group gathered in a circle to confer. Very soon their gazes all turned towards Su Qingxue. After all, Su Qingxue possessed the highest cultivation base and was Lin Yuan's senior disciple. Thus they decided to follow her command. Facing such trust from everyone, Su Qingxue did not decline and directly pointed in one direction. She had an intense intuition that following the direction she indicated would lead them to other fortunes and opportunities. Then we'll follow the saintess. Everyone nodded, once more responding with firm conviction. With the direction decided, the group resumed their swift advance, with Lin Yuan trailing directly behind them. This time, entering the sacred ruins' secret realm was primarily for their training. Naturally, Lin Yuan could not do too much. What lay ahead had to be accomplished by their own efforts. They pressed forward swiftly along the path. Along the way they encountered ferocious demonic beasts, yet Su Qingxue and the others annihilated every single one with ease. The team was simply unstoppable. Time slipped by gradually. Before long they had traversed several hundred li. Then, everyone could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth ahead had begun to grow markedly denser. It seems the direction pointed out by the saintess was indeed correct. I sense that fortune lies ahead. The air is thick with the breath of spiritual herbs. Xiaoyan hurriedly spoke up. After all, he was an alchemist, gifted with an innate acuity for spiritual herbs and spirit plants. Speed up, but we must still be careful, Lu Haoran warned. Throughout their journey they had encountered not only many demonic beasts, but also a considerable number of perilous restrictions. Fortunately, these restrictions posed no difficulty at all, being effortlessly broken by the group. But they could not afford to be careless because of that. Understood. The other disciples nodded in unison. Whoosh. Not long after they set off, they rounded a sheer precipice draped in tangled vines and rugged cliff faces. Just as they turned the corner, an expansive vista burst abruptly into view, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Their bodies stiffened, and even their breathing unconsciously grew softer. Someone cried out in a hushed voice, "Look! Unbelievable! Such a hidden paradise lies beyond this cliff. The spiritual energy here is so dense it nearly coalesces into white mist. It's an herb valley. This is actually an ancient herb valley. There must be countless extremely rare spiritual herbs within." Waves of astonished exclamations arose one after another. Everyone grew excited as well. Upon closer inspection, the scene continuously expanded before their eyes, and all could clearly see, within the herb valley, ancient wooden fences weathered by time, their grain mottled, enclosing dozens of neatly arranged spiritual fields. A warm, lustrous spiritual light faintly circulated beneath the soil. One could tell at a glance that these were supreme spiritual fields rarely found in the mundane world. Xiaoyan's eyes blazed, his heart surging with barely contained ecstasy, and his voice trembled slightly. Excellent, excellent. The fields are planted with innumerable rare spiritual herbs. This time we have truly been blessed with a heaven-sent opportunity. Su Qingxue, calm and composed, stepped forward and said in a measured tone, "Let us first enter the valley to find out." The group advanced, and soon they had stepped into the profound herb valley. Once truly inside, they felt as if they were immersed in liquid spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, thick spiritual energy and fragrant herbal essence rushed into their bodies. The sensation was utterly blissful. It invigorated them, filling every one of them with renewed vitality. Gazing outward, everything before them was top-grade spiritual fields. In the fields, all kinds of extraordinary spiritual herbs stood gracefully, their rich fragrance surging upon the air. Multicolored spiritual lights swirled and interwove, dazzling the party and shaking their very souls. What was more, every herb here boasted at least a few hundred years of age. The older the herb, the higher its value, and the more potent its effects. 9-leaf dragon saliva grass, soul-returning flower, crimson flame fruit, heavenheart grass. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed brilliantly as he gasped in awe, overwhelming excitement churning in his chest. Many of these spirit herbs had only ever been recorded in ancient alchemical tomes. This was also the first time he had laid eyes upon them. Heavens! These are all extraordinary top-grade spiritual herbs. Some of them have long ceased to exist in the outside world. Xiaoyan exclaimed feverishly. In the outside world, no amount of spirit stones could purchase such top-grade spiritual herbs. In fact, even a single one emerging from here would surely trigger a desperate scramble among the great powers. Taking in the sight before them, Xiaoyan, an alchemist himself, was utterly beside himself with excitement. As expected of the saintess, were it not for her guidance, we would never have found this supreme herb valley. Tang Jusi, a direct disciple of the weapon refining peak, could hardly conceal his delight and called out with a laugh, "Indeed, thanks to the saintess." The crowd turned their eyes to Su Qingxue once more. In reality, Su Qingxue had simply relied on her instincts. She had never imagined her luck would be this good. And yet, everyone was also perfectly aware that only by refining these spiritual herbs into pills could their medicinal power be fully unleashed. Devouring them raw would waste most of their efficacy. A criminal waste of heaven's gifts. Su Qingxue's gaze swept across the rare herbs carpeting the ground. With a solemn expression, she spoke to steady the group. There is an abundance of herbs in this valley. We are all of the same sect bound together in fortune and adversity. Each person shall receive their share. No time to lose. Begin picking the herbs at once. Do not waste another moment. We shall follow the saintess's command. Everyone bowed and acknowledged in unison. All were practically trembling with excitement. Though only Xiao Yin was proficient in alchemy, for the rest, such rare spiritual herbs were a monumental stroke of fortune, whether kept for personal use or exchanged for treasures. Undisguisable joy flickered in every pair of eyes as they swiftly set about harvesting the herbs. This medicine valley should have been established by the Qingxue sect back then. Watching the disciples gathering spirit herbs, Lin Yuan carefully surveyed the surroundings, feeling even more admiration for the Qingxue sect of that time. The Qingxue sect back then truly possessed profound foundations. This medicine valley alone was enough to prove it. What a pity. Even an extraordinary sect like the Qingxue sect had now only this Qingxue secret realm left. Along the way, Lin Yuan had gathered many pieces of information, but there was still no definitive account of how the Qingxue sect had fallen and vanished. He kept feeling that there was a great secret hidden in this. However, there was too little information. There was simply no way to explore it any further. Forget it, there is no point thinking about this anymore. Even if I did know, it would be useless. Soon Lin Yuan shook his head gently and muttered in a low voice. There were many spirit herbs here, and while gathering them, everyone was extremely careful and cautious. After all, if these spirit herbs were damaged in the slightest, much of their medicinal power would likely be lost. Fortunately, with Xiao Yin present, his guidance and assistance enabled everyone to harvest the herbs more perfectly and completely. After nearly 2 hours, they had managed to harvest 1/3 of the spirit herbs completely intact. It was at that moment. Someone's coming. Lin Yuan instantly sensed the aura of other cultivators. Sure enough, before long, clear footsteps could be heard outside. Dozens of cultivators quickly rushed into the medicine valley, one after another. Ha ha ha, fortune. We've finally found fortune. Every one of these spirit herbs is extraordinary. Even obtaining just one would be enough. Seeing those supreme spirit herbs, the cultivators became wildly thrilled and excited. Wait, run. This is not a place we can set foot in. The leading cultivator who had spoken first abruptly fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan and the others. His throat bobbed violently, and an immense instinctive terror seized his heart. Even his legs in that instant trembled completely beyond his control. His breathing turned rapid, his face grew pale, and every hair on his body stood on end. He dared not hesitate in the slightest. Lowering his voice, he urged harshly with extreme panic, "Run. Leave this place now." The cultivators following behind him were stunned at first, utterly unable to understand. When they looked up at the sound, they also saw the figures of Lin Yuan and his companions clearly. In that instant, everyone's face went white as paper, leaving not a trace of the arrogance they had shown while fighting over the spirit herbs. They had never imagined that the place they had finally discovered after great difficulty had already been found by a terrifyingly powerful figure beforehand. The next moment, the cultivators frantically turned and fled, bodies colliding and steps staggering as they nearly knocked one another down. Each of them marshaled every bit of spiritual power in his body. They wished they could flee this valley in an instant. They were utterly terrified, afraid that if they were even a moment slower, they would perish right where they stood. A young cultivator lagging behind, panicking and losing all sense of direction, slammed fiercely into the cold, hard stone wall, and a bone-piercing pain shot through his shoulder. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth and endured, not daring to waste even half a moment. Scrambling with both hands and feet, he crawled and stumbled after the others in frantic flight. In just a few breaths, the fearsome cultivators who had surged into the valley moments before scattered like startled birds and beasts, vanishing into the far end of the valley. Only the chaotic, urgent sound of footsteps echoed through the valley, little by little receding from near to far until it vanished completely and the valley returned to stillness. Witnessing this utterly humiliating scene, Lin Yuan curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile and murmured softly, "Am I really that frightening?" He thought for a brief moment and understood. Earlier, every time Lin Yuan had appeared outside, he had done so riding the mighty ancestral dragon. That formidable power made every cultivator who witnessed it fully realize that Lin Yuan and his companions possessed terrifying strength. They were existences that absolutely must not be provoked. Those cultivators just now must certainly have seen it as well. That was why they had given rise to such bone-deep fear. If anyone were ignorant of their place and insisted on seizing the spirit herbs or stepping forward to provoke them, the only outcome would be death and the dissolution of their Tao. Lin Yuan slowly nodded, an insightful realization rising in his heart. It is just as I thought. The reverence of others never comes from nowhere. Only by revealing one's sharpness and establishing one's might can one make others fearful and unwilling to offend. If at the very beginning Lin Yuan had not made such a high-profile appearance, And if those cultivators had never witnessed how terrifying and powerful he was nor known the depths of his strength, then those cultivators from before would certainly have swarmed forward long ago, or even attacked them directly. In that case, Lin Yuan could truly have played the pig to eat the tiger. But Lin Yuan no longer wished to play such a game. He found it meaningless. He had already enjoyed that thrill before, and that was enough. It seems we need to speed up, otherwise more people will surely discover this place. Luo Qiming, a core disciple of the sect, said slowly, "What is there to fear? If they dare make a move, they will definitely come to no good end. Besides, even if more cultivators do come, they will probably just turn around and flee immediately, just like the ones earlier." Lu Haoran said with a slight smile. He then added an instruction, "There is no need to pursue speed right now. Just harvest these spirit herbs one by one without any damage." Understood. Several people nodded in succession. They continued picking carefully and meticulously. Time passed little by little. After roughly 2 more hours, finally, through everyone's combined efforts, every spirit herb in the entire Medicine Valley was harvested and safely stored. This was their first time entering the Qingxue secret realm, and it was probably also their last. Now that they had the chance to come here, it was only natural to take away every single spirit herb inside. "Master, we've finished everything. We can continue on now." Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan came to Lin Yuan's side, their faces beaming with joy. The other disciples also quickly came to stand before Lin Yuan. In such a short time since entering the Qingxue secret realm, they had already obtained a second stroke of fortune. "Then you all continue. I won't be following you from here on," Lin Yuan said calmly. If he always stayed by their side, they would probably develop a sense of dependence. After saying this, Lin Yuan vanished from the spot in an instant. "Then let's keep going," Su Qingxue said immediately upon seeing this. She knew very well that Master would certainly be watching from the shadows, so they had to work even harder and perform well. They absolutely could not let Master down. "Good." Everyone nodded, all filled with confidence. The group continued exploring and soon left the valley, pressing deeper into the Qingxue secret realm. "Ding dong, today's check-in has refreshed. Would you like to check in?" Before long, the voice of the check-in system sounded directly in Lin Yuan's mind. "Check-in." Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yuan immediately whispered in his heart, "Check-in system checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the reward Water Emperor Origin Heart. Upon use, it can directly upgrade a water spirit body to an immortal Water Emperor body." Seeing the reward on the check-in panel, Lin Yuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. This is indeed a treasure seemingly crafted specifically for Lin Yuan. After this Sacred Ruins secret realm concludes, I'll give it to her. With 10,000-fold return, it will definitely grant me something even better. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and anticipation. Within mere breaths, he quickly calmed his racing heart. He continued observing the disciples' every move from the shadows. Time passed slowly. Lin Yuan was beginning to feel rather bored. Su Qingxue and her group progressed smoothly, encountering virtually no significant obstacles whatsoever. They navigated through with effortless ease. Eventually, Lin Yuan simply lay down on the ancestral dragon's back and fell into a deep slumber, letting the ancestral dragon keep watch. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had checked in several more times within this Sacred Ruins secret realm. The rewards from these check-ins were rather ordinary, holding little significant value, leaving Lin Yuan with a hint of slight disappointment. The resting Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, straightened his posture, and looked ahead. Su Qingxue and Lu Haoran's group had already stepped into a land of molten rock. Looking around, rivers of magma crisscrossed in every direction, and the group now stood beside a scalding lake of molten rock. The heat here was overwhelming, the scorching aura ferociously terrifying. Everyone activated their spiritual energy at full capacity, condensing a thick spiritual barrier around their bodies, barely managing to shield themselves from the heaven-scorching waves of heat. However, maintaining the barrier for extended periods would drain one's spiritual energy considerably. Fortunately, the group had prepared well in advance, carrying enough pills that could rapidly replenish spiritual energy. For the current situation, they managed quite well. Not a trace of difficulty appeared on anyone's faces. A disciple looked puzzled and quietly asked Su Qingxue, "Saint Maiden, there seems to be no fortune here, only terrifying magma everywhere." Looking around, no signs of fortune or wondrous phenomena were visible. Only churning crimson magma remained, its surface bubbling with scalding heat. Glancing at it was enough to instill fear. If one were to accidentally fall, in their physical body would likely be melted into ashes by the extreme temperature in an instant. There definitely is fortune here, and it's right beneath this molten lake we're standing by. Su Qingxue answered swiftly, her tone carrying absolute certainty. She was after all a cultivator at the peak of transformation god realm, and her divine sense perception was by no means weak. There is indeed something beneath. The fire attribute energy is extraordinarily powerful. Xiaoyan added, speaking up. I'm beginning to suspect that beneath this magma there might very well be a celestial flame. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's final words, everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply. Celestial flame. That was a primordial fire seed self-generated by the heavens and earth. This was a truly supreme, wondrous treasure. Especially for alchemists, this celestial flame was a treasure of their most fervent dreams. Using celestial flame to refine pills could purify medicinal herbs, enhancing the quality and medicinal potency of pills. Moreover, some supreme pills could only be successfully refined through celestial flame. Once an alchemist possessed a celestial flame, they would absolutely become the strongest alchemist throughout all heaven and earth. There were many other uses for celestial flame. For example, in artifact refinement, it also held exceptionally powerful effects. Using it as a killing trump card would be more than sufficient. If it truly is a celestial flame, this is extraordinary. Lu Haoran said slowly. However, the magma below was too terrifying. Even he, a Yuan Ying cultivator, dared not descend. What kind of existence was a celestial flame? He had heard of it before. Even cultivators at the level of transformation god, or even more powerful ones, faced extremely high mortality risks if they attempted to forcibly refine a celestial flame. In the current situation, they had to enter the magma's depths and then refine it. The risk was clearly even greater. So what should we do next? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. If they recklessly went down like this, they would likely be courting death. With my strength, I should be able to endure for a period of time down there. Qingxue said calmly. She was after all in possession of the Qinglian Dao body. However, she wasn't confident that she could bring out the celestial flame below. I'll do it. Xiao Yan stepped forward directly. I have the Tianhua body, making me the most suitable among everyone present. The Tianhua body was naturally attuned to all fires. If anyone could succeed in subduing a celestial flame, it would be him. Moreover, Xiao Yan needed this celestial flame desperately. If he could refine the celestial flame, his Tianhua body could also undergo a transformation. In the future, when refining pills, he could create even better elixirs. So regardless of the risk of death, Xiao Yan had to give it a try now. After finally encountering such a stroke of fortune, if he missed it, he would absolutely regret it later. After all, this celestial flame was a treasure that one might never encounter again, even in a lifetime. Missing it this time would likely mean never encountering another celestial flame for the rest of his life. Xiao Yan, are you certain? Qingxue asked upon seeing him. I'm certain. Even if I truly die down there, I won't regret it. Xiao Yan said with a serious expression. He had to go all out now. This celestial flame was especially important to him. Since that's the case, everyone else will wait here. I'll go down with Xiao Yan. Qingxue decided directly. Saint Maiden, I can go alone. Xiao Yan quickly waved his hand. No problem. I can at least help you a little and increase your chances of success. Qingxue said calmly, the faster you finish, the better it is for all of us. Since that's the case, I won't be overly modest either. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and nodded. I will remember this kindness. I will repay it well in the future. You too must be careful. If things don't work out, just come out alive first. We can always ask Master Lin Feng for help in the end. Lu Haoran, as the sect's senior brother, quickly reminded the two. Understood. Qingxue and Xiao Yan nodded simultaneously. In the next instant, spiritual energy surged within Qingxue's body, and immediately both she and Xiao Yan were enveloped by a green lotus. Splash. Following this, the two directly leaped down and jumped into the molten lake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The entire magma became even more boiling. How intriguing. I never imagined that a heavenly flame would exist within the Qingxue secret realm. No wonder so many cultivators rush madly into it every time the secret realm opens. Lin Yuan, observing from the shadows, could now clearly determine that what lay below was indeed a heavenly flame, and he could not help but sigh in admiration. Moreover, this heavenly flame must have been deliberately placed there. Within this region, many fire-attribute spiritual herbs have undergone earth-shaking transformations under its nourishment. Lin Yuan continued to mutter. Such a method could probably only have been accomplished by the Qingxue sect back in its prime. How intriguing. To deliberately use a heavenly flame to nurture spiritual herbs. Such a feat in this current era no power is likely capable of replicating. Beneath the dreadful magma, Qingxue and Xiao Yan could clearly sense an endless torrent of scorching heat surging madly toward them. Fortunately, the azure lotus condensed by Qingxue shielded their bodies. The origin of the azure lotus Dao body circulated without cease, and its lotus patterns shone brilliantly. Beneath the magma, the two of them remained completely unharmed. The deeper they went, the denser and more violent the fire energy became. Xiao Yan stared fixedly with burning eyes at the very depths of the magma. His heavenly spirit body allowed him to clearly sense a wisp of an exceptionally pure, incomparably overbearing flame seed aura continuously rising. This was absolutely a heavenly flame. Be careful. I never expected a demonic beast to be lurking in these magma depths. Qingxue, sensing something, quickly warned through voice transmission. Sure enough, the moment her words fell, the entire space began to tremble violently. Then they clearly saw a massive demonic beast, its body condensed from molten rock, and crimson fire crystal charged directly out. It resembled a giant lizard several zhang in length, its scales as red as molten iron. Within the terrifying magma, this demonic beast moved with ease, completely unaffected. Even worse, inside this place, the power it could unleash was further enhanced. Its 4 limbs had claws as sharp as divine weapons, their tips wreathed in raging flames, while a pair of scarlet, bloodthirsty vertical pupils gleamed. It seems this demonic beast was meant to guard the heavenly flame. Qingxue continued through voice transmission. Therefore, the moment they entered the lava fire lizard beast's scarlet vertical pupils blazed with killing intent, locking tightly onto both of them. Xiaoyan, go and try to refine the heavenly flame. If it truly proves impossible, give up for now. We'll think of another way later. Leave this demonic beast to me. Qingxue waved her finger lightly, directly summoning the immortal artifact, Qingxue's sword. Down here they could not afford to waste any time. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become. Understood, saintess. You be careful as well. Aware of the reasoning, Xiaoyan quickened his pace. The lava fire lizard beast tried to stop Xiaoyan, but Qingxue interrupted it with a single sword strike. A thunderous roar tore from its throat as it grew even more furious, its entire body erupting with an even more terrifying aura. One ferocious attack after another blasted towards Qingxue. Seeing this, she remained completely calm and handled them with ease. She cut out with another strike of her sword. The sword light was clear and crystalline, bearing supreme power. In the next instant, it tore through the air and struck the vital spot on the lava fire lizard beast's head with unfailing precision. Crack! The beast's lava crystal scales, hard enough to rival a top-grade spiritual treasure, shattered instantly at that sword chi, as if they were no more than thin paper. Such was the terrifying might of the immortal sword. Slash! Another strike followed. In that moment, overwhelming sword intent erupted violently. The overbearing sword energy pierced straight through the beast's body and shattered the origin within it. Within just a few breaths, the demonic beast lost all vitality. Its body stiffened in an instant, the blazing flames around it rapidly faded, and its hard scales dimmed as it plunged straight down into the churning magma depths. I never imagined fighting beneath the magma would be so consumingly exhausting. Qingxue thought silently as she withdrew the Qingxue sword. She swiftly continued downward and soon arrived at the core space beneath the earth. Once there, she could clearly see a suspended platform of fire crystal hanging below. Upon the fire crystal platform, the heavenly flame hovered. Xiaoyan had already reached it, overwhelmed with excitement. The firelight is translucent and pure, now taking the form of a flaming bird, now condensing into fire runes. Woven around it are wisps of primordial fire resonance, terrifying, yet not savage. This is precisely a heavenly flame rarely found in the world. So it is the glazed heart flame recorded in ancient texts. Xiaoyan thought excitedly. This glazed heart flame was absolutely ranked within the top 10 of the entire heavenly flame ranking. Born from the heart fire origin of the earth's veins, nurtured by 10,000 years of magma and 1,000 years of heaven and earth, its nature was pure to the extreme. Xiaoyan, the demonic beast, has been dealt with. Qingxue's voice arrived. Saintess, rest assured. This flame is called the glazed heart flame, and now I have far greater confidence that I can refine it successfully. Xiaoyan stepped forward eagerly with a burning gaze. Without another word, he fully activated his heavenly fire body. As if sensing the aura of the heavenly fire body, the glazed heart flame actually turned lively. The heavenly fire body granted affinity with all flames. When refining a heavenly flame, it would definitely make things far easier. For an ordinary cultivator, refining a heavenly flame would take days or even months, all while enduring the lethal risk of their flesh being consumed by fire and their origin disintegrating. With the slightest mistake, they would perish, body and Tao extinguished. Come, glazed heart flame. Follow me. I will never let you down. Xiaoyan wrapped the restless glazed heart flame in his gentle spiritual power, patiently soothing and guiding it. Whoosh! Before Xiaoyan could even react, the glazed heart flame transformed into a streak of firelight and rushed straight into his body. The glazed heart flame then began to madly scour every limb, bone, meridian, and dantian in Xiaoyan's body. In an instant, he felt as though his whole body were in unbearable agony, worse than death itself. As time passed, bit by bit, he gradually sensed his entire body undergoing a transformation. The pain also slowly diminished. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the pain vanished completely. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the heavenly flame had been brought entirely under his control. Excellent, I succeeded. Xiaoyan's heart surged with uncontrollable ecstasy. He had never imagined that this refinement would go so smoothly. From then on, when he refined pills, he could purify countless spiritual materials in the world and temper their medicinal power to the highest state of sublimation. The road to the pinnacle of the alchemical Tao had already unfolded before him. He was destined to become an alchemist unparalleled through the ages. Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes with gorgeous glaze like flames swirling gently in his gaze. His aura was deep and vast as an abyss, and every bone, sinew, and vein of qi and blood in his body had been wholly reborn as though he had received a new life. For this trip into the Qingxue secret realm, merely obtaining this wisp of heavenly flame was already a journey not made in vain. Even if no other opportunities followed, his heart would be completely content. Of course, if he could encounter other opportunities as well, the more the better. He turned to Su Qingxue, cupped his hands, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help, saintess." Had Su Qingxue not stepped in to hold off and slay the demonic beast, he alone would never have been able to refine the heavenly flame so smoothly and safely. Su Qingxue glanced at the surrounding surging scalding magma and immediately sent a voice transmission, "No need to be so courteous. We are of the same sect. Since you have finished refining it, let us quickly leave this place of magma first." Before long, Su Qingxue and Xiaoyan burst forth from beneath the magma. Lu Haoran and the others, seeing the two emerge safely, could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Well, was it truly a heaven and earth flame? Everyone asked with unavoidable curiosity. Indeed, it is a genuine heaven and earth flame. By good fortune, I succeeded in subduing this lily heartfire. Xiaoyan nodded, making no secret of it. The next instant he spread his palm, and the strange flame, lily heartfire, coalesced directly in his hand. At the moment this flame appeared, they all felt an overbearing and terrifying presence. It truly lives up to the name of a heaven and earth flame. No ordinary fire can rival it. It feels as if it could incinerate everything. That's right. Even the faintest touch would probably reduce one to ashes. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao Yan, on successfully subduing the heaven and earth flame. Once again, everyone clasped their hands in congratulation. Then Tang Jusi, even more agitated, looked intently at Xiao Yan and pleaded, "Senior brother Xiao Yan, could you lend it to me in the future for artifact forging? Using the heaven and earth flame for artifact forging could yield immense benefits. Just like alchemists, artifact forgers all wish to command a heaven and earth flame of their own. Only then would they have a better chance of forging supreme magic treasures in the future, and at even higher realms perhaps they might forge the legendary immortal artifacts." Of course, Xiaoyan agreed decisively. They were all members of the same sect, so helping one another was only fitting. Besides, Tang Jusi was a good man who often forged many magical implements for the sect's disciples free of charge. For that reason alone, Xiaoyan was happy to assist him later. Thank you, Tang Jusi said excitedly. Still, he understood in his heart that in the future he would have to find a way to obtain a heaven and earth flame of his own. Only what one possessed oneself was ultimately best. Alright, we cannot afford to waste time now. I sense there are still many fire attribute spirit herbs in this area. We must not let them go to waste. Su Qingxue spoke once more. Understood. Everyone replied. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They all continued on their way. It was not long before they saw numerous spirit herbs with their own eyes. Xiaoyan stepped forward slowly, drew a deep breath, and still felt utterly awestruck. He could not help murmuring, the fire attribute spirit herbs here have been nourished and tempered by the heaven and earth flame for years, each one having completed a transformation along the path of fire. Every herb is at least 1,000 years old. A blessing like this is simply beyond valuation. Ordinarily, when had anyone ever encountered so many exquisite ancient spirit herbs all at once? The group then quickly began harvesting them. They sealed them in special containers and placed them into their storage rings. Help! Save me! I am willing to give up every treasure on my person. Soon sounds of heavy breathing came one after another. Su Qingxue heard it and looked over. The vision before her continued to expand until she could clearly make out the figures of 3 cultivators. All 3 cultivators were trapped in the magma, being devoured by it without cease. Worse still, demonic beasts from within the magma were attacking them. These 3 cultivators had only reached the peak core formation stage. At this moment, merely resisting the magma's terrifying devouring force was rapidly depleting their spiritual power. With demonic beasts appearing as well, their situation was extremely perilous. If no one came to their rescue, they would almost certainly die. Holy Maiden, should we save them? Luo Qiming, a personal disciple, asked. The others also turned their eyes to Su Qingxue. After all, Su Qingxue had the final say now. If Su Qingxue chose to intervene, they would naturally join forces. No need. In the Qingxue secret realm, we only have to mind our own affairs. The fate of others is none of our concern. Since they chose to enter the Qingxue secret realm, they should have prepared themselves for death. Su Qingxue shook her head, her tone extremely firm. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all supported Su Qingxue's decision. It was exactly what they themselves had in mind. Let us continue harvesting spirit herbs so we can head out earlier to seek other opportunities. Su Qingxue continued. Yes. Everyone replied once more. Every one of their movements was seen with complete clarity by Lin Yuan, who lay on the ancestral dragon. Observing their conduct, Lin Yuan nodded with immense satisfaction. Good. No excessive sympathy. In this dangerous secret realm, they are not meant to be do-gooders or to perform virtuous deeds. There is naturally no need to bother about the life and death of other cultivators. Remember, even doing good deeds depends on the circumstances. Time trickled by. It took them a little over 4 hours. Only then did they manage to harvest all the fire attribute spirit herbs in the area. Every one of them had reaped a tremendous harvest. Xiao Yin in particular had gathered even more spirit herbs, especially when his earlier gains from the Medicine Valley were added. If all the spirit herbs he carried were converted into value, even the medicine vaults of the alchemy peak of the Xintian sect might not be able to match them. Ding dong. The daily check-in system has refreshed. Would you like to check in now? Not long after the system's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Looking at the system panel before him, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh. I never imagined another new day had arrived. In the Qingxue secret realm, there was no alternation of sun and moon. It was in a state of perpetual daylight, so one would almost forget the concept of time. Only the system enabled Lin Yuan to know how many days had already passed in the Qingxue secret realm. System, begin the check-in. Lin Yuan murmured silently in his heart. He hoped that this time's check-in reward would be somewhat satisfactory. Commencing check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the check-in reward Tri-Spirit White Bone Banner. One of the supreme evil artifacts refined from the skulls of 3 void refinement cultivators. When the banner unfurls, tens of thousands of white bone ghost soldiers appear, and its cold, baleful aura can freeze and shatter nascent soul spirits. It will also affect the user's mind. The system panel appeared again. Looking at this check-in reward, Lin Yuan drew in a deep breath. The Tri-Spirit White Bone Banner is certainly powerful, but as an evil artifact, it is completely useless to me as it is. However, if it is reforged later, it should be fine. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. So what if it was an evil artifact? In the hands of a true top-tier artifact forger, even an evil artifact could be reforged into an orthodox magic treasure that would not negatively affect its user. After that, Lin Yuan did not dwell on it further and continued observing in secret. Qingxue and her party were now swiftly leaving the magma region. They began to search for other opportunities. At their current speed, it looks as though they will soon enter the true core area of the Qingxue secret realm. Lin Yuan took a brief look and said softly, perhaps the true trial has only just begun. Several days of arduous journey passed in an instant. Qingxue and her companions ventured deeper into the secret realm, discovering scattered fortunes along the way and reaping abundant rewards. Along the journey, numerous greedy cultivators coveted the treasures they carried, attempting to ambush and kill them midway. However, all such attempts were swiftly annihilated by the group through thunderous force, leaving no future troubles. Look quickly. At the summit of that colossal mountain ahead there appears to be an ancient palace. Lu Haoran, responsible for scouting ahead, suddenly halted and urgently transmitted his voice to summon the others. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sudden surge of excitement. They hastily quickened their pace and arrived at Lu Haoran's side, gazing in the direction he indicated. In the distance stood a majestic mountain rising precipitously from the earth. Nestled between the clouds at its peak lay an ancient palace, its structure emanating layers of mystical radiance. At a single glance, it was evident this was no ordinary place. As Qingxue possessed the highest cultivation among the team, her vision far surpassed the others. She observed the ancient palace's complete appearance with perfect clarity and promptly spoke in a grave tone. We have likely reached the core region of the Holy Ruins secret realm. Within that mountain summit palace, the greatest fortune and opportunity of this entire secret realm very well may lie hidden. Wonderful. Then why are we still waiting? Let's go directly. Mu Dong's face beamed with exhilaration. We must not act carelessly. The closer we get, the more cautious we need to be. Indeed, if the greatest fortune truly exists, it certainly won't be easy to obtain. There may very well be some formidable, dangerous formations. Deng Mingxiang nodded in agreement. This great mountain before us is enveloped by an absolutely supreme, grand formation. This formation is terrifying. I cannot see through it at all. Xia Wani, a direct disciple from the formation peak, wore an expression of profound gravity as she added, it seems the true test lies ahead. The group immediately fell into discussion. Although they had discovered what might be the greatest fortune and opportunity, thankfully, everyone remained remarkably composed. Not a single person made a reckless move. This was indeed admirable. Therefore, we must proceed with even greater caution. The immediate priority is to observe the mountain's base. Qingxue continued promptly. First assess the specific situation, then decide what to do. After all, when soldiers come, send generals, when water comes, build banks. There will always be a way. All right. Everyone nodded in unison. They soared swiftly once more. It took roughly the duration of burning a stick of incense before they finally arrived beneath that magnificent, extraordinary mountain. Upon reaching the mountain's base, they also spotted cultivators from Daluo sect, Lin Yuan sect, and Piaomiao sect. This was somewhat of a surprise. They hadn't expected these sects to find this place so quickly as well. Indeed, being top-tier sects of the Northern Territory, they possessed foundation and strength after all. Quick look. The people from Xiantian sect have arrived. We originally thought they had gone up long ago. Unexpected that they're only arriving now. Wait, that terrifying major cultivator isn't with them. Don't even think about making a move against them. That major cultivator hasn't appeared now. Certainly observing from the shadows. If we dare touch them, we're dead for certain. Each person quietly discussed among themselves. Not a single person dared to cause trouble for Su Qingxue's group. After all, previously their sect's elders had given explicit instructions upon seeing anyone from Xiantian sect, they must foster friendship and absolutely never become enemies. Everyone was intelligent and naturally understood what to do. Moreover, outside earlier they had clearly witnessed Su Qingxue and the others riding that powerful ancestral dragon. Until now the scene remained vividly etched in their memories. Greetings to all fellow cultivators of Xiantian sect. Beneath the mountain, cultivators from the three major sects all bowed with clasped fists, their manners impeccable and attitudes respectful. Such a scene truly demonstrated the principle of supremacy through power. Su Qingxue nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Her gaze swept across the crowd as she softly inquired, "Fellow cultivators, why have you all gathered here at the mountain's base?" Upon hearing this, a female nascent soul cultivator from Daluo sect immediately stepped forward to answer, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "This mountain is covered by an ancient supreme formation. All ordinary paths have been sealed. Only by ascending the heavenly staircase can one reach the summit." She gazed toward the end of the heavenly staircase, shrouded in clouds and mist, continuing, "This heavenly staircase conceals layered trials of treacherous and unfathomable danger. Just now all of us attempted to pass through, but failed. We were forcibly teleported out by the formation's power. Helplessly we could only wait here." Everyone's heart tightened upon hearing this. Nascent soul cultivators were already considered formidable, yet so many of them had failed. This showed the heavenly staircase's trial difficulty far exceeded imagination. It must be understood that everyone gathered here at the mountain's base were geniuses meticulously selected by these three sects from thousands. This made it clear that reaching the mountain summit, entering that mysterious palace, and seizing the supreme fortune would be no easy feat. "Thank you for the information, fellow cultivator." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue expressed her gratitude. "You're too kind." The female cultivator hastily waved her hand, her expression calm. Lu Haoran gazed intently at the heavenly staircase that pierced directly into the sea of clouds with no end in sight. His eyes deepened as he slowly spoke with emotion. "Indeed, the supreme fortunes of this world never come by easily. However, looking around, we don't see the top prodigies from these three sects. They must still be on the heavenly staircase, or perhaps have already successfully reached the summit." Xiaoyan's heart stirred. A fierce battle intent ignited instantly in his eyes. Unable to contain his eagerness, he spoke in a resonant voice. "Then what are we waiting for?" With these words, everyone instinctively turned their heads, their gazes falling simultaneously on Su Qingxue. "Saint, give the command." The group promptly spoke. From the situation, the heavenly staircase can only be traversed through one's own effort. If any of you fail, wait here at the mountain's base. Of course, I also hope all of us can successfully reach the summit. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, speaking with gravity. "Understood." The group nodded in agreement once more. "Since that's the case, let us begin now." Su Qingxue spoke earnestly. Shortly after, Su Qingxue's group of 11 people swiftly stepped onto the heavenly staircase. The moment they stepped onto the first stair of the heavenly staircase, each of them felt a powerful force pressing directly down upon their bodies. The higher they ascended, the more powerful this force became. It was as if a massive mountain weighed upon their heads. Fortunately for them, it didn't create too significant an impact. Do you think how many from Xiantian sect will successfully pass the heavenly staircase? Hard to say. It seems every person from Xiantian sect is extraordinary. However, one thing can be certain, that Su Qingxue should have absolutely no problem. I heard she possesses the Lotus Dao body, a supreme top-tier constitution. The cultivators from other sects at the mountain's base couldn't help but engage in their own discussions. At the same time, Lin Yuan, watching from the shadows, observed this great mountain and couldn't help but nod. What a magnificent formation. Even now it operates at full capacity. The Holy Ruin sect was truly formidable back then. Ancestral dragon, come. Let's go to the summit first and wait for them. Lin Yuan spoke once more. Understood, master. The ancestral dragon promptly replied. Roar. A dragon's cry resounded through heaven and earth. Standing atop the ancestral dragon's head, Lin Yuan tore through the void and arrived in an instant at that mysterious divine mountain wreathed in clouds and mist. Lin Yuan landed steadily before the imposing ancient palace gate. The mighty experts of the Daluo, Ling Yuan and Piaomiao sects had long since assembled here, and beside each of these masters stood the most exceptional prodigies their sects had to offer. The true opportunity within the Qingxue secret realm lay within this very Qingxue hall. In its day, the Qingxue sect had been incomparably powerful, so, it was certain to have left behind a supreme inheritance. To obtain it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune for any one of their sects. The crowd gathered outside the hall, racking their brains for a way to breach the doors and step inside. However, when they clearly saw Lin Yuan appear, the cultivators of the three sects bowed in unison with clasped hands and spoke with profound reverence. "Greetings, Peak Master Lin." The entire assembly was filled with heartfelt awe. In the world of cultivation, strength had always been supreme, and before a true powerhouse, no one dared act rashly. Lin Yuan swept a calm glance over the crowd, gave a slight nod, and said in a level voice, as expected of the foremost sects of the northern domain, "The Heaven Ascent ladder is extremely difficult, yet I never imagined that your three sects would still have so many prodigies reach this place successfully. Peak Master Lin, you are too kind. It is all thanks to their own efforts." Su Changqing, the leading elder of the Daluo sect, immediately stepped forward with a resolute expression. "Since Peak Master Lin has personally come here, the Daluo sect voluntarily yields. Our sect renounces every opportunity within the hall." Standing nearby, Wang Tung, the Daluo sect's prodigy, felt his heart plummet, unable to conceal the bitterness within him. He had fought his way here through blood and countless ordeals. So long as he stepped into this Qingxue hall, he would have a chance to obtain the core inheritance and supreme fortune left behind by the Qingxue sect. With that inheritance, he could undoubtedly become far more powerful. He had entered the Qingxue secret realm with only this one objective. Was he truly to give it up in the end? While Wang Tung's mind churned, the leading elders of the Lin Yuan and Piaomiao sects also stepped forward, one after another, each declaring, "Our sects are equally willing to withdraw." Everyone saw it with absolute clarity. Given Lin Yuan's present cultivation foundation, if he insisted on monopolizing the opportunities within the hall, they would have no leverage to resist whatsoever. Rather than end up empty-handed, after all, it was better to take the initiative to yield and earn Lin Yuan's goodwill. No, my opportunity. Could it truly be that we came for nothing this time? It's unbearable. I'm so miserable. The assembled prodigies each harbored their own thoughts, their expressions complex and inscrutable. Every one of them had exhausted heart and soul, climbing the Heaven Ascent ladder and conquering the divine mountain. They were but a step away from fortune ripe for the taking, yet now they were forced to surrender it, and the pent-up resentment and unwillingness in their hearts nearly overflowed. Lin Yuan waved his hand lightly, his tone calm and unhurried. "There is no need for that. Since your sect's disciples were able to pass the Heaven Ascent ladder, it proves they still possess some measure of opportunity. As for who wins the fortune within the hall, that depends entirely on each individual's own blessing and capability." At these words, an uproar swept through the assembly, and astonishment was written on every face. No one had expected Lin Yuan to actually permit them to enter the hall together and compete for the opportunities. The disciples and elders of the three sects, startled and delighted, at once bowed in unison in a solemn salute and thanked him sincerely. "We are deeply grateful for Peak Master Lin's magnanimity." "Don't celebrate too soon. From what I can see, you still don't know how to get into this palace," Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. "If you can't get in, then everything will naturally be in vain. All right, go about your own affairs. I must patiently wait for my Xiantian sect's disciples." With that, Lin Yuan lay down directly atop the ancestral dragon's head. With a single sweep of his divine sense, he could clearly perceive the situation of Su Qingxue and the other Xiantian sect disciples on the Heaven Ascent ladder. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The group had already covered well over half the journey on the Heaven Ascent ladder. If all went well, they should all reach the summit within an hour, and not a single person lagged behind. That indeed was quite commendable. "Elder Su, how are we to enter next?" Wang Tung hastily turned to Su Changqing and asked, "Elder Su, is there any other way? This Qingxue hall is bound by a powerful restriction. To enter, one must break the formation." Su Changqing shook his head. "Even with our combined attacks, just now we couldn't inflict the slightest damage on this restriction. This is enough to show that the Qingxue sect of old was far more powerful than we could ever imagine. It's not just that I have no solution. The Lin Yuan and Piaomiao sects are likely at a loss as well." Hearing Su Changqing say this, Wang Tung and the others' expressions turned grim once more. "Elder Su, could it be that we truly came all this way for nothing?" Wang Tung refused to give up. "There is still one way, though." Su Changqing drew a deep breath. He seemed to have made a momentous decision. The next moment, he strode directly up to the ancestral dragon and produced a primordial supreme treasure with both hands. It was a water spirit pearl. It could ceaselessly provide pure, rich, water-attributed spiritual energy. For cultivators who practiced water-attributed techniques, this water spirit pearl was absolutely a peerless treasure. "Peak Master Lin, I wish to use this primordial treasure to seek your guidance. How might my sect's disciples enter this Qingxue hall?" Su Changqing assumed an extremely humble posture. When the experts of the other two great sects witnessed this, their eyes brightened, and they too hurriedly brought out their own treasures, eager to gain similar guidance. Lin Yuan glanced at the items they had presented. All of them were fine treasures. "Very well. In view of your earnestness, I shall do a good deed as well. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Yuan swept the treasures they had offered directly into his storage ring. Then he spoke again. The restriction on this Qingxue hall is highly unusual. Only cultivators with a bone age of no more than 50 can enter. In other words, anyone above 50 cannot set foot inside. Hearing this, everyone was profoundly astounded. They had never imagined that the restriction would be so peculiar. Never before had they encountered anything like it. At this moment, they felt like frogs at the bottom of a well. This Qingxue sect was truly terrifying beyond measure. Yet the Lin Yuan before them was even more remarkable. A restriction so extraordinary. He had seen through its workings with effortless ease. Thank you for your guidance, Peak Master Lin. Su Changqing and the others quickly voiced their thanks. Immediately afterward, Su Changqing looked at Wang Teng and the others and gave a solemn instruction. None of you have reached 50, so you may all enter. Remember, once you are inside, proceed with caution in everything. I cannot follow you, and so from here onward you can only rely on yourselves. Yes, Elder Su. Wang Teng and the others answered with excitement. Before long, the disciples of the three sects filed forward one after another. Sure enough, they passed straight through that extraordinary restriction with ease. When they came up close to the sealed gates of the Qingxue hall, they were met with an overwhelming aura of supreme majesty. Whoosh! Before they could even react, streaks of radiance enveloped them and bore them straight into the Qingxue hall. All the prodigies from these three sects have entered, yet who can say how many of them will truly obtain the inheritances within? A murmur arose in Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan held no interest in the inheritance of the Sacred Ruin sect. With his current strength, he reckoned that whatever he produced at random would far surpass their legacy. Nevertheless, this expedition into the Sacred Ruin realm would serve as a worthwhile trial for Su Qingxue and the others. True powerhouses must weather countless brushes with death, tempering and advancing themselves through relentless combat. Of course, Lin Yuan, who operated with advantages beyond ordinary comprehension, was a different matter altogether. The hours drifted by, and indeed, everything unfolded exactly as Lin Yuan had foreseen. After roughly 1 Jin period had elapsed, Su Qingxue's party successfully reached the summit. Master! Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan exclaimed with visible excitement upon spotting Lin Yuan. Excellent work, all of you. Go ahead. The true beginning awaits within, Lin Yuan said with a slight nod and a smile. Step before that temple door, and you shall be transported directly inside the Sacred Ruin Hall. Su Qingxue and the others nodded eagerly. Soon they effortlessly passed through the barrier and arrived at the hall's entrance. I never expected everyone from the Xiantian sect to successfully ascend the heaven-spiraling stair. That is truly remarkable. With Lin Yuan leading them, the Xiantian sect has already secured its position as the premier sect of the northern domain. More than that, the Xiantian sect may very well have risen to become one of the most formidable forces in the entire cultivation world, thought Su Changqing of the Daluo sect, deeply shaken by the realization. His shock mirrored that of the powerhouses from the Lingyun sect and the Piamiao sect. They all now understood one undeniable truth. In the future, they must never oppose the Xiantian sect. They needed to cultivate goodwill instead. Hey, do any of you three know how to play mahjong? Bored with nothing to occupy his time, Lin Yuan straightened up and turned toward the three. Su Changqing looked puzzled and asked politely, might I ask what mahjong is, Peak Lord Lin? The other two shared identical expressions of bewilderment. They had never encountered these three characters in their lives, and privately wondered if it might be some rare treasure of incomparable value. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. He had nearly forgotten that the cultivation world had never known such a pastime. The mahjong set had come as a reward from one of his earlier check-ins. With a light laugh, Lin Yuan explained, mahjong is merely a leisure game for amusement. If you are interested, I would be glad to teach you. Su Changqing and the other two understood clearly that this was a perfect opportunity to strengthen their bonds. Upon hearing his words, they immediately nodded in eager agreement. We are willing to learn. Very good, Lin Yuan said, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The moment he spoke, spiritual energy shimmered, and a set of tables and chairs materialized out of thin air. Neatly arranged mahjong tiles condensed into existence beside them. Lin Yuan leapt down from the ancestor dragon's head and took his seat, gesturing for them to join him. Have a seat. Su Changqing and the other two followed suit. Now listen carefully as I explain the rules in detail. Lin Yuan began his instruction, and the three leaned in with rapt attention. In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to their youth, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, reverently receiving teachings from a master. Soon, through Lin Yuan's guidance, the three had understood the rules and mechanics of mahjong. It had to be admitted, it was quite straightforward. What followed was rather surreal. The supreme cultivators of the four great sects in the northern domain gathered within the Sacred Ruin realm, playing mahjong. Anyone witnessing such a scene would surely question their own sanity. 2 hours later. Su Changqing and the other two had lost every spirit stone they had brought. Despite keeping the stakes modest, they ended up completely empty-handed. Keep going. If you lack spirit stones, treasures will suffice. Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. Peak Lord Lin, no. If we continue, we fear we shall lose everything we own. Su Changqing replied, shaking his head helplessly. Peak Lord Lin, please allow us to study further first. We shall certainly visit the Xiantian sect in due time. The cultivator from the Lin Yuan sect said hurriedly, bowing his hands. Indeed. The Piaomiao sect elder nodded eagerly in agreement. Thus they now had every reason to seek an audience at the Xiantian sect in the future. Very well then. No need to press the matter, Lin Yuan said with a nod. Though winning so handily was undeniably satisfying. He had taken all their spirit stones. While Lin Yuan cared little for wealth, he simply enjoyed the feeling of never losing. I shall retire for some rest now. In a flash, Lin Yuan appeared atop the nearby ancestor dragon. With nothing else to occupy him, sleep would pass the time. Could it be that I have grasped something profound? This is no mere pastime. It is a meditation upon the Tao itself. Su Changqing's heart surged with sudden enlightenment, and he could not help but voice his realization. I share your sentiment entirely. Another cultivator nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with astonishment. Within each game, the ebb and flow of fortune serves to steady the mind, purify inner demons, and fortify one's Tao foundation. Indeed, between each hand played one can deduce the fundamental principles governing all things and contemplate the hidden mechanisms of fate and chance, declared the Piaomiao sect powerhouse, his voice trembling with awe. He then pointed to the tiles before him and slowly unraveled their deeper meanings. The Wan, Tiao, and Tong categories correspond to the 5 elements governing heaven and earth. The 4 wind tiles embody the 4 symbols in their cyclical motion, and the center prosperity and white tiles represent the 3 powers, the very root of all creation. Sequence tiles flow through mutual generation triplet formations, embody unity and preservation, and exposing a Kong gathers momentum. The moment of victory completes the cycle, the great Tao in its wholeness, a closed loop. The entire game encodes the profound truths of cosmic transformation. Magnificent. Who could have imagined that such a mundane diversion would open a path for cultivators to comprehend the Tao? Their hearts brimmed with overwhelming emotion as they gazed upon Peak Lord Lin with deepened reverence. This Peak Lord Lin, his cultivation depth far exceeds our expectations. Truly awe-inspiring. Moreover, during play one must deduce each opponent's hand, a practice equivalent to analyzing the interactions of the 5 elements, deploying formations of void and substance, and anticipating an adversary's strategies. In doing so, one subconsciously hones the very discernment needed to perceive, arrange, and overcome obstacles along the Tao. The deeper they contemplated these insights, the more overwhelmed they became, their minds churning with turbulent reverberations. They were now entirely convinced that Lin Yuan's invitation had never been mere amusement. This unconventional arrangement was clearly a subtle teaching in disguise, using the mahjong table as a vessel for cultivation guidance. Such understated mastery revealed both wisdom and vision that commanded deep admiration. This opportunity to grasp the Tao is too precious to waste. I must meditate upon it with complete focus. Su Changqing immediately settled into a lotus position, closing his eyes and immersing himself in contemplation of the profound principles embedded within the tiles. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 cultivators also found their own places to enter deep meditation, drawing upon the insights they had just gleaned to advance their cultivation. Ding dong. Today's check-in has refreshed successfully. Host, would you like to check in now? The system's voice rang out, snapping Lin Yuan awake from his sweet dream. Opening his eyes, Lin Yuan immediately sat up and murmured inwardly, "Begin the check-in." Checking in. Check-in complete. Congratulations. You have received the check-in reward, the demon binding rope. The system panel popped up once more. Gazing at today's check-in reward, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This is a genuine treasure specially crafted to restrain the demon race. Following that, Lin Yuan glanced at Su Changqing and the other 2, sensing that their auras had noticeably risen. This made Lin Yuan mutter under his breath. Unexpectedly, even these 3 managed to obtain their own fortune. It seems that after this Qingxue secret realm, the 3 of them will definitely achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Little did he know that the fortune they had gained came from insights realized while playing mahjong with Lin Yuan. Time slipped by moment by moment. Over 2 hours or so passed. A resplendent golden light suddenly surged out from the Qingxue hall. It was a genius disciple of the Lin Yuan sect who had been teleported out. Joyful excitement was written across his face. Clearly he had reaped rewards. The disciple staggered as he landed. Barely pausing to catch his breath, he hastened over to his sect's elder, barely contained excitement surging in his eyes, and announced in a loud voice, "Elder, your disciple has not failed the sect's expectations and has successfully obtained a heritage divine ability of the Qingxue sect." Hearing this, the elder of the Lin Yuan sect abruptly opened his eyes wide. His mighty aura stirred faintly as a grin of unstoppable delight spread across his face. Excellent. Excellent. Truly worthy of being an outstanding disciple of my Lin Yuan sect. Before his voice faded, he eagerly pressed on, come tell us in detail. What exactly does the interior of the Qingxue Hall look like? Su Changqing and the mighty experts of the Piaomiao sect who were cultivating nearby halted their practice and opened their eyes one after another, all their gazes converging upon that disciple of the Lin Yuan sect. Their hearts burned with curiosity. All of them yearned to know what kind of hidden heavenly realm lay within the Qingxue Hall. Elder, the scene inside is utterly beyond words. It was as if I had stepped into a celestial paradise. Everyone seemed to enter their own independent space where countless inheritances awaited. Once you failed to comprehend one, you would be teleported out. After comprehending the first inheritance, I intended to continue, but to my surprise I failed. The disciple answered truthfully. He had concealed nothing at all. Being able to comprehend one of the inheritances is already a tremendous blessing from the heavens. The mighty expert of the Lin Yuan sect quickly consoled him. Cultivate diligently, and in the future you will surely become a pillar of our sect. Yes, Elder. If that's the case, then the disciples of our sect may already be comprehending even more inheritances. Su Changqing was delighted. The longer one remained inside, the more inheritances one had comprehended. This was truly a good thing. Indeed, not a single disciple of my Piaomiao sect has come out yet. Perhaps they too are comprehending even more inheritances. The mighty expert of the Piaomiao sect smiled. As time continued to pass, disciples of the three sects were teleported out one after another. They were all geniuses of their respective sects, so their comprehension was naturally exceptional. Each had obtained tremendous fortune. And so another few days went by. All the disciples of the Piaomiao sect and the Lin Yuan sect had come out. Of the Daluo sect, only the peerless prodigy Wang Teng had yet to emerge. As for Lin Yuan's disciples and the disciples of the Xiantian sect, not a single one had come out yet. This astounded the people of the three sects beyond measure. Since all the disciples of our sect have already come out, there is no need for us to remain any longer. We'll take them to continue exploring while there is still time. The leading expert of the Lin Yuan sect cupped his hands toward Lin Yuan and Su Changqing. My Piaomiao sect will do the same. Peak Master Lin, we will surely visit the Xiantian sect one day to learn the art of mahjong. The leading expert of the Piaomiao sect was even more courteous and respectful. That's fine. Lin Yuan nodded. Remember to bring enough spirit stones. He added that final reminder. The mighty expert of the Piaomiao sect could not help but shudder. He reckoned that he would probably be cleaned out once more next time. But what did it matter? So long as he could gain enlightenment of the great Tao, losing however many spirit stones was worth it. Before long, the members of the Piaomiao sect and the Lin Yuan sect took their leave one after another. The Qingxue secret realm was rather vast. Perhaps there were still other fortunes to be found. What was more, the Qingxue secret realm would probably close before long. They had to make the most of their time. Ding dong. Your disciple Lin Yuan has successfully broken through to the peak of the nascent soul realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations. Your cultivation realm has been elevated to peak of the golden immortal realm. Not long after, the system's voice echoed within Lin Yuan's mind once more. At the same time, Lin Yuan's entire cultivation surged violently. This feeling was truly ineffable. It was simply too exhilarating. Excellent, excellent. Lin Yuan was originally only at the early nascent soul stage. It seems that inside this Qingxue Hall, she must have acquired an extraordinary fortune, otherwise she could not have broken through so swiftly. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what one would expect from his disciple. It ought to be so. I expect Qingxue and the others have also reaped bountiful harvests. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Whoosh. A beam of light surged out from the Qingxue Hall. The one who emerged was none other than Wang Teng of the Daluo sect. Elder Su, this disciple has comprehended 5 inheritances inside the Qingxue Hall this time. Wang Teng announced excitedly. With these inheritances, he had every confidence that he would stand at the apex of the cultivation world in the future. Even transcending tribulation and ascending to immortality was well within reach. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of the title of #1 prodigy of my Daluo sect. Seeing that Wang Teng had obtained such remarkable fortune, Su Changqing was overjoyed. Congratulations, senior brother Wang Teng. The other genius disciples of the Daluo sect chimed in with their congratulations. In their view, Wang Teng was certain to take the helm of the entire Daluo sect in the future. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. Wang Teng said with a smile. By the way, Elder Su, how many disciples of the Xiantian sect have come out? Wang Teng inquired. Not a single one yet. Su Changqing shook his head and said softly. Hearing this, Wang Teng was astonished and his heart filled with immense bitterness. Impossible. I can accept not being a match for Su Qingxue, but could it be that I'm also no match for the other disciples of the Xiantian sect? He found it somewhat difficult to accept. Do not dwell on it too much, just be true to yourself. Su Changqing said calmly. The Xiantian sect is no longer what it once was. From now on it will become an existence that we must all look up to. If you remain fixated on this, your future path may not take you far. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Su. I understand. Wang Tan quickly cupped his hands and replied. He had come to see the truth. Whether envy or jealousy, none of these could alter reality. All he could do was to cultivate with relentless effort. Only by wielding sufficiently immense power could he command everything. It is good that you have come to understand. Su Chongqing slowly nodded. Then he turned to Lin Yuan and said politely, Peak Master Lin, my Daluo sect will be taking our leave now as well. One day we shall surely visit the Xiantian sect. By all means. Lin Yuan waved his hand casually. Whoosh. In an instant, Su Chongqing and his group departed swiftly. Suddenly, only Lin Yuan and the ancestral dragon remained atop the mountain. It felt so much quieter all of a sudden. Today's sign-in successful. You have received the sign-in reward 500-year longevity pill. Today's sign-in successful. You have received the sign-in reward supreme youth-preserving pill. Today's sign-in successful. You have received the sign-in reward myriad soul banner. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Yuan continued to obtain remarkable items through his sign-in system. Then on this day, finally a disciple from the Xiantian sect emerged from the Sacred Ruins Hall. It was Mu Dong, the sect's direct disciple. Elder Lin, it seems I am the first one to emerge. Mu Dong hurriedly bowed, glancing around to find himself the only disciple present, his tone tinged with regret. Unexpectedly, he had been the first. The longer they remained within, the greater their accumulated gains would be. Mu Dong, what inheritance have you obtained? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. Replying to Elder Lin, within this Sacred Ruins Hall, I comprehended only 2 inheritances. Mu Dong answered hastily. It was evident he spoke nothing but the truth. Only 2. Lin Yuan muttered under his breath. After spending so much time within, acquiring only 2 opportunities felt rather scant. The inheritances of the Qingxue sect are truly formidable. It possesses immortal techniques. I comprehended the imprisoning heaven finger and the chaotic divine demon meditation method. Mu Dong continued speaking. This was a closely guarded secret. After all, it was an immortal technique. If certain ancient figures learned of it, they would surely move to seize it. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have disclosed such information so candidly. But facing Lin Yuan, Mu Dong felt there was no need for concealment. Should Lin Yuan desire it, he would gladly surrender it without hesitation. In that case, your opportunities are quite favorable. Cultivate diligently, and I believe you possess the aptitude to attain immortality. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and offered his guidance. Yes, Elder Lin. Mu Dong responded, his face alight with excitement. If Elder Lin himself had declared he possessed the potential for immortality, then it must be true. It seemed he would need to redouble his cultivation efforts going forward. Without delay, Mu Dong settled into a meditative posture and began his practice. He could not afford to squander a single moment. He was becoming increasingly obsessed with cultivation, almost like a man possessed. As time passed, Luo Qiming, Lu Wangchuan, and Deng Mingxiang emerged one after another. Each had gained immense benefits, having essentially comprehended an immortal technique. This only reinforced Lin Yuan's conviction that the Qingxue sect was truly extraordinary. With so many immortal technique inheritances, there must be a tremendous secret hidden within. Yet it remained deeply puzzling why a sect possessing such supreme legacies ultimately met such an unfortunate fate. The sect had vanished seemingly, leaving no survivors. Only the Qingxue secret realm remained. There was simply too little information to fully comprehend what had transpired. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not dwell on these thoughts further. Elder Lin, your disciple has succeeded. Light surged forth once more, and Xiao Yan appeared swiftly, his excitement palpable. This disciple obtained 3 additional heavenly flames within the Sacred Ruins Hall, and comprehended a unique cultivation method capable of advancing by continuously consuming these flames. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it will even surpass immortal-grade techniques. These words sent shockwaves through everyone present. None had imagined such a miraculous technique existed in this world. It could level up. In the future, it would transcend even immortal-level existence. The implications were terrifying. Xiao Yan was nothing short of a child blessed with extraordinary fortune. Not bad, keep up the good work. Lin Yuan said with a gentle nod. Just not bad. Xiao Yan paused internally. He had expected far greater praise. Yet those words came from Lin Yuan's own lips, which meant they constituted an exceptionally high commendation indeed. Thank you, Elder Lin. I will definitely cultivate diligently. Xiao Yan replied earnestly. As moments slipped by, Tang Jusi, the direct disciple of the Refining Peak, was next to emerge from the Sacred Ruins Hall. He proved equally worthy, having obtained the soul refining art. Not merely a top-tier immortal technique, but also a supreme art of artifact refinement. With this technique, he could forge even more powerful treasures in the future without relying on heavenly flames. He could even craft immortal artifacts. Should the soul refining art reach its pinnacle, it would enable him to forge treasures transcending even immortal-grade weapons. Xia Wani, the direct disciple of the Formation Peak. Within the Sacred Ruins Hall, she had acquired a supreme formation manual containing countless immortal formations. With this treasure, achieving immortality through the orthodox path would be well within her grasp. Su Jingxing, grandson of the Xiantian sect's elder. His gains were substantial. He received an immortal artifact, 2 immortal techniques, 2 immortal-level divine abilities, and a pill potent enough to alter his destiny, completing a thorough transformation. He had already attained the qualifications for immortality. Lu Haoran, the sect master's direct disciple, and Lin Yuan's junior martial nephew. He obtained a top-tier immortal technique and a treasure surpassing even immortal artifacts, the little green bottle. This bottle possessed the terrifying power to steal the creative forces of heaven and earth. Undoubtedly, Lu Haoran's future prospects were exceptionally promising. At that moment, only Lin Yuan's disciples Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue remained within the Sacred Ruins Hall. This time, each of the Xiantian sect's disciples had acquired such abundant blessings and opportunities. It had truly been worthwhile. They marveled once more at how extraordinary the Qingxue sect proved to be, far beyond all expectations. Meanwhile, the opportunities secured by disciples from the other 3 sects paled in comparison. Given the saintess and junior sister Nalin's exceptional aptitude, they are likely to obtain inheritances far surpassing our own within this Sacred Ruins Hall. After waiting several more hours without any sign of movement, Lu Haoran couldn't help but sigh. That much is certain. I wonder what kind of comprehension they've achieved. The others nodded in agreement. Curiosity piqued. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 full days elapsed. Lin Yuan was finally transmitted out. Having not seen her for some time, her reappearance left everyone utterly astonished. She had become remarkably more beautiful than before. Master, this disciple has not disappointed you. I comprehended 10 immortal technique inheritances and obtained immortal treasures, the heavenly water glazed armor and the 4 seas vase. There was one greater secret she kept hidden. She had also awakened memories from her previous life, discovering that she had once been an immortal king in the immortal realm. Her reincarnation was destined to encounter her fated one. Now it was clear, Lin Yuan was that person. Having cultivated for another lifetime, she would surely break through to higher realms and achieve the pinnacle of an immortal emperor. Excellent. As expected of my disciple. Lin Yuan nodded satisfactorily and directly produced the Water Emperor's Origin Heart. This is the Water Emperor's Origin Heart. It will elevate your water spiritual body and transform it into the indestructible Water Emperor body, granting you even greater power. Consider this your reward, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Lin Yuan thanked him repeatedly. No need for such formalities. Consume it now and refine it within you. Lin Yuan nodded. Ding. At that very moment, the tenfold return system's notification chimed. Ding dong. It has been detected that you have bestowed the Water Emperor Origin Heart upon your disciple Lin Yuan, successfully triggering a 10,000-fold return. Return obtained. Xian Yuan Water Commanding Flag. Possessing supreme innate defensive power, this supreme water-controlling treasure was formed from a lotus leaf of the primordial chaos azure lotus, capable of commanding the authority of all waters under heaven. Once unfurled, it can even shroud the starry sea and the Milky Way, causing all boundless rivers and oceans to bow in submission. Impervious to myriad arcane arts, with every evil retreating in dread. The panel of the return system appeared directly before Lin Yuan's eyes. Gazing at the reward returned to him, Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, clearly astounded. If his conjecture was correct, this Xian Yuan Water Commanding Flag was an innate supreme treasure of the Honghuang world. Truly worthy of the 10,000-fold return. To obtain such a supreme treasure so effortlessly is simply exhilarating. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. This treasure was indeed remarkably well suited for Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, her current cultivation realm was far too feeble. Only after attaining immortality would she be capable of wielding it. I shall keep this treasure in my custody for the time being, and once Lin Yuan ascends to immortality, I will bestow it upon her. Lin Yuan quickly arrived at a decision. Giving it to her now would be of no use and might instead invite unnecessary complications. Thus, this was the optimal decision. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan at his side had already begun refining the Water Emperor Origin Heart without delay. She could sense that this heart possessed an extraordinarily strong affinity toward her. The sensation was immensely soothing. The instant the Water Emperor Origin Heart entered her body, it erupted with a mighty surge of energy enveloping her entire being. The aura of her water spirit body was released in full, visibly intensifying with every passing moment. As expected of Peak Master Lin's methods, to be able to produce such an extraordinary treasure, allowing the water spirit body to undergo a direct transformation. Indeed, in the entire cultivation world, such means are likely possessed by Peak Master Lin alone. Witnessing this, the other disciples around them all exclaimed in admiration one after another. They could all clearly perceive that Lin Yuan's refinement of the Water Emperor Origin Heart would be exceptionally smooth and effortless, an absolute guaranteed success. Sure enough, in roughly the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Lin Yuan successfully refined the Water Emperor origin heart. Her water spirit body had also thoroughly transformed into the undying Water Emperor body. Even a heaven-earth phenomenon manifested. In the lofty sky, 9-layered great seas emerged, and even a Dharma image coalesced, radiating a formidable and terrifying pressure. What a formidable heaven-earth phenomenon! It almost seems capable of rivaling the Holy Maiden's azure lotus Tao body phenomenon from back then. The crowd marveled once more. Immediately after, they hurriedly raised their hands in congratulatory salutes. With this, Lin Yuan was absolutely certain to become the most supreme, peerless prodigy of the cultivation world. Thank you, Master. Lin Yuan quickly expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan. Being able to take Lin Yuan as her master truly allowed her to defy the heavens and rewrite her destiny. Otherwise, how could she possibly have obtained such fortune and providence today? Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Continue to cultivate diligently from now on. Yes, Master. Lin Yuan answered with steadfast conviction. No matter what happened in the future, she would never allow Lin Yuan to feel the slightest disappointment in her. She would most certainly cultivate diligently, with doubled effort. Now only Qingxue remains to be awaited. Lin Yuan smiled softly. As his foremost disciple Qingxue was still inside the Holy Ruins Hall, the fortune she was obtaining was likely beyond imagination. Uncle Master, given the Holy Maiden's aptitude, she will likely secure the true core inheritance of the Holy Ruins Hall. Lu Haoran chuckled, a note of certainty threading through his words. The other disciples likewise nodded in agreement. Nothing is certain until the very end. For now, let us simply wait in patience. Lin Yuan said calmly. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the check-in reward, the heaven-bearing seal. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the check-in reward, the demon-suppressing bell. He continued to check in 6 more times. This meant that another 6 days had elapsed. On this day, at last a beam of light once again shot forth from the Holy Ruins Hall. Qingxue's figure swiftly emerged. Master, I have lived up to my mission. I believe I have obtained the greatest fortune and providence of the Holy Ruins Hall. The very next instant, Qingxue came directly before Lin Yuan, her excitement evident. That's quite good. What did you obtain? Lin Yuan asked, looking at her. The Creation Great Tao Heart Sutra along with the Creation Jade Disc. Qingxue answered truthfully, without any concealment. On hearing this, Lin Yuan was exceedingly astonished. The Creation Jade Disc. This was a supreme chaos treasure of the highest order. Never had he imagined that his own disciple could hold such providence. Incredible. Even Lin Yuan himself was profoundly shaken at this moment. Excellent, excellent. Qingxue, this Creation Jade Disc you have obtained is one of the most supreme chaos treasures bearing the origin of the Great Tao. It is the foremost treasure of enlightenment, and henceforth it shall be the key to your realization of the Hunyuan Tao fruit. Lin Yuan declared joyfully. For his own disciple to attain such immense providence, Lin Yuan, as her master, was naturally brimming with elation and fervor. Master, what is the Hunyuan Tao fruit? Qingxue asked curiously. She was not alone. Lu Haoran and the others wore equally puzzled expressions. This was their first time hearing of it. Lin Yuan, however, clearly possessed some understanding of it. After all, she too had awakened the memories of her previous life. This is something you will understand only after you break through and ascend to immortality in the future. To know it now would do you no good whatsoever. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said calmly, Yes, I understand. Qingxue nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. Since her master was unwilling to elaborate, there was naturally no need for her to press further. She would learn it eventually anyway. For now it was better to concern herself with the present. Uncle Master, all of us have emerged from the Holy Ruins Hall. What should we do next? Such was Lu Haoran's question. The spiritual energy here is rich and dense. Continue your cultivation here. It should not be long before the Holy Ruins secret realm opens its exit. Lin Yuan said slowly. Additionally, Lin Yuan silently intoned in his heart system, activate the secret realm's greatest fortune descending talisman for me. Instruction received, activation successful. Rumble. The next second, the entire Holy Ruins Hall erupted with a potent surge of energy, soaring directly up from the ground. What was more, the colossal Holy Ruins Hall instantly miniaturized, swiftly flying over to hover, suspended above Lin Yuan's palm. Everyone was utterly astounded by the sight. Never had they expected Lin Yuan to command the entire Holy Ruins Hall with such consummate ease. Uncle Master is truly fearsome beyond words. Lu Haoran mused inwardly. This Holy Ruins Hall shall henceforth be placed in the Xiantian sect, granting more disciples of the sect the opportunity to obtain providence within it. Such was Lin Yuan's unhurried declaration. Master, since you have taken the Holy Ruins Hall away, when the Holy Ruins secret realm opens again in the future, there will likely be no need to enter at all. Qingxue said with a light laugh. Very well. Each of you continue your cultivation. Lin Yuan then directly stored away the Holy Ruins Hall, reclined upon the ancestral dragon's head, and resumed his rest. Su Qingxue and the others likewise wasted no further time, each entering a state of cultivation. Pure and refined spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly into their bodies. Another 10 days passed. Then a tremendous roar shook the sacred ruins' secret realm as spatial power surged through the air, felt by every cultivator present. They looked up to see spatial rifts splitting the sky across all directions, marking the exits from the sacred ruins' secret realm. The spatial rifts would not endure for long. Only swift action could prevent anyone from being sealed within the sacred ruins forever. All of you bored now. It is time to depart, Lin Yuan declared. Yes. In one breath, everyone leapt onto Ancestral Dragon. With a thunderous cry, Ancestral Dragon shot into the heavens and plunged straight into the nearest rift. A flash of light, and their eyes opened once more. Before them lay the skies above Sacred Ruins Mountain, a clear sign they had safely emerged from the secret realm. Gradually other cultivators spilled out as well. Every face radiated excitement, and joy, for most had gained priceless opportunities. Whoosh. Soon some cultivators took flight at full speed, unwilling to linger. Free cultivators in particular. Those without sect backing or powerful allies stood vulnerable. Opportunists could descend at any moment, robbing and killing them with ease. They had no authority or influence. Gaining fortune made them targets. A single ambush could be fatal. They had to flee swiftly and find a safe haven. Standing atop Ancestral Dragon, Lin Yuan cast a single glance, and sensed that several cultivators exiting the secret realm were already being shadowed. Return to the sect, Lin Yuan said softly. Ancestral Dragon immediately turned toward Xiantian's sect, piercing through the clouds. The scenery overhead filled them with quiet awe. Joy filled every heart aboard Ancestral Dragon. Each had secured their own path to transcendence, and all had returned alive. Now it was time to cultivate. Their futures as supreme masters of the cultivation world awaited. The Tao of Creation scripture is profoundly profound. I must return to the Tao comprehension tree and train diligently. Su Qingxue's eyes gleamed with golden light, barely concealing her impatience. She sensed her breakthrough was imminent. Upon returning to the sect, those who wish to cultivate should come to my Xiaoyao Peak, where the Tao comprehension tree awaits to aid your progress, Lin Yuan announced. These were the pillars of the sect's future. Their performance had earned Lin Yuan's deep satisfaction. Master, when you speak of the Tao comprehension tree, do you mean the one I know? Lin Yuan asked in astonishment. Precisely that very tree, Su Qingxue replied with a smile. A tree that allows cultivators to comprehend the Tao more deeply. Unbelievable. No wonder, Master, to possess such a peerless Tao comprehension tree. Lin Yuan gasped, overcome with reverence. Thank you, Peak Lord Lin. The remaining personal disciples rose in unison, bowing deeply to Lin Yuan. They knew fully what a treasure the Tao comprehension tree represented. To cultivate beneath such a tree was an unfathomable blessing. Now they finally understood why their master visited Xiaoyao Peak every evening. He too trained beneath the tree. This opportunity proved they had truly passed the trial. No need for thanks. Nurturing you is nurturing the sect's future. Xiantian's sect's destiny will rest upon your shoulders. Strive to make it greater still, Lin Yuan said with a gentle smile. Now be seated. Yes, Peak Lord Lin. They obeyed, their hearts soaring with excitement. Each one yearned to return to the sect at once. The journey back took 3 days. Only then did they arrive at Xiaoyao Peak of Xiantian's sect. Upon their return, the sect master and others immediately came to pay visit. Seeing their disciples safe and blessed with great opportunities, their faces blazed with joy. Peak Lord Lin, we owe you our deepest gratitude. The other Peak Lords bowed respectfully in thanks. Brothers need not be so formal. Their own efforts forged this outcome, Lin Yuan said warmly. They may all cultivate beneath the Tao comprehension tree henceforth. Beneath the Tao comprehension tree, the disciples stood awestruck, eyes wide, as they beheld the legendary tree before them. This is the Tao comprehension tree. Its profound mystery is beyond measure. Even standing here, I feel enveloped by Tao resonance, Su Jingxing marveled. To cultivate here indefinitely will undoubtedly make me far stronger. Indeed, our luck is beyond compare. Xiao Yin and Tang Jusi exclaimed in agreement. Let us not delay. Cultivate now. Su Qingxue urged promptly. Soon all the disciples began their cultivation beneath the Tao comprehension tree. Sect Master Ling Song turned to Lin Yuan with growing curiosity. Junior brother, what manner of existence was hidden within the Sacred Ruins' secret realm? The Sacred Ruins sect once possessed so many immortal legacies. Utterly incredible. The other experts of the sect shared his boundless wonder, all turning their gaze toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath. I cannot say for certain, but based on my deductions, the founder of Sacred Ruins sect was no ordinary being. He may have hailed from the immortal realm, a supremely terrifying powerhouse. Otherwise, the existence of these immortal legacies would remain inexplicable. Yet this remained but a hypothesis, albeit a highly plausible one. That is likely the case, Ling Song and the others nodded in agreement. I also brought forth the sacred ruins hall itself. It likely retains further legacies within. Let it remain at the sect, and may those with destined affinity discover the treasures within. Lin Yuan produced the sacred ruins hall and waved his hand. Golden light erupted as the hall soared into the sky, settling upon an open space above the main peak of Xintian's sect. Senior brother, only cultivators under 50 may enter the sacred ruins hall, Lin Yuan added as a final reminder. Junior brother, your contributions to the sect are immeasurable. I scarcely know how to thank you enough, Ling Song said with deep emotion. It is merely what I am able to do. Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall retire to rest, Lin Yuan replied with a wave of his hand. He deserved a long-awaited period of peace. Very well. I shall arrange everything. Ling Song responded eagerly. Whoosh. The group departed swiftly, making immediate arrangements for all eligible disciples to enter the sacred ruins hall. End of chapter. After returning to Xintian's sect, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath the enlightenment tree, the earnest, direct disciples were all rapidly improving and progressing. Ding dong. Your disciple Su Qingxue successfully broke through to the early void refinement stage and triggered a 10,000-fold return. Your cultivation realm has been elevated to the early grand unity golden immortal stage. On this day, Lin Yuan, who had been lazing about in comfort, suddenly heard the system's voice. At the same time, the power within his body surged wildly. His cultivation realm broke through with such effortless ease. When he opened his eyes, a strange heavenly phenomenon had already appeared in the sky. Countless supreme green lotuses floated in the air. Su Qingxue's aura had become extraordinarily remarkable. As her cultivation realm was completely stabilized, the heavenly phenomenon slowly dissipated, and the sky returned to its former clarity, as if nothing had ever happened. I have finally broken through to void refinement. With my current cultivation realm, I can be considered to have a place in the entire cultivation world. Su Qingxue said excitedly. Then she instantly vanished from where she stood. The next moment she had already reappeared before Lin Yuan, and said excitedly, Master, I have broken through. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. However, there is no need to be so excited. Void refinement is only a new beginning. Do not be overly proud. Yes, Master, I understand. Su Qingxue quickly replied. By the way, Master, inside the Qingxue Hall, I saw a special coffin being pulled by 9 black dragons. Su Qingxue continued. 9 dragons pulling a coffin. After hearing her description, the phrase instantly surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Beside the coffin, there is also a stone tablet. I cannot understand the words on it at all, but I feel that there is something extremely extraordinary about it. After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In that case, let's enter the Qingxue Hall and take a look. The Qingxue Hall had long since been completely controlled by Lin Yuan. Therefore, it was very easy for him to enter the Qingxue Hall. With a whoosh, before long, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue had swiftly arrived in front of the Qingxue Hall. The two of them effortlessly entered the Qingxue Hall. With Su Qingxue leading the way, Lin Yuan clearly saw the magnificent sight of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Master, this is the stone tablet. The words on it are extremely peculiar, Su Qingxue quickly said. When Lin Yuan approached the stone tablet, a single glance was enough to leave him completely stunned. These are goddamn Chinese characters. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. These were the characters from his hometown. Unbelievable. I am Yiqiu, originally from Lanqing. When I ascended Mount Tai, I was brought to this cultivation world by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. I personally established the Qingxue sect, obtained the legacy of an immortal emperor, and finally led the entire sect to ascend. Within the Qingxue secret realm, I left this Qingxue Hall for those from my hometown. If one can find the ancient Star Road, perhaps they can return home. Lin Yuan could read the words on the stone tablet with complete clarity. After reading all of it, Lin Yuan was completely stunned. So the Qingxue sect had not vanished. It had ascended as an entire sect. Truly terrifying methods. Even more astonishing was that there had been another transmigrator to have obtained the legacy of an immortal emperor. Indeed, every transmigrator was bound to have some kind of golden finger or fortunate opportunity. Master, do you recognize these words? Su Qingxue asked curiously. However, she could sense that her master recognized these mysterious characters. I do. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, then what exactly is recorded on this stone tablet? Su Qingxue was extremely curious. It records the life story of the founder of the Qingxue sect, Lin Yuan said calmly. The Qingxue sect did not disappear. The entire sect ascended. The entire sect ascended. For the Qingxue sect to be able to reach such a level is truly terrifying. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, utterly amazed. Alright, let's leave this matter here, Lin Yuan continued. As for returning to Lanqing, one would have to find the ancient Star Road. He would just let things take their course. On Lanqing, he had no family to worry about, so there was no great need to return. Master, I understand. Su Qingxue replied. In her heart, she began to feel somewhat expectant. Perhaps in the future the Xiantian sect could also accomplish such a feat and ascend as an entire sect. This would require everyone to work together. Alright, let's go out, Lin Yuan said softly. After leaving the Qingxue hall, the two returned to Xiaoyao Peak. Ding dong. Today's check-in has refreshed. Would you like to check in? Before long, a new day arrived. In the early morning, the sound of the check-in system rang directly in Lin Yuan's mind. After waking up, Lin Yuan silently nodded and softly replied, "System, let's start the check-in." Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a sect's spiritual energy multiplying talisman. When used on the sect, it can increase the spiritual energy of the entire sect tenfold. A fine item, but tenfold is still not enough. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. With a single call, Qingxue quickly appeared before him and asked, "Master, what is it that you called me for so early in the morning?" "This is something I just refined. Here, take it and use it. It can enhance the spiritual energy of the entire sect." Lin Yuan directly took out the sect's spiritual energy multiplying talisman and handed it to Qingxue. "Thank you, Master." Qingxue expressed her gratitude. "System detected, you have gifted the sect's spiritual energy multiplying talisman to your disciple Qingxue, triggering a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained a sect primordial spiritual energy talisman. After use, it can transform all of the sect's spiritual energy into primordial spiritual energy. Master, how should I use this talisman?" Qingxue looked at the extraordinary talisman before her and quickly asked. "You only need to activate it with your own spiritual power," Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. "Understood. Then I'll begin right now." Qingxue nodded again, and a stream of pure spiritual power poured directly into the sect's spiritual energy multiplying talisman. Whoosh! Driven by spiritual power, the talisman instantly transformed into a golden light and flew straight out. It then arrived above the Xiantian sect and hovered there. The immense golden light bathed the entire sky in a dazzling golden glow. For a moment, everyone in the Xiantian sect was once again stunned by this sight. They all widened their eyes, almost forgetting to breathe. What kind of terrifying phenomenon is this now? No need to think. It must be from Xiaoyao Peak again. This golden light shining down actually gives off a very warm feeling. The crowd soon burst into astonished exclamations. Within but a few breaths, the overwhelming golden radiance suddenly surged, its blazing brilliance so dazzling that everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, nearly unable to see. Fortunately, the extraordinary phenomenon vanished in an instant. As the golden light gradually dispersed, all hearts trembled, as they clearly sensed that the spiritual energy of the entire sect had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its density had multiplied several-fold, and it had become even purer and richer. Drawing it into their lungs, they felt an exquisite comfort coursing through their limbs and bones. Exclamations arose one after another from the crowd. "Have you all sensed it? The spiritual energy has become far more abundant and pure." "Yes, I feel it too. Such a change is truly beyond comprehension. Even we outer disciples can now cultivate bathed in such ample spiritual energy." "Wonderful. This is truly a momentous blessing. Nourished by such spiritual energy, our future cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds with no further obstruction." The disciples of Xiantian sect could hardly contain their surging excitement, and ecstasy was written on every face. Among them, those outer disciples who had long suffered from the scarcity of spiritual energy were the most agitated. Many clenched their fists, their eyes filled with incredulous joy. "Master, the talisman you refined is truly miraculous. It has actually elevated the spiritual energy of the entire sect by at least tenfold." Qingxue was utterly astonished by the transformation of the whole sect. "It is still not enough." Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The next moment he silently uttered in his mind, "System, use this sect's innate spiritual energy talisman." After all, the treasure returned 10,000-fold could no longer be gifted. It had to be used directly. Activation successful. In an instant, all the spiritual energy of Xiantian sect transformed into innate spiritual energy. Sensing these changes, Qingxue was stunned once again. Innate spiritual energy. It is actually innate spiritual energy. Master, your methods are truly formidable. With this innate spiritual energy, even a dog or a pig in the sect could rapidly break through their cultivation realms. This is all I can do. I hope every disciple of the sect can rise like a dragon, but cultivation still ultimately depends on their own efforts. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "We all understand how everyone knows what must be done." Qingxue replied. At this very moment, the sect master and the others stood atop the main peak, sensing the enormous transformation of the sect. Every single one of them was utterly shocked. Innate spiritual energy. The entire sect now possesses innate spiritual energy. Heavens, this is simply unbelievable, the Grand Elder said with great excitement. This must be the work of Peak Master Lin Yuan. Without a doubt, who else in the entire sect could possess such means? Peak Master Lin Yuan has indeed made an even greater contribution to the sect. The elders and peak masters all nodded and remarked with admiration. The entire sect was now advancing toward a brighter future. All of this had been brought about by Lin Yuan. Excellent. Truly worthy of my junior brother. Yes, sect master. Everyone responded. Meanwhile, Gong Xian, the supreme elder of Xintian sect, having witnessed the transformation of the sect, came directly before Lin Yuan. My good disciple, this technique. You were the one who did it, were you not? Gong Xian hurriedly asked. Merely a minor trick, Lin Yuan replied with a slight smile. You call this a minor trick? You truly are too modest. Gong Xian shook his head. Still seeing the sect develop so splendidly, I can now rest assured. I intend to venture out on a journey of cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Master, why the sudden wish to travel? My cultivation can no longer advance further. Even with the enlightenment tree to reach a higher level, I still feel the need to venture out and journey. Gong Xian said slowly. Previously, he had still been somewhat worried about the sect. But now it seemed he had nothing to worry about. He could set out with peace of mind. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. With his master's strength, venturing forth should not bring any real danger. He might as well treat it as a sightseeing trip. Lin Yuan did not dissuade him. All right, I shall set off now. The sect is in your hands. I hope that when I return I will see an even more extraordinary Xintian sect. With those words, Gong Xian vanished on the spot. I never expected the Grandmaster to set off on a journey like this, Su Qingxue remarked softly. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps this journey will bring our master even greater rewards, Lin Yuan said with a gentle smile. Qingxue, your cultivation has now reached the early stage of the void refinement realm. Above the void refinement realm lie the body integration realm, the Mahayana realm, and finally the tribulation transcendence realm. Your path of immortal cultivation is still long. From now on you must work even harder. Master, rest assured. I will definitely cultivate diligently. If there is nothing else, I shall go and cultivate right now. Su Qingxue nodded hurriedly in assurance. Ever since her cultivation had reached the void refinement realm, Xintian sect had indeed become unsuitable for her continued cultivation. But now it was different. The spiritual energy of the entire sect had increased tenfold, and all of it had transformed into innate spiritual energy. This place was now perfectly suited for her to continue cultivating and advancing at her current realm. In her eyes, everything Lin Yuan had done was all for her sake. As soon as Su Qingxue returned beneath the enlightenment tree, Lin Yuan hurried forward and urgently asked, Senior sister, what exactly happened just now? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was shaken so violently. The other disciples also gathered around, all wearing expressions of shock and confusion, echoing in unison, Sacred Maiden, what on earth has happened? Seeing that everyone was filled with curiosity, Su Qingxue concealed nothing and recounted the whole sequence of events exactly as they had occurred, without missing a single detail. When everyone heard the full account, the entire scene erupted into an uproar, with awe and disbelief etched upon every face. So the sect's spiritual energy has actually become innate spiritual energy. Innate spiritual energy is far superior to ordinary spiritual energy. It is several times purer and more vigorous. Peak Master Lin's methods are truly heaven-defying. We are all filled with admiration. With Peak Master Lin here, this is a tremendous fortune for all of us. Waves of praise arose one after another from the crowd. Therefore all of you must cultivate diligently and not disappoint my master, Su Qingxue continued. Soon everyone calmed their emotions and returned to focused cultivation. As time passed, within less than an hour, many disciples throughout Xintian sect successfully broke through their cultivation realms. Evidently, Xintian sect was now, even by the standards of the entire cultivation world, a truly foremost sacred land of cultivation. Before long, another month passed by quietly. Within that month, nearly every disciple of the sect had undergone earth-shaking changes. Even an ordinary mongrel dog in the sect had now reached the foundation establishment realm. During that month, Lin Yuan's cultivation realm broke through rapidly, and through the 10,000-fold return system, Lin Yuan's realm was also elevated considerably. A long piercing cry split the cloud sea above the main peak. Ling Song shot through the air and landed before Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye, his brows heavy with urgency. Lin Yuan's expression remained serene. With a light lift and flick of his finger, the jade pot at his side floated up on its own, and a thin trickling stream of tea poured from the spout, settling steadily into the empty cup. Then Lin Yuan gave a slight smile. Senior brother, since you are so frantic, first have a cup of clear tea and speak slowly. I have no time for tea. Ling Song waved his hand again, and again his expression turning solemn all at once. He said in a low voice, the sect masters of the Lingyun Piaomiao and Daluo sects have all come personally to our Xintian sect today. They all intend to submit and are willing to become our vassal sects. From now on, the entire northern domain will respect our Xintian sect as the supreme power. But right after he said that, a troubled look appeared on his face. This matter is of great importance. Master is away on a journey, and I alone truly do not dare to make the decision. That is why I hurried over to discuss it with you, junior brother. Do you have any plan? Hearing this, a trace of surprise flickered across Lin Yuan's eyes. He sighed inwardly with emotion. No one could have expected these three top sects to be so resolute and immediately bow their heads in submission. It probably had a great deal to do with him. Senior brother, since they are willing to become vassal sects of our Xiantian sect, just agree to it. Our Xiantian sect needs a vast amount of cultivation resources anyway, so let them provide generously. Lin Yuan gave a light laugh and said directly, as long as one's strength was sufficiently great, even if the other side schemed and plotted in the shadows, it would be futile. That's no problem. But the three sect masters have all proposed that the exceptional disciples of their respective sects be allowed to join the Xiantian sect for cultivation. Ling Song nodded and continued. This was the only point on which he found it hard to make a decision. Senior brother, don't forget we still have the ancient oath, glazed crystal. If they want to join the Xiantian sect, they must swear an oath. With such a binding covenant, if they ever dare to betray the sect, death will be inevitable. Lin Yuan smiled calmly. Right? With the ancient oath glazed crystal in hand, there's no need to worry. I just remembered that. Ling Song's eyes widened as realization dawned. Senior brother, I know what to do now. He nodded repeatedly. With a whoosh, he tore open the void once again and swiftly hurried back. Dozens of days later, the news that the Lin Yuan, Piaomiao, and Daluo sects had submitted to the Xiantian sect and become affiliated sects soon spread throughout the entire northern domain. 3 sects to submit to the Xiantian sect all at once. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed. For a time, the entire northern domain erupted into an uproar. This news caught everyone completely off guard. Of the 4 great top-level sects, 3 had actually become vassal sects in one stroke. The Xiantian sect truly became known as the #1 sect of the northern domain. Master, the Xiantian sect has now thoroughly made its name throughout the northern domain. One day, Qingxue massaged Lin Yuan's shoulders and said with a smile, the genius disciples of those 3 sects, how are they performing now that they've entered the Xiantian sect? Lin Yuan asked softly, his face full of enjoyment. After the disciples from the 3 sects entered the Xiantian sect, every single one of them was utterly stunned. They never imagined that the Xiantian sect would turn out to be such a sacred land of cultivation. Now every one of them is cultivating with tremendous focus and diligence. Qingxue answered quickly. During these past days, she had also been quietly observing them. Among them, even Wang Tong, the top-level genius of the Daluo sect, had been putting on an extremely earnest and hard-working display inside the Xiantian sect. Very well. As long as they behave well, they may be allowed to cultivate beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree in the future, Lin Yuan said with satisfaction. For those he considered his own, Lin Yuan was never stingy. Master, your disciple heard that an inner disciple recently found an ancient grand formation. Should we go and take a look? Qingxue bowed and asked. Lin Yuan's expression was calm as he said flatly, an ancient grand formation. I did hear some mention of it earlier. The peak master of the formation peak already rushed over to investigate. Has there still been no news? Yes. That formation is extremely abstruse. Even the peak master of the formation peak examined it for quite a long time and could not fathom even a fraction of it. Qingxue quickly continued, her tone carrying a hint of entreaty. Master, since the sect has nothing pressing at the moment, let's take a trip there. With your ability, perhaps you can see through the secrets of the formation at a single glance. Lin Yuan looked up at Qingxue, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. How odd. In the past, you have never shown the slightest interest in formations. Why are you so eager today? Her thoughts being seen through Qingxue's face flushed slightly, and she decided to confess. Master, this disciple will not hide it from you. Junior sister Xiaowani came to me and said that this formation was too bizarre and that the formation peak master was at a complete loss. She wanted to ask you to help. She was afraid that you would refuse outright because it is a trivial matter, so she asked me to persuade you. The formation peak master of the Xiantian sect has devoted his whole life to the Tao of formations, yet even he cannot crack this ancient formation. It is indeed interesting. Lin Yuan slowly rose and said with a smile, we are all our own people. Since a fellow disciple is in difficulty, I should naturally lend a hand. Let's go. Let's take a look. Thank you, master. Qingxue became immensely delighted when she saw Lin Yuan agree. Whoosh. The next moment, Lin Yuan and Qingxue tore open a rift in the void. They stepped into it and vanished instantly. The Wanshou mountain range. It was a little over 200 kilometers from the Xiantian sect. Some days earlier, within this Wanshou mountain range, a few inner sect disciples had accidentally wandered into a valley and discovered an ancient grand formation. They immediately rushed back to the sect to report it. After receiving the news, the peak master of the formation peak led a team over at once. There was nothing more fascinating to him than formations. Even now, they had yet to return from that trip. It did not take long for Lin Yuan and Qingxue to arrive above the Wanshou mountain range, stepping out from a spatial rift and treading through the air. Master, their auras are over there. Su Qingxue sensed for an instant and quickly pinpointed an exact position. Whoosh. The two of them flew over swiftly. Before long they arrived above a secluded valley. The entire valley had been layered with restrictions and grand formations. They were surely set up by the peak master of the formation peak, meant to stop others from trespassing. Seeing this, Lin Yuan tapped lightly, and an entrance opened within the formation restrictions. This formation was far too simple for Lin Yuan. He could break it with total ease. A breach has been opened in the formation and restrictions I set up. Inside the valley, the formation peak master's face instantly turned grim. Before he could dwell on it further, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue descended directly from the sky and landed before him. Peak Master Lin Yu and the saintess have arrived. Seeing the two, Xia Wani hurriedly bowed, her voice brimming with overwhelming excitement. Peak Master Lin. The alchemy peak master also reacted at once and clasped his hands toward Lin Yuan. Let me take a look, Lin Yuan responded softly. Peak Master Lin, beneath our feet lies the ancient grand formation. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low and the supreme formation canon I once acquired cannot be fully unlocked. Xia Wani quickly added. The ancient grand formation beneath their feet was certainly recorded in her supreme formation canon. It was just that her cultivation was insufficient for now, leaving her with no real way to do anything about it. This formation is indeed extraordinary. Su Qingxue examined it carefully and gave an exclamation. With a single glance, Lin Yuan also discerned the purpose of this ancient grand formation. This should be a special fixed-point teleportation formation, Lin Yuan said directly. A teleportation formation. The formation peak master's eyes glinted. It is completely different from any teleportation formation I know. Master, since this is a teleportation formation, can it be activated? Su Qingxue asked expectantly. This ancient teleportation formation must have been laid down by some mighty figure in the past. To have such a teleportation formation deliberately placed here, no matter how one thought about it, one could sense that something quite extraordinary lay behind it. Unfortunately, even I, the dignified formation peak master, have no way to activate this formation. Seeing this, the formation peak master heaved a deep sigh. He had always believed himself to be a formidable master in the art of formations. But now it was apparent that there was always a master beyond every master and a sky beyond every sky. Master, you certainly have a way, don't you? Su Qingxue said quickly. In her eyes, her master was all-powerful. We only need to arrange one more formation to gather all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 li. That should be enough to drive this ancient teleportation formation. Lin Yuan did not keep them in suspense and said it directly. The entire ancient grand formation was still extremely intact, so there was no need to do anything superfluous. Is it really that simple? The formation peak master and Xia Wani were both stunned. They had not expected the method to be so easy. If that is the case, Master, let us start now. I am quite looking forward to where this ancient teleportation formation might take us. Su Qingxue said excitedly. Since we are already here, let us do a little exploring. Lin Yuan nodded and agreed. Then I will set up a spirit gathering formation. Seeing this, the formation peak master promptly spoke up. Rumble. In no time at all, with the formation peak master setting it up, a large spirit gathering formation was swiftly completed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li instantly converged from all directions and poured swiftly into the ancient teleportation formation below. Then in just a few breaths, the runes on the great ancient teleportation formation lit up rapidly, one after another. Golden light, violet light, and crimson light as well. The entire formation gave off an extremely extraordinary impression. Boom. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. In the middle of the formation, a spatial light gate twisted into existence. A peculiar spatial force surged forth. I never imagined it would really be this easy. Having seen the scene with absolute clarity, the formation peak master was filled with myriad emotions. It seemed that Lin Yuan's attainment in formations was already above his own. Of that there was no doubt whatsoever. The formation has activated. Let's go, enter. Lin Yuan said quickly. The group followed him and stepped straight inside. Whoosh. The instant they stepped in, everyone felt a spatial force rapidly wrapping around them. They swiftly traveled through a special passage. This was a sensation they were experiencing for the first time. It carried a powerful tearing force. Fortunately, their cultivation realms were high enough and their physical body strong enough, so the tearing force had no effect on them whatsoever. After roughly the time required to burn an incense stick, when everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Below them was an identical ancient teleportation formation. Master, look. It seems this place has never been discovered by anyone else. Su Qingxue immediately probed the surroundings. There is a stone door over there. Xia Wani reminded. Rumble. Su Qingxue lightly flicked her finger. In an instant, the entire stone door was pushed open with force. The group walked out. Before long, a boundless sea appeared before their eyes. At this moment, they were located on an island in the middle of the ocean. This is the sea. Could this teleportation formation have actually sent us to some sea region? Xia Wani exclaimed in wonder. I wonder exactly where we are now. Moreover, this island is also protected by a great concealment formation, so no one can discover this place. Looking at the view before him, Lin Yuan was rather surprised. He had not expected that by such a twist of fate, he would come to this vast sea. It had to be said that the sea of the cultivation world was truly more magnificent. The wind was gentle, and the sun was bright, giving one an extremely comfortable feeling. No matter what is certain now is that we have already left the northern domain. The formation peak master said quickly. The northern domain was extremely vast, one of the largest land masses in the entire cultivation world. From the Wanshou mountain range to their current location, the distance was at least several 100,000 kilometers. Perhaps even more. Wonderful. I had long heard that the sea was vast, and now it truly proves to be so. Master, can we travel around for a while? Qingxue felt a little surge of excitement and quickly looked at Lin Yuan. Now that they had come, she naturally wanted to have some fun. Besides, with the formation here, they could return at any time. What do you two think? Lin Yuan asked, looking at the formation peak master and Xiaowani. We two, master and disciple, are not going. Since we already know the purpose of this formation, we must go back and focus on cultivation. The formation peak master decided quickly. Xiaowani also nodded repeatedly. Although she also wanted to go and play, she understood clearly that cultivation was the most urgent matter. Once she became stronger later, there would naturally be plenty of time to enjoy herself at leisure. If that is the case, after you return, please tell my senior brother, the sect master, that we will come back in a few days. Lin Yuan nodded and said softly. Very well, the formation peak master answered. In another brief moment, the formation peak master and Xiaowani passed through the ancient teleportation formation and were sent straight back. On the entire island, only Lin Yuan and Qingxue remained. Wonderful traveling alone with master. Qingxue secretly rejoiced. Such an opportunity for them to be alone together was extremely rare. Go! Lin Yuan lightly waved his finger, and several formation flags shot through the air, instantly landing at various positions around the island. Immediately after, an even more powerful formation condensed forth and began to operate at full capacity. With this formation guarding the area, no one else could enter, even if they discovered it. Lin Yuan was confident about this after all he had personally laid out the formation. If someone in this cultivation world could break into his formation, they would undoubtedly be an extraordinary existence. Everything is settled now, Qingxue, let's go. Our priority is to find a populated area and learn about the local situation. Lin Yuan continued speaking. Yes, master. Qingxue smiled gently. Whoosh. The next moment, both of them shot through the air. They flew rapidly above the vast sea. For both Lin Yuan and Qingxue, this was their first time over the ocean. The experience felt extraordinary to them both. Master, I've heard that the sea covers the largest area in the entire cultivation world, and more than half of these waters belong to the demon race. Qingxue continued speaking. She wondered whether she could navigate these waters independently at her current cultivation level. Staying cautious should keep her safe enough. But the void refining stage was still far too weak. What a pity, I should have brought Zulong. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Indeed, I didn't bring my little azure dragon either. Qingxue nodded. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to fly through the air themselves. Whoosh. They accelerated their flight speed. After roughly 2 hours, a massive island emerged before Lin Yuan and Qingxue's eyes. On this island stood a colossal city. Within the city radiated the aura of human cultivators. It seemed they had arrived at a human-inhabited island. Master, on that island ahead there are indeed quite a few human cultivators, but the strongest among them are only at the nascent soul stage, no more than 10. After sensing it briefly, Qingxue immediately grasped the full picture. The entire island was a chaotic mix. Not only human cultivators, but also demons in disguise, demonic cultivators, and evil path practitioners. Put on your veil. Your extraordinary beauty would draw unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble if you went inside. Lin Yuan reminded her softly. To explore the city peacefully without disturbance, one must keep a low profile. Yes, master. Qingxue heard this and nodded repeatedly. She waved her hand casually, and a veil instantly materialized, concealing her breathtaking features and leaving only her beautiful eyes visible. Soon Lin Yuan and Qingxue landed smoothly on the island. After handing over some spirit stones, they easily entered the city. The city was called Qingxue City, and the island took the same name. Stepping through the massive gates, they were immediately struck by the bustling atmosphere and lively energy. Wide streets were lined with rows of shops selling pills, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials. Cultivators constantly came and went, and the vibrant prosperity was truly remarkable. After walking along the streets for some time, Lin Yuan and Qingxue had gathered a clear understanding of this place's nature. The waters they were in were known as the Chaotic Sea region, a lawless territory where factions intertwined and the strongest preyed upon the weakest, the only rule that reigned supreme. Dusk swiftly engulfed the sea and night fell heavily. The two strolled leisurely along the streets, admiring many rare curiosities, and only when it grew late did they find a riverside inn to rest. Inside the guest room, candlelight flickered gently. Su Qingxue poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Yuan, her brows furrowed with concern. Master, the situation in this city is truly strange. Since we entered Tianqing City, countless nascent soul cultivators have been arriving, and even those with profound divine transformation aura have appeared one after another. She glanced out the window at the deep night, her voice tinged with unease. I have a feeling that some monumental event is about to erupt here. Anomalies never occur without cause. Su Qingxue was certain that behind this gathering of cultivators lay some hidden secret. That is because beneath Tianqing Island lies Star Spirit Marrow. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Nothing could escape his perception. Star Spirit Marrow. Master, what exactly is that? Su Qingxue asked curiously, this being her first time hearing of it. Star Spirit Marrow is a special primordial essence that can purify a cultivator's Tao foundation and aid in comprehending the laws of stars. For cultivators at the nascent soul divine transformation, or even void refining stages, it has tremendous miraculous effects. Lin Yuan explained calmly. No wonder so many cultivators have come. But why does Tianqing Island possess Star Spirit Marrow? Su Qingxue nodded slowly. If I am not mistaken, this Tianqing Island was formerly the fallen true body of a star, which eventually transformed into this island. Lin Yuan continued. And beneath it a natural secret realm has also appeared. It should be that this secret realm is about to open. Hearing this, Su Qingxue took a deep breath. As expected of her master, he knew everything. How incredible! Su Qingxue exclaimed. Master, since we have encountered this opportunity, we cannot let it slip away. A natural secret realm. I have only ever read about such places in ancient texts and never experienced one firsthand. This was such a wonderful opportunity, as she felt they absolutely could not miss it no matter what. All right, then we shall go in and take a look, Lin Yuan said, nodding as he saw her excitement. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue said happily. It is getting late. You should rest well tonight. The bed is yours, and I will rest on this recliner. Lin Yuan continued. So many cultivators had come to Tianqing City. Securing even one room was already fortunate. Master, you should sleep on the bed. Su Qingxue quickly replied. How could a disciple let her master sleep on a chair? Actually, if they shared the bed, she would not mind at all. What are you refusing to listen to your master? Lin Yuan said firmly. Enough, that's settled. Rest well. Fine, Su Qingxue said, nodding gently. A faint sense of disappointment lingered. However, being in the same room now was certainly a tremendous step forward. Time was long and they would take it slow. She had no intention of sleeping and immediately sat cross-legged, pulling out dozens of top-quality spirit stones, and quickly entered a cultivation state. A night passed swiftly and a new day arrived as the system chimed. Today's check-in has refreshed. Would you like to check in now? In the early morning, the voice of the check-in system echoed directly within Lin Yuan's mind. Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, gazed at the system panel before him, and silently uttered in his heart, System, begin the check-in. Instruction received. Commencing check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the reward soul dissolving powder. Once used, it will cause the entire body to burn with heat, meridians to grow numb, the Tao heart to waver, reason to dissolve, leaving only primal instinct. Spiritual power will become chaotic and unable to activate protective arts, while the user actively craves the union of yin and yang. Bloody hell. Lin Yuan stared at the newly emerged system panel, utterly startled. Who could have imagined that today's check-in reward would actually be this thing? An aphrodisiac. In all this time, this was a first. I'm truly speechless. Lin Yuan shook his head, sighing inwardly. How am I supposed to give this to Qingxue? If the soul-dissolving powder were given to Su Qingxue, it would certainly trigger the 10,000-fold return. Whatever came back would undoubtedly be something far more extraordinary. Yet this item was truly difficult for Lin Yuan to present. What if Su Qingxue misunderstood him? Then he would have utterly failed as her master. He did not wish to appear as a lecherous master in Su Qingxue's eyes. Moreover, for a master to gift such a thing to a disciple felt inherently wrong and unsettling, no matter how one looked at it. Master, good morning. Su Qingxue's voice came quickly. She had stopped cultivating, risen at once, and approached Lin Yuan, speaking softly. Master, what shall we do next? Ahem. Lin Yuan collected himself and said directly, the natural secret realm of Tianqing Island has not fully opened yet, so you and I will continue strolling through the city. Sounds wonderful. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly, appearing wholly agreeable. After a brief rest, the master and disciple left the inn. The pair continued wandering through Tianqing City. After the night had passed, more and more cultivators had arrived in the city. Previously, there might have been only a few nascent soul cultivators in Tianqing City. Now, with a mere sweep of perception, one could sense dozens of auras belonging to nascent soul cultivators, and even several at the spirit transformation stage. Master, ordinary cultivators in this city are completely unaware that beneath Tianqing Island lies a natural secret realm. After further inquiries and observations, Su Qingxue shook her head and said softly, they are not worthy of such knowledge. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Ordinary cultivators relying solely on themselves would find it nearly impossible to access such great secrets. As they continued walking, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that he was being watched. Meanwhile, atop a pavilion, a seductive woman fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan in the distance. Her crimson lips parted slightly. I never expected that a visit to Qingxue City would allow me to encounter such a handsome man. Go. Tonight I want him in my bed. Young mistress, we have come for the natural secret realm below. Perhaps we should avoid unnecessary trouble for now. The woman beside her cautioned in a low voice. No matter. The secret realm has yet to open. If I can grow even stronger in the meantime, everything will go more smoothly later. The seductive woman let out a cold snort. You only need to follow my orders. Yes. The woman beside her promptly responded with deference. She dared not raise any further objection. Little did the two women know that Lin Yuan had already overheard their entire conversation. This came as a slight surprise to him. He had made Qingxue wear a veil to conceal her breathtaking beauty, yet she was not the one targeted. Instead, a grown man had caught their attention. They intended to use him as a cultivation cauldron. That seductive woman was clearly practicing an extremely special union art. Any ordinary male cultivator would likely be utterly unable to resist, and would be drained dry in an instant. Master, what is the matter? Qingxue's voice transmission arrived. Having been walking ahead, she swiftly returned to Lin Yuan's side, and looked at him with curiosity. Nothing. It's just that your master has been targeted. Lin Yuan smiled softly. What? Who would dare to set their sights on you, master? Qingxue's expression turned grave. Master, just tell me who it is. This disciple will deal with them. A female cultivator who practices the union art. She appears to have formidable backing and is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, I will handle this matter myself. You need not interfere. Lin Yuan said calmly. How infuriating. Qingxue was utterly indignant. She herself had not even dared to covet her master's body, yet another woman dared to desire it. That was absolutely intolerable. But since her master had spoken, she had no choice but to comply. Time passed gradually, and soon dusk arrived. Throughout those hours, a woman had been secretly following them. Little did she know that Lin Yuan and Qingxue had long since detected her presence. All right, Qingxue, you go back first. Lin Yuan reminded her softly. Master, you must protect your body. Qingxue said with extreme seriousness. In her eyes, it seemed Lin Yuan's body belonged to her alone. Rest assured, your master is not someone so easily swayed. Lin Yuan nodded. Since they dared to target me, they will naturally pay the price. That's best. Qingxue muttered inwardly and swiftly departed. As for Lin Yuan, he turned directly toward a dark corner and said calmly, come out. It must be quite tiring to keep following like that. The woman lurking in the shadows was astonished to have been discovered. Taoist friend, my young mistress wishes to invite you for tea. Please do us the honor. The woman stepped forward openly and saluted Lin Yuan. Who is your young mistress? Lin Yuan asked. Taoist friend, my young mistress is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the supreme families of the chaotic sea region. The woman answered swiftly. Lead the way. Lin Yuan nodded slowly. Seeing that Lin Yuan had agreed so readily, the woman sneered inwardly. Just as I thought. The moment he hears the Lu family name, he immediately complies. The Lu family is the most powerful force in the entire chaotic sea region, and everyone seeks to forge a connection with them. The eldest daughter of the Lu family was also celebrated throughout the chaotic sea region as the most beautiful female cultivator. Next, Lin Yuan followed the woman. Before long, they arrived at a pavilion. Taoist friend, please. My young mistress is waiting inside. The woman pushed open the door. Lin Yuan, without the slightest hesitation, stepped directly inside. The door was quickly shut by the woman. Within the room, Lin Yuan detected a fragrance. Hidden within it was an alluring incense designed to amplify desire. You've arrived, young master. Please wait a moment. I'm almost done bathing. Behind the gauze sheer as a cicada's wing, the eldest daughter of the Lu family was cleansing herself in a wooden tub, her voice dripping with the utmost seduction. Any ordinary male cultivator would likely have already fallen into her trap by now. No wonder she practiced the union of joy art. Even her voice has transformed into a bewitching enchantment. Those with wavering minds or lecherous sorts would have long lost their sanity. Lin Yuan sat down directly, a smile unconsciously forming in his heart. The entire process did not take long to wait. The Lu family's young miss rose from the wooden tub, donning a gossamer silk garment that revealed more than it concealed, then stepped out gracefully. I only caught a glimpse of you, Taoist, and already I've fallen for you. The Lu family's young miss drew closer to Lin Yuan, seemingly intent on making advances. Boom. Lin Yuan merely released a surge of formidable pressure, instantly crushing this Miss Lu to the ground, rendering her completely immobile. In that instant, Miss Lu's expression transformed dramatically. Though she cultivated at the nascent soul's peak, she now felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly incapable of resistance. Spare my life, senior. Miss Lu hastily pleaded for mercy. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that her prey would possess cultivation beyond her own, filling her with deep regret. Now you know fear. Lin Yuan spoke nonchalantly. Your petty tricks might work on others, but you shouldn't have set your sights on me. Senior, please spare me this once. I was blind and foolish. I beg you, the Great One, to show mercy. I'll pay any price. Miss Lu became utterly subservient. If it means surviving, I would even serve as your slave, Senior. She understood clearly that nothing mattered more than living. As long as she lived, there would be hope. Rest assured, I won't take your life, but I'll teach you what it means to reap what you sow. Lin Yuan laughed icily. At his words, Miss Lu couldn't help but shudder, a deeply unsettling feeling rising within her. In the next instant, Lin Yuan retrieved the soul-consuming powder he had obtained from signing in and applied it to Miss Lu. Within mere breaths, Miss Lu felt her entire body burning intensely, her desires amplifying without limit. This was far more potent than her own charm confusion powder. If she did not quickly engage in yin-yang union, she would surely die. Completely restrained and unable to resist, she suffered unbearably. Senior, I can't take it anymore, I beg you. Miss Lu's distress was immense. Snap! Lin Yuan clicked his fingers. Instantly, a beggar from afar was forcibly dragged into the room. At the sight of this beggar, Miss Lu's despair deepened. She could already guess what Lin Yuan intended to do. No, Senior, don't. I was wrong, truly wrong. Miss Lu was terrified beyond measure. She absolutely did not want to be with this beggar. The beggar, too, was utterly bewildered, having not the faintest clue what was happening. I see your lifespan is nearly spent. You won't survive more than a few days. Today I'll give you a chance for enjoyment. Are you willing? Lin Yuan addressed the beggar directly. Truly. The beggar froze, gazing at Miss Lu on the ground, so incomparably beautiful. What merit did he, a mere beggar, possess? Of course, but she may kill you prematurely, so I'll give you a choice. If you back out now, I'll send you away. I'm willing. The physician already said I won't last long. If before death I can still spend a night with such a beautiful woman, I'd be willing to die immediately after. The beggar hastily agreed. He had been suffering from a terminal illness. Before this, he'd encountered a kind-hearted physician who gave him medicine to prolong his life a bit longer. But death was still inevitable. Don't, Senior, please don't. Miss Lu despaired endlessly. Senior, my entire Lu family stands behind me. Spare me, and the entire Lu family will obey your commands. When one commits a wrong, one must pay the price. At the same time, Miss Lu sensed the pressure upon her vanish. She wished to immediately slay this beggar, but she discovered the entire room had been sealed with a barrier. With her strength, she could in no way shatter it to seek a new suitable candidate. Damn it! She could no longer hold back. Could it be she must be with this beggar? To survive. It could only be this way. This Zhang San's life has not been in vain. The beggar exclaimed excitedly. From inside the pavilion after exiting, Qingxue also appeared directly before Lin Yuan. Master, is everything resolved, eh? Didn't I tell you to go back first? Of course I'm still worried. Qingxue said with a serious expression. What did you think your master was truly that kind of person? Lin Yuan shook his head. In any case, master should go wash up well. That smell on you is truly disgusting. Qingxue said with an even more grave expression. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back. Lin Yuan agreed. The two traveled together. They soon returned to their dwelling. Qingxue truly did bring bath water for Lin Yuan, insisting he cleanse himself. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had no choice but to comply. This actually made Qingxue extremely happy. The night swiftly passed. With the arrival of a new day, Miss Lu abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at the foul-smelling beggar beside her. Her entire face flushed with extreme fury. Damnable, damnable, damnable. The next second, Miss Lu erupted with a tremendous surge of power, utterly annihilating the beggar beside her. She also cleansed herself repeatedly. Miss, are you unharmed? Her maid rushed in, anxiously asking. I'm fine. Miss Lu's expression was gloomy. The matter between herself and that beggar absolutely could not be known by others. This incident absolutely had to be kept secret. Miss, where is that person from last night? The maid inquired again. Gone, Miss Lu said coldly. She glanced at the maid again, waving her hand gently. A sharp ice pick instantly pierced through her body. Her personal maid of several years was killed just like that. Even so, the fury in her heart still did not diminish one bit. She wished to kill Lin Yuan, but she was very clear that her cultivation was simply no match for him. I'm a nascent soul peak cultivator. Even an ancestor's transformation void pressure could be resisted, surely not to the point of complete helplessness. Who on earth is that person? Miss Lu wished desperately to tear Lin Yuan to pieces, but she had no good way to resolve this. Now she felt even more aggrieved. On the other side, within Lin Yuan's mind, the voice of the sign-in system rapidly resounded. Today's sign-in has already been refreshed successfully. Host, would you like to proceed with today's sign-in? Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded silently and replied in a soft voice, System, let's begin the sign-in. Signing in. Sign-in complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the sign-in reward Secret Realm Opening Talisman. Once used, it can directly unlock a secret realm. Seeing today's sign-in reward, Lin Yuan gave a slight nod. This thing is indeed useful right now. The natural secret realm beneath Qingxue Island would still need several more days to open, but with this talisman, it can be unlocked immediately. Still, I should give this to Qingxue first. A decision immediately formed in his mind. Gazing at Qingxue, who sat cross-legged in meditation on the bed, he called out, "Qingxue." Qingxue immediately ceased her cultivation and opened her eyes. "Master, is something the matter? Take this talisman." Lin Yuan directly produced the secret realm opening talisman. Seeing yet another special talisman, Qingxue's eyes glimmered with golden light. "Master, what does this talisman do?" "This is a secret realm opening talisman. Once used, it can directly unlock a secret realm," Lin Yuan explained. "Next, use this talisman to open the natural secret realm and enter it. Consider it a form of training for you." "Thank you, Master." Qingxue quickly bowed in gratitude. Ding. Detected that you have gifted your disciple Qingxue a secret realm opening talisman. Triggered 10,000-fold return. Obtained immortal realm opening talisman. Immortal realm. Could it be a secret realm from the celestial world? Lin Yuan muttered, but he did not dwell on it further and simply stored it in his system inventory. It would surely come in handy later. "Qingxue, there is no time to lose. Use it now," Lin Yuan said softly. With this opening talisman, there was no need to waste time waiting. "Yes, Master." Qingxue promptly acknowledged. The next moment, Qingxue fully activated the secret realm opening talisman. Boom. A pillar of golden light descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Qingxue Island. The entire island immediately trembled violently. All the cultivators on the island were stunned. What is happening? Could some treasure be emerging? This pillar of light descending from the sky carries an extraordinarily profound aura. The natural secret realm is about to open. How can this be? The Tianren secret realm is opening ahead of schedule. Yes, this is truly unusual. But an early opening is good news. Among them, several nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators could all tell that this was the commotion of a natural secret realm opening ahead of time. One by one, they felt quite stirred. Opening early was a good thing. It meant they could enter the secret realm before anyone else and find the stellar spirit marrow. The stellar spirit marrow, a supreme spiritual liquid so rare across the entire cultivation world. Whoever obtained it could undergo a heaven-defying transformation and ascent. Boom. Soon another tremendous roar erupted. High above Qingxue Island, a special spatial rift was torn open in an instant. The entrance to this natural secret realm was indeed vastly different from an artificial one, more natural and suffused with an aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. As the entrance fully opened, those nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators swiftly rushed inside. The entire scene was quite spectacular. As for the weaker cultivators, they could only watch helplessly, not daring to enter. With their cultivation bases, even if they went in, they would only be lambs to the slaughter. Seizing opportunities against these experts was even more impossible. "Master, I will go in now as well," Qingxue said hastily. "Go and be careful. This time you are on your own. You can only rely on yourself." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and gave his final instruction. "Yes, Master. Don't worry, I know what to do," Qingxue answered earnestly. Whoosh. Within just a few breaths, Qingxue transformed into a beam of light before Lin Yuan's eyes and shot straight into the natural secret realm. In an instant, Lin Yuan was left alone in the room. With Qingxue's strength, she should be able to handle it with ease. Lin Yuan sat back down, took a sip of tea, and let out a light sigh. Then Lin Yuan lightly waved his finger. A mirror appeared before him. This was the heaven-gazing mirror. In an instant, a gleam of light flashed within it. Within that light, the scene of the natural secret realm soon appeared. Through this mirror, Lin Yuan could clearly observe Qingxue's performance inside the secret realm. "The scenery in this natural secret realm is truly wonderful," Lin Yuan exclaimed. To him, watching through the heaven-gazing mirror was like watching a live broadcast. The beauty of this secret realm could hardly be overstated. It would undoubtedly be an excellent place to reside. With my current cultivation, I should be able to collect this entire natural secret realm intact and place it within the Yuan sect, Lin Yuan murmured, and the thought naturally surfaced in his mind. Inside the secret realm, the cultivators swiftly began their exploration. Unexpectedly, that young lady from the Liu family has entered as well. Soon, through the heaven-gazing mirror, Lin Yuan spotted that familiar figure. Presumably that beggar should already be dead. Before death, being able to enjoy such pleasures, that beggar truly did not come out at a loss. After all, he was already a dying man. What Lin Yuan had done was in a sense a good deed. Inside the natural secret realm, Qingxue's gaze sharpened. Her divine sense expanded with a resounding surge, instantly enveloping the entire secret realm. This natural secret realm was not very vast, nor did it contain any dangerous prohibitions, so her divine sense passed through unhindered. In but a moment, the hidden location of the stellar spirit marrow became clearly imprinted in her perception. Without the slightest hesitation, her figure transformed into a streak of light and bolted straight toward the marrow's location. Not only Su Qingxue, but several other spirit transformation cultivators also simultaneously captured the unique aura of the stellar spirit marrow. Without a word, they all turned their beams of light and swiftly flew toward the same source. Everyone understood that a bloody battle was unavoidable, one that could very well escalate into a life-or-death struggle. From here on, strength would decide everything. At the scene, only Su Qingxue was a void refinement cultivator. Thus, as she looked upon the many cultivators, she did not regard them in the slightest. Su Qingxue moved with the swiftest speed, directly dashing to the core area of this natural secret realm. Within it grew extraordinarily peculiar flora and trees, each one bearing star patterns that flickered across their surfaces. At the same time, there existed a naturally formed square jade platform. Upon this platform, an entire block of star soul essence floated silently in suspension. Around the star soul essence, layers of peculiar starry mist coiled and swirled, appearing extraordinarily magnificent. This is indeed the star soul essence, truly extraordinary. If I could completely refine this star soul essence, my cultivation level would certainly break through once more in rapid succession. With just a single glance, Su Qingxue could clearly perceive the extraordinary nature of the star soul essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before Su Qingxue could make her move, several nascent soul cultivators had already arrived here. Indeed, it is the star soul essence, and such a large piece at that. With this, we can certainly break through our cultivation levels rapidly. Each pair of eyes shimmered with utter greed. Naturally, they all wished to claim the star soul essence for themselves. Each cultivator's spiritual energy began surging wildly, clearly unwilling to give up. Boom. These cultivators madly rushed toward the star soul essence, hoping to seize the advantage first. They had already begun deploying their most powerful techniques. A life-or-death battle was about to erupt. In the next instant, Su Qingxue's green lotus Dao body operated at full power, and the overwhelming pressure of the domain transformation realm burst forth in its entirety. Bang! Another tremendous roar sounded. All these nascent soul cultivators were forcibly repelled. Feeling this terrifying pressure, their expressions instantly turned grave and solemn. They never expected that this mysterious veiled woman's cultivation level would be so terrifying. A domain transformation realm powerhouse. Impossible. Throughout the entire chaotic sea region, I've never heard of any domain transformation realm powerhouse existing. Damn it, this means the star soul essence is out of the question for us. The might of this domain transformation realm is truly terrifying beyond measure. The eyes of these nascent soul cultivators betrayed a profound unwillingness. They had waited so long for this day. If they could obtain the star soul essence, it would absolutely allow them to defy heaven and change their fate. They could even break through to the domain transformation realm. But everything had become unrealistic. With the emergence of this terrifying Su Qingxue, they no longer had any hope at all. Unless Su Qingxue voluntarily gave up. Collect. With a gentle wave of her delicate jade-like fingers, Su Qingxue directly stored the star soul essence into her storage ring. Watching the star soul essence being collected, these nascent soul cultivators could do nothing else. If anyone dared to make a move to snatch it from Su Qingxue's hands, there would only be one outcome: death. After securing the treasure, Su Qingxue did not linger any longer and swiftly vanished from the spot. Gentlemen, why didn't any of you make a move just now? Make a move. What a joke could it be that you're tired of living? Regardless, the chaotic sea region is about to undergo a major transformation. For a domain transformation realm powerhouse to appear now, it feels like something significant is about to happen. Moreover, this natural secret realm opened prematurely, and it seems it was the doing of that person just now. In any case, there are no other opportunities left in the secret realm, so there's no need for us to linger any longer. After Su Qingxue departed, that powerful suppression also quickly dissipated. Only then did these cultivators feel a moment of relief. Each one sighed endlessly. After all, they had made extensive preparations to obtain the star soul essence. Now in the end, it was all for nothing. Fortunately, everyone had wasted their efforts, so they could all accept it more easily. It did not take long before Su Qingxue swiftly emerged from the natural secret realm and returned to Lin Yuan's presence. Master, I have obtained the star soul essence. Su Qingxue hastily took out the star soul essence and smiled. Excellent, the entire process took less than the time needed to burn a stick of incense. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied as he smiled. Given Su Qingxue's current cultivation level, everything that had just transpired was like a max-level expert entering a beginner's village. Since we have obtained the star soul essence, you should refine it now. Lin Yuan continued. The star soul essence before them should be sufficient to allow Su Qingxue's cultivation level to break through to mid-stage domain transformation realm. Yes, master. Su Qingxue hastily agreed. With her master guarding her, she felt completely at ease. Immediately, Su Qingxue sat cross-legged and began refining the star soul essence with swift determination. As she operated her cultivation technique, the energy within the star soul essence surged into Su Qingxue's body at an extremely rapid pace, being easily refined. The entire process appeared effortless without the slightest difficulty. After witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Excellent. Had it been anyone else, refining the star soul essence would not have been so easy. As expected of my disciple. Break through quickly so that I too can grow stronger. As time passed, bit by bit the star soul essence visibly diminished before their eyes. An entire hour passed. When Lin Yuan looked towards Su Qingxue again, he could clearly see the last traces of stellar energy from the star soul essence beginning to dissolve entirely into Su Qingxue's body. The refinement was completely finished. Excellent, excellent, even faster than I anticipated. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. The moment the essence's power fully integrated into her body, the barriers of her cultivation shattered with a thunderous crash, and her realm broke through in an instant. Mid-stage domain transformation realm. With the realm's ascension, the heavenly Tao resonated violently, the starry rivers of the heavens rolled downward, and breathtaking, celestial phenomena erupted forth. A vast, boundless pressure emanating from the very source of the Tao burst forth and expanded outward, instantly spreading like a tide to envelop the entire Tianqing city. All cultivators in the city, regardless of their cultivation level, were firmly suppressed by this unmatched might. Their spirits trembled, their qi and blood stagnated, and within their hearts remained only an extreme sense of insignificance. They were like ants prostrated beneath the heavens, lacking even the courage to raise their heads and look. Good heavens, what manner of pressure is this? So terrifying. This celestial phenomenon is also terrifying. Countless green lotuses manifest as if the myriad Taos are descending. It seems someone is breaking through their cultivation realm. Breaking through a realm? What kind of cultivation level could possibly trigger such extraordinary phenomena? Regardless of who it is, one thing is certain. This is absolutely someone we cannot afford to provoke. The cultivators on the island all wore expressions of utter shock. Everything that was unfolding left them completely and profoundly shaken. Ding. The system detected that your disciple Su Qingxue has successfully broken through to the mid-stage void refinement realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Your cultivation has been elevated to the peak of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal realm. The moment Su Qingxue completed her breakthrough, the system's voice rang out directly in Lin Yuan's mind. At the same time, an even more terrifying force erupted forth. It allowed Lin Yuan's cultivation base to also break through with effortless ease. The entire process went extraordinarily smoothly. What a thrill! Lin Yuan exclaimed inwardly. The stronger his disciples became, the stronger he became. Perhaps once Su Qingxue and Lin Yuan successfully transcended to immortality, he would even be able to attain the rank of Immortal Emperor or Immortal Venerable. In the future, becoming a saint would definitely be a trivial matter. Master, your disciple did not disappoint you, right? Su Qingxue quickly rose to her feet after stabilizing her cultivation realm, her face brimming with excitement. Good, very good. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As a reward, all these things are yours. With that, he took out a storage ring. All of these had been prepared by Lin Yuan beforehand. Thank you, Master. Su Qingxue became even more delighted. The instant she accepted it, a string of 10,000-fold return notifications rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan looked at the various treasures returned on the system panel, and the corner of his mouth curled up again. How incredibly satisfying. Any one of these returned items could be considered a true, peerless, supreme treasure. Boom. Suddenly the earth quaked, and the mountains trembled. Immediately afterward, crimson pillars of light condensed around Tianqing Island. In just a few breaths, a special formation directly enveloped the entire island, and space was instantly sealed off. It's actually a Demon Clan Grand Formation. Su Qingxue said quickly after seeing this. Some Demon Clan cultivators are about to make a move. Could they have come for the Stellar Spirit Marrow? If they had truly come for the Stellar Spirit Marrow, would they make such a big commotion? They even sealed the entire island with a formation. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Master, do you mean these Demon Clan cultivators have some other purpose? Su Qingxue was startled. She carefully extended her spiritual sense. She could clearly discern the auras of 6 Demon Clan cultivators at the peak of spirit transformation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, in no time at all, those 6 Demon Clan powerhouses at the peak of spirit transformation appeared one after another in the sky above. Their appearance made the faces of the human cultivators on the island turn pale with terror. Big brother, I didn't expect this natural secret realm to open ahead of time. We were still one step too late. No matter. Refining the Stellar Spirit Marrow is no small matter. If someone obtained it, they would surely leave the secret realm. Now that our clan's grand formation is deployed, no one can escape. Big brother is truly wise and mighty, having laid plans in advance. This way, even if someone actually obtained the Stellar Spirit Marrow, it will ultimately be ours. Big brother, the human cultivators on this island can conveniently become our food. If we devour them, perhaps we can further elevate our own strength. The several demon clan powerhouses said one after another. They all followed the demon clan cultivator in the middle as their leader and called him Big Brother. Although their cultivation levels were the same, all at peak spirit transformation, he was still called Big Brother, which showed that this demon clan powerhouse was definitely no ordinary being. The leader of those demon clan cultivators actually possesses the bloodline of a flood dragon. Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. Master, if little azure dragon were here, it would definitely suppress them all directly the moment it appeared. Qingxue quickly said, if that ancestral dragon appeared, it would be even more extraordinary. Presumably those demon clan cultivators would kneel down on the spot. The dragon race was absolutely one of the most supreme overlord existences within the entire demon clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, the cultivators who had entered the natural secret realm rapidly came out. After they came out and saw that the entire Qingxue island was shrouded by a formation, their faces turned even darker. They all looked up at the several top-tier demon clan spirit transformation powerhouses in the sky. Flood Dragon King, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to start a war with the human race? Many human spirit transformation cultivators could recognize who the other party was at a glance. A war? You are not even qualified for that. Hand over the stellar spirit marrow. The Flood Dragon King, who was in the lead, let out a cold sneer. None of us have obtained the stellar spirit marrow. The crowd quickly answered. Hell, what a joke. You claim you didn't get the stellar spirit marrow. Who are you trying to fool? One of the demon clan powerhouses immediately barked. The stellar spirit marrow is definitely among you. They simply did not believe a single word. Big Brother, let's stop wasting words. Just kill them all, and then everything will be ours. Exactly. Immediately afterward, the other demon clan powerhouses chimed in agreement. This made the faces of those human spirit transformation cultivators turn even paler. They were clearly telling the truth, yet now the other side utterly refused to believe them. We can swear an oath by the heavenly Tao. The stellar spirit marrow truly is not in our hands. It has already been taken away by an expert. Another person quickly said again. Once a real battle broke out, their lives would likely be in danger. Naturally, they did not want to fight. The main problem was that their cultivation was still too low, barely at the mid to late spirit transformation stage. Yet those demon clan powerhouses appearing in the sky were all at peak spirit transformation. Even if what you say is true, we will not let you go. If we devour you spirit transformation and nascent soul cultivators, we will certainly be able to break through our cultivation levels. The Flood Dragon King said icily. At these words, everyone's expressions turned incomparably grave. They had not expected that the other side would not show them the slightest mercy. Flood Dragon King, if we fight to the death, it will not end well for either side. Even if we have to self-destruct, we won't let you have your way. If you push us too far, we might as well perish together. Do you truly think this king has not made full preparations? This king will not give you any chance to perish together with us. The Flood Dragon King gave a cold laugh, then smashed his palm down heavily. In an instant, the surrounding Zhou Tian Grand Formation surged with spiritual light and rapidly activated in full. A terrible pressure of confinement, as towering as mountains and as vast as the sea, impossible to resist, swept across the entire Qingxue island with overwhelming force. The hearts of all the human cultivators on the island sank. They felt the spiritual power flowing through their bodies suddenly turn sluggish, their meridians locked tight by an invisible force, and their cultivation realms forcibly suppressed downward. This is our demon clan's secret Zhou Tian Grand Formation. Within its domain, human cultivators' realms are all weakened by this formation. Your current strength is less than half of your usual power. How can you possibly contend with our demon clan? The outcome was decided long ago. The Flood Dragon King howled wildly, his eyes brimming with the arrogance of certain victory. Every scheme was within his control. The faces of the human cultivators instantly turned ashen, and panicked voices rose one after another. How can there be such a domineering, heaven-defying formation? It's over. Are we really going to die here today? Despair poured like ice water over everyone's hearts. The mighty nascent soul seniors had their cultivation forcibly suppressed to the golden core stage, their foundations falling sharply. Foundation establishment cultivators were even dropped directly to the chi refining level, their countless techniques reduced to less than a tenth. Bitter, bone-piercing despair hung over the whole scene like a gloomy pall, pressing down on everyone so tightly that they could hardly breathe. The star spirit marrow is in her hands. Suddenly, a human cultivator at the spirit transformation stage spotted Qingxue and called out loudly. That person is a senior expert at the void refinement realm. If those demonic cultivators dare to cause trouble, they will undoubtedly die. The other human spirit transformation cultivators, seeing that Qingxue, this senior expert, had not left, felt hope rise in their hearts. As long as Qingxue struck, those demonic powerhouses would surely die. Upon hearing about the star spirit marrow, the demonic powerhouses all turned their gazes over. A sudden whoosh of cleaving air rang out. Two demonic powerhouses swept to the pavilion in an instant. Looking up, they saw Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue seated opposite each other, calmly sipping tea, utterly unconcerned by the encirclement around them. Hand over the star spirit marrow. One demon king barked, his voice as cold as ice. Annoying. Lin Yuan replied indifferently, spitting out 2 words. The moment his words fell, the 2 demon kings at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, who had just rushed to the pavilion, were reduced to ashes and vanished without a trace before they could even struggle. Everyone present froze on the spot, their hearts shuddering violently. How is this possible? Those 2 were demon kings at the peak of spirit transformation, yet they were annihilated in an instant. How terrifying was this power? Great king, this person is unfathomable. The formation we set up cannot restrain him in the slightest. We should flee at once. The other demon kings trembled, all over, overcome with panic. The fate of those 2 was still vivid in their minds. If they were to resist head-on, they would likely share the same end of death and annihilation. The Flood Dragon King, a man of keen insight, made an immediate decision: retreat. At the order, the demon kings dared not linger for even a moment. They all turned and fled with all their might. Su Qingxue tilted her head and asked softly, "Master, are you going to let them leave just like that?" Lin Yuan nodded with a faint smile. "They are nothing but a bunch of clowns, hardly worth mentioning. What we need to settle now is with the informer from earlier." "Understood, master. I'll go at once." Before her voice faded, Su Qingxue's figure flickered and instantly appeared before a spirit transformation cultivator. It was this very man who had publicly exposed Su Qingxue's whereabouts and leaked to the demon race that the star spirit marrow was in her hands. His legs went weak with terror. He fell to his knees and kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Spare me, senior. This one knows his mistake. I dare not do it again." Su Qingxue's gaze was utterly calm as she coldly uttered one word: slash. Sword light soared into the sky. A fierce sword aura descended in an instant, and the spirit transformation cultivator died on the spot, without the slightest chance to resist. The surrounding cultivators secretly felt a lingering fear. "Thankfully we didn't speak just now, or we would have shared his fate. When all is said and done, he brought it upon himself. His death has actually saved all of us." As for the other cultivators, they felt rather fortunate. Su Qingxue sheathed her sword, turned, and quickly returned to Lin Yuan's side, reporting softly, "Master, it has already been dealt with." "Good, this is exactly what's needed. Don't waste words. If it can be resolved quickly, do it quickly." Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. "This is how it should be from now on too." "Yes, master, I have remembered it all." Su Qingxue hastily nodded. "Master, then should we continue staying here in Tianqing City?" Lin Yuan shook his head. With just a slight flick of his finger, the demonic array enveloping Tianqing Island was forcibly dispelled. In the distance, the Flood Dragon King and the others also sensed the array being erased, and their faces grew even more solemn. Our demonic array was actually wiped out in an instant. As expected, the other party's cultivation is unfathomable, terrifyingly so. It seems we are lucky. If that terrifying expert had wished to act, we wouldn't have had any chance to escape. We would have fallen long ago. No, it's too dangerous now. We must go back and go into seclusion to cultivate properly. The demon kings all made up their minds. None of them would leave seclusion until they broke through to the void refinement realm. "Let's go." After erasing the demonic array, Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet. Before long, Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue soared into the air, and within just a few breaths, they vanished from everyone's sight. After a long while, only then did the cultivators of Tianqing Island collapse to the ground, sitting and gasping for air. What a thrilling day it had been. At first, the demonic array had suppressed them so fiercely that they thought they would surely die here this time. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying expert existed? Surviving this time was truly a stroke of luck for them. Day by day, time passed. Word of what happened on Tianqing Island quickly spread throughout the entire Luanhai region. Everyone knew that a terrifying great expert had come to the Luanhai region. One who could instantly wipe out 2 demon kings at the peak of spirit transformation. As for Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue, they were wandering and sightseeing throughout the Luanhai region. They also discovered many remarkable things. For instance, top-grade spirit veins, one after another, were effortlessly claimed by Lin Yuan, who then gifted them to Su Qingxue. Through the 10,000-fold return, Lin Yuan gained numerous immortal veins, though they were all the lowest-grade immortal veins. Even low-grade immortal veins were absolutely supreme existences in this cultivation world. Imperceptibly, a month passed by very quickly. By and large, almost all the opportunities and fortunes in the Luanhai region had been obtained by Lin Yuan and Su Qingxue. We have toured nearly the whole Luanhai region and obtained a great many fine things. This trip has not been in vain. On this day, Lin Yuan looked at the beautiful scenery before him and smiled. His tone clearly carried a trace of satisfaction and enjoyment. Master, shall we return to the sect now? Seeing this, Qingxue asked softly. Let's go back. There is nothing much fun left in the Wanhai region. Lin Yuan nodded directly. It did not take long. They soon returned to the island where the ancient teleportation array was located. Through the array, Lin Yuan and Qingxue quickly arrived back in the Beiyu region. Holy Maiden, Peak Master Lin. The sect disciples on guard saw Lin Yuan and Qingxue teleport back and quickly clasped their fists in greeting. That's enough. You don't need to keep guarding here. I will set up a formation here. Let's return to the sect together. Lin Yuan said calmly. With the formation he had laid down, no one else would be able to enter this place no matter what methods they tried. Yes. Several sect disciples nodded in quick agreement. This duty of guarding the array was indeed rather dull. If they could return to the sect and cultivate properly, that would definitely be a good thing. They were all quite excited. It wasn't long before Lin Yuan along with his group of disciples returned to the Xiantian sect. In the inn, Lin Yuan and Qingxue went straight back to Xiaoyao Peak. Master, you have returned. Sensing Lin Yuan's aura, Lin Yuan rushed over. Pouting, she said with a hint of playful reproach. Master, you took senior sister out to play without bringing me along. That's really unfair. Alright, I'll bring you along next time. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. That's not bad. Lin Yuan was immediately satisfied. However, you still need to step up your cultivation realm. Lin Yuan's expression turned especially serious. Don't worry, Master. I have a feeling that I'll break through successfully within a few days. Lin Yuan nodded hastily. During these days, she had never once slacked off. Only in the evening she would occasionally gaze at the moon and miss Lin Yuan. That's good. These are things your master prepared for you. Take them. Lin Yuan took out a storage ring. Since they were all his own disciples, Lin Yuan naturally had to do things properly. He would not show favoritism. Thank you, Master. Lin Yuan became even more delighted. After she put away the storage ring, the voice of the 10,000-fold return system echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. A moment later, within just a few breaths, even more supreme treasures appeared in Lin Yuan's system inventory. Now all of Lin Yuan's possessions were probably worth more than the entire cultivation world's combined wealth. Oh heavens! These are all supreme treasures of the world. Master, you are truly too kind to this disciple. Lin Yuan extended her spiritual sense into the storage ring. Seeing the mountains of rare treasures piled inside, her mind quaked, and her eyes flew wide open, filled with ecstatic disbelief. Any single item taken from the ring was a supreme treasure enough to make experts from all sides fight to the death over it. If any were leaked into the world, they would inevitably trigger endless slaughter, dyeing thousands of miles of land crimson and unleashing a cataclysmic bloodbath. You are my personally nurtured direct disciple. If I don't cherish you, who else would I cherish? A warm, gentle smile spread across Lin Yuan's lips. Habitually, he raised his hand and softly ruffled Lin Yuan's hair. His eyes and brows were soft like an elder doting on a junior, radiating a slow, soothing warmth. Lin Yuan savored this one-of-kind tenderness. Her long eyelashes fluttered, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Sweetness filled her heart as she shyly lowered her eyes. Standing silently to the side, Qingxue took in the entire scene, and a trace of envy quietly welled up in her heart. Having accompanied him day and night for so long, the master had never stroked her head so gently before. That exclusive doting stirred a deep longing in her. Before long, Lin Yuan walked over to the enlightenment tree, where spiritual energy swirled and Tao patterns flowed. Beneath the tree, a group of direct disciples sat cross-legged in cultivation, with Tao rhythms coiling around them. Each person's aura had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the past. Their cultivation realms broke through one after another, their foundations advancing by leaps and bounds, visibly growing at astonishing speed. Everyone has been diligently cultivating. None have wasted the excellent fortune granted by the enlightenment tree. Lin Yuan surveyed the scene, nodded slowly, and a hint of gratification flickered in his eyes. He turned to Qingxue and Lin Yuan beside him, and said in a gentle, admonishing tone, "You two should stay here and devote yourselves to cultivation. You do not slack off. We shall heed Master's instructions." The two women immediately straightened their robes and bowed, answering in unison with crisp, pleasant voices. They too sincerely took the words to heart, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. In just a few moments, Sect Master Ling Song descended through the air and landed before Lin Yuan in an instant. "Junior brother, you finally returned. I heard you traveled to the sea region via the teleportation array. How did the trip go?" Ling Song couldn't wait to ask as soon as he landed, his eyes full of concern. "It went quite smoothly." Lin Yuan then recounted the entire journey to the sea region in detail. After hearing this, Ling Song could hardly hide his astonishment. "Senior brother, soon I'll have Qingxue integrate all the spirit veins we found into the sect's earth veins." Lin Yuan shifted his tone and said calmly. Ling Song's heart churned with emotion, and he sighed repeatedly. "Junior brother, you have rendered yet another enormous service to the sect." Lin Yuan waved his hand casually and said with an indifferent expression, "It was merely a small effort." Oh, by the way, quite a few changes have occurred in the sect while you were away. Most notably, Wang Tung's battle saint physique has actually undergone an essential transformation. Ling Song changed the subject, a thoughtful look on his face. The reason I've come today is to discuss whether you might permit him to cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree. Now that everyone belongs to the same sect, such a once-in-a-millennium prodigy should be properly nurtured. Lin Yuan said calmly, "Senior brother, from now on you can decide all major and minor matters of the sect on your own. There's no need to come and consult me on everything. That won't do at all." Ling Song shook his head gently. "The enlightenment tree is your precious treasure. If I made decisions without asking you, it would truly be improper." "It's fine." Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his tone somewhat idle. "From now on all sect affairs will be entirely entrusted to you. I have no intention of dealing with mundane matters anymore. I only seek peace and quiet to lie low and live without worries." Ling Song's heart trembled at these words. He took a deep breath, then solemnly cupped his fist in gratitude. "Since junior brother has said so, I shall not decline. Thank you, junior brother, for your kindness. Junior brother, the way you are now, perhaps finding a Dao companion would be better." Ling Song continued with a smile. "With a Dao companion, at least you won't be bored alone. Do you want me, your senior brother, to introduce a few to you?" "That's not necessary." Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. "I don't have that intention for now." "All right then." Ling Song nodded. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Ling Song then took his leave and rapidly returned to the main peak. As for Lin Yuan, he continued to laze about. Day after day passed. The leisurely life once again let Lin Yuan experience the true meaning of ease and comfort. After finishing his daily check-in, he would go fishing, play chess, and indulge in the refined arts, zither chess, calligraphy, and painting. In short, one couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time flew. Within just a few days, Lin Yuan successfully broke through her cultivation realm. After triggering the 10,000-fold return, Lin Yuan's cultivation realm also surged significantly in an instant. You can get stronger even while lying flat. It's just too damn satisfying. Ding dong, a warm reminder, today's check-in has refreshed successfully. Would you like to check in now? As a new day arrived, the instant Lin Yuan woke up, the voice of the check-in system rang out directly in his mind. Looking at the panel that had popped up before his eyes, Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and said, "System, begin the check-in." Instruction received. Starting the check-in now. The system's voice sounded once again instantly. "Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the check-in reward, Dual Realm Fusion Device." A Dual Realm Fusion Device. System, what exactly is this? Lin Yuan said, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at today's sign-in reward. The system responded, "A Dual Realm Fusion Device, a special artifact capable of merging two worlds into one." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was utterly stunned. Even he found it hard to believe. He never imagined such an artifact existed. Suddenly an idea struck Lin Yuan, and he quickly asked, "System, could I use this to merge Blue Star with the cultivation world I currently inhabit?" If successful, Blue Star would undergo a complete transformation, its people growing stronger. From a long-term perspective, this would be an extraordinary benefit. It can be done. The definitive reply pleased Lin Yuan greatly. However, this requires careful planning, he murmured, taking a deep breath. His demeanor grew instantly serious. Within moments, Lin Yuan had formulated a preliminary plan. "It seems I must find the starry ancient path and journey back to Blue Star. They need to make adequate preparations." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. After all, Blue Star was his home. He still needed to consider things more thoroughly. Whoosh. With a flick of Lin Yuan's fingers, from within the sacred ruins temple atop the main peak, the Nine Dragons' coffin erupted as a streak of light shooting forth rapidly. It descended swiftly, landing on the clearing before Lin Yuan. "Master, why have you brought out this artifact?" Qingxue, sensing the aura of the Nine Dragons' coffin, hurried over to Lin Yuan's side. "Master, are you planning to use the Nine Dragons' coffin to travel somewhere?" Suddenly remembering something, Qingxue spoke again. "I intend to visit Blue Star," Lin Yuan said directly without any concealment. "Blue Star? The one recorded in that stone stele?" Qingxue asked in surprise. "Precisely." Lin Yuan nodded. "Master, may I accompany you?" Qingxue immediately pleaded. She too was eager to see what kind of place Blue Star was. "Very well, bring your junior sister along," Lin Yuan agreed readily. "Wonderful," Qingxue exclaimed happily. She could once again travel with her master. Whenever she was by Lin Yuan's side, everything felt joyful. At Qingxue's call, Lin Yuan quickly made her way over. Hearing they would leave this world for another, Lin Yuan was filled with excitement. "Very well, next we must locate the starry ancient path," Lin Yuan said softly. Only by finding the starry ancient path could they use the Nine Dragons' coffin to return swiftly to Blue Star. There were no other means available. "Master, how should we go about finding it?" Lin Yuan asked eagerly. "Locating the starry ancient path is not difficult," Lin Yuan said with a faint smile, confident in his cultivation realm and the many other methods at his disposal. For him, it would certainly be an effortless task. "Let us depart now," Lin Yuan declared, sweeping his fingers gently. In an instant, the three of them entered the Nine Dragons' coffin. The 9 black dragons seemed to come alive at that very moment. Within moments, the 9 dragons' coffin shot upward, tearing through the fabric of space and diving inside. The entire process took only a few breaths. Many disciples of Xiantian's sect witnessed this spectacle. Could I be seeing things correctly? 9 terrifying black dragons actually pulling a peculiar coffin. Don't even think about it. It has to be peak Master Lin Yuan's doing. Enough talk. We should focus on our cultivation. The outer sect disciples are nearly catching up to us inner sect members. Before long, the entire sect will undergo reorganization, and those of us without sufficient cultivation might be demoted to outer disciples. What a pity. If only we could both cultivate beneath the Tao Comprehension Tree. Stop dreaming. Do you have any idea what the Tao Comprehension Tree represents? Take Wang Tong. He underwent countless trials just to earn the chance to cultivate beneath it. Still, there is a path. With enough sect contribution points, one can exchange them for an opportunity to cultivate under the Tao Comprehension Tree. These disciples erupted into animated discussion. Word of the Tao Comprehension Tree had spread throughout Xiantian's sect like wildfire. After all, Ling Song had personally announced it. When everyone first heard the news, they were utterly astonished. In their minds, the Tao Comprehension Tree existed only in legend, never expecting it to be real and right within Xiantian's sect. Ever since receiving Lin Yuan's instruction to handle matters as you see fit, Ling Song immediately implemented a series of measures, including allowing sect disciples to exchange contribution points for cultivation opportunities beneath the Tao Comprehension Tree. As a result, disciples across the sect were buzzing with excitement. The sect's mission hall was practically swept bare. Of course, earning contribution points wasn't limited to taking on sect missions alone. There were other avenues: refining pills, crafting spiritual artifacts, or contributing treasures to the sect. Any act that benefited the sect would be rewarded with corresponding contribution points. Driven by the desire to cultivate beneath the Tao Comprehension Tree, every disciple in Xiantian's sect was working harder and more diligently than ever before. The atmosphere had reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and the others had arrived in the cosmos. Within the confines of the coffin, all three could clearly behold the magnificent scenery of the universe. I never imagined the realm beyond the heavens would look like this. Lin Yuan breathed deeply. This is the universe, boundless and infinite, filled with countless worlds. Lin Yuan explained simply. Now I truly understand what a great 1,000 worlds entails. Qingxue sighed with emotion. But Master, how shall we find the starry ancient path next? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Wait, let me sense it. His divine consciousness immediately expanded outward. After all, Lin Yuan had now reached the level of a Tai golden immortal. As long as the starry ancient path emitted any trace of its presence, he could effortlessly detect it. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan successfully sensed the presence of a starry ancient path in an extremely distant and concealed location. The 9 dragons' coffin immediately darted toward that direction at incredible speed. Before long, they beheld numerous cosmic star rivers and strange planets unlike anything they had seen before. It was truly an eye-opening spectacle.